Hey, your hand palace, selling reefer, puffing the trellis with the beef eaters. Getting so high that whenever. Hey yo, I stand outside the gates of Buckingham Palace, selling reefer, puffing the trellis with the beef eaters. Getting so high that whenever I drop shit, it'll land on the window with your airplane cockpit. Cannabis with that hot shit, crazy hot click. Niggas is bloody idiots, thinking they can stop this. I'll increase my strength to a superhuman extent. Nigga, your rhyme ain't worth 6 pence. And if you can hear, smell, see, touch, and taste, then you don't need 6 senses to feel me punch you in the face. From Brixton to Clapham Common, my lyrics invade Europe like Joseph Stalin and murder niggas for rhyming. Spitting fire with gasoline for salivas. Drunk as Lady Diana's driver with reporters behind her. Alcohol in the hands of a minor. I got you panicking like bombs with 30-second timers. Clear the building, evacuate women and children. Fuck what you feeling, nigga. I came here to kill them. Straight shitting from New York to Great Britain. And when we do shows, you make the queen pay admission. When I say can I, you say bust. Can I bust? Can I? Yo, when I say can I, you say bust. Can I? Yo, can I? Prepare for the worst. This next verse is the face of death. Me without lyrics is like a porn flick without sex. Illmatic. My lyrical skills are Jurassic, with more flavor than Skittles when I'm digitally mastered. I go off like a cannon and blow up the planet with no fear. Like them clothes white boys be wearing. I'm tougher than denim. Lethal like venom and snake bites. The marijuana makes my eyes bright red like brake lights. They ain't a party I couldn't rock, believe that. They ain't a microphone brave enough to give me feedback. I'm strong, my word is born like James. Niggas be trying to test, but they weak like 7 days. MCs run away when I kick it. They act so chicken, they should come with a large drink and a biscuit. My style's radioactive, massive, atomic. I plan to push the earth in front of Halley's Comet. Breaking the facts of life down like Tootie. I'm raw like sushi with more vocab than 3 fucking Fujis. So recognize or be hospitalized, cause lyrically on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm 25. When I say can I, you say bust. Can I bust? Can I? Yo, when I say can I, you say bust. Can I bust? Can I? Yo, a little bit of weed and some Hennessy got me ready to set it with kinetic energy. See, I need much more energy than my enemies if I want to make more bills than Bellamy. So I could be on MTV with women constantly telling me I resemble Billy D. I make fly rhymes to get my name on the scene. Then when I'm on the scene, I do shows to get the green. Then I take the green by an automobile machine for that thing on page 43 in Jet magazine. Cannabis is the ultimate executioner's dream, swinging the guillotine. Cause whenever the head is severed from the human body with a sharp enough weapon, the brain remains conscious for 10 seconds. Long enough for me to give you one last message. And when you get to hell, you can tell Lucifer I said it. Don't ever get it confused. Fucking with cannabis, the human Rubik's Cube, like you got something to prove. Yo, whoever grabs the mic after me and get booed. Get everything in the club thrown at you and your crew. From a wet bottles to bar stools, fruits and food. You got an album out, you get hit with your CD too. Running outside, crying, lying, denying that you ain't the gay rapper, but you got fucked by it. What's the difference? Y'all niggas still ain't in lyrical fitness. Too busy mixing your business with your bitches, while I be in the lab composing forbidden scriptures. So wicked, I got Satan ejaculating on his fingers like Dirk Diggler in the middle of Boogie Nights, sniffing white, living the hype. He ruined his life, but I'm the MC of a different type. Yeah, that's right. Make sure your shit is title. I'ma snatch your mic. When I say can I, you say bust. Can I bust? Can I? Yo, when I say can I, you say bust. Can I bust? Can I bust?
I chose Wix for my visit.
Yeah, check the break. One take. Fritz Poe. Calico flow. Yeah. Of course, over time, things gon' change. But when you move it too fast, the scene gets strange. Study grooves from the past, created a new bang. That brought it to the mass to help remove the pain. Gutter, poetic love through the blood of my veins. Even my mother felt the slug of the chains. These, the greatest selections from your sonic sponsors. Natives protect the essence from violent monsters. Used to listen, truncate, chop up the record. Now with a click of the mouse, it's all connected. No rhymes with reason, just rhymes and reason. Garage bandits producing lies and dreaming. My flow soothes the soul like cold shoes. Now it's low fools with no Jews on Pro Tools. But see this here is a one-take invasion. Raw, spit out the tombs, Prince Poe still blazing.
Prepare for doomsday, we shut down the planet. Man versus mechanic, mind stake our bandit. March through the storm with the scrolls in the hammock. We built for the melee, we glide through the frantic. Prepare for doomsday, we shut down the planet. Man versus mechanic, mind stake our bandit. March through the storm with the scrolls in the hammock. We built for the melee, we glide through the frantic.
Man versus machine, incredible armor. Armed to destroy cyborgs, iRobot, high no not. Fear my gear, state of the art. Lasers hit your faces, tear them apart. Escape in the dark, I'm cold by the nighttime. Climb down into the New York City pipeline. I strike spines with war hammers. Break mechanical arms and limbs and then vanish to other planets through wormholes, spaceships. Jot down flight coordinates on paper. Land on acres, take over. 8 soldiers, artillery, break boulders, break shoulders. Strange holsters, throw bullets round corner like wanted. It's over. Terminate ya, Terminators, chase us, phasers and lightsabers. Score.
Prepare for doomsday, we shut down the planet. Man versus mechanic, minds think I panic. March through the storm with the scrolls in the hammock. We built for the melee, we glide through the frantic. Prepare for doomsday, we shut down the planet. Man versus mechanic, minds think I panic. March through the storm with the scrolls in the hammock. We built for the melee, we glide through the frantic.
Cities of phone fabrication, I map through the nation. My pen is a bold gasket, my graphics are Asian. These scrap metal haters, they adapt to the savings. Man versus machinery, astro invasion. Sleep in the frequency, the last of the great when magnetic coaches, I stir my whole face in. Flesh got scales, I'm a cyborg saping, awake and sleep in the clouds. The comments knock on my playpen. Rip through the doors of death, wearing an apron. Punch it through the alleys to change my brain station. Genesis flood pits, rise of mutation. Trapped in the over canal with new matrons. Welcome to cyberspace of old dollars. Swim through electric currents of Osiris. Transhumanist, UG's my co-pilot. Prince poetical beast, we flow body.
Prepare for doomsday, we shut down the planet. Man versus mechanic, minds think I panic. March through the storm with the scrolls in the hammock. We built for the melee, we glide through the frantic. Prepare for doomsday, we shut down the planet. Man versus mechanic, minds think I panic. March through the storm with the scrolls in the hammock. We built for the melee, we glide through the frantic.
Let's still not critique on the flip. Play this.
Emergency, 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 emergency.
Check the army of doom patrol. Now I see human life as a whole at the end of time. The tiny incisions cutting my soul. Waste intake, defecation, racing, testing methods of DNA retrieval stage. 38 months disintegration. Ready to build like first menstruation. What's your biological limitation? I study regional class and occupational subculture. A primitive change, but less rapidly through the vultures. Jesus returns as a woman with no evidence of carcasses. Say goodnight, I got the shakes with the body's mangled with Parkinson's. I see men build machines without treating their own disorders. Plus the Christian madhouse where the callers planning the slaughters. Sickly holiness, my connection to Kabbalah leaves you motionless. Focus the Maccabees, last days of kosher dish.
Emergency,
broadcast system. We interrupt your remedy schedule program attention.
emergency,
All I call for urgency. Declare martial law, combat, state of emergency.
Emergency
broadcast system. We interrupt your remedy schedule program attention.
emergency,
All I call for urgency. Declare martial law, combat, state of emergency.
Bearded Islamic serpent, break the secret service, shadow my control, walk in the astral plane, consciously earthless. Manifesting truth to swallow serpent snake like in their purpose. Listen, sucking for tongue twisting, holy scriptures into curse. As the siren sounds, soldiers with weapons underground with grasp. Perhaps the only way we get up on the forces with the gap. I picture that. Head on terrain clustered by armor tanks and Romans. Federal emergency declared, prepare for jet troops closing. Commandeer with riot gear, rifles secure, red beastless. We coming through like 12 empathy arms and Denistas. We can all gain a place within the presence of the sun. Time to revolutionize with the mind and the gun.
emergency,
broadcast system. We interrupt your remedy schedule program attention.
emergency,
All I call for urgency. Declare martial law, combat, state of emergency.
Emergency
broadcast system. We interrupt your remedy schedule program attention.
emergency,
All I call for urgency. Declare martial law, combat,
Psychological warfare destroyed air. Increased my bleeding, I had no mask when toxic gas left me with the hopes of breathing. Down to one lung, one thumb, a sour taste on my tongue. Energy for only 3 with 20 more miles to run. I'm in a maze of booby traps and loaded gas and water rats. Low on oxygen, plus my only lung about to collapse. My tunnel vision in this light, therapeutic mind on ice. I feel threat from unknown forces as I slowly lose my sight. Demons shining, get destroyed when consciousness becomes coherent. Sweat large Indians appear to disappear like ancient spirits off the Mecca.
Emergency broadcast system. We interrupt your regularly scheduled program. Pay attention. Emergency is full out, shut the whole out for emergency. Declare martial law. Walk that state of emergency. Emergency broadcast system. We interrupt your regularly scheduled program. Pay attention. Emergency is full out, shut the whole out for emergency. Declare martial law. Walk that state of emergency. Emergency. Emergency, 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 emergency. Emergency, 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 emergency. Emergency, 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 broadcast system. We interrupt the regularly scheduled program. Pay attention. Emergency, declare martial law. Walk back, state of emergency. Emergency, broadcast system. We interrupt the regularly scheduled program. Pay attention. Emergency, declare martial law. Walk back, state of emergency. Emergency, emergency, emergency.
Millisecond speed to designated destination.
Greetings and welcome to the Machine Lives, where we talk about the lives of the machine on the machine that lives. We're going to be talking about some interesting topics today, in terms of appearance and reality, the total collapse of meaning in terms of modern philosophy. We're going to be looking at some key names in terms of understanding that great divide. We'll begin with the solipsism of Bertrand Russell and the total collapse of meaning seen there. You see a thinker who separated truth from reality, doubted that the outside world was anything but a product of his own mind, collapsed into pure solipsism, and eventually drove himself insane, trying to figure out the boundaries of logic and set theory. And I think it's a fitting end to such a vain philosophy, one of a dastardly mind, a philosophy from the mind of a man who thought that society should be run by the needle. And we're talking about Bertrand Russell here. Okay. A total hedonist, of all stripes, the son of pretty much a cuckold, and his daddy was the Prime Minister of England, so we're talking about a very influential figure, one that created the Principia Mathematica, with Alfred North Whitehead, which spawned the analytic philosophy that you see today. So what happened there in his philosophy, that caused him to doubt reality? Well, he took a radical brand of empiricism, from Hume, that collapsed the notions of causality. Yeah, bless you, brothers. Excuse me. A little scratchy throat there. But yeah, bless you guys, man. I'm going to be reading. I should get some fucking water here. Smoking too much. Yeah, I'm having attacks. I was having attacks earlier, man. You know what I'm saying? Spiritual attacks. You know what I mean? Devil trying to bring everything down. Solipsism is a tenet of Satanism. Yeah. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. It's perfect cover for anything you want to do. You know, like Newton says, I frame no hypothesis. You know, they said it's perfect cover for anything you want to do. They say, no, I'm just perfectly objective. You know, the pretense to objectivity, you know, and the objective, the world out there, you know, is impersonal, you know. But yeah, bless you guys for being out here with me. We're going to be reading from Appearance and Reality and talking about Meriological nihilism, the theory from a radical Buddhist and, you know, atomist. You know, in the West, it's atomism. In the East, it's Buddhism. You know, they touch on how parts, a reality composed of temporal parts, has no existence on its own. It only has existence through mutual dependence. And so everything collapses into no meaning, no stable definition to anything. You know, that's Meriological nihilism. So we're going to be dealing with the solipsism of Bertrand Russell, the concept of Meriological nihilism from the complete atomism of thinkers like Democritus, okay, and those of the Abhidharma in Buddhism, okay, a strain of Buddhism, okay. So we're talking about the denial of reality and the philosophical principles behind that. Denial of reality equals collapse of meaning, okay, and it leads one to a pragmatic view of how one should frame reality and one's place in it. Okay. So, am I promoting this as a viewpoint? No, sir. I'm just presenting the philosophy, okay, in its own terms. Okay. Just so we can learn together, right? In order to look at something, you know, understand something, you know, you got to know something before you try to argue against it. In other words, you know, in order to refute something, you have to build a better model, you know, in order to critique, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, bless you guys for being out here, man. You know, Appearance and Reality by Bertrand Russell. You know, it was first brought to my attention in a class by Dr. David Skrbina entitled Hoaxes, Frauds, and Conspiracies. But yeah, I was blessed to have him as a teacher in those times, you know, back in the day. And yeah, he opened up this with this, he opened up this class, sorry, with this work by Bertrand Russell. Yeah, excerpt from his work, Appearance and Reality. Okay, he says, is there any knowledge in the world which is so certain that that no reasonable man could doubt it? This question, which at first sight might not seem difficult, is really one of the most difficult that can be asked. When we have realized the obstacles in the way of straightforwardness and the way of a straightforward and confident answer, we shall be well launched on the study of philosophy. For philosophy is merely an attempt to answer such ultimate questions, not carelessly and dogmatically, as we do in ordinary life and even in the sciences, he says. And this is a man who promotes scientific learning, okay? He's one of the foremost promoters of scientific learning. So for him to say that science acts dogmatically and that philosophy is finally the art that frees itself of dogmatism, that's pretty interesting. You know? That's pretty interesting, you know, because he did not believe in metaphysics. He didn't believe that that was a legitimate subject in philosophy, okay? We're talking here about Bertrand Russell, folks. Okay. But yeah, he says, as we do in ordinary life and even in the sciences, he says, carelessly and dogmatically. He said that makes such questions puzzling after realizing all the vagueness and confusion that underlie our ordinary states. In daily life, we assume as certain many things which on a closer scrutiny, are found to be full of apparent contradictions that only a great amount of thought enables us to know what it is and what we really may believe. In the search for certainty, it is natural to begin with our present experiences. Okay. So he's starting with empiricism, experiences. Okay. And in some sense, no doubt, knowledge is to be derived from that. Okay, from the experiences. Okay. So he starts with that fundamental notion that knowledge is derived from experience. Okay. But any statement as to what it is that our immediate experiences make us know is very likely to be wrong, he says. Okay. So it's not the immediate experiences which give us real knowledge, all right? It seems to me that I'm now sitting in a chair at a table of a certain shape on which I see sheets of paper with writing or print. By turning my head, I see out of the window building and clouds on the sun. I believe that the sun is about 93 million miles away from the earth, that it is a hot globe many times bigger than the earth, that owing to the earth's rotation, it rises every morning and will continue to do so far as the indefinite time in the future. I believe that if any other normal person comes into my room, he will see the same chairs, tables, books, paper I see, and that the tables, which I see, is the same as the tables I feel pressing against my arm. All this seems so evident as to be hardly worth stating, except in answer to a man who doubts whether I know anything. Okay, so we may not be able to know anything, any stable thing about the reality around us, okay, including a man who doubts our experiences, but we know our own experiences, okay, for certain. He's starting with that, okay. All this seems to be evident as to be hardly worth stating, except in my answer to a man who doubts I know anything. Yet all this may be reasonably doubted. All of it requires much careful discussion before we can be sure that we have stated it in a form that is wholly true. To make our difficulties plain, let us concentrate our attention on the table. To the eye, it is oblong, brown, and shiny. To the touch, it is smooth and cool and hard. When I tap it, it gives out a wooden sound. Anyone else who sees and feels and hears the table will agree with this description, so that it might seem as if no difficulty would arise. But as soon as we try to be more precise, our troubles begin. Although I believe that the table is, quote unquote, really of the same color all over, the parts that reflect the light look much brighter than other parts. And some parts look white because of reflected light. I know that if I move, the parts of the parts that reflect the light will be different, so that the apparent distribution of colors on the table will change. It follows that if several people are looking at the table at the same moment, no two of them will see exactly the same distribution of colors, because no two can see it from exactly the same point of view. And any change in a point of view makes some change in the way the light is reflected. Okay. Okay. No two people will ever see the same thing. You know, they did this in studies, okay, in group studies, okay, where they brought different pairs of genes in front of people and told them to evaluate the different pairs of genes and different products and stuff. And people would write down all these differences, judging the quality and the thread and the fabric and all this type of shit, and the differences and the way it fits. And, you know, later they told these people that they were looking at the same pair of jeans. They were just finding so many differences within the same pair of jeans. You know, if you put people's mind to task of finding differences in things, they'll find differences, even when there are none. It's fascinating, folks. No two people will ever see the same thing. Nobody can ever see through your eyes. Okay? Okay? Our point of view is unique. For most practical purposes, these differences are unimportant. But to the painter, they're all important. Okay, we're reading from Bertrand Russell. The painter has to unlearn the habit of thinking that things seem to have the color which common sense says they, quote unquote, really have, and to learn the habit of seeing things as they appear. Here we have already the beginning of one of the distinctions that cause the most trouble in philosophy, the distinction between appearance, okay, and reality. Okay, appearance and reality. Okay, between what things seem to be and what they are. The painter wants to know what things seem to be. The practical man and the philosopher want to know what they are, but the philosophers wish to know this is stronger than the practical man's and is more troubled by knowledge as to the difficulties of answering the question. Okay, it all depends on your level of depth. Okay. To return to the table, it is evident from what we have found that there is no color which preeminently appears to be the color of the table, or even any one particular part of the table. It appears to be different colors from different points of view. There is no reason for regarding some of these as more really its colors than the others. And we know that even from a given point of view, the color will seem different by artificial light or to a colorblind man or to a man wearing blue spectacles, while in the dark there will be no color at all, though to touch and hearing the table will be unchanged. The color is not something which is inherent in the table, but something depending upon the table and the spectator, and the way of light falls on the table. When in ordinary life we speak of the color of the table, we only mean a sort of color which it will seem to have which will seem to have to a normal spectator, but from an ordinary point of view under usual conditions of light. But the other colors which appear under other conditions have just as good a right to be considered real. And therefore, to avoid favoritism, we are compelled to deny that in itself the table has any particular color. The same thing applies to the texture. When the naked eye, one sees the grain, but otherwise the table looks smooth and even if we looked at it through a microscope. We should see roughnesses and hills and valleys, all sorts of differences that are imperceptible to the naked eye. Which of these is the quote unquote real table? We are naturally tempted to say that what we see through the microscope is more real, but that in turn would be changed by a still more powerful microscope. If then we cannot trust what we see with the naked eye, why should we trust what we see through a microscope? Thus again, the confidence in our senses, which we began, deserts us. The shape of the table is no better. We are all in the habit of judging as to the real, quote unquote, shape of things, and we do this so unreflectingly that we come to think we actually see the real shapes, but in fact, we all have to learn. If we try to draw a given thing, looks different in shape from every different point of view. If our table is really rectangular, it will look from almost all points of view. If it had two acute angles and two obtuse angles, if opposite sides are parallel, they look like they had converged to a point away from the spectator. If they are of equal length, they will look as if the nearer side were longer. All these things are not commonly noticed in looking at the table because experience has taught us to construct the quote unquote real shape from the apparent shape. And the quote unquote real shape is what interests us as the practical men. But the quote unquote real shape is not what we see, it is something inferred from what we see. And what we see is constantly changing in shape as we move about the room. So here again, the senses seem not to give us the truth about the table itself, but only appearance of the table. Similar difficulties arise when we consider the sense of touch. It is true that the table always gives us more sensations of hardness. We feel it resists pressure. The sensation we obtain depends on how hard we press the table, also upon the parts of the body we press with. Thus, the various sensations due to the various pressures of various parts of the body cannot be supposed to reveal directly any definitive property, he says, of the table, but at most the signs of the property which perhaps causes all the sensations, but is not actually apparent in any of them. And the same applies still more obviously to the sound which can be elicited by rapping the table. And here comes the main line here. And then we're going to look at some physical explanations of this in terms of atomism and Meriological nihilism, okay? Thus it becomes evident that the real table, he says, if there is one, is not the same, he says. It's not the same as what we immediately experience by sight or touch or hearing. So it's not immediate experience, okay, as we said before, that gives us, okay, but only a delayed analysis of what we are experiencing, okay? And by then, there is no stable definition of what we're actually experiencing, okay? The real table, if there is one, is not immediately known to us at all, but must be an inference from what is immediately known. Hence, two very difficult questions at once arise, namely, is there a real table at all? And what kind of object can it be? It will help us by considering these questions to give a few simple terms of which meaning is definite and clear. Let us give the name of quote unquote sense data to things which are immediately known in sensation, such as colors, sounds, smells, roughness, and so on. We shall give the name sensation to the experience of being immediately aware of these things. Okay? Okay, so sense data is the appearances. Okay? And sensation is the immediate experience of these things. Okay, friends? And the more you go down each one, okay, the appearance, okay, when you consider it from different sides, different perspectives, okay, there's no stable definition there. Okay, when it comes to sensation, there's no stable definition there because in an immediate experience, okay, it doesn't deliver the information. The information is coming through the sense data. Okay. So there's a disconnect there. Okay. And it gets kind of deeper. Why is there this disconnect? Well, part of the problem is the atomism. Okay. This notion of causality and the notion of radical empiricism of Hume, these billiard balls smashing into each other, you know? And the hard determinism of that consequence. Okay, which causes things to be illusory on a grander scale. Now, let's take a look at this Meriological nihilism from a channel I found recently of a very interesting thinker called Metasage. You know, he gives a pretty good analysis of this. You know, I recently found, you know, and I like his voice that he has and kind of presentation. Let's take a look at this Metasage talking about Meriological nihilism for educational purposes. Bless you guys. And as I already mentioned, this is a theory coming from a hard strain of Buddhism and atomism. Atomism in the West of Democritus and Buddhism in the East of the Abhidharma tradition. Anyways.
Moving on to another form of nihilism, we come upon Meriological nihilism. What is Meriological nihilism? Meriological nihilism is the philosophical position that objects with proper parts do not exist, and only basic building blocks without parts exist, or that nothing is a proper part of anything. The parts of the object can be both spatial and temporal. Meriological nihilism also asserts that objects existing in time do not have any temporal parts. So what to make of these statements? Well, as we all know, appearances, when taken at their face value, appear very complex and also give the impression of being composed of many, many parts. The complexity itself functioning as the demonstrative evidence as to the existence of fragmented objects. But what we should never fail to consider is that an impression of complexity is not actual complexity, but only an appearance of complexity.
Okay, and here I have from the Abhidharma. Okay, Abhidharma, okay, systematically interpret the discourses of Buddha. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, Abhidharma, the Buddha, it expounds on the doctrine of non-self. Okay, it focuses on the question of what is ultimately real. Okay, and here, according to Mark Sideritz in Buddhism as Philosophy, he says on page 105, Meriological reductionism, the view that wholes are reducible to their parts. Okay. Abhidharma metaphysics, okay, is based on the claim that only impartite entities, things with no parts, are ultimately real. So it is crucial to Abhidharma that there be argument for this claim. To see how this goes, we will be pulling together ideas. From several different sources, he says a real could be neither identical with or distinct from real parts. And we will look at the text lays out the important component of the parts argument. Okay, the basic question we are confronting is one of ontology. Okay, what is ontology in philosophy? That's the study of being. Okay, if you're questioning reality, okay, then you're questioning that there's a such thing as ontology. All right. Okay, the question is ontology. Okay, it says there's 4 possible answers. Wholes and parts are both real. Okay, wholes and parts are unreal. Okay. Okay, is the third option. Okay, so you got 1 and 3 out of the way. Okay, 1 is that they're both real. Okay, 3 is that neither of them are real. Okay, 2 is that wholes are real, parts are unreal. Okay, and 4 is that wholes are unreal, only parts are real. Okay, the strategy will be to show that 4 is true. Okay, that wholes are unreal and only parts are real. That's called Meriological reductionism, folks. Okay. And how do they argue for that? Well, they argue on the temporality of the parts. Okay? The temporality of the parts.
An appearance of something means that an existential aspect is indicating something that is not necessarily a truth of its existence. Its existence being a key point to remember in these considerations. For wherein is the existence of any proposed object? For an object to be existing, what is the fundamental requirement? It can't be shape or location, for there are many existential aspects that don't have fixed shapes, such as water or air. And there are many existential aspects that don't have any locations, such as time and space. And if you have any misgivings about those assertions, then please explain what the fixed shape of water and air is. And please explain where exactly time and space are located. And all of this hasn't even broached areas where space and location cannot even be pinpointed, such as the case with atoms and other various subatomic particles that cannot be seen and hence not experienced directly with the perceptual senses, and as such are only verified indirectly via emergent properties, such as the microscope or any other such utility. And while you are thinking about all that, wherein is the actuality of anything that isn't permanent, never stops changing, is in a perpetual state of locational flux, has no discernible certain context, and that will, given enough time, eventually lose its identifiable state, which is the decisive definable feature to any object's capacity to be classified. In other words, the impression that an object is indeed an objectified property, that is to say, an externalized extant aspect, is illusory. So to focus on the very complex tapestry of mosaic detail that pervades these illusory projections is emphasizing the attention on the wrong avenue of investigatory inquiry. If indeed an object is not a mind-independent embodiment, then it cannot be rightfully said that it has any parts. The very question of an object's existence is dependent on existentiality. For what else gives an object the context to be confirmed or disputed in the first place? So even if somehow it could be shown that an object has a solid profile independent of the agency that gives such notions a parameter, which it can't, it still wouldn't be an item of consideration without such agency to provide the platform to verify it. In other words, any items of existentiality have no rightful existence outside of existentiality, and even if they did, the possibility of such is meaningless, for any phenomenal features can only be addressed from a context, and the context we are operating from is the agency of awareness, which is, as far as we are concerned, the only standpoint from which knowledge can be gathered, and of which is the only existential center that we can know to be for sure. With awareness being the only conduit of which the interaction with sensory data is staged, then awareness is dealing with a unified stream, which we call reality. The stream of reality has no parts, but gives off the impression of such. All such impressions of complexity, detail, and fragmentation are literally a mirage. Yes, a mirage. That is to say, an illusion that the mind-projected reality has an independent existence from the existential agency that produces it.
Okay, so this mind, this concept of mind-dependent reality, you know, by the time they get to German idealism and they're dealing with phenomenology, you know, they are dealing with this type of thing as no such entities that are mind independent. You know, so to study reality is also to study the mind. You know, and this gets back to, you know, when you have the complete collapse of meaning in postmodernism. You know, we're going there via German idealism. You know, of course, I already mentioned that, you know, people like Adorno were very much influenced by thinkers like Hegel, you know. But there's also these older thinkers like Anaximenes, you know, was said to be a student of Thales, you know, one of the seven sages. You know, he says that the nature which is indefinite, okay, out of which comes to be all the heavens and the worlds in them, the things that are perish into things which they come to be, according to necessity, for they pay penalty and retribution to each other than to each other for their injustice. Okay, so this whole idea that things are formed by this principle that he called the indefinite. Okay, this was one of the pre-Socratics who offered up one of these thoughts in the West, you know, similar to the Buddhists there, you know, but another one is Lysippus and Democritus. You know, they talked about the surrounding void in which things function through complexity and convention. You know, they thought that, okay, so one of the quotes they said, for tragedy and comedy come to be out of the same letters. Okay. Okay. And they said the differences in things are three: shape, arrangement, and position. Okay. But they said everything comes in through separation. Okay. They believe that everything was composed of atoms. Okay. And they thought the universe had no origin. Okay. So they didn't think it necessary to explain the origins of the universe because they thought all things come to be through necessity. Okay. Anyways.
That it is, in fact, substantial and of its own individual origin. This kind of mindset serves as the binding shackles that limit your possibilities. So much of everything that is seemingly out of reach, lost, and disconnected from your potentiality is due to the false conditioning of mind-independent reality. The same is true when you dream. The default state of dream awareness is also preset into this assumptive navigational position. But just as we can realize to different extents that the reality in dreams is a complete creation of the mind, we can too also realize it in the waking state, which is really just a different degree of the same thing. It is more solidified and reflects the anchored position with a continuity which enables confirmation bias. But it is still a dream state nonetheless. It just has more mass and hence more density, which is indicative of attachment to a specific set of conditional circumstances. And so the nature of reality itself, which is a projected stream of potentiality that reflects back to awareness various energetic vibrations that get translated via sense organs into sensory data for the consciousness, is whole and unified. Whether or not you recognize this, or if not, and would rather stick to an externalized objective framework, you cannot deny that, besides the nothingness itself, all manifested aspects at their core are energy. Wherein a field of energy do parts have a substantial actuality? Just as if we were to look at the programming code for a computer simulated world, what would we see? Would we see anything more or less equal in the code? Would any of the items of the simulated world have any other origin than the code itself? Would any of the items in the simulated computer world be independent objects or contain any parts? If we were to somehow walk through the computer simulated world, is there any real substantial separation or break in the unified field of data beyond only an appearance of such? Would the simulated trees on the simulated landscape be any different than the simulated animals or simulated weather patterns? The code may have different patterns or valuations, but all the code is still just code, is it not? In this simulated world, would a powerful fire-breathing dragon be fundamentally any different than a tiny tadpole? And if so, wherein is the difference? And to whom does this difference occur? Perhaps to your playable character. Maybe your playable character is something special, or has some fundamental difference than anything else in the simulated world. None whatsoever. But for the agency that directs the playable character, now we may be getting somewhere. And does this agency belong to the simulated world? No. But could perhaps this agency be responsible for programming the simulated world? Now, can we see where we go wrong in the waking state by establishing an identification with the playable character in a world narrative? A worldview or an ego could only be said to be true if they had any substantiality. And they don't. They are illusory. Not just because of a story being told, but empirically, demonstratively so, unto oneself, upon deeper examination of the phenomenal content. So, hence, all.
There he used the key word phenomenal, the phenomenal content. Okay, there's two strikes in the direction that I'm headed in. Okay, we're talking about content, not context. Okay, remember our presentation on logic and rhetoric, okay? Phenomenal content, okay? So it's just not the okay. We're all familiar with phenomenal context. I think everybody can agree there's no instance of mind independent contextualization. But yeah, content.
Sensory data is whole and unified, as it is a reflection of a whole unified field of energy.
Okay, there he said sensory data is whole and unified. Okay, so sense data. Okay. Remember, that was one of the terms that Bertrand Russell used, the other being sensation. Sense data being the appearance, and sensation, he wants to say it's reality, but upon further, exploration, he deems it to be trapped in a world of pure mind dependent reality. Okay. Which he can't move from his own mind. So he caves into complete solipsism.
Which constitutes everything and anything in the experience of the reality of a world. There are no parts proper, but only an appearance of such when taken at face value. For even if we delve into the illusion itself and examine the fundamental building blocks of the mind-projected reality in a so-called objectified manner, we find the same kind of truth at the root of these manifestations. The foundational materials that compose matter are without any parts. You cannot call any of the inner designs of an atomic structure a part of anything else. The atom itself is not composed of parts, but only of building blocks without any parts. And these elementary particles never unify into being non-individual. But individuality is not indicative of a part either, for the medium of all individual structures, nothingness.
Oh, see, look, Arjun hit the nail right on the head. He said self-manifested slavery is an idea of dependence, and look, he's using it to doubt the notion of individuality itself. So right there, so right there, yeah, you got it right there. You got it.
Supreme empty primary.
Is this another slave morality?
Very underlying potentiality that is the wellspring of all that is, cannot be distinguished as either a part or a whole. Subatomic building blocks are arrangements of wholes coming together to express individuality, none of which can be rightfully be called a whole, because in order for there to be a whole, there would have to be parts. But since there are no parts and only a unity of wholes, there are no wholes either, but only an infinite oneness, expressing itself through various arrangements of itself.
Not that yet. That's the anti-Oedipus. Yeah, we're not ready for that yet. That's a little as I was discussing with my baby brother, it's got some lewd shit in there. But anyways, we're gonna listen to some lewd music right now and take a little smoke break for you guys. So yeah, thank you for 33 people. Oh, 33, bam, joining us here. 8:37 here on the East Coast. Bless you guys for being here. We're taking a little musical break, and then we'll get back to our discussion on Bertrand Russell. And we're going to move a little bit into his protege, Wittgenstein. Thank you.
Gangs of drugs, prostitutes, and guns. I stumble up the ladder with Savak and Chunk. By my side when I ride in LA. We party with the stars and the star fuckers. And everybody love us. Yeah, I do cocaine. Yeah, I love to drink. Love to get my dick something, need drugs to think. Killing my brain cells with pills, rob my lungs with scripts. Over necroproduction, fucker and the drugs are sick. Exploding school buses, Jews, Muslims, Christians. What the fuck the difference? We all want money, drugs, and bitches. Anybody that doesn't rubs me suspicious. I don't trust none of y'all, I don't trust religion. I don't trust the police nor the justice system. Peace to errors, the hustler locked up in prison. See you when you get home, we gon' pump the ism. The future is right now, y'all motherfuckers listen. There is no future, the future is now. It's non-fiction, we coming at you like loud. There is no future, the future is now. It's non-fiction, we coming at you like loud. There is no future, the future is now. It's non-fiction, we coming at you like loud. There is no future, the future is now. It's non-fiction, we coming at you like loud.
Your future is morbidity, like Martha Stewart's fluids. The new shit I kick is putrid, like the office pubic. Jump off the roof and dive head first into the concrete until the meat splits and the blood red squirts. There's no brawling with the strategy of energy. Your cavity's flattened, you're falling. That gravity's your enemy. Shooting a bullet through your brain is all it takes to make you dead. Put a gas to your head, only thing left to do is pull it. Simple, like press and record on the remote, erasing your life elimination. The message is stored. I got a fascination for assassination. Half the nation so Kennedy's murdered as Jackie Onassis faced them. When I'm rapping, it's like an autopsy. Awesome audio, audacity, or an orgasm. From dying on crosses to spying warships. The future is present, peasant. Wake up or stay lying with corpses.
There is no future, the future is now. It's non-fiction, we coming at you like loud. There is no future, the future is now. It's non-fiction, we coming at you like loud. There is no future, the future is now. It's non-fiction, we coming at you like loud. There is no future, the future is now. It's non-fiction, we coming at you like loud.
Alien rehab, the Elvine hub with the drug racket. Pediatrics, bucket no snuff flicks with Tevin Patrick. Digital dick, alpha cheddar, bled on the mattress. Close encounters, out of Peruvian marching powder about it. A planet that turns actors to crack faggots. We in the Benz hearse, Mac and P-Funk and Black Sabbath. Playing it off, stinking like I'm bathing the corpse. Getting frisked by pigs in my Porsche like I'm David Lee Roth. It's the new mutants, torture school like I see students. Metal detectors and dogs, putting frost on the truants. I'm flashing my teeth, legal now for stashing your E. My cyborg's ill, this bad bitch with ass that speaks. Put it down with Charlie to eat, God. Part of my speech. Godfather dust blunts, the judge dreaded the streets. The wizard of gore, forensics, a legend that speaks. Sporting nipples like symbols of war till heaven repeats.
There is no future, the future is now. It's non-fiction, we coming at you like loud. There is no future, the future is now. It's non-fiction, we coming at you like loud. There is no future, the future is now. It's non-fiction, we coming at you like loud. There is no future, the future is now. It's non-fiction, we coming at you like loud.
I'm not just a rapper, I'm an artist. I pound the hardest bars inside the globe to make the dope sound retarded. The guards get involved with some of the harshest marsh pits. Non-fiction stack fits, roll out the red carpets. I spar with legends, pray to the stars and crescents. A lost presence got me through rough times and hard sessions. Like deaths in the family, my method's insanity. I mix consciousness with a twist of profanity. We plan to be some of the sickest, richest in the business. We mean business from the start to the finish. This is for the president, drug dealers, scholars and authors, warriors, terrorists, professors in college and lawyers, fathers and mothers, children, sisters and brothers, pimps and hustlers, gangsters, bitches and busters. There's no justice. I'm on some freedom by the thug shit. You love it, know your enemies, or you're getting busted.
Looks like you won something there.
Whoops. Calm down. Okay. Let's see what's going on with Bertrand Russell. Going into full first into the collapse. I'm going to skip a few of his things here about the table. Okay. He says here, we commonly mean by quote unquote matter something which is opposed to quote unquote mind. Something we think of as occupying space and as radically incapable of any sort of thought or consciousness. It is chiefly in this sense that Berkeley denies matter. That is to say, he does not deny that the sense data which we commonly take as signs of the existence of the table, are really signs of the existence of something independent of us. But he does deny that this something is non-mental, that it is neither mind nor ideas entertained by some mind. He admits that there must be something which continues to exist when we go out of the room and shut our eyes, and what we call the table really does really give us reason for believing in something which persists when we are not seeing it. But he thinks that something cannot be radically different in nature from what we see and cannot be independent of seeing altogether, though it must be independent of our seeing. He is thus led to regard the real table as an idea in the mind of God. Whatever can be thought of as an idea in the mind of a person thinking of it, therefore, nothing can be thought of except ideas in minds. Therefore, anything else is inconceivable, and what is inconceivable cannot exist. Bless you, Sunshine Time. Thank you for being here. Bless you, Lizard Tree. Thank you for being here. El Perro, bless you, old man. Crystal Shaman, thank you so much. Going on here. He says, now both Berkeley and Leibniz admit that there is a real table, but Berkeley says it is a certain idea in the mind of God, and Leibniz says that it is a colony of souls. Okay, sense data, color, shape, smoothness may depend upon us, yet their existence is a sign of something existing independently of us, something differing perhaps completely from our sense data, and yet to be regarded as causing those sense data whenever we are in a suitable relation to the real table. But if reality is not what it appears, have we any means of knowing whether there is any reality at all? If so, have we any means of finding out what it is like? Okay. Okay. And so, yeah, we get to the complete denial of reality, through this method of inquiry. And yeah, it may collapse into complete solipsism. We're going to be looking at that soon. But we'll have to put this away for now. And we're going to move to his protege, Wittgenstein. Wittgenstein was a protege of Bertrand Russell. And, I've seen many wacky things in my life, but, this fucking Wikipedia of this guy, Wittgenstein, who was a premier technologist, engineer, a cross between an engineer and a philosopher. Okay. It's a very interesting type of understanding. And one of his famous works, the Tractatus, is one of the beginning points for a lot of philosophy. But yeah, one of the things that he denied was words and the meaning of words, although he later refined the statement. But yeah, if you go to this man's Wikipedia, you find some very interesting things about this person. Okay. Okay, we're going to open up this man's Wikipedia and see the protege of Bertrand Russell. Both of them went insane, believing in solipsism, moral hedonism, okay, analytic philosophy, and a denial of reality and a denial of meaning, that language could actually have meaning. And you see here some of his credentials in the philosophy of mathematics, the philosophy of mind, But we're gonna go down here to some of his more interesting details. It says that Carl Wittgenstein was viewed as the Australian equivalent of Andrew Carnegie. Okay, so just like Bertrand Russell, his family is part of the elite structure in society. It said the Wittgensteins became the second wealthiest family in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, only the Rothschilds being wealthier. Interesting. So it says here Wittgenstein was ethnically Jewish. Her father was a his mom's father was a Bohemian Jew. Okay, which is very interesting. Okay. We're talking about one of the top philosophers in the world. One of the founders of analytic philosophy. So this is interesting. It said Wittgenstein was taught by private tutors at home until he was 14 years old. Subsequently, for 3 years, he attended a school. Okay, this is called Real School. Okay, Real School. Real School is a type of secondary school in Germany, Switzerland, and Liechtenstein. It was also existed in Croatia. Okay. Hitler attended one of these too. It's interesting. Some people actually remark that they might have been, classmates. It says Wittgenstein was, okay, this is interesting right here. It says Wittgenstein was baptized as an infant by a Catholic priest and received formal instruction in Catholic doctrine as a child, as was common at the time. In an interview, his sister Gretel Steinborough Wittgenstein says that their grandfather's, quote, strong, severe, partly ascetic Christianity, unquote, was a strong influence on all of Wittgenstein's children. Okay. And it said he lacked religious faith and began reading Schopenhauer. Okay. And as we know, Schopenhauer is a radical pessimist, and also a follower of Buddhism. So he was espousing the type of philosophy that I was telling you guys about in the Abhidharma. And it looks like he eventually began to abandon that as well. But it says, for example, he would become one of the century's fiercest critics of scientism. Interesting. Okay. But yeah, so he has some interesting relationship with Christianity. This is a really strange doctrine that he espouses. It says, while a student in Real School, okay, Wittgenstein was influenced by Austrian philosopher Otto Weininger, 1903 book, Geschlecht und Charakter, Sex and Character. Okay, this is where the gay stuff starts. Okay, it says Weininger, okay, who was Jewish, argued that concepts male and female exist only as platonic forms, and that Jews tend to embody the platonic femininity. Whereas men are basically rational, women operate only at the level of their emotional and sexual organs. Jews, Weininger, argued that are similar, saturated with femininity, and no sense of right and wrong, and no soul. Okay, that's an interesting, fucking weird opinion of this man. Okay, but what's even weirder is that Wittgenstein wrote to G.E. Moore about it. Okay, and this guy G.E. Moore, who was part of the Cambridge Apostles, okay, which was a secret society started by Bertrand Russell at Cambridge, you know, including John Maynard Keynes, G.E. Moore, and Bertrand Russell, okay, where they espouse notions of quote unquote platonic male love. Okay, I'm not making this up. Okay, they had a secret society at Cambridge where they did gay stuff with other dudes. Okay. This is just what happened. Okay, but yeah, the Jewish background and Hitler, despite their forebears' Christianization, the Wittgensteins considered themselves Jewish. Oh, what a surprise. You know, this was evident during the Nazi era when Ludwig's sister was assured by an official that they wouldn't be considered as Jews under the racial laws. Indignant at state's attempt to dictate her identity, she demanded papers certifying their Jewish lineage. In his own writings, Wittgenstein frequently referred to himself as Jewish, often in a self-deprecating manner. For instance, while criticizing himself for being reproductive, quote unquote, rather than quote unquote productive thinker, he attributes this to his Jewish sense of identity. Okay. It says Wittgenstein and Hitler were born just 6 days apart. It's an odd fact to mention, but yeah, you know, it kind of mentions that they went to school together. You know, it says Hitler had to resit his mathematics exam before being allowed into a class, while Wittgenstein was moved forward by one, so they ended up 2 grades apart. So yeah, imagine going to high school with Adolf there. You know what I mean? But yeah. I'm trying to get to this Cambridge Apostles. Okay. But yeah, one of the notable facts is that he worked on jet power machinery in World War II. You know, so he was a engineer. Okay, it looks like he visited Frege, okay, which is one of the key phenomenologists and the founder of symbolic logic, really, you know, at the University of Vienna, you know, which is also associated with Marx and Hegel. But yeah, he was a protege of Bertrand Russell. But yeah, here's where the trouble starts with the guy Russell, you know. He became a protege of Bertrand Russell at Cambridge. Okay. Cambridge Apostles. Okay. In 1912, Wittgenstein joined the Cambridge University Moral Science Club, an influential discussion group for philosophy dons and students, delivering his first paper there on 29th November that year. A 4-minute talk defining philosophy as all those primitive propositions which are assumed as true without proof by various sciences. Okay. And yeah, he had an interesting meeting. It says where it says the club became famous with popular philosophy of a meeting in 25th October 1946. Okay, and it says where Karl Popper, another Viennese philosopher, okay, Karl Popper, who wrote about the open society, you know, he's one of the main engineers of the NWO, I would say, Karl Popper. If you guys don't know about his work, okay, he made the theory of falsifiability, that theories have to show falsifiability in order to be counted as scientific. Okay. And he also thought that there is no such thing as absolute truth. Okay, it says Popper's paper was, quote unquote, are there philosophical problems, question, unquote, in which he struck up a position against Wittgenstein's contending that problems in philosophy are real, not just linguistic puzzles, as Wittgenstein had argued, okay? Okay, Wittgenstein came up with the notion of word games, okay? Accounts vary as to what happens next, but Wittgenstein apparently stated, waving a hot poker, demanding that Popper give him an example of a moral rule. Popper offered one, not to threaten visiting speakers with pokers. Interesting. So this guy waving a hot poker around, trying to make his argument. The Cambridge Apostles, the economist John Maynard Keynes also invited him to join the Cambridge Apostles, an elite secret society formed in 1820, which both Bertrand Russell and G.E. Moore had joined as students. But Wittgenstein did not greatly enjoy it and attended only infrequently. Russell had been worried that Wittgenstein would not appreciate the group's raucous style of intellectual debate, precious sense of humor, and the fact that the members were often in love with one another. This is a group of all dudes, by the way. I'm not judging them, but it is weird, you know. And it said that actually, look, it says right here, it says he told Russell on occasion that Russell's room was worried about logic, that he was worried about logic and his sins. Once upon arriving in Russell's room one night, Wittgenstein announced Russell that he would kill himself once he left. Of things Wittgenstein personally told Russell, Ludwig's temperament was also recorded in the diary of David Pinsent. Okay. Isn't it interesting? David Pinsent was a collaborator, alleged lover of Austrian philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein. Okay. Okay. And he's also a descendant of the philosopher David Hume. Isn't that weird, guys? Who I mentioned earlier. Okay. See, look, he's called David Hume Pinsent. Okay. David Hume Pinsent. Okay. And he told Bertrand Russell that logic had driven him insane. Okay, he said all propositions of logic are generalizations of tautologies, and all generalizations of tautologies are generalizations of logic. There is no other logical propositions. Okay, so the complete denial of meaning. Okay, and the notion of tautology, you know, is really the beginning of analytic philosophy. You know, anyways, I think I'm going to open up the panel here for you guys. You know, I'm going to take a good look at some of this and come back at you guys with some more Russell, some more Wittgenstein, some, what do you call it? Guattari, Deleuze and Guattari is what we'll be talking about, on Friday morning. But the Cambridge Apostles, guys, the protege of Bertrand Russell, and it looks like that they've added a lot to this article here. So it's very interesting, but yeah, he was part of the Vienna Circle, which influenced Freud, influenced the psychologists. Okay? And of course, as we see, him and Russell seem to have mental illness to a certain extent, or at least they express their dissatisfaction with life, their solipsism, as did Hume. Hume talked about his moral hedonism. You guys could look up the melancholy of Hume. Hume's melancholy. Maybe I could find a good video on that to end this, Hume's melancholy. You guys ever hear about this? He talked about how depressed his moral hedonism had actually made him. But yeah, bless you guys for joining us here, And yeah, let me see if there's any good things on Hume's melancholy here. We have actually not looked that much at the philosopher David Hume and his views, although we did discuss his views on causality. Yeah, there's usually so much philosophy videos on this tube here, but I'm not showing much. Well, let's look at this one because this is one of the main theories that I was talking about here. Is his theory on causation, and then I'm gonna open up the panel. But yeah, this is one of the main. This theory on causation really puts together a lot of the things I was saying because it gets into, Meriological reduction, the Abhidharma, the atomism. I kind of open up this topic with all of these notions, and also we read part of Bertrand Russell, Appearance and Reality. When you join us next time, we'll be looking at Wittgenstein, about words and meanings, okay, and we'll also be looking at some other interesting issues with Bertrand Russell and also Deleuze and Guattari and the notion of capitalist realism and the ideas that form the foundation base for the postmodernists. When we move into postmodernism, we're going to talk about the history of Buddhism. Okay, we're going to bring that into the frame. Okay, we're going to talk about Nietzsche's view on Buddhism and Christianity, and we may as well give a presentation on the philosophy of history as well. Okay, every philosopher presents a history of philosophy. Okay, this is important to note. Okay, today the study of philosophy comprises of histories of philosophy. Okay, so we're going to talk about the philosophy of history. Okay, and we're going to talk about, and we're going to move into postmodernism and libertarian philosophy soon. Thank you so much for joining us.
Whenever Hume gave a shorter exposition of his own philosophy, which he in fact 2 or 3 times did, he always put fundamental emphasis on what he had to say about causality. That is to say, what it is for one state of affairs to bring about or cause another state of affairs, The idea being that causality, this cause and effect relationship, is what binds together the whole of our known world. And he thought that what he had to say about that was the cornerstone of his philosophy. And in fact, it would be true to say that it's what he's best known for today. Can you tell us what the nub of his argument on that was?
I think I'll try to by means of a practical example. Suppose a small child whose parents have always given it soft cotton toys. It has had soft cotton dolls, soft cotton dogs, so on and so on. Everything's soft cotton. One day somebody gives it a rubber ball. The child drops the rubber ball over the side of the bed, and the next thing he notices is the rubber ball bounces. Nothing else in his experience has ever bounced before, and here's this ball that begins bouncing. Now, the first thing that David Hume says is that it didn't matter how long the child had looked at that ball, turning it over, looking at one side and another, it could never have inferred that when it dropped the ball would bounce. This came to it as something it couldn't expect prior to experience. Now take an adult who's watching what happens at this point. The adult will say, well, what has happened is the child has caused the ball to bounce by dropping it. It would say the ball has a power which makes it possible for it to bounce. It might say there's a necessary connection between dropping this rubber ball and its bouncing. That is how the adult would talk. Now Hume comes along and he says, well, what has the adult got which the child doesn't have? After all that has really happened is that on a number of occasions, the adult has seen a ball drop and seen it bounce. In fact, it has found that this always happens as what he calls a constant conjunction. So you have two things. You first of all have somebody dropping a ball or doing something of that kind, and then you have it bouncing. But suppose it's seen this 100 times instead of, like the child, only once. What difference can this make? After all, it hasn't now seen something it hadn't seen before. It hasn't seen a mysterious power in the ball. It hasn't discovered a mysterious entity called a necessary connection and some sort of peculiar property. All it has seen is various people dropping balls and the balls bouncing. And yet, in fact, the adult does believe that there's a necessary connection between the dropping of the ball and its bouncing. Well, where's this idea come from? Because for Hume, all ideas have to come from somewhere.
Yeah, flow state, come through, bro. And peace to Lanza for being here. What's up, Mike?
And he says it comes from nothing except the constant experience of this constant conjunction. This works upon the mind, as he says. It forms the habit in us of expecting a ball to bounce when we drop it. But nothing more is involved than that.
I could put what you've just said to us in, so to speak, abstract general terms, I think, by expressing it this way, that we can't form any conception at all of an ordered world without the idea of causal connection between things. But cause, we discover when we try, is something that we can't actually observe. We may say that event A causes event B, but we find when we examine the situation that all we actually observe is event A followed by event B. And there isn't some third entity in the situation, a causal link between them, that we observe. And it won't do to say that, well, yes, but we know that event A is the cause of event B because B always and invariably follows A. Because the fact is, for example, that day always and invariably follows night, and night always and invariably follows day, but neither is the cause of the other. So we have this indispensable notion of cause, which is at the very heart of our conception of the world and of our understanding of our own experience. And yet this notion is not validated by experience or observation, and it can't be validated by logic either. And Hume, it seems to me, has put his finger on a problem to which there's still no generally agreed solution. Would you agree to that?
Yes, there is. People, of course, try various things, most of which Hume discusses in the treatise and gets rid of. Some will say, oh, well, nature is uniform, so if a ball bounces once, it will go on bouncing. But that's only to say that the same cause produces the same effect always, and that's exactly the thing which has to be demonstrated.
Yes, he's begging the question.
They're begging the question by saying that.
Yeah.
And this is true if he says, oh, well, at least it's now more probable that the ball will bounce than not. But all probabilities, Hume says, are really based on our experience of connections. So that this, again, is no real way out of the problem.
Oh shit! It's about to play this fucking.
I think the most important.
The fuck is this guy? Let's put that away. I'm gonna get into utilitarianism right now. But yeah, necessity. The uniformity of nature equals necessity. Okay, and that is the problem of hard determinism that's caused by causality. But when you notice the causes, you don't end up with any link there. So there's actual correlation and not causation. There's always causes in between the causes, if you will. And you can go on examining those ad infinitum. But yeah, bless you guys for being here.
What's up, man? I was just thinking what you said sounded like basketball.
Yeah, it is. Billiards.
Like any sort of position can gain X, Y, or Z type of finish spots, but
that's what it is. It's game theory. That's what game theory is based on. It's based on, the flap of a butterfly's wings can cause a fucking hurricane, right? As slow shit builds up over time, as chaos, right, equals order, right, over time, So it's just on a different scale. What appears to be chaos on one level is just order on another level,
So it's like modified chaos.
Yeah, like if you look at the skyline, I've heard that if you look at the skyline of a city, you'll actually be looking at the sea level, a map of the sea level, because they'll actually place the buildings on how low the higher the building is, the lower it has to be anchored into the ground. So you'll get a actual look at what's underneath the ground as well as what's on the surface, if you observe the skyline. So whatever is a reflection of what's going on, it seems to be order on one level, chaos on another level, just as your little white blood cells in your body, fighting each other, is what they say. But yeah, order out of complexity, is that a thing? What is complexity? How much shit does there have to be for something to be quote unquote complex? Is that just a term? I accidentally made myself big. Yeah. What's going on? What's going on, guys? Bless you guys. Yeah, we got to bring flow state in on capitalist realism.
I was going to say, I did say, but I was muted. Complexity is relative.
Yeah, sure.
It just describes the wherever the line is at which we have trouble now grasping it. That's when complexity starts, I think, right?
And that goes to the other thing, randomness.
Which is just complexity, is causal complexity.
Yeah.
Or causal confusion. At least it seems to me.
Causal complexity, that kind of sounds like fun, to pair that with phenomenal content, all right, of the, interrelations between things. Yeah, Mandelbrot said, yeah, we talked about that one day. And the problem of, can you measure the shoreline? Well, the different measuring tool you use, you get different measurements, That's the thing about it. The more refined tool you use, the bigger the bigger the measurement, because you see more striations in between things. So that changes, what your final results is going to be. You know, the detail in which you look at things, you know, unveils newer levels of complexity. But is that complexity, quote unquote, real?
Does that have any like correlation to like fractional banking?
Oh yeah, yeah.
What is your camera attached to, Cecil?
A phone.
Is it true? What's the phone attached to? How are you getting the hanging shot?
A tripod. Here,
6-foot tripod.
Here, I'll show you. I'll show you.
I believe you.
My phone for my setup, and I'll show you exactly what I'm doing.
I believe you. I was just curious. It's not a, you know. Bet.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
So my phone's right there. This is a tripod. That's my knee. That's the ground. Okay.
The people still haven't noticed you're in the storage unit yet, huh?
So anyway, your background reminds me, Flow State, that I keep on meaning to tell Jack that he needs to put a bookshelf behind himself, and he probably would be doing.
You don't like the fireplace?
I just for what he's trying to do, like his little model or whatever you want to call it, I think that a bookshelf would be a lot more.
The thing is that you actually have to have read at least some of the books, right? Because people ask me questions about it.
Yeah, he's more of a. I think it would be dope if he was like on a park bench or some shit. I mean, like that would be
right.
You know, if he was like feeding pigeons like on a park bench, like that'd be pretty cool. You know what I mean? Or like once in a while, like one of the panelists like came and like sat next to him, and like
he does seem more like sort of whimsical, sort of like experiential, and less like somebody who's like studied and I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah,
that's just my thought.
Howdy.
Howdy.
What's up?
So I can see your point. I can respect the point. Don't know if I'd agree with it, but I respect it.
I mean, the fireplace with the lights, just I don't know, man. It just doesn't seem like it fits.
I kind of want to see him like walking around like to stores and stuff and just talking to people, like just coming in and out of doors and being like, "Hey guys, let me." And like,
how do you feel about world peace?
Would you like to have all your groceries for free, ma'am?
Join my party, my political movement.
Well, that's one of the hallmarks of German idealism from Kant to Hegel. They all believed in this notion of world peace. Even Marx believed, because he believed communism is going to take over, because he believed in the pseudo eschatology that actually all the states around the world were going to have this revolt. But yeah, the thing is that in terms of Hegel, he believed in the spirit of world history, and then Kant, he believed
the spirit of world history.
Yeah, the spirit of world history.
What's that?
It's basically liberalism. Well, first it's Greek philosophy, and then it's liberalism in the form of Protestantism, especially. So that's what he thought. He thought that this ideal of freedom, in which he called it, is like a project of world history that was realized through Europe, essentially. But yeah, the thing is that he also got this idea from Kant, because Kant believed in the fucking world peace through contractual through mutual contraction. He actually thought that all the states were going to sit down and make a peace treaty and form a world government, and that was going to be the end of war. So the idea actually comes from this German philosopher Kant, based on his idea of a categorical imperative. But yeah,
so that did come true with Antarctica, that treaty. Nobody bugs that I know of. If they do bug it, they don't tell us about it in the news.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cynthia's been doing some research about some fucking scientists that or stuck in the snow or some shit. Yeah,
Since
she needs.
they're not scientists. It's 3 dudes who froze outside of a party, actually here in Kansas City.
Yes.
The guy, yeah, the guy whose house it was, he was a scientist, and he didn't freeze. He just had like 3 bodies in his backyard, apparently.
So what's the deal with this shit?
So apparently there's a party, and 2 days later, there's a party, and 3 guys went, and 2 days later, the guys were found by one of their girlfriends, all 3 frozen to death in the backyard of the house. And the dude whose house it was inside asleep. Apparently, he'd been asleep for 2 days. So who knows? And there's part of me that wondered, because the Chiefs are in the Super Bowl now. I sort of wonder if it's a contrived story somehow to tie. Oh shit!
What up, homies?
Is that your Chiefs shirt?
No, it's my what is it? Hustle.
Oh,
Hustle gang over everything. Trap star.
I like Hustle Gang, actually. That's one of the only things I actually like. I swear to God.
One of the only things.
Yeah, dude.
It's too bad, man. You got to find more things you like.
Get dough or die.
Get dough or die.
I got one RTS, respect the shooter, and he does the Monopoly man with the AK-47.
I heard Hustle Gang, man. I don't know. They're not really making any noise anymore.
Indeed.
Grand Hustle.
Yeah. Well, T.I., he's a podcaster now. He has a YouTube page.
Yeah. He's been through a lot in his life.
I like T.I.
Did he bring it on himself?
It's part of the storyline of gangster rap.
Hello, Machine Lies.
What's going
How are
on
you today?
Yeah, I have been keeping up with the stories there with the rap music. But yeah, I heard all of them. They came from the suburbs. Mobb Deep, they lived in the suburbs. Kanye West, he's from the suburbs.
What
Tupac. I mean,
does that mean?
Tupac went to art school.
What? Juilliard, didn't he?
Tyler, the Creator, went to art school. All of
What
them
is-
are from art school. They went.
and then I think that's why they all keep at least at the big level, they all keep getting shot or going to prison and then coming out looking different. I don't think it's like the whole cloning thing. You hear people going into that. I think it's just they're actors. You have actors and they don't want to stay in the same role forever unless you're Jay-Z. And you do.
Or Snoop Dogg.
Right.
He's not in the same role ever, but he's always in the same role somehow.
But I mean, I think that there's a lot of things like Tupac, for instance, and Biggie. I think that these are they're actors on scripts, but we don't know that.
But they're funneling a lot of gay culture into the hip hop now. So that's what's interesting is that they wear like leopard pants. They're dressing up like the glam rock stars, and they're wearing
Lil Nas
like
X, bro.
The Crisco style shirts.
Yeah, they got like bedazzled nails and shit, and they're
I
always
can't stand the way
talking
they
about,
dance or anything. It's so
Yeah.
gay.
and the disrespecting of women is kind of gay too. Honestly.
And everyone's Lil, right? Like, how many more Lils do you need?
What if I told you, right, that all of the people on a TV are all actors, including the politicians and everyone else?
I have no issue with that claim.
Even the people in the news, like what you think is supposed to be like actual shit being broadcast to you about the real world, that's all acting and lies and shit.
I don't think they realize it, but I think, yeah, no, I don't think that newscasters necessarily are.
What if I told you they put people on the internet to go on live streams and say that the newscasters are not actors? What if
Say
they
that
are
again?
also actors?
Well,
I mean, sure, maybe there's certain things that they have to tell the truth about, like random events or like the weather or whatever, but a lot of it is just bullshit.
That is why
Well, they're- Go ahead.
YouTube is the next up and coming thing because you can't control YouTube streamers. You can't control content creators. You can't
Yes,
say
they can.
how.
I'm pretty sure they already are.
It's
Yeah.
called but they can't say, hey, if you say that story, we will not pay you or we will not bring you anything. They can't do that. They don't
They'll
have
just
that
take away your
power yet.
channel. I've seen it happen many times. They'll just take away your channel. They'll just make shit up.
That's different than not abiding by the rules versus
Well, then you can't get your message out, right?
They are already having everybody comply by having everybody self-censor. We're no longer feeling comfortable to speak with normal words and scientific terms, even off of the streams, because we are being programmed to censor ourselves. We can't just speak freely.
Right. And be scared of not being socially acceptable. And
I agree. But if there are stories that are out
No, it's
there
not.
that could be told and you told them, you could still get them out versus where it's something like the mainstream news won't pick it up for whatever reason.
To answer the chat, there are YouTube actors. I'm actually studying them as a hobby.
How do you know that they're YouTube actors? What does
Oh,
YouTube
oh, don't
actor
you worry.
content
Just go.
creator?
Look, just follow the channel and I'll show you.
Cynthia, I would say one good definite term is unwillingness to learn, unwillingness to participate sincerely.
That's called
Those
ignorance.
two things for me kind of go like hand in hand with somebody who has a limited worldview, and maybe it isn't maybe it isn't their fault. Maybe it's only 50% of their life, but that if that's what they want to put down at the end of the day, that's what they put down.
An unwillingness to learn is called ignorance.
I heard that's the Earth's biggest secret society is people's own ignorance.
Yeah, when you're ignorant, you become a cog in the wheel.
People choose ignorance because they would rather be ignorant than be wrong.
When we say ignorant, what are we?
They are choosing to ignore. They are being ignorant.
Yeah, it kind of goes hand in hand with what I was saying, earlier about solipsism. This is somebody who thinks that, reality is conflated through their own thoughts. So when they have an experience, they think they're also, sort of creating the experience, or that they've caused it to a certain extent. They have inflation of the ego, so they're not perceiving reality in the correct way.
I feel like there's a bit of determinism that is used in that as well. Because I like determinism. When I looked up determinism, there's like 7 or 8 different like ways to look at it, and I didn't really necessarily agree with any of them, but I could see how they use that term like as a way to overcomplicate thinking.
Well, it's both true and false, isn't it? Because free means that you're choosing, but will means that you've decided. So it's a contradiction in terms. I mean, the thing is that we're pushed into, choosing what to do next, and what we do is going to influence all other outcomes, whether we like it or not. So we're forced to act, but our action is going to decide all other outcomes. That's the chain of events. It's not. You move one grain of sand, you're going to change the flow of things. No man steps in the same river twice, as they say. Even in the terms of becoming, there's stability to that.
So which one of us is the actor?
The pin drop. Yep.
Yeah.
There
Who's
we
the
go.
actor,
He
Rand?
who smelt it dealt it.
Got a bunch of actors in the theater. And this fucking guy.
This fucking guy.
We're thespians.
The monkey on the stage. One monkey don't start no show.
Did someone just say we're lesbians?
Thespians. We're thespians.
Lesbian thespians?
Sure.
TML trying to defend determinism. Oh my God. What's your argument for free will, Mr. Miner? Let's hear it. I'm tired of this foreplay. Let's bring it on. He always pops me for determinism, but like, you know, free will, I mean, it's a tough question, isn't it?
What I saw in determinism is like it really like they try to take free will out when speaking about determinism. There was like one definition out of like 7 or 8 that I saw, and I was like, that one's more along the lines, but like, I don't know. Maybe determinism is like it has an ism at the end of it already, so I guess that says something.
Well, I mean, I'll say this, that you know, I don't think there's a such thing as potentiality, but I don't think that there's a such thing as randomness. You know, if it can happen, it will happen, you know, in the grand scheme of things, you know, in my opinion. But yeah.
That's interesting.
You
Because
know,
I've always looked at things in terms of like seeing potential, but that's never meant that will happen.
You have the free will, right, to make decisions and have intentions and take actions, but you cannot guarantee the end result. You see, it's like I could try to kill you. Now I'm guilty of being a murderer when I shoot at you, right, and try to kill you, but you might survive that bullet shot, right? And because God is in control, we do have the free will, but we can't guarantee the outcome. You see? We're also responsible for our actions, and we will be dealt, you know what I'm saying, repercussions accordingly.
Do you think there's a free will, which I consider permissive will, and perfect will, that there's two different things?
Like, I've seen people try to like attack me and straight up like smoke themselves, right? And this is what I'm saying. Like, you have free will, but you're not immune to consequences. You know what I mean?
Right.
So like there is like a natural law, universal law, whatever you want to call it, right? There's a law in place that no one can argue it, that you can't literally get away with it. You have the freedom to transgress against it. But if you do, there are always repercussions, and they're not always immediate. And that's why people get like, they get like separated in their own mind and don't believe that it's there because they can't see the immediate reaction. It's like, you know what I mean? Some people call it karma, whatever you want to call it.
I also believe that God is going to present you with specific and certain like situations in your life in order to test you on what you're willing to do. You know what I'm saying? He's just going to present you with situations and then to see what it is that you're going to choose to do. You know,
it's like a video game, bro. You got the free will to do whatever you want in the game, right? But you can't break the game. You know what I'm saying?
Like, he puts situations in front of you, not because he doesn't know what you're going to do, but it's just so that you could figure out what you're going to do, because like you have that right to choose which path you're going to go down. And he's always going to be presenting you with these opportunities constantly throughout your daily life, all the way up until the last breath that you breathe. And so he presents you with these opportunities always to make the better decision, which you know what it is.
If you jump in the fire, you get burnt. You know what I mean?
The video game analogy, I think, might be a bad one, because if you know enough about it, you can hack the reality.
Yeah, it's called witchcraft, bro. And there's a consequence for that, yo. You know, you fuck around and hack a video game, you get banned, right?
Sometimes. Depends on what your point is.
And sometimes you just ruin the game for yourself and everyone else.
I think
Yeah,
karma is both instant and lasting.
interesting.
Because you have like
Interesting
that
thoughts.
rock that you throw has to make that initial ripple, and then it's like I don't know, I don't know what happens to that ripple all the time after it's making its way.
Yeah, the ripple, the uniformity of nature, you know, also the video game analogy. I like that analogy because I do feel the universe has a way of course correcting because there's destiny. There's no fatalism, but there's destiny. You can go along a certain path only until, the universe throws you a curveball. And by universe, I do mean God. I don't mean nature, but El Perro made an interesting comment. He said, determinism is nature bound while free will extends into the fictional realms, such as religion, polity, commerce, and such. Interesting. And Brother Talcott, I think freedom comes through moments. Yes, a picture is worth 1,000 words, and a moment is worth 1,000 picture frames. Isn't that what they say?
A moment in time can be a lifetime or just a quick second. Give me a moment.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm experiencing a bit of that at the moment. The vacancy and vagrancy of the present time. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, we got a good panel. People have been pointing out that this is a good panel. Something about you guys seems to draw
It's me.
I think it's the momentum.
It's the panel host that draws it out, which
It's
makes me
flow.
wonder what
It's flow.
doing.
Cecil's eyes.
Might be Cecil though.
Cynthia, you got to turn yourself up a little bit. You sound like you're far away.
It's TML. It's definitely TML. He's doing it.
We doing it big.
He's doing something.
We're doing it big. No, I'm just normal. Yeah, Mr. Minor. Mr. Minor, man. One day we're gonna have a crazy debate with Mr. Minor, man. Oh yeah, we're gonna have the Muslim debate. I already had that debate on the Crucible, by the way. Y'all want to see me debate Islam?
I'm gonna have to check it out, bro.
Yeah, shit's funny.
I think it's hard to debate any religion.
It is
because you can't prove, nobody can prove the other side wrong.
Yeah, well, yeah, it goes to what Wizard was saying. That it's
Okay, so
yeah.
if I have a religious life, a spiritual life, and it's true to me, and it's true in my walk, hey Jack, and it's true, and other people have seen the change in me, but others, like especially on the metaverse or new people in my life, don't know how far I've come. It's still true just because you don't see it, and you being whomever doesn't mean
Truth
it's
is
not true
external
for
of the individual.
right.
So what could be true is that the belief system has helped you, but just because something helped you doesn't mean that the thing is true, right?
That's
They're
correct.
different things that you're referring to as true.
That's correct, because even though, like, say I have a different opinion from someone else, if I don't respect at least what they're saying, then I may miss the point of it's not exactly what they are saying verbatim. There's a lesson in there. Like, why am I in this situation? Why am I being shown this? Listening is going to offer a lot of opportunities to learn. So judgments from others aren't necessarily judgments from others. They are things to consider. at the very least.
Right, but back to my point I was trying to make earlier, and that is put Jack in Flow State's room and put Flow State in Jack's room.
He thinks you need more books, Jack.
I was listening to your idea. I've got a nice bookshelf, and I've got, well, my books are in boxes right now because I don't know what my future's going to be. But I considered that idea, and I could put that together pretty quickly. And I heard your comment too, Flo, about you got to have read some of the books. A little jab.
It wasn't actually intended as a jab, although it's definitely jabby.
I know.
Jack, you're starting off a little sensitive. I don't want to hurt your feelings, but
hey, no, you're right. You're right. Golly jeez, thank you. You're right.
It's pretentious. The books behind the shelf look pretentious, and I don't think that that's the right thing for you.
The book you were pointing out earlier looked very interesting. Aristotle to what was it? Aristotle to something about debt or something, or debt slavery.
Popes and Bankers: A Cultural History of Credit and Debt from Aristotle to AIG.
Aristotle to AIG. What a compelling title. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
But I know exactly what you're saying though, Flow State, because in the past I've had people like, I've been on camera with like a bookshelf behind me, and people will like screen cap it, blow it up, see what all the books are on your bookshelf, and then start thinking that is like your like philosophy, or like all those, like, debate me on this, and I'm like, that book is interesting, and I bought it and threw it on the bookshelf and never read it. Sorry. You know,
or like a random guy. Oh, good.
Like somebody's gonna be like, "Oh, you're a communist." No, motherfucker.
Right.
I just know what I hate.
Yeah, Plato's a little bit communist type, but Aristotle, he was aristocratic. You know, he believed in aristocracy, and actually, you know, he influenced a lot of people. Like, he influenced the founding fathers of this country, like Hamilton and Madison. They talked about the system of checks and balances as being filtering devices to only let the educated and the rich people rise to the top. They believed a society run by the poor people was a society that was afflicted by the tyranny of the majority. That's literally what they called it. So, yeah.
Cecil, you got one of these too? Is that what I've seen down there?
What is it?
Morals and Dogma?
No. I don't know where. I'm like Jack. All my books are in boxes right now. But I wanted to ask TML. So, an aristocracy. This is like governed by like the military class, or no? It's more like a bureaucracy, right?
Aristocracy is governed by the elites, so they could be political, cultural. It's a mix of political, cultural, education. You know, the educated and the rich. You know, so it's a combination of all those features. You know?
Entertainment, right?
No, not really entertainment. That's kind of like in Greece. You know, the entertainers were kind of like the poets. You know, the poets were basically like the priests. You know, so entertainment was closely linked to religion. You know, in ancient Greece. So it was interesting. You know,
if you look at it today, look at us looking at the people on the TV. Entertainment like our priests.
They look at priests like entertainment.
Dude, if you look at some of these televangelicals, it's literally priests or like like some of these guys that run big churches. You know what I mean? They think they're like rock stars and shit.
So to attain mentality, entertainment.
Oh shit, where's Wizard when you need him? You mean? Yeah, that's for real.
Yo, flow state, read page 321.
Oh shit, here we go.
Am I looking for something specific?
Grand Pontiff.
Not seeing it. Is it the beginning of a paragraph?
It should be page 321 where he talks about Lucifer and shit.
I see light bearer.
Yeah, that's Lucifer.
The apocalypse is to those who receive the 19th.
Oh, my bad. It's the Frank Masonry Universal, page 588 also. You got that one?
No, this is Morals and Dogma. I don't have the one that you
321 talks about Lucifer, the light bearer.
Yeah, it does. I didn't get that far. I started reading it, and it's dense.
That's the most important page, 321. You know what I'm saying? It's a Mason. It's
I'll
coded
do it.
number.
The
And-
apocalypse is to those who receive the 19th degree, the apotheosis of apotheosis of that sublime faith which aspires to God alone and despises all the pomps and works of Lucifer. Lucifer, the light bearer, strange and mysterious name to give to the spirit of darkness. Lucifer, the son of the morning. Is it he who bears the light and with its splendors intolerable binds feeble, sensual, or selfish souls? Doubt it not, for traditions are full of divine revelations and inspirations, and inspiration is not of one age nor of one creed. Plato and Philo also were inspired. The Apocalypse, indeed, is a book of obscure as the Sohar. That's the end of the paragraph. I can keep going. It's pretty fucking.
That's what I was explaining on Talcott show the other day, that the Freemasons were influenced by the Zohar. See, he just mentioned the Zohar right there in the book there, and he's talking about Plato too. You know, so you know, when you get to Hegel, he's actually talking about this idea of apotheosis. He actually uses the term apotheosis in regards to the state, which you know, Hobbes calls the artificial man. So part of this idea of Lucifer is the idea of the artificial man in terms of the state as well, you know, but yeah.
Yo, you ever seen the Washington, the painting where Washington's like in heaven in the it's like a Capitol building, bro. It's in the ceiling, I think.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
That's apotheosis. That's Masonic apotheosis. And they've got a room there with a gate over it. And
what does apotheosis mean? Apotheosis of the sublime faith?
It's transcending the human form, bro, and becoming a god.
Exactly. Yeah. It's an act of becoming a god. You know, apotheos. You know, yeah. Jack, you want to say something?
Hey, that what you just read and what you were describing, Machine Lies, that is what has been happening. The elite, the aristocrats, they've known. They've been using the light of Lucifer, the eternal truths that have been in the mythology, they've been in the inspirations. These people in power have been using the truth and manipulating emotions through temptation. And that's what the false image, I think that's what you called it.
It basically means in theory.
This is all coming together perfectly. It makes sense.
In theory.
It says here, this is just an interesting sentence. It's sort of a tangent, but St. John, the favorite apostle and the depository of all the secrets of the Savior, therefore did not write to be understood by the multitude. I just thought it was interesting that St. John's the depository of the secrets.
Yeah, right there. The divide between the esoteric and the exoteric, you know, where the esoteric is only known by the adepts, And yeah, so he's saying that the book of Revelations encodes a secret message that only the Freemasons understand. And and they use it as a guidebook, in order to bring about certain world events. Here's an interesting name: Treason in Theology. Thank you for joining us, brother. Trying to become divine through arrow, man's will alone. Arrow is apotheosis. Very nice. Yeah, treason in theology. You got that straight, brother. Damn. Damn Skippy. You know what I mean?
That's why it's just a theory.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
How is it possible to become divine through how to do anything really through man's will alone?
Well, what were you gonna say?
I think God's will serves man's will. God's there to serve us. God has served us with the will within us, and we direct it. We don't realize our will may be God's will, but it may not be God's will too. It may be our own. That's where the free will choice comes in.
Yeah, but you just said maybe like 2 times.
Okay. Each moment is different. That's why it's hard to know.
So,
Right.
Jack, are you trying to come from the point of view that like God is a creation of man? Is that what you're implying there, or no?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Really? That's what it sounded like.
It's further than that. It's that only God is real and we are not. But that's why all things can be true, because within our minds and within this divine mind, this expression of intelligence.
Are you saying God made me imagine that you're here?
The all is mind.
So if I'm here and you're there, and I'm here and you're there,
I am. Are you?
Well, you just said it was imagined.
Are we doing gotcha? Are we searching for the gotcha?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I'm seeing.
You have to stop. You can't look for like logical, non-self-contradictory claims.
I'm seeing discrepancies. I'm trying to figure out how to like figure them
you
out.
have to get into Talcadia. You have to accept the coexistence of mutually exclusive claims.
Correct.
Yeah, that are also contradicting.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, but that's the false side of the paradox, my friend. That's
Right.
what I'm trying to tell you.
That's from your view, and I
Yes, but
assure
God
you
sent me here to tell you that.
Well, fine. I will consider where it came from, and
thank you. That's all I ask at this point.
Well, actually, that is true. We just need to consider each other.
That's what I was doing with my statement.
Well, what Flo is saying is true. That there are paradoxes. In the same
It's
sentence.
not. I don't view it as a good thing, by the way. I view that as a problem.
I realize that, and eventually you'll understand the value of why I do it, and you'll see
Jack,
it.
do you realize that for something to be true, it has to be true both ways?
Correct.
You can't have it wrong both ways and be like, that's true.
Well,
because that is true, but to a lower degree.
Okay.
That's a fact.
Okay.
You can debate it if you like. I'm not going
I've
to
heard
continue
Cynthia.
with that.
No, Cynthia's a fan of people having their individual truths too. Maybe a.
Yeah, y'all got me all types of confused.
So
they're like true on the both sides. I'm like, what two sides are they talking about? I got lost. I don't know.
It means for something to be true, it has to be true both forward and backward.
Well, sorry. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that I was reading this old book. It was like a translation of like a yoga sutra, and they were talking about like when you so the word yoga actually means like union with God, right? That's what that word means. So they were saying that when you manifest any type of thought in your mind, whether or not you consciously realize it, you also manifest the opposite of that thought at the exact same time. So I guess realization of this would be a type of union with God. That's my deduction anyway.
Instead of
Yeah.
focusing on how they're different, you would say,
With
"Oh, I have these
the
two ways to look at it." It's like,
no, it's okay. But yeah, just the with the yoga stuff, you know, and I was seeing some of this on Jack's panel earlier, you know, and yeah,
Jack did yoga.
Well, no, he was brought into a frame of mind that was forced to defend yoga. I think it was because of some listener. I forget exactly who it was. I think it was Raccoon City. Oh yeah, Raccoon City was going hard in the chat, talking about, and it was interesting because some of the yoga practices that they do here in the West are Vajrayana, and they're sold back into as the Buddhists, and some of the Buddhists actually considered them heretical. You know, some of the Vajrayana, like some of these girls are
Why?
actually you know, chanting the names of demons and offering their private parts to the demons and shit, you know. But yeah, you know,
Oh, shit.
more on that later. But yeah,
Where's
you know,
witness?
but yeah, but yeah, the original yoga about the, you know, kind of stretches and kind of exercises and the coming into frame and the breath work and all that type of stuff, that is just a science, you know, in terms of, you know, that relates to the kinetic system of the body. They believe that there is a kinetic system in the human body, and I think they did this by studying the nerves, and they theorized that the nerves work through electricity, electromagnetism, and so they created things like acupuncture and those types of things. And I do think those things, you know, there's a certain truth to those things. But yeah, you know, but the Vajrayana, you know, that's 11th century additions to Buddhism. That a lot of Buddhists, you know, the original teachings, you know, can you imagine Buddha who believed in Meriological reduction telling people to do yoga so that they could liberate themselves? I mean, no, that would be a heresy in his mind, you know, that you would do certain practices to gain enlightenment. You know, a real Buddhist would scoff at you for that. You know, like one of the Buddha's disciples was Mahakasyapa, and Mahakasyapa attended Buddha's sermon and literally held up a flower and smiled. And that's all the fuck he did the whole time. And Buddha said that he's the only motherfucker who actually got what he was saying.
So are you saying that Cecil might be our Masa Kapayana by coming to your lectures and sleeping on camera?
Yeah, pretty much. He gets the
This
idea.
dude's been holding up flowers to us the whole time. We missed it.
Yeah, he gets the pretty much the basis of cynical philosophy right there. So he's embodied it. So he's already graduated the class, you know.
I think Cecil has a point though with the opposite manifesting, and then our ability to consider the opposite. I think even sometimes I get stuck on that. You know, I'll consider the opposite, and I'll just be like, "Wow, I see all this potential for this to go wrong."
Yeah, this is where Cynthia's getting confused, and maybe some other people are too. What do you know? You want to expound on this?
Well,
About the
Cecil was saying that when you have an idea, at the same time, for that idea to exist, you also have to consider the opposite. You had to have considered the opposite, or maybe should consider the opposite.
Oh
And I
yeah,
was just kind of backing that up.
Yeah, the thing that I was talking about on the show, the coincidentia oppositorum. You know what I mean? The coincidence of opposites. You know what I mean? It's an idea invented by Nicholas of Cusa that is a basis for the Hegelian dialectic. You know what I'm saying?
This is brilliant.
Coincidence of opposites.
So, I have something to say.
Yeah.
Who was talking to and trying to explain to me the whatchamacallit?
Unity of opposites.
Yeah, who was it? Wasn't UTML? Who was the other guy speaking to me? And you were talking
It's
about when thoughts come into your head.
it's Lanza here. Yeah.
Okay,
He's the
so
he's the purple bee.
okay.
Yeah.
So you were saying when thoughts come into your head, we should take them into consideration, but then try to just think of the opposite of it. Because if we focus too much on that, we'll call it a negative thought. We can what you called manifest it. Is that, did I interpret
Yeah,
that?
I mean, if you're seeing a pattern of focusing on something that you want to change, you should definitely, you can actually, there's an exercise, you could just cancel the thought and then replace it with something that you do want.
So let me expand a little bit more about what exactly I was reading in this Yoga Sutra, because it gets a little bit more specific. Okay. So let's say you have a thought. I want to go smoke a cigarette. Okay.
Yeah, buddy.
At the time that your mind manifests that thought, whether or not you consciously realize it, your mind is also manifesting the total opposite of that thought. I don't want to go smoke a cigarette. And what this book I was reading was telling me is that our tendency to go to one side or the other is called habit. Okay. So yoga is a way, like practicing yoga is a way for us to increase our control over our habits by, self-realization and whatnot, and to be able to change the habits if we need to. Instead of going and smoking a cigarette, I'm going to take a deep breath. I'm going to say Om. I'm going to, do whatever I need to do. Zen, engage in some type of Zen practice or something like that. And then, I'll be like baby stepping towards smoking a cigarette, and I'll have more chances to fall to one side or the other of the habit.
Mm-hmm. So I kind of have experienced some of this and recognized that thoughts were coming into my head, but I automatically didn't think, oh, I need to have the opposite thought. Like, I recognized that they were spiritual attacks on me, and they weren't coming because it was trying to enlighten me. Like, I recognized what it was, and I immediately switched
How?
it.
What was, how did you know? How do you know what's what?
What was the thought?
Because when you were talking earlier and you were saying when you have those negative thoughts, even if you just think about them, you could bring them in. Even if you think, I don't want, like if I were to say, I don't even know what to say. Like, I don't want my plant to die. Even though I'm saying I don't want it to die, I could still be thinking I want it to die. Does that make sense? Is that kind of what you're saying, Cecil? When you went in depth with it a little bit more?
I mean, technically that's correct, but because of the whole union with God thing, people have a tendency to not think that they want their plants to die.
Well, I was just saying that, So when these came, they took me to they were taking me to dark places in my mind. And they were taking me to fearful places in my mind. And I automatically recognized this ain't a thought trying to this is a spiritual attack.
Yeah, that's
You're
not
tired of your plants, aren't you?
No, my God, I love my plants.
I agree with Cynthia.
I'm looking at Bruce Leroy right now. What are you talking
But
about?
you're thinking to yourself,
Bruce
like,
Leroy?
you're thinking to
Yeah.
yourself, like, that's not
badass.
me.
Yo,
What's
Like,
up,
this
Bruce
doesn't-
Leroy? I like Bruce
He's
Leroy.
a sword plant. So
I agree with Cynthia on the whole, though I see it probably a little bit the same and different when you say that when you think of a thought that like now it can take you to a negative place, right? And so I totally feel that shit, bro, because like for example, now to pep yourself up to psych yourself out, right? Because now you got to switch it up. because now you're aware that something is happening. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So now you have to, now you can fight against it because awareness is key. So now that you fight against it, for example, I would just like put on bumping ass music and then just like change up the game. You know, for just as an example.
Well, what I was telling you is because of my spiritual journey and my deep faith, it was a
How
piece
deep?
of cake to turn it off. It's a piece of cake. But have I not been a person that was spiritually in tune, that hadn't taken this spiritual journey? I'm not saying I want y'all to believe just like I did. And if you don't, you can't achieve it. But what I'm saying is, had I not taken that spiritual journey, I could have gone to some really dark place, not and been easily attacked. And I'm just gonna say it's the metaverse. You open it up to the. I'm not so sure TML can't read my thoughts. I'm halfway suspicious of that, TML.
TML
But
is suspicious, like in that way. though.
I'm halfway suspicious of that. So you have to be very careful, and you have to recognize that, and you have to take that self assessment and understand if you're in that vulnerable state, you need to stay away from here. You need to shut everything out that could attack you because it will come.
But Cynthia, the one thing you're right, but the one thing I will add is you have to replace it. You have to consciously replace it. Like you have to
Absolutely.
You have to cancel it out, and then replace it.
I also wear, see now here we go, call me crazy, but like I also believe that the frequencies that they're putting out really have a negative effect, you know what I'm saying, on our mental state and our emotional state, physical state, etc. And so I wear a hood, you know what I'm saying, to protect, you know, because sometimes I'm just
Bunny was talking about that last time.
yeah. So like, but I wear a hood, and my hood is I have like silver and cotton fabric, and that, so it's basically like the next level of tinfoil hats, right? And it looks really nice, and that's crazy, but it definitely helps.
Does it look like chainmail?
No, it doesn't. It's just, it looks like a white. It's just like a white hood because I had white cotton fabric, but that's what it is, with like a blue ribbon on the end and like pretty fringes.
Okay, so Bunny was talking about, I think he called that something like Technicot or something like that last time.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you can go on Amazon, and if you look up Faraday beanies or Faraday hoods, however, the Faraday material is copper, which is also an electrical conductor, just like silver.
Right.
But silver is a way more higher quality of electrical conductor than copper.
Right. So
All the ones I've seen have been silver. I've never seen a copper one. Doesn't mean there aren't any. I just haven't seen it.
Copper works. Anything that's going to get in between you and the signal. You know what I mean? Gold is great too. Mad expensive though.
So I definitely don't wear anything like that, but I'm mentally strong to do it within my mind. Don't think that took overnight. Don't think I was born with it. This is something I developed, and I consciously did it. And to develop it, I had to go to dark places and hit rock bottom to understand what I didn't want to be.
One's talking. I mean, the Faraday thing is for like actual physical radiation, not for influence.
Like your mind, right? Eventually you become used to it, and so like you don't realize it, and you just kind of like deal with it. But it doesn't mean that it's not there and affecting you on a biological level. Like the mental aspect is just a side effect of something that's greater. You know what I mean?
What do you what's it a side effect of? Is that me?
I don't know. It's somebody.
It's a
Yeah, I actually don't know where it's coming from. I think maybe it's either. Wait, who just muted?
Take this comment off screen so you can see who's muted when it's doing it.
That was me.
Oh, okay. Wait, hold on.
Hello.
Hello.
Now everybody else keep muting. I mean, people start. You don't know how to troubleshoot things.
Hello.
Yeah, you guys are all doing weird shit with your audio right now. I don't know what's going on, but
what's so weird about the audio?
Y'all don't hear that echo? Where did it go?
Yeah,
If there was an echo, and then people's volume was like going up and down and shit, or
I
maybe
don't doubt
TML
that.
just like
I don't doubt
flowed
that
all
it might
this.
randomly it might randomly happen too. You know, it might be some shit
Yeah.
that but yeah. It's not
The other
outside
cool,
of the range of possibility. But
the cool thing about the Faraday shit, also too, not to fly too far off in the left field, is if you suspect you got a chip in your head or something, it'll definitely fuck with that signal or block it, or just saying.
Hey, I wanted to, excuse me, jump back into the thoughts and the paradox, the creation of one idea.
I thought we left that behind. I'm just kidding.
Leave him alone, Lanza.
Well, I think the lady's name is Abraham Hicks. She's another teacher of this time.
Her name is Abraham?
Well, it's an interesting story, and she is the messenger, and the title is Abraham. Yes. But she offered a tip I heard recently is when you find a thought and a negative thought with the awareness that there is the opposite, sometimes it's hard to find the opposite when things are real dark. So if you find that thought and you can't find the better, well, the opposite, just find the next better thought, because there's always a next better.
Jack, I'm telling you from personal experience, you have to cancel it and then replace it. It is that simple.
Sure.
I can't get over the hand signals. I'm just saying.
Rant, you're
what are y'all
just low,
doing right
Rant.
now?
Try to ignore it. but
Jack,
it's
I
just
went through this like 10 years ago. I'm telling you, you have to cancel the negative thought
Hey.
and then replace it.
Dude, I'm not disagreeing. You're the one who apparently has a disagreement.
Jack, you have to replace it, man.
Jack.
Yeah.
We have a turd
you
in
don't
the
have
punch
to find
bowl.
the next best one, dude. You have to literally. You were confusing what was being said 15 minutes ago.
What do you think you do with the next best one? You
We have
friggin'
a turd in the
replaced
punch
it.
bowl.
Silly. Think it through.
Okay,
For
so if
me-
I have a really negative thought, the
Okay,
next
hang
best
on.
one is technically better, correct? But I mean, it's infinitely less better than the best thought.
Jack, will you just replace it, please?
I will.
Jack,
Yep.
let me
Sorry.
just chit chat with you a second. I don't know what
Please.
Lance is on, and Flo's just being Flo, and that's why we love him. But listen, for me, when I find those, I don't necessarily have to think of a thought. I just automatically go to verses. I go to prayers. I have books. I have books everywhere. Every single place I have books that all I need to do is pick up and read a verse.
Do you ever
and
do affirmations?
focus. No. I
Those are
don't.
pretty dope too, dude. Those are pretty dope. Those are really good for you.
Yeah, I know. And so are my scriptures.
Yeah, I didn't say they weren't.
Yeah, no. TML. I don't know where you went, but one day we're going to have to talk about people that have the voice, that have now been given the voice, that overuse it. Like sometimes we need to pull stuff back. We don't have to say everything that comes to our mind.
Why not?
Because it causes a lot of confusion and chaos.
And
Do I,
Jack's been trying to get
Lance,
people out of the confusion.
Lance, do I appear to be a person that needs affirmations because what I do isn't working for me?
Are you a person that is unwilling to accept or consider
You want me to
considerate?
judge you on your appearance? Like
No, I want you to judge me on the conversations that we're having and
I don't
the
even-
topics I'm bringing. No, I
I'm
was
gonna be
talking
honest,
to
I
Laz,
can't-
but if you want to hop in, jump in the game too.
I can't really follow a lot of the conversations. I just kind of tune it out, to be honest.
Here's what I got to say to Cynthia. Cynthia, I took everything you had to say into consideration, and then I told you what I thought I wanted to tell you, and then I thought it was over.
Right. But then I started saying I want to do other stuff. Like we got to talk
Yeah,
about.
and I said it wasn't wrong, and I agree with you. Like I agree with you. You said the same thing twice, actually. You said I like my scriptures though, in
Right.
kind of like a snooty way, as if
I'm
my suggestion was somehow a put down towards you, which is ridiculous.
No, of course not. But if I stick to my faith and I hold my faith tight, which I'm pretty sure perhaps you gentlemen don't know, People
Well, how
do
would you
know
be
that
sure of that? And why would you assume that I wouldn't just take what you're saying at face value?
because you found a way to be like, oh, you should do this too.
I
When
asked
I'm
you if
doing
you had
stuff-
ever done them. That's all I
Right.
asked. Are you listening? Have you ever done affirmations? Because they're really good. That's all I said. And now
I
we're
said
back into
no.
a 5-minute loop of you doing this.
All right,
After
nobody
a
cares. Nobody
15-minute
cares.
loop
Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
of just cancel and replace, period.
Nobody cares.
What is this flow?
I don't know. I'm just trying to stop it.
No, I'm saying that. What is that? I mean,
Someone
is
wants
it
to
a
be
snap,
right.
a Tommy?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh.
Anyways, nobody cares. Affirmations are good. Scriptures are her thing.
Cynthia,
she
you're fine,
has a
dude. Just relax. We're all good. It's
She
all
has a
good.
giant affirmation plaque in her background. I'm just saying.
I
mean,
love
scriptures
that.
are affirmations, really.
I
In a way.
love that fucking stained glass. That stained glass.
I'm just saying, like, you're saying, hey, do you think I need affirmations? But you have
When
one, like, on
I-
top of your head.
Right.
When I am going through spiritual battle, I'm not going to look at that sign and cling to it for my balance and
What kind of
grounded.
spiritual battles have you found yourself in lately?
Intrusive thoughts of horrible things happening.
Like what?
To your
No
plants.
one else has mentioned that.
Yeah, to my plants. Things happening to my plants.
These are spiritual battles? These are your plants?
You think I'm really going to come on here and tell a random person my true spiritual battles? That's opening up the portal to be attacked.
Give us
mean-
the information.
I'm just asking you a question about something you just
Yes,
mentioned.
I've been through spiritual battles. Absolutely. Anybody walking this earth has been through spiritual battles.
I feel you. I'm just saying, like, what do you consider a spiritual battle?
Battles that put me in dark places, that put me in anxiety places, that put me in depression places. These are spiritual battles. These are spiritual battles of attacks. Like when you're dealing with the spiritual world, you're dealing with the spiritual world. You're no longer dealing in this world. So you can't say, "Oh, well, this person was mean to me and they came and attacked me," because it's not a person. It's a spiritual thing.
So what are you battling?
Spiritual battles, like
But what are you
spiritual
fighting?
battles.
Describe
Nosy internet people right now.
Right, nosy
if she's
internet
if she's
people.
gonna bring it up and hang on it, let's figure it out at least.
No,
Is
I'm
there-
not hanging on it. I'm just giving you my testimony of how I fight them. Because y'all were telling Jack, just replace the thought and have the complete opposite of a thought. And you're not realizing.
No,
who
I
you're
said
talking
replace
to.
it. I said cancel it and replace it, and then Jack started talking about the next
next
best
thought,
thought because that
right.
wasn't what we should be talking about.
I'm just saying, what do you consider the last spiritual battle you fought? You're just saying, like, negative
my
thoughts.
God.
Like, what are you talking
Jesus.
about?
My plant was sick and I was really worried about it, and I had it for
We
a
were all
long
worried
time.
about
It's
it.
not a spiritual battle.
I was gonna make a live about it and shed some tears. I was thinking about starting a GoFundMe.
It's not a spiritual battle, okay?
Bro, I'm not telling you a real story. Of
All right,
course
well,
it's
then
not.
I
I'm
don't-
not. How
Then I
can
don't
I
care.
share this? How can I say this in a
How
nice
can we have
way?
a
Rand?
conversation if you don't know how to participate in one?
I'm telling you, a spiritual battle is a spiritual battle, regardless of what that looks like to you or to the next person. A spiritual,
whatever,
whatever
bro.
it is to you, put
Right.
that image in your mind.
Yeah, she
Whatever.
said no, bro. Take
You're out here
it, take
talking
it
fucking nonsense.
gracefully.
That's what it is.
You
No,
mad that you won't
kinda.
share?
Is there anything you'd like to share with us, Cynthia?
No.
I'm sorry for saying about the affirmations. I apologize for trying to help
Is
in your
is your
spiritual
plant
battle
better
time.
now?
Thank you. I can see it starting to perk up just a little. Rant, do you want to say something that perhaps Bruce Leroy?
I don't know, but you're about to have a spiritual battle.
It seems like that's what you want to see.
It is.
So
Then this is what you open up this portal and people come on
Are you
here.
guys a team?
Yeah, yo, honestly, yo,
who are
fuck your
the
plants,
you
bro.
guys?
You know what I mean?
We
Fuck
got
all that
plants in
self-centered
fireplaces.
bullshit, bro. It's
The
always
guy
about
giving
you, right?
bad advice and the woman sticking on the bad advice.
Spiritual battles aren't always about you, Cynthia, bro. There's a lot of spiritual battles to be had. Real battles.
What spiritual battles are you having, Rant?
What am I having? I'm fighting.
You
the
sound
lie.
like there's something in your head something that's on your heart that's bothering your spirit.
It is, bro. A lot of motherfucking lying actors on the internet pretending they're having fucking spiritual battles and all kinds of bullshit.
Is this the dude that say he was gonna call out the actors?
Is this the
Yeah,
girl that's on the same topic
he's
for
the one who
15
can
minutes?
smell out evil.
Okay, and he's gonna be like, "You just watch my channel, you're gonna see."
Yeah, you'll be on it one day if you play your cards right.
This is Cage. This is Cage.
Oh my god.
This is Cage.
Oh my gosh, dude. Can you
This is
just
ridiculous.
can we just move on? Can we get off this whole depressive spiritual plant battle, not remembering any good advice sort of talk we've been having for the last 15 minutes?
Well, what spiritual battles are you having?
We got to
I'm
talk
hav-
about them all.
Look, if we want to
I'm
talk
not
about
having a-
spiritual
I'm having a
battles, then let's talk about
physical
spiritual
battle.
battles. Heard
I'm
Plant
having a
Walter or
physical
whatever is
battle.
fine now. I don't have any plants.
It's the agent starter kit. It
That's
comes
why
with a
you're a
free
spiritual
fireplace or a
battle.
bookcase. Which one you want?
I want some
Oh
soap,
yeah,
man.
he has books. He has books.
She acted
Flow
like I
State
told her
got
to
the deluxe
shower every day
edition,
or
came with
something.
a
I just
shake
said do
weight.
affirmations.
What is that?
That's Goblin.
Oh hey, Goblin.
Well, I guess I thought it was Goblin. It might not be. I don't know.
Yeah, you might be better to think twice about that one.
Oh,
Am I not a spiritual? Am I not a spiritual? At least a spiritual trial.
I know you can at least
can
tell
give
us
you
about
that.
doublespeak.
Yes.
Is my mic better,
No.
ladies and gentlemen? Hello?
Holy
Is it better?
shit! Holy shit!
Yeah, about 50% lower would be good.
All right, how about this? Is this better?
Yeah, a little bit more, 20%.
Ah, shut the fuck up, pussy. It's fine.
No. It's obnoxious, Rand.
That's, I was trying to get it to the level where I could just rant right over Jack Talcott's nonsense, Cynthia's bullshit, spaghetti sounding ass nonsense, and also Flow State's whole drama alert, you know what I mean, with a shake weight edition. That's all I'm saying.
It's going down.
Good. So Rant's gonna shit all over the stream now. Cool. It's about par for the course.
This is a spiritual battle.
Flow State, you literally sat with a lady last night, right? Or the other night, and used your ability to shake weight as a segue to keep me off the panel. You said, I'll do anything, and I quote, I'll do anything if Rant doesn't come back. And then you sat there, shake weighting, praying to the gods that are false, that I would not return. Okay?
More powerful than all the best negotiation skills.
Listen, I am in no fear of your shake weight, okay? Your shake weight is weak. It will be defeated. Alright? Listen, your shake weight does have power over old decrepit ladies. I agree. But it will have no power over me, okay? None. No power. Look at this man, embarrassing himself live and publicly in front of the entire world.
But still, this shake weight.
Go ahead. Keep embarrassing yourself. Come on.
This got you kicked. Remember that. People chose this weight over you.
Listen, I'm just saying, keep embarrassing yourself.
That's
It's not working. It's not working for you. It's not working for you, bro. If your plan was to be quirky and ridiculous and gain following, you're failing.
Rant. Who won the other night? My shake weight for you.
Listen, you know who won the other night?
God.
Well, maybe you're God. The other night. Alright? On that panel, evil did win. I agree. However, in its victory, it will be exposed. And you will soon know. When you see episode 2, the Cuckpire Strikes Back.
That doesn't mean anything. You're just saying words.
You'll find out.
Okay.
All right.
How are your spiritual battles today, Rant? Let's talk about your spiritual battles.
All I'm
What
saying
is
is
Rant an acronym for?
comedy gold. That's all I'm saying.
What does RANT stand for?
It's Recreational Argument Network Television.
No.
Somebody in the chat just called Rant can't.
Rand the actor.
Well, you know what? The chat stays in the chat.
Looking for other actors for his network.
Listen, Cynthia, all right? You're just getting nervous now because you're feeling like you're on the cusp of being exposed. The truth is, you've been exposed a long time ago. We just keep you around as a meme.
Just so you know, Cynthia, their promises of letting you out of the underground base will not be fulfilled.
Like, is this my chance? Is this my break? Is this my break if I audition for Rant right now?
I think we're all participating in Rant.
What'd you say, Flo?
I think we're all participating in Rant right now.
You guys are all participating in a case study.
Yeah, Cynthia's all types of confused right now. Ram's just a cage, like he's a cage. Like,
Listen, you have to understand, on this panel, on this very panel, right, there's a very small percentage of real people, and the rest are, in fact, actors. It's like Clue, except there's less innocence on this panel than Clue.
Are you
I think it's Cynthia in the computer room with the plant.
Wouldn't say the police.
She talked about plants too. She said she was a
Bro,
plant.
where did
or
TMO go?
She said she was a plant.
He abandoned this as he
Yeah.
should. What?
I'm about to
Who's
abandon this
missing my
shit, too.
plants? Lance, you got something against my plant?
Yeah, spirit. I have a spiritual.
You're a plant.
Being planted.
Who planted you here, Cynthia?
God, I'm on a mission.
I believe half of that.
Which part, the God or the mission?
Sup, Hank?
Hey, Christ, you're an imposter.
Listen, I don't answer to blasphemous titles that you invent, so go ahead and correct yourself, okay?
You just did, sucker.
I just said I didn't, okay?
You're still answering to them. You don't know what you're doing.
I am not answering. I am refuting you publicly.
Hank, you can't just tell somebody that they don't know what they're doing and have them expect to believe it.
Are you out of work, Rant?
Hello?
Are you out of order, Cynthia?
No, they're still saying he's an actor.
Is it Barilla or rigatoni that you like to, you know what I'm saying, sniff before you come on streams?
I don't even know what that means. Is that pasta?
That's pasta, spaghetti.
Don't know what you're talking about.
They're different kinds of noodles.
Are you out of?
Is that what they call?
Are you out of
angel hair?
work? Hey, Hank. Hey, Hank, who's this Grant guy? Can you tell me a little bit about him since you're an observer of all?
It's a row session, Cynthia. Get with it.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So he's trying to become an e-celebrity, and he's from New York, but he now sells soap in South Carolina, I think.
Listen, all right, Hank is the black male version of Carmen Sandiego.
Let me get my note card out. Do you know his name, or is it just Rant? Hank, does he go by anything else on the internet?
I go by Beef Nuts if you want to write that down.
I used to go by Jessel Flamer for a bit. But recently I just add Hank to it.
And what did you say he does again?
He sells soap.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, Rant sells soap.
I sell soap in case you're interested in taking a bath.
Yeah, and if you have any more questions, you can submit them in writing.
What do you mean? I'm right here. I could just ask them right now.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
You could. Or you could do affirmations or just study scripture, whatever you like.
Hank, who's that guy? The blue
My name
beat?
is, if you want, hey, write it down. You ready?
No. I'm talking to
Also
Hank.
known as Atom Lanza.
Yeah.
ATOM.
That's what I was going to tell you, by the way, Cynthia.
Okay. So what's his story, Hank?
I think he's a what's it called? What's the right name for him? Like
an autist?
Cover band. He's a cover band, yeah.
A caravan?
Cover band.
Cover band?
Yeah, pretty much.
What does he play an instrument?
His mouth.
All right, Cynthia, if you want to just watch the rest of the show, maybe you could figure it out and deduce these things for yourself instead of breaking in to ask questions that are irrelevant.
Well, I haven't seen either one of you. Neither one of you cam up, so.
Yeah.
Why is that a requirement?
It's not a requirement.
But sometimes you can read people. You can read their frequencies and their body language.
Sometimes people need a camera to be felt, though. You know what I'm saying?
Sometimes what?
People need a camera to be felt.
Need a camera to be felt?
That's right. That's English.
1,000 words, right? Which means you on camera says 1,000,000. but my words alone are stronger than all of your million words.
Rant's coming in hot out here. Let me adjust the mic volume just a little bit. But yeah, let me adjust your mic volume just a little bit. For everyone else, thank you for being here. 56 people out here. Thank you for joining us. All the people in the chat. I'm sorry I haven't been paying attention to you guys' comments pretty much the whole show. But you know, I have been reading you guys' comments. I promise you guys, man. But bless you guys, man, for being out here with me. Flow State is gone. Yeah, thank you for joining for Flow State. You know, yeah. And to everyone else who's out here. But yeah, I might take a musical break in a minute here. But yeah, bless you guys for being out here with me. What the hell is this, Cecil? What the fuck is this? Oh, that's just your hat. No, I was wondering what the fuck that was. Yeah,
I was out in the bushes. What you said?
Yeah, I was like, what? What the fuck is? Yeah, anyways, yeah, bless. Yeah, and then Rant fell out there. I think his device is lost connection. But yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, Flow State and Rant.
Have a thought to replace it.
Oh no, here he is. Yeah.
Just see, he replaced the microphone.
Is it better now?
I guess. Actually, now it's too low. I gotta turn you up a little bit. Let me see.
I had to fix some.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, it's no worries. I mean, it's not gonna be perfect. You know, this is an experimental show here. You know, with the
Cynthia,
have you guys ever heard of the term "don't shoot the messenger"?
Yeah.
So is different people or?
So yeah, hi. So you know, I think that one of the biggest problems in this YouTube streets is that people are always too busy judging the messenger instead of listening to the message.
Yep.
Ignore the messenger. Listen to the message. Don't judge the messenger. He's just the messenger. Listen to the message. Sometimes the most important messages are sent by the grubbiest fucking messengers, and that is yet another test that is being presented to you to see if you are willing and able to receive a message.
I'm sorry. Girl
Rant doesn't listen to everything they hear.
Girl Rant.
The word listen and silent use the same exact letters.
Boom.
I don't know if that's in the affirmations of the scriptures, though.
Girl Rant. When you say listen to the message, sometimes though, when I look at the messengers and I can just see they come from a malice place. So
perhaps you're being judgmental, and you should still listen to the message so that you know the opposition and what they're trying to mess with you with. You understand? What is the agenda? And so if you just close your ears because I don't like this person and I kind of don't like where they're going with it, then you remain ignorant to the plan.
Yeah.
So there's some people that I just feel are rotten to the core.
Oh,
and
yeah.
For example, Wizard. We'll take Wizard, for example. That's someone I would never listen to, not because of him and who he is, but because I've had past experiences with him. Based on all of that data, I've decided and concluded that anything message he has about me, I am to automatically file it in my.
So you do throw the baby out with the bathwater, then?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, that explains a lot. Thank you for admitting that.
Yeah,
it's called ignorance.
I want no love.
Somebody
can get no love from me. What?
Yeah, I trust Wizard, but I have a couple examples. That's one in the court I had issue with just today. Officer Snaps and Officer Nemesis. All they have to do is insult you as long as they can. There's barely any content we're filing away in any place other than the trash.
If you throw the baby out with the bathwater, you shouldn't have Wi-Fi. You shouldn't have a cell phone. There's a lot of things you shouldn't have that you currently have that go against your current belief of what you just said.
Okay.
Bathwater too.
Then go ahead. You can get off the end.
No, I was talking to Cynthia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I say when I look at people and I see that they come from a bad place, I disregard what their message. I shouldn't
Yeah.
have Wi-Fi and internet because
Well, you should at least
No,
you,
JG
you
doesn't.
should at least have water to throw out as an excuse first.
Or
That's
at
a
least
lot of the problem
consideration.
here. People don't throw. People start throwing shit out and don't even have the first thing of a foundation for it.
Yeah, I mean, JG doesn't. He told me I should just quit my job and stuff, kept it, and he's literally a hobo. So
Yeah, that's
mustache is mustache. You won't listen to him, but he has some pretty good info sometimes. You know, can't judge a man by his mustache.
Yeah, if you want to learn, you don't just throw shit out.
yeah, well, I guess we're not the same. We're gonna just
yeah, I'm an
Yeah, no,
Enneagram Type 5. I like learning.
I mean, the
I'm a freaking nerd.
difference is when people choose to be ignorant and when people choose to be willing to listen and learn.
Okay.
I'll learn, but I won't listen.
That's a fact,
when
dude.
they
That's not.
both
You
are
can't
on.
even. You literally can't even say anything back. You should just listen to that, be quiet for 5
I
minutes, and
said
wait.
okay, and I just disregarded it. She's not changing my mind. And
Nobody
I'm not saying
asked.
that
Of course, nobody could change your mind. That's ridiculous.
Exactly. But I do appreciate y'all's conversation about it. But again,
Okay,
I have
understood.
issues with Wizard. I am not going to ever take anything he says. And
Understood, man. You said it like 3 times.
thank you.
She's reinforcing it because
Yeah,
well,
but
you
no one's
have
asking
very
her to
short attention
consider. Like,
spans.
And she's actually speaking some truth there, folks, because I've told you many times, don't believe me. Don't believe your neighbor. Don't believe the government. For crying out loud, don't believe your mother. Even if it's Cynthia. Do your research so you know. I'm so fucking tired of all these fucking believers.
Yeah, I hate believers too.
There you go. Wizard said it himself. I shouldn't listen to him.
Right, but that's just so like you.
yeah.
But that's the point. You do. You let me use ad hominems to disposition you so much that you have this vile hatred for a fellow man. Simply because I triggered you.
I think
Is
that
this volume
you
better?
are a demon. I
Have I
think
fixed
that what
it?
is ever in you is not
25%
good,
more.
and I want to stay away from it.
No wonder I like him so much.
I thought the same thing when you said I like him so much.
Okay, dude. Listen, I'm not
How do
kidding
you
you.
feel
Since you
about
brought up your
Paul?
spirit, since you brought
How
up
do
your
you feel
spiritual
about
warfare
Paul,
with your
Hank?
plants 30 minutes ago, we are still talking about like all the things you don't like.
I'm responding to
I don't
what
think
you
he's a
just
demon.
said. I'm entitled to my opinion just like y'all are. Y'all
Did
aren't
anybody
me.
say you weren't? But should it go on for 40 minutes?
Maybe
Should it
that
go on for 40
agitation,
minutes?
maybe our personalities bring out
Are
different
you listening?
agitations than
Stop
what you would.
talking.
Hank, how do you feel about Paul?
Paul. I like Paul, but I do not like his audience.
Okay.
Riveting.
Who else do you think? Who would you think
Ooh.
is?
Okay, are you coming over here to interview
Demon.
people, man? Why don't you just shut up? Seriously.
Hey, no, Adam,
Dude,
you
what is
shut up.
your
You're the
issue with the
favorite
He's
question.
doing an
buddy.
investigation, bro.
What is
Hey,
your issue? Why do you? What is your
He
glitch?
just wants attention.
Your main
Adam,
problem
want
is that your
attention,
mouth
go
moves
close
too
I
the
much,
think
door.
and
that
you don't
this
like
is
that mine's
spiritual
moving because
warfare I'm
yours
thinking
wants
at
to
this
move more.
Let
moment.
the adults talk. Adam, do you copy me?
Let me find the right
Don't let
verse.
the adults talk. You can go
Let
blow
me
something up.
see. Oh, the Lord gives strength to his people, and the Lord blesses his people with faith, with peace. Do you have peace, B? What was your name again? What was it?
I would have to ask you the same thing then.
Do you have peace? Yes, I have.
Adam Lanza. His name is Adam Lanza.
I just took a
Adam.
hit. I just took a hit out of my piece right now.
Cynthia, if you're here with us and you're claiming that we're currently experiencing chaos, you're here with us, which means you don't even have peace. I'm just saying.
I'm not in chaotic state right now.
Sure you are.
How?
You're pulling out Bible verses to tell people they don't even have peace.
No. I just pulled out a verse because y'all were having those thoughts, and then they were like, "Stop replace the thought, cancel it out. So I said, oh, let me use my little thing. And I just pulled it out.
Yeah.
You're supposed to do that to yourself. Like
Oh, but
literally.
I'm just doing it out loud. I wanted
Yeah,
to
but
share
no,
what I
literally it
do.
does, like us witnessing you do that doesn't mean anything if you didn't witness you do that. And the fact that you would want us to witness you do that means that it doesn't mean enough for
But I'm
you
sharing
to
with
for
you.
you to
I'm
witness
sharing with you
yourself
how
do
I
it.
do it, just like you share with me your affirmations.
Can
So how is
someone
it
can
different
someone get her a piece of, I don't know, cake or something?
Do you know where the refrigerator
so
is?
basic? That's so basic. I can tell you're a basic.
Yeah,
bitch.
no shit.
Yes,
Because
Adam
I'm
is a
tired of
basic
it, dude.
bitch.
I'm tired of it.
That's what the B stands for.
What do
bitch.
you like? What's your goal? What do you want to accomplish, bro? You coming over here to like just talk about plants and spiritual warfares
Just
with
sit and
plants
watch.
and what are you
Adam,
trying to
just
do?
sit and watch.
Well,
You'll
seriously,
find out.
what is your goal? My goal is to be here and listen and like get on with a fruitful conversation. And you're bringing out Bible verses, pretending that people are like somehow attacking you when giving you a suggestion about affirmations, asking if you've ever even heard of them. Like, come on, bro. What are you doing?
We could ask you the same thing.
I just told you what I was doing. I'm chilling, waiting for something fruitful and trying to help something fruitful. And I'm sure I'm not the only one who thinks that she's been talking for 40 minutes now about
Yeah,
trailer
but
park
what
girls
you say
go
you
around
want
the
and what you're
outside.
doing is not
close to
congruent.
nothing. Like, bro, I've seen this
But
shit on
Around the
NASCAR.
outside.
and what you're
It's
doing is not
500
congruent,
laps.
Adam.
Huh?
You know what I'm saying?
Do
I
you
didn't even
feel
hear what you
like
said, bro.
basic? Do you feel like you're in spiritual warfare?
Hi, I'm Dave.
Oh no, it's Dave.
Oh my god.
Hi, Dave. I like the look.
Dave.
Thanks.
Dave likes to yell,
How's it
so
going?
him and Cynthia will get along pretty well.
Am I yelling, Dave? Am I
I'm
being
not
too
yelling. What
loud?
do you mean? Am I too?
Am I
Am I
yelling,
loud?
Dave?
No,
Am I
you
shit.
guys not listen to
Adam,
English. I said Dave likes to yell, so you might get
Oh,
along
I
with
do.
Cynthia.
Keep
I
And
do
you both
love to
literally
yell.
didn't listen, and you
Am I
literally talked about
yelling?
something completely fucking sideways.
Am I
No, I just assumed I
yelling?
might have been really loud because the
Yeah,
one time
no,
I went
yeah.
into the one time when I went
No,
on to what's the name
Go ahead,
Stones, I was super loud, and they had to turn me down. So I thought maybe you had the same problem again.
Let me guess. You like fishing?
Me? No, I've never. I don't go fishing.
Just
I've
turn
been
yourself
fishing,
back
but I
up,
don't.
Dave.
What?
Just turn yourself back up, Dave.
Yeah, don't let the man turn you down, bro.
Don't let the Matrix
Yeah.
stop you, Dave.
Yeah, fuck that Matrix.
True. Can't let them silence me. The machine would never silence me.
No, not TML, but other people be
Never.
trying to crank you down, bro, and I just gotta keep cranking it up. It's annoying.
It's true. You do get to control your own volume in this app.
Whoops.
I have hosts mute me, bro. I just gotta keep unmuting myself. It's annoying.
Oh, there he
Happened?
is.
What happened?
Yeah. I
That
don't
was
know.
weird.
It's like
You were
You're
self-censoring.
good. You're
You
good.
talked about the app, bro. and
I
it's
did.
phased out.
I
Yeah.
did.
Reality.
I told the app that it couldn't control me, and it was like, I will control you.
It's like no one talks about the yard.
Mr. Lands, where do you know me from?
I saw you on a show the other day, and I was just saying how it was probably just the environment or whatever, but you were yelling.
No,
And
maybe.
sometimes you weren't yelling, but I thought it was just funny to say that you were yelling.
Yeah, if it's on Verbal Combat, I probably was yelling, because that's what I do.
I don't remember specifically.
Yeah, it depends. It all depends whose channel you catch me on. If it's on Jeff's, I'm usually pretty chill. If
That's
it's
where I think I
on-
saw you yelling.
Can we
Huh.
have a yelling contest?
We can. I mean,
Oh yeah.
I always have it in me. Don't worry.
Yeah, they had a battle today, and I was on mushrooms. But you guys were fighting about adrenochrome or something.
Yeah, I did pop on to question somebody who's making a lot of weird adrenochrome claims.
Oh yes,
It's true.
Officer Nemesis, the
Yeah.
newest
Nemesis.
member
Yeah,
of the Internet
Nemesis.
Police
Mick
Force.
Nemesis.
Yeah, he resurfaced. Yeah, it was interesting.
I think didn't Resto like shut Mick Nemesis down at one point? Didn't
I
he,
don't
like,
know, but he
hunt him?
reminds me so much of the show Scooby Doo. You know, when we were kids.
Yeah.
With
Fucking
the
love
cartoon.
Scooby Doo, man.
Yeah,
MC
yeah.
Nemesis is also a rapper, bro. Have you heard his raps?
No.
Rap,
bro.
Are you serious?
Yo,
Yes,
told him
on
I rattled
Amazon
him.
Oh, so he doesn't just like a lot of McDonald's. It's not McNemesis.
I don't know if
Tom
he's-
McDonald's that he really likes, bro. He makes
Yeah.
music that's like
Dude.
Tom McDonald.
Have
but
you
with
heard
no
the latest
flow.
Tom McDonald though?
Yeah,
Bro,
Rant?
it's like Tom McDonald with no flow. It's just like if you just took a bunch of buzzwords and strung them together somehow.
I can see
In
that.
the most
Bro.
far right way you could possibly.
can
string
see
them.
that.
Did you see who Tom
comedy
McDonald
rap.
had on his latest track?
No, nobody has.
The greatest rapper of all time,
Ben Shapiro.
Benjamin Shapiro.
It's pretty amazing. I'm not gonna lie.
That's,
It is honestly.
hilarious.
That's a good
Ben-
grab. That's a big clout grab right there.
Like just as a meme, bro. Ben Shapiro's
Yeah.
hilarious.
Bro, I thought you were joking.
No, I'm dead serious. You can actually look it up. I'm 100% serious.
It's Ben
I think
Shapiro.
Ben
Yeah, but that's
Shapiro
like-
kind of made a meme out of the rap game when he rapped WAP.
Ben Shapiro couldn't do anything in the rap game, dude.
Oh shit, this guy
Even though his
When
heritage
he
says
rapped
that he
WAP,
can.
it was hilarious.
I'm the ultimate cringe, you know, with
Dude.
this guy. This
Oh, it's
guy
so
is
good.
crazy. Yeah, it's like comedy gold at this stage.
Yeah. Because he has such a dry, boring tone that it's just funny hearing him sing rap lyrics.
Dude, he speaks like one of the
You'll
Alvin
need a
and the
rap.
Chipmunks.
You'll need a mop and a bucket for my wet ass P word.
Bro,
Yeah.
if you think that's funny,
It's
wait till
so
you listen
good.
to MC Nemesis, bro.
Oh God! All
There's
right.
shit in your pants.
Yes, I dropped a link in the public and private chat.
Thank you. I will.
Ben-
Oh,
Ben
he's on
Shapiro.
Amazon Music too. Damn,
Yes.
impressive. At least he got. Hey, at least he got something on Amazon Music.
Yo, I heard a couple of rant songs and they were actually pretty fucking fire. There was one that was like 10 or 11 minutes long. I was like, holy shit, like no one does that anymore.
Rant, do you sing?
I make raps, bro.
Dude, that's awesome. You got to come on my karaoke and rap.
I can't rap the karaoke though.
You don't need it. Just use a beat.
I could do
Just
that.
pop a beat and freestyle or something, or write something to a beat that already exists.
I can
Oh,
do
shit.
that.
Can you,
Can
yeah,
you
can
drop
you
a
throw a beat up for
freestyle?
him now? Can you throw a beat up for him now?
Say that again. Sorry, my headset turned off.
Can you drop a freestyle rant?
Oh my God, it happened again.
I'm not really a freestyler, to be honest.
Do you have? Can you do something? 16.
I do like written music. You know what I mean? Like
Meh. What's up?
Yeah,
What did I
we're
do?
coming out. Yeah, we're coming out with the song soon. You know, we already got it all set up and shit. So we're gonna be coming out with a world premiere, possibly on Saturday. We're gonna have a world premiere. But yeah, man.
Do you?
right.
Hell yeah.
Do you rap, TML?
Yeah, I can rap. Yeah, I can rap. I can freestyle too. I'm crazy at freestyling. You know, but you can't do it on here.
You can't. No, you
Yeah.
can grab a free beat and then just go.
Yeah,
with
we
it.
No, because you'd have to run it through the OBS system. Because if you try to rap over beats on StreamYards, then it fucks up your audio. Like you can't hear the
Oh.
person, or you can't hear the beat. Like it'll phase in and out of my voice and the beat. So
It'll
it
pretty
sounds-
much only work for the host, and only if you're lucky.
Yeah. But
I
if you
guess
do,
other people- I just saw
Yeah,
them
but-
put it up on their
yeah,
phone.
but I will be releasing like MP3 songs, like you know, like I have 2 of them right now. So I got 2 written songs right now. You know,
Nice.
but yeah, but pretty soon I'll have freestyles too. But yeah, I gotta get up and figure out how to do that on air. You know.
Yeah,
Boom
it really
back
depends on
is
how powerful
back.
your computer. Otherwise, you can't mix properly. So I may be able to do it from my PC because it's very powerful, but it's gonna be an issue with mixing. The
What
quality's not
song
gonna
would
be
you
good.
recommend?
Well, I got
Which-
this. Well,
Which
well, if
McNemesis song that is? Would you recommend?
McNemesis. Oh, I don't even know any.
I don't know any of them.
there
But I
was
did drop the link.
there was one that was like it was like something like Boneyard or some crazy. shit.
Yeah. That's the one I heard too. It was like Boneyard. Yeah, and his flow was crazy. It was like way off the beat. But I thought it was like he was trying to do some comedy, like some comedy rap stuff. You know what I mean? But I don't know because he
I
just
think it
went at
kind of is.
It could be satirical.
Just play any
Graveyard,
of it.
maybe.
It
Graveyard.
all, yeah, it all sounds the same practically.
Well, I like the name of the first track. Boom Bap is back.
Bro, I was gonna say play Boom Boom Bap. That's crazy. And I
Yeah.
didn't even know that was a song. But
See?
EMP Dave, real quick before you do that, you ever been in the military?
No, I have not.
All right, just curious.
I respect the military, though. Got a lot of respect for it.
Hey,
If
I
it's
don't want
the
to
boom
die.
boom bap beat, there's no way MC Nemesis is gonna keep up on it.
I feel bad for the military, honestly.
True.
Yeah. But they
I
want
had an
to.
idea that they should make all 100% gay military.
Yeah.
What?
They're trying to do that, man.
I said that would be like a good thing
Oh,
because
I'm
then they
not
could give them
paying
the
for
hormone
MC
replacements that they
Nemesis's
need and all
music.
that, and they could be more than equal.
My God.
Yeah, I'm not paying to listen to that. I'll see if it's on Spotify.
It is.
Yeah.
But anyway, besides this guy's rap,
Sorry.
yeah, not my main priority right now.
It's
How's
mine.
everybody's night going?
Gay military is your priority. Let's go back to that.
yeah. That's true. That's
so what's
true.
the
Yo, I saw
bro,
Rant.
rainbow patches and fucking instead of grenades they got glitter bombs, bro.
Rant, I saw you caught a dude with a face swap on.
Correctamundo.
Ooh.
Some dude came in like trying to like just hate on all the convos and cause side drama that no one cared about and crap on conspiracies, and he got caught like with a face. What do you call it? I don't know what you call it.
It was a deep fake mask.
Oh, was it Tommy again? He does that a lot.
It was a deep fake mask of fucking Jason Momoa.
What?
Dude, you're an actor.
There's a
Babe?
literal video on it.
You're a
I made
character.
a little video to show the interaction.
He denied it. He denied it. He got called out more times, and then he like quit. Right?
Yeah,
So
I
do
mean
y'all
that's basically what I'm out here doing. I'm out here trapping.
The rap news, or do y'all
There we
keep
go.
up with the rap news, or y'all just kind of?
No,
not at all.
No.
Hip hop maybe, but not rap.
The rap industry is a bunch of
Who would you
Satanists.
consider hip hop?
Nothing mainstream basically.
Sci-Hi the Prince.
There's actual like
Sci-Hi
hip-hop
the
music.
I like Sci-Hi the Prince, but I don't want to talk about him.
Why?
Yeah,
Because
see, I
it's
don't
gonna
even
go
know
too
who that
long. It's gonna go way past Sci-Hi Prince. I know it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
the last
he's
time
got
I
to be. He had to be memeing. Okay, got it. I'm hoping. I finally listened to Boom Bap is back.
He's dead serious, bro.
No.
Yeah, that's what's so funny. He's dead serious.
I mean, I don't really have much room to talk. I would probably do terrible too, but there's a reason I don't rap. Ugh.
Are you racist?
Racist? No.
I'm kidding, dude. I'm kidding.
I love black people.
Just going along with the narrative that the mainstream media likes to push. White man bad.
Oh, if you don't like rap, you must be racist. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, like.
I mean, I just want to go around the panel and ask, like, what's the newest rap that you guys have heard? Because, like, I've heard, like, very, very interesting. Like, I heard Playboy Cardi, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know.
First rap you heard.
Oh, the first rap I ever heard was when I came from Pakistan to this country, and it was Biggie Smalls and Mace.
Oh,
You know,
yeah, that's all new still.
Mine was
I'm an old
Warren
man,
G.
remember?
Mine was Rappin' Duke.
Warren G. Regulators.
Warren G. Regulators. That's what all white people always say of all time.
Regulators.
They always say
We
regulators.
regulate every stealing of his property, and we're damn good too, if you know what I mean. Earn your keep.
Gotta be quick with the still, if you know what I mean.
Regulators. Mount up.
The last song I heard was if it wasn't Rants, it was this dude named Free Soul.
Free Soul.
Dude, Free Soul's got some fire.
Free Soul.
The most recent is Facts by
Hot
Tom
sauce
McDonald.
straight out the kitchen.
I haven't heard of Free Soul. I'll have to check it out. I like new things.
FR33 SOL.
Anybody recognize a group called Nucleus?
Nope.
Yeah, it's way back in 1982.
Is that with the NEW?
Yes, it is. Man's on
Oh
it.
yeah, I know exactly.
Yeah,
what you're
yeah.
talking about.
See, that's way back when this shit started, guys.
Yeah, Nucleus is a great band. Yeah. That shit is great. It's like this. Yeah. Break beats. You know? But yeah.
Yeah, check them out. Nucleus, NEWCLEUS. Jam on it.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Jam on it. That's exactly what I was gonna say. Yeah, Nucleus. Yeah, it's one of the greatest things. Nucleus and also Arabian Prince. You know, you guys ever hear of Arabian Prince? You know, these were some of the West Coast DJs that were founding electronic music on the West Coast. You know, but yeah.
I like all kinds of. I used to like a lot of different rappers, bro. Back in the day, it was like Immortal Technique, Jedi Mind Tricks, fucking
Binary Star.
Tech Nine. You know what I
Did you
mean?
like
Like
Binary Star?
Cannabis.
Yeah, Binary Star is a good band. Yeah, for sure.
Fucking Vinny Paz, bro. I used to listen to a lot of shit, but
I wish I was into rap earlier, but I never really got into rap.
I think Jedi Mind Tricks had this song where they were like, telepathically take control of your mind, or someone else will, or something like that. Or oh man,
Yeah, they had that song "Executioner's Dream," you know, which is crazy. Where he opens the song, he says, "I'm leaf twisted, but I kill your whole belief system. I speak wisdom, translated to street diction, a past victim of the governmental grapple. Now I slash you. I'm a slave with snap shackles." Shit is crazy.
Damn.
And I remember one of the ones where
some bars.
Yeah, where he said, where
that's
he
like
said
that lyrical miracle shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. And he said, yeah, some shit about, my fingerprints burned like Dutch Master hits or some shit. A fucking thing about. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Yeah, man. One of the songs, I think it's Genghis Khan. You guys ever hear this song Genghis Khan by Jedi Mind Tricks?
No.
I never heard that one, to be honest.
Yeah, that one has a wild beginning, man, where he opens that song up, and I'm talking about Just Allah, you know, the rapper
You ever heard Heavy Metal King?
Oh yeah.
I'm surprised you don't know about Vinny Paz, bro. Vinny Paz is
Vinny Paz is in Jedi Mind Tricks, you know.
Yeah, he's like a Sicilian Muslim, bro. He's bugged out.
Yeah, no, I've heard almost everything about Vinny Paz.
He's got some crazy bars for, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm sure that you would really resonate with some of his bars that he
Oh
puts
yeah. But the problem is that we can't play a lot of that stuff. We get copyright struck for playing the Baby Grand records. You know, they take the stream down for playing that shit.
I hate the copyright system when it comes to music.
But this is the this is the opening line to Genghis Khan, where Just Allah goes up. He says, "Megatron is a Martian feeding off weed and cash. I dash from my ship in the Roswell crash. You smash when you bash with the clashing ox. Saw you in half without a fucking magical box. Wet pussy always seemed to splash my cock.
Oh, hi.
I'm dead. They just didn't leave the casket locked." Isn't that crazy shit, guys?
Yeah,
It's dope.
Yeah, copyright exists
Wow.
to take our culture from us. It's horrible.
All right, guys, I gotta go. Good hanging out with you. Peace.
Yeah,
but
Thank you, Dave.
But the rap I really do like is any kind of like battle rap. Battle raps are where I enjoy it. Like I love hearing two people rant back and forth with just lyrics.
Yeah, that's off too. Yeah,
it's awesome, especially when it's actually freestyle, I don't necessarily like the grind time all that much, but if people are really freestyle battling each other, I really do dig that.
They got into it nowadays where they would go and find information about their opponents,
Yeah.
like online, like shit, like from these panels where they find like personal information and they try to troll people. Like they would do that in a rap battle. It's crazy shit.
There was kind of a meme-ish movie that came out a while back. Fuck, I can't remember what it was. It's about like this white guy who tries to battle rap. God, I can't remember what it was called. No, it wasn't 8 Mile. It was after that. Shit.
It was like a parody of that Eminem film.
Kind of, but it's actually good, and like the bars are insane. Bodied is what it's called. If you get a chance, watch it. Some of the bars are absolutely absurd, and one of the sickest like roasts I've ever heard happened in it, and it was amazing.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, love you guys. I'll be around more often. Good seeing you. Adios.
See you.
Why was he yelling?
He's yelling at you, obviously.
I didn't hear him yelling.
What happened?
Kind of looked like Rosenthal from like Hot 97. It's a radio station.
Yo, what's up with these other peoples on the panel? Who are these peoples, yo?
What's up? On the Baltimore Busker, yo.
Did you just get here, bro? What's up, dog?
Yeah, man. You're Rant, aren't you, right?
Yeah, that's what it says, right?
Oh, I thought it said can't. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. I'm going blind.
No, bro.
All right, yeah. I thought you changed your name to Can't or something. I just wasn't, like, my vision is really kind of fucked up.
Nah, yo. Stop looking in the mirror, dog.
No, dude. My vision is really kind of fucked up.
Just call him Bunny. No matter what he tries to call himself, just call him Bunny.
Yeah, I recognize that. He is.
What you smoking on that got your vision all fucked up, bro?
Well, I got optic neuritis. That's the main thing, dude.
What's that?
Optic neuritis is when your optic nerves swell, and mine are at the point where they're not going back to normal, and there's no fix for it.
You smoke to help it? Like I know people with glaucoma gotta smoke and shit, and it makes it like better. Or
Yeah,
like
sometimes smoking sativa helps.
RSO.
Rick Simpson oil?
Yeah, I'm gonna try that. I've been hearing about that a lot.
Word. Yeah, I thought you was fucking with me originally, but you know what I mean?
No. I got the MS, so I got optic neuritis and all yada yada yada.
But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, bro.
It is what it is, man. I've had it since 2003, but found out 2007, and been living with it ever since. But I play music all the time. Shit.
I feel you, bro. You know what I mean? Your other senses become heightened when some of your faculties are lowered.
Yeah, especially like the observation of the world around me. It took MS to make me realize that they don't give a fuck about anybody.
That's right.
And there would never be a cure for MS. There'd never be a cure for cancer. There'd never be a cure for shit because the pharmaceutical companies are they rule the roost, man.
Facts.
I had a friend.
Yeah, cures are unprofitable. Treatments are.
Yeah. I had a friend out there in New York that had MS, and you know what I'm saying? They had him on all kinds of pharmaceuticals, and he didn't want to deal with it. And he started smoking, basically, is the only thing that made him feel better.
Yeah, man. I was on muscle relaxants for a long time, and I couldn't get weed. And even if I could, it was just dirt. And once they finally, up for years and years on cyclobenzaprine, and which is Flexeril, and baclofen, I was doing it like fucking 10 muscle relaxants a day.
It's no good.
And then I started smoking weed on a regular, and I didn't need it anymore. I mean, like I had the worst kind of spasm, which was my abdomen, the whole entire abdominal wall squeezing like a bear hug. They called it the MS bear hug or whatever.
Yeah, nah, man, I know what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's like you got random spasms of muscles and nervous system firing, and
Well, like I got random in my legs. I used to get random fucking tremors, like where my leg would kick, like a cricket with a pin in its body, like involuntarily kicking. And yeah, so I got some good CBD rub, man. That does the trick for my leg spasm or tremor, if you want to call it that.
I feel you, bro. I've done some damage to my nerves before and had issues, but they've resolved themselves after time. But I know, you know what I mean, it's bugged out.
Yeah, I mean it comes from my spine and my brain being it looks like somebody put cigars out on your brain pretty much, and they glow.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what that's like, but I can only imagine, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Sorry to hear that, bro. You know what I mean? You stay strong and shit, you know what I'm saying? Make it through it, and whatever it is, you know what I'm saying?
It's all good, man. Yeah, man, you're a good guy, dude. I like listening to you. You're funny as shit, Brent.
Well, I appreciate that, bro. Trying to make people laugh.
Yeah, dude. And I have to apologize because at first, I swear to God, I thought you were this guy made by Jim Bob. Jim Bob, this guy. I swear to God, I thought you were him, but I saw you on video, and I have to apologize.
A lot of people say that for some reason. Yo, almost everywhere I go, they think I'm Jim Bob. So, I don't know.
I don't know why they confuse you with Jim Bob. Jim Bob is spineless.
I just thought he was this kind of like trolling. I thought because Jim Bob does that on fucking what do you call it? He trolls people on TikTok.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess the reason was because Jim Bob is a character who dresses up as a lot of different people with a lot of different voices, and then he tries to invade panels. And then he was in this chat for a while. I don't know what he was actually looking for. Definitely not a debate, because we had asked him to come up and debate his views because he had made an hour-long broadcast about my show when I had Adam Green on, trying to do some intellectual trash talk. So I asked him, I said, if you want to come up and debate some of your positions, I've debated some of your cohorts and found them, rather disreputable in the arena of debate. So, I said, why don't you come up here and make a fool of yourself? And he ran like a bitch, on 2 different occasions and on 2 different venues, not only on my show, but also on Hoax Wars. So yeah, it is what it is. Jim Bob. So a lot of people figured maybe Jim Bob would still be in the community, but by different guys. But the thing is that the first time ever I got porn bombed and stuff, and then Bunny came on the show, and I had asked him to cam up before he came on the show, so I know he's not Jim Bob. So it just so happens that I've known that the whole time, but it is.
You should have said so, man.
Well, I did kind of say it, but then people ignored it. But then people kept saying it. But then I was just like, I'll just let it run because it kind of feels like counter troll Jim Bob, because Jim Bob does get a little trolly. So it does what it is.
And yo, I would cam up, right? But yo, at the end of the day, I'm gonna be honest with you. I usually don't feel good when I cam up, and I may be crazy, but I believe that if someone can actually observe you, right? And you gotta understand, I'm out here dealing with a lot of fucking Satanists and witches and motherfucking occultists. I believe if they can observe you, they can sit there and try to do like fucking witchcraft and shit. And you know what I mean? I ain't playing with these motherfuckers.
I don't need to see you to do witchcraft on you. It's not big. It doesn't make a difference. In fact, it's more effective if you do not cam up.
I'm just saying, this is something I've noticed. You know, at the
Yeah.
end of the day, it could be my camera putting out frequencies that fuck my brain up. I don't really know, but I do know that when I cam up, right, I get like a headache. You know what I mean? I don't know. I've always said this.
Maybe it's the camera.
Yeah, it's probably the light. So when I came up, I have a pretty strong light like this one. We'll try to get on. Yeah, it's probably a light rather than the camera itself, because it's you have to have a bright light to look decent on the camera.
That's not necessarily the case here, Mr. Hank, and you got to understand we are more sensitive here, you know, in this house to frequencies, and so the camera actually
I've tested
does pitch it out.
Like
and
I've
it gets
used my
fucked up.
meter. The camera puts out crazy, spiky, heavy frequencies.
Yeah.
It's made by the company Razer, and I don't trust them because they put the mark of the beast on basically everything they make. But I didn't realize that at the time, and I had bought the camera, started looking into it, you know, and basically Razer is they make mice and you know, cameras, so they, you know, they put the mark of the beast in your right hand. You look at their mouses, it's projecting light in a 666 pattern.
No, that's not
You
to
know?
say that like we've never cammed up. You know, it's just a matter of if we don't have to, then
Yeah.
we won't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I
I'm
need a
starting
better
to- Yeah, I'm starting to do that too, where like it'd be like where I'll cam up on my own show, but when I go on other people's shows, I'm not gonna cam up. So that way people have to come to this show to see my face,
That's
to
right.
see my dome. You know what I mean? So yeah.
I'd cam up, but my hair looks like shit, and I just got, I woke up and bedhead.
You were on Transforming the Darkness the other day, TML.
I took your advice. I'm gonna go talk to her. Yeah, I'm surprised you caught that. Yeah. She was reading my comments too. She read like.
Well, that's the only way that I knew, because obviously you weren't on camera, you know. But
She was interested in my comments. She seems like she seems very interested. I think Talcott would have very good discussions with this person.
Right.
It's like the same exact style, like like if man, definitely.
But she's more like, she kind of comes off like she'll tell you like ayahuasca and all. She's kind of new age a little bit.
She says that
more
she's into that stuff. Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, but you can't tell, right? Because she's like more professional and more like less woo woo and more fucking wizard. She's less shaman and more wizard, I guess you might want to say. Not the guy, but you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like she's more like logical about her approach to self-help and like trying to help people than like emotional or like, oh, get a tarot read. Although she does do Reiki, and like she does charge for some services like Reiki and stuff like that. But yeah, she's she presents herself very conservatively, while she's doing that, which a lot of the new age people are like liberals, hippie, don't shave their armpits, shit like that.
Yeah. So yeah, for my peripherals, I use Logitech stuff. They're usually bland, middle of the road, trustworthy. So that's what I use. Logitech. I have a Logitech camera, Logitech mouse, and a Logitech keyboard.
Same here, dude. Logitech, yeah, they cornered the market on all kinds of shit.
As far as like cheap and good, Logitech is pretty good.
In fact, I'll cam up with my Logitech. I got this webcam. It's external. It's not good sound, but StreamYard doesn't help. I can't do music on StreamYard because it sounds like it's underwater.
Yeah, I agree.
Totally bad.
Yeah, we about to hit that 4-hour mark, but I'm gonna take a little musical break here and smoke some trees. We're gonna listen to some songs, just one song really by Godfather Don. We were talking about hip hop earlier. If you guys don't know about hip hop, then you don't know about Godfather Don. If you know about hip hop, you know about Godfather Don. In other words, Godfather Don is hip hop. If you didn't know, you know what I mean? But yeah, Godfather Don, the illustrious, the inventive, the enthralling, always enthralling and exciting Godfather Don. Bless you guys, man. We got 50 people out here. Is it still 50 people here? 49. Bless you guys, man. We got 49 people here. It's 11:16 p.m. on the East Coast. And we're going to be world premiering our rap debut on Saturday. So we're going to listen to world premiere by the Godfather Don. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah. There's a world premiere. Come on. There's a world premiere. There's a world premiere. One time. There's a world premiere. Who stands a chance when I advance? My strange hits fans with manners. Van Damme hand command bits of brain matter. That it can pain at a range of strangeness. My insane slang spatters your whack a mundane hit. And challenges dope lyrics with violence to re up like islanders. Enough to silence your whole forces, mental resources. The boss divorces, dome for tones of rawness. Be cautious or it's losses. Toss your jaw with the flawless, invisible, semi-vertical cross in your office. And you murder, you lost in the moors with the visions. This is get you vicious kisses, malicious on suspicious. What this is, it's just a particle of my article. Sparking crews with arsenal, scarring every part of you, marking you. 666, the beast number for each one of y'all that calls upon the reef. Hunter, I'ma release tons of suns from the abyss. And let's fist the cuff to get you snuffed on a swift. The gift comes endless, blends with the minute battery and the salt shaker, the cater. It's snatched. Just a world for me. 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 A one time for your mind, for your night. Check it. Just a world. Motive like a locomotive. I show the focus and elevate that data like you own a locust. I'm known to smoke shit, a hickory. Picture me losing, I'm using my mental matter to splatter niggas like Sicily. It'll be fatal. Killings prenatals, how I play you. Now wait till you wake. I'll be the only god to put your fatal. Comps dissected, dejected. If they're defected, man, forget it. Fattest skills kill anorectics. I set it up like Nicaragua. Bitch, I scar you. No tomorrow, the horrors when you step in the parlor. You know the father. I whip niggas into submission for cash flow and bash mathos. As far as rap goes, it's nothing but doom. As I entomb and exhume the next tune, vex soon as I connect booms with my cerebral. Me and my people cutting down the feeble, my steeple, poison destroying the many evils. Just a world for me. Just a world for me. Just a world for me. Just a world for me.
That shit was fire, bro.
Oh yeah, the motion like a locomotive. The world premiere.
So the Adam's on camera, and pretty much, if you don't have a light blasting you in the face, you look like you're in shadows. Like for example, I'll turn my light off. See, now you can barely see me.
Yeah, bless you, Hank.
Yeah, so I'm gonna turn the light back on.
Bam. You got professional lighting, just like that.
Yep.
Now I can see every crevice.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm
That's
trying
what
to
ladies like to see.
Yeah, I'm trying to set something up with this mirror I got in this basement. I just hung this mirror up. I had my dude who actually came and built this basement, was fucking Hashim. He's an interesting dude. He actually built this basement from scratch. One dude built this entire fucking
His
basement.
name was
I watched him. Yeah, I watched him do it. Yeah.
Yo,
His
doesn't
name was the name.
his name was the name?
Yeah, his name was the name.
That's dope.
Last time he took a picture of me because he's like, because I gave him a copy of my book, and he's like, I feel like you're gonna be a star one day, and he's like, can I take a picture with you? And he took a fucking picture with me, and he's like, one day when you become, something big, and I'm like, I know, maybe, like, I'm a loser right now, but he's like, no, but one day you're gonna be something. And I'm going to be like, that's my brother. And he just takes the picture and he walks away.
Man knows.
I was like, oh, shit. I was like, man, I don't know why, but that had put a smile on my face yesterday when he came and put this mirror here. But yeah, let me see if I can if this mirror can do what it do. Because this would make a cool scene if I had this mirror here, man. Fuck around with this here live on stage. Do it live.
Live demo. It's like I'm watching racing. The best parts are crashes.
Shit, I'm like an old ass man at this point.
I'm just waiting to see Hank come on the stream one day with the construction helmet on.
Why not now? Let's go do it now.
See Hank come on with the whole Bob the Builder costume and shit.
I gotta turn this shit off. See if y'all see this shit. A motherfucking virtual background. Nen. Okay. Yeah, you can't really see that shit. If I go like get this mirror here. Yeah, I need to really pull it up to the mirror. Closer to the mirror.
Is that the Vesica Pisces dog?
Yeah, I could like appear in this mirror, be on some shit. Where I could be in
That's like a Pisces.
In the fucking mirror. I'll be like in my own mirror and talking to y'all through the mirror. You know what I mean? Like, whoo! Like, I don't know. I got to work it out. But yeah, it'll be like some shit like that. Where I'd be talking at motherfuckers through the mirror and shit. But
That's
yeah.
a dope mirror.
What if you put them? Oh, is it like fully installed? Is that how that
Yeah.
works? Oh, okay.
It's
Fully
it's
installed.
Installed by
yeah,
Nate.
I see it. Roger
yeah,
that.
it took a string and installed that shit to the wall with 2 nails and a string.
No
It was
way, not
pretty
a string,
skillful.
bro.
Yeah, it's pretty skillful how he did it. Yeah, he
No.
did that shit.
Oh shit, we got Hank on duty, bro.
Steel cable. Oh shit. Hank got initiated and he became the Illuminati. And now he is a master builder.
Correct.
Hiram a biff.
He's illuminated in his mind, as you can tell by the flashlight.
Correct.
Symbology.
Yeah, that is crazy how they put the flashlight right there. They could have put it on the suit, but they got to put it on top of the helmet.
And he's in the 4th mode, which is the 4th secret degree of flashing red light.
Yes. You ask and I deliver.
Yeah, that's.
Is Hank gonna be the YMCA guy now?
He's gonna be all 5 of them.
He's got enough hats, he can do it. He just gotta green screen himself out and copy and pasta all of them together. If you can get a video of Hank with a green screen with every outfit, I'll put them all into one with the YMCA theme.
And if you call it the Village People, I'll give you $5.
He just needs the hats, just different.
The Village People.
Man, how the fuck am I gonna do this shit? I need something to elevate this fucking laptop in front of this fucking mirror. That's what the fuck I would need.
Do you have some dirty clothes or something?
What if you just get a separate camera, right? And now invest in a second camera that you can post up like as a side view. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Like an angular view.
But the
your
core,
laptop can still be facing your front, but you're sitting on the side, and then the camera can be facing the mirror, and then you have your different angles.
but the
That's a
cord.
good idea. I may do that too.
Do it, Hank. It's a good idea. Mimsy Limbs gave it to you.
What you do is you get a camera and you point it at another camera. You stand in the middle and then you overlay both feeds on top of each other.
Yeah.
With 50% opacity. And then you crack the matrix and step into the fourth dimension.
That's it.
But make sure you wear your construction helmet because it gets dangerous in the fourth dimension.
I have living in fourth dimensional control. I'm going to bump into this fifth and sixth one. Have any of you seen the Imagining the 10th Dimensions? If not, I'm gonna go link that.
Jake says to turn your room light off, Hank.
That is a dope mirror, though. It's like real fancy looking and looks dope. Looks like the Vesica Pisces almost. It's not a full Vesica Pisces because they're ovals.
Do you know the best way to clean your mirrors is with alcohol and a newspaper? You heard that?
That's a fact.
Yeah, I have a wife, but we're separated right now. But she used to know all of these crazy techniques for shit like cleaning and all of this type of stuff. She used to make her own cleaning supplies, make her own shit. It was very interesting.
Vinegar is another good all natural.
That is exactly what I was just about to say. She told me how to clean things with vinegar, and that's what I do. I clean everything with vinegar now because of her. But yeah.
If you ever
I clean some things with vinegar.
If you ever make lemonade, with real lemons, you can take your lemons and disinfect a whole bunch of stuff with it.
Because it's the lemon halves that are left over.
Yeah, the lemon halves.
The lemon halves. Yeah.
Well, you can cook and eat those. If you just boil those, they're edible.
You can also boil. You can boil them and make aromas for your house. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Fun facts.
If you eat the pectin, it's really good for your body in removing toxic metals and all kinds of crazy shit that they be putting in our food.
Ah, yes, pectin made by boiling peels of fruits.
But you can eat
pectin and those fucking what do you call them, sprouts and shit. You eat sprouts and shit, they get rid of metals and shit. They get rid of heavy metals and shit.
That shit,
cabbage and spinach,
the orange, it's the white shit, right?
Yeah,
underneath the skin, but in
not the
between
orange or the yellow, right? That white material that's in between, the fruit and the skin,
right? Yeah,
to eat.
Yeah. So you
right there.
if you throw an orange or a lemon, just cut it up into smiles and throw in the soup, you can totally eat it. I usually do it with my Instant Pot.
The skin, though, you want to get rid of because it has a lot of the pesticides on it, like glyphosates and shit.
Just
you
can wash it enough, it's fine.
Use an apple peeler, bro, or a
potato.
potato.
I'm thinking of doing a show on food and health and shit. You guys definitely need to come through for that. I'm definitely gonna message you on that shit.
Facts.
Yeah, because we need it. Yeah, because people are eating heavy metals and shit. They're eating plastics and shit. They're eating processed foods and shit. They're eating pesticides and shit. We need to keep people away from that. So definitely, gonna tell them where the food system comes from, where all this shit is corn and soy and shit. How they want to stay away from all that stuff.
That was the one. Yeah. It's the soy that too many men are eating too much soy because soy is in everything and it's making the men effeminate.
It makes you a bitch.
Yeah, it's got plastic in it. Yeah, soy's got an inorganic silicate in it. So it's actually when your body ingests it, it identifies it as plastic. And, soy and shit like that, your body can't break it down. And also, they got gender bending chemicals they're spraying on the food. They got the the endocrine disrupting glyphosate they're spraying on that shit, so
this man knows his shit, all right, ladies and gentlemen.
The food system out here. I took a class, food politics. We study permaculture, all that stuff. So we definitely talk about how the monoculture is affecting the biodiversity of plant life, the harvesting of seeds and the local plants and all that shit. So definitely need to replant wild nature. Yeah, my shit is, we need to figure out how to replant the wild nature. So yeah, we'll figure out how to. We'll figure it out. We got to get more people thinking about it first. But it is what it is.
It's also not just a matter of replanting it, it's also a matter of identifying and being willing to actually try the natural things that God just puts
There's
there
foundation.
Yeah,
Right.
Yo,
I mean, if you just got some hemp seeds and just put them places, that'll probably rotate the crops a little bit.
There's foundations everywhere, and you could look into it locally. They'll give you grant money to like buy plants to plant wild natural plants. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh, that sounds interesting. I'd do that.
There's a lot of
I
different
can already do that.
And you can actually get these charitable organizations to pay for it because they get grant money that they have to give out. So they just have money they have to give out, and it's there. You know what I mean?
You just have to.
And some of the best grant programs come directly from the federal government. That's a seed program as well as a watershed program. They both give grants, and that's a perfect project for, the edge of desert areas and stuff, Arizona type lands.
That's just taking their money and doing good things with it if you do good things with it. You know what I mean?
Where they're getting their seeds. I mean, like Monsanto owns the whole market, don't they?
No, you go into wild plants that are not there's programs with wild plants that are not GMO. They're native plants because they don't want invasive species of plants.
Right.
So you're talking about USDA grants? Is that correct?
There's all different kinds of shit, bro. You can go on grants.gov and get grants to do all kinds of crazy shit.
Okay, that's
Check into the land stewardship. Check into the land stewardship program.
So if your community is not doing good, you can fix it.
And if it is doing good, I can make it better.
It's a fact.
What about this? What if you're living in the concrete?
Why is there a shadow there? I don't understand what the fuck this shadow is coming from. This is fucking creeping me out.
That is a little strange.
There's no reason for that.
You look like the Predator.
It's like it's like a dark fucking shadow here.
Where's the light? Because the light is there too. You see, you're blocking it.
Yeah, I turned the light off, and it's still the shadow is still there. So I don't.
Well, you didn't turn the light off.
The
Because
shadow
light.
bends when you cover the light. Watch, it bends.
Yeah. There's a light reflecting on your camera from the mirror, and it's causing a shadow.
It bends.
Yeah.
No, but I turned all the lights off, and the shadow is still
And
there.
it straightens on.
You don't have enough lights.
Watch. I'll turn all the lights off, and the fucking
Cover
shadow
the camera.
Why
and
turn
then
all the lights on instead?
Try covering the camera real quick. Might be like an autofocus issue. No, it's still.
Yeah, turn all the lights on.
What if you just gently turned your computer slightly in the opposite direction, allowing for more light to come in?
The shadow's following. Look, the shadow's still there.
Oh shit, nigga.
Maybe it's on the lens.
Yeah.
It's actually trippy. There's this fucking shadow.
Yeah, I see it.
This is fucking weird. Like watch. I'm gonna turn all the lights off, and this motherfucking shadow. It's an optical illusion.
I think he's using the built-in camera, and there's probably a fault in it.
Maybe
Yeah,
it's
shadow's still
a blind
there.
spot. Maybe it's a blind spot in the corner of the room.
See, look. There's a shadow.
It's on the camera.
It's still
Look,
there.
My hand disappears into the shadow.
Yeah. I think it's a fall in the camera because the shadow shouldn't exist in a dark room. So it's
Yo,
not.
what if you put on your green screen again and then you tried it again?
Someone said that's a visitor.
It came with the mirror.
Yeah, I think it's a camera fault because a dark room shouldn't have shadows.
Ladies and gentlemen, We have a gin on the panel.
Green screen is gone when you.
Broken.
Yeah, that's because it's working around the camera.
I don't know.
It's because the graphics processing is filling that part in.
Maybe the camera is dead.
Well, hey kids, I'm out.
I saw the hand.
See you later,
I'm out.
wizard.
Yep,
This is
I'll
how the
see everybody next time.
All right, have a blessed one, wizard. Have a blessed night, friend.
Yo, we just figured out how they do the moon. All right. The hand went through the shadow. All right.
Man, this shit is.
Yeah, they had to fake it on the moon for to get proper lighting.
What if you shut the camera off in StreamYard real quick? Go to like icon and then pop back.
Yeah, it's worth a try.
It might work.
Yeah, shadow's still there, except we have processing to cover it up with the background mode.
I don't know. I'm not gonna fuck with it right now. I'll figure it out later. I think that camera might be permanently broken.
Yes.
Or something like that. But
Yeah, that's what I think.
Now you can only stream on 80% of your camera.
Nubs revenge. Nubs. Yeah, what did they do with the toilet bowl fellow, Nubs? Did you have a discussion with him? Or did you guys happen to see that or what? Yeah, you can come and talk about it if you want.
Toilet bowl?
Nubs. Yeah, toilet bowl, earth, soylent troll. Yeah. We calling them out here. Oh, Cecil's here.
It's probably actually
shit.
on the lens.
Cecil,
of
you're
your
all.
camera.
Wait,
Give
Cecil,
us the allspark.
You're kind of robotic. Here, hold on. Say what you were gonna say again. I think you're.
I said it might be something that's actually on the lens of your camera. The shadow.
Yeah, I hope. Yeah, man. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I need to like spray some fucking, some some shit, clean this motherfucker with some fucking orange oil or some shit. You know what I mean? I guess to get this fucking shit. Yeah, that's another thing. I'll be having like essential oils and shit, like orange and lemon and sage and shit. And you can go get that shit for cheap from the store. You just get like essential oil. Or it's like just lemon and shit.
So
oil is the same though. You gotta be careful.
Yeah, not all of it's the same, yeah.
So, but in other news, I was lurking on Enslaved by Testicles stream last night.
Mm-hmm.
And supposedly they're trying to say that like Drew is like back and all this shit. And, like Toilet Turban was there and all the usual suspects. But my honest opinion, I don't think any of them ever left. I think they all were just like sock puppeting and trying to troll around here or whatever. Now it's like come on, bro. I've seen that shit before.
By Drew, do you mean Zetic Warrior or different guy?
Cock Body Outlies.
Cock Body Outlies. Oh, okay. I don't watch this show.
Yeah, his shit. Yeah, I mean, they were talking about like Vince McMahon or some shit over there, or some conspiracy theory, and then you got Enslaved by Tortellini, and then all those guys were like trying to say, "Oh, dude, I'm back," and they were talking shit about QFC as usual, and just like all the same boring shit as usual.
Yeah, talking about conspiracy gets boring, so I just start my own.
Well, I mean, that was the whole premise of like Drew's channel is like he's a quote unquote conspiracy expert and he's gone through them all and they're all boring. And if you get obsessed with this stuff, then now you have a mental disability or some shit. I mean, you know, maybe I just missed something there, but yeah.
That's called an open agent.
Right. So let's basically sit around and talk shit about truthers, tongue in cheek, and you know, talk about pro wrestling and like, come on, bro.
Well, truthers, I'm gonna be honest. Truthers kind of pissed me off. They're not very good at researching or citing their sources. They just tell me do your own research.
Well, there's a certain
that's a
level of
bullshit
it.
answer.
There's a certain level of it that's like conceptual, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I see what you're saying. Is people need to do their own research more, and I agree with that. But there's a certain level of truthering that's like purely conceptual. Like, I believe that this is what you know what I mean?
Yeah. So you can either cite your sources so I can kind of know where you got it from, or you can draw a picture for me, or you can just. But if they refuse to do either, I just say that's part. He just pulled out his ass.
Well, right, but that's my point. Is that a lot of truthers, you know, in quotations, don't really even have any sources. They just like have theories about what's actually going on.
Yeah.
You know, and yeah, but anyway.
It's okay to have theories, hypotheses, but just say that they're a hypothesis and say, "No, I got the truth, man. You better believe me. Do your own research."
Well, that just means you're like a nut job and paranoid.
Yeah, exactly.
You want to avoid those people.
Here's the problem.
No, I don't. You typically want to avoid those people, but I like making their day harder, so I'll find those people.
There's some people that demand sources, right? And like I can sit here and provide you with a million sources that are bullshit. And that would prove it right. Like you would believe me, but it would be a lie. So, like, does that really matter? That's the reality. Like, people that hold having a source as the fucking end all be all don't really understand the true nature of information.
Yeah, it's a barrier to entry. If it's a screening tool. If you have some sources, I know at least you read something. So that screens like 90% of the total bullshitters.
Well, but then it bears the question: if you were actually provided with real evidence that was so shocking, it was unfucking believable, but it was real shit. Would you actually be willing to believe that it's there, even if it is unbelievable?
Yes. Let me put it this way: I used to be an atheist until I read Fictional Theism by Roy Sorensen. So yeah, I changed my beliefs before.
But like, what did the book prove exactly? What kind of? Because you got to understand, when someone quotes a source, right? Like, even if they give you a citation, that goes back to a book, and then it's a guy who said it, right? But what's his source for that which he said? Okay, maybe he even had a source that he read in order to get to what he understood. And then he cited that. Now you go back to that. Where does the fucking paper trail of sources end? It ends with a guy claiming some shit.
Yeah, well, maybe there's a few different guys claim some shit.
The only thing that separates what I'm saying from what the guy's saying, right, is that he wrote it in a book a long time ago. So if I write some shit in a book 100 years from now, some motherfucker could sit here and quote what I'm saying as if it's the word of God, and then people like you will believe it?
No, I mean, I don't guarantee that I'll believe it.
But you would have a source.
Yeah.
So
this audience doesn't believe everything they read, though. So I have a source.
And even so, see, the point of making books and whatnot and putting out truth is not to convince anybody of anything. It's really more like seeds that you plant, and you really hope that people don't even believe you. It's so fucking crazy. You got to go and check it out yourself. And then if you really want to know more, then maybe you come back to the original person that you heard it from, because maybe they can lead you towards the direction where they got it from. You understand? But it has to, like, you got to be genuine and actually be willing to learn it, instead of just being like, well, where'd you get this? And I'm going to shit on it anyways, because I don't like the way you said it, you know?
I do know, but I just gave you an example of me changing a deep fundamental belief.
I'm not saying you specifically, Mr. Hank. No, I'm not saying you personally. You know what I'm saying? Not Mr. Hank only. I'm saying people in general.
Yeah, people in general. Okay.
Anybody else experiencing a light winter where they're at?
Well, it wasn't that light. It was short, but it was pretty heavy.
Yeah, we only got one snow, and it wasn't that deep.
We got a couple snows. It was pretty cold, but at least it's not so cold anymore. I'm in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, so we probably got similar weather. I'm in Maryland.
Yeah.
So the area of Oregon that I'm in is called like the high desert or whatever. Yeah. So we've been getting snow like once a month, you know, and up until recently it's been kind of light, you know, I mean like less than an inch, you know, but now that we're kind of like more closer to the middle of winter, it's been significantly more. But still, it'll like snow, like it'll be around for like a week out of the month, and then like rain comes, it warms back up, and rain comes, and that's it. What about you, TML?
It's pretty fucking snowy here. It's Michigan, you know what I mean? It is what it is. It's fucking snow as fuck out here. It is, you know, it's the north, you know, the northern, you know, glacials. We get the lakes, the motherfucking lakes. You know, it's crazy, man. It's some cold ass north. Yeah, some cold ass wind kicking up off those motherfucking lakes out here in the winter, man. This shit is fucking hitting Chicago, Michigan, Detroit. You know, this shit is cold ass motherfucking wind, dude. It is what it is. You know, it's just harsh. You know, there's a bunch of homeless motherfuckers out there. It's crazy, man. You know, it is what it is. You know, we got.
Yeah, it's got to be a bitch for the homeless, man.
No, they're fine.
If they're homeless, they just move. They don't have a home anyways.
No, they do have to figure it out because they can't go to missions. You'll get your if you're not strong or able to protect yourself, you'll get your dick fondled in a mission. Because yes, they'll open the mission up to homeless people. They're not going to pay security for it. They're not going to allocate police there.
You can't call out Nubs because he can't hop on the panel because his internet's bad. So he's not gonna hop on the panel anyway.
Oh, I give him no attention except for the signal that you might want to get back on your channel if he feels inclined to show up in your chat. That is like a flag, like, oh, Nubs thinks he can just come around here and talk. You might be getting a little slacky on your channel. I just wanted to back Cecil up because I'm usually going at Cecil.
Is Nubs for some reason blacklisted?
He is pilot level right hand of Paul culted the fuck up, dude.
Oh, but there's so many people in my chat that have the same audience. You know, I have the same audience as a lot of people.
You have the same audience as everyone within a channel that if I mention it, you won't go, who is that? And you even deny some of them that you do know. Because the cross promotion bullshit is a farce.
Nearly everyone here is somebody from another channel, except for Neurojack and you know, basically Neurojack and Rand.
I failed with Neurojack somewhere in the point that he still thinks he shouldn't just roll around as Neurojack.
And pretty much Canuck and pretty much Baltimore. I mean, me and Hank met on the Gen X Jeff stream, and then he was never. I mean, we didn't even.
I think you're getting off my point. I really, to put it mildly, I don't give.
I mean, I created this whole.
But what I'm saying is, just today, there was a guy make it about you. Just today, there was a guy changing out the light. Okay, talk over me. Yes, winters are mild. Fuck the details.
Wait, hold on. I curated my own shit out here. Cecil. Tell him about this shit. Tell him about this OG shit, dude.
Everybody here is for TML, you know what I'm saying? They came from far and wide to hear the man speak. So just calm down.
So I don't know why yeah, I don't know. Tommy just left, but yeah, man, you're free to speak here, my friend. I don't know why. I don't know why you just left, but yeah, you're free to speak here. Everyone's free to speak here. That's the thing, though.
The procession for me was Quantum of Conscience promoted actually three other channels, but the only ones I ever stuck to were
Yo, there was not that many lies detected in the video we watched of his, honestly. You know, the one on science. Remember we broke down his science video that one day?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, most of the shit he said was on point. I mean, I give him like, you know, he's talking about how science is like basically theatrics, you know, like it's the media shit, you know, it's just symbols and you know signs and shit. So yeah, I mean, yeah, 90% of it is about like, yeah, it's like, you know, somebody said earlier, you know, time and space are made up concepts. I mean, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is.
That guy's theme seems to be like fake reality, alternate reality. Like he approaches conspiracy theory from like a reality type, whereas like most people just get stuck in, oh, it's the government, they're fucking with us and all this shit. He approaches it from like, well, this is how we know that reality is breaking down, and tries to explore the validity of reality.
Oh, yeah, dimensional analysis kind of thing. Yeah, that makes sense. I would do it that way. Just right. Like how MBTI works too.
But a lot of his stuff, I mean, just sounds like crazy talk sometimes, and it's kind of off-putting. And I don't know, man. His videos were like hours long, and I just got tired of it after a while.
Matt's kind of like, man, he's been around the truth community since like a long time ago. So, but he's changed his method of delivery. He talks about the not milk all the time.
Right. You know,
words.
Busker, you know how like when you have like the captions going on a freaking on a video.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Right,
so I was watching one of his videos one day on caption, and the YouTube or the AI or whatever couldn't interpret what he was saying properly. So it translated not milk as nut milk.
Oh shit. That's too funny.
Yeah, as nut milk, yeah. But anyway, no, dude, the guy's very intelligent. I mean, it's just I can only take it in small doses. Yeah. That's
like early on, I mean, like he called out like a lot of the stuff that we saw. I mean, early on, I think, but he did change his method. I mean, but then he's got free voice. If you have been to his freevoice.io, have you heard of that?
His website, I looked at it a couple of times.
Yeah, he talks about shit he can't talk about on YouTube. Some of it's good, some of it's not so good, but he revisits a whole lot of shit that I used to look at a lot. I mean, yeah. Like the 2012 Connecticut crook thing, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Right. That was the other thing, is I was always after him, like in the comments. I was like, bro, can you at least go make like a bit shoot or something like that where you don't have to constantly talk in hobo code?
Yeah.
Like,
you guys want to hear this Tommy freestyle? Look at this shit.
Sure.
Now, in my younger days, I used to sport a rag, backpack full of cans plus a fofo mag, G'd up from the feet up, blued up from the shoe up, hardcore up, smoking and drinking till we do up. Teaching my class, the fuck your tool up. You don't want to blast, nigga, tuck your tool up. Dude, who is that?
I mean, I hate to sound like JG, but it was a little corny. But, you know, better than my shit, because I ain't got none, you know.
So I watched a video, I think yesterday or today. It's called "Why Quantum Physicists Love Schopenhauer." Wittgenstein said that Schopenhauer was the only philosopher Einstein had a picture in his office of, and it's where he got his ideas for space-time. And Schopenhauer is one of those idealist philosophers, a German idealist who was mixed with Eastern and Western philosophy.
Not milk. In the caption, that's funny. God bless you.
Damn. It's them wee bit hours. Actually, it's just midnight right now, man. I'm gonna see who else is doing their thing on these panels, man. Let's see what the universe gave us as entertainment this evening. I mean, we got Cage. Oh, Cage is on. Nice. All right. The Rosicrucian Mysteries. Okay. 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 You know, Cage is always on point with this shit, man. Just promote some Cage out here. Go subscribe to Cage, everyone. You know, I'll be coming on there sometimes.
Or death terminates.
But he deletes all his videos, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'll be, you know, I was on the previous episodes and shit.
Hopefully he archives them somewhere else. But I don't know
Yeah,
where.
maybe. Yeah, maybe.
The past grudge or
Let me check in his
Primitive
description to see if he has
receptors
an archive.
and cause them to hate
listed.
anew until the consequent discomfort forced them to tolerate each other, and perhaps later they may learn to love where they hated. The question also arises in the mind of inquirers: if we have been here before, why do we not remember? And the answer is that while most people are not aware of how their previous existences were spent, there are others who have very distinct recollection of previous lives. A friend of the writer, for instance, when living in France, one day started to read to her son about a certain city where they were then going upon a bicycle tour, and the boy exclaimed, "You do not need to tell me
He
about
deletes all his lives, but he keeps something. But he doesn't have an archive of his lives listed linked from YouTube.
Yeah, that's from my black friend who died. Peace to Mark Sumter, who passed away. He used to say he used to say okay like that sometimes when he used to like be like inquire about shit. But yeah, man, rest in peace, Mark Sumter, man. You know what I mean?
Looks like Cage has a video that
memory revealed
say Israel may be a fusion or something. ISIS
old
Ross
girl in Santa
Taylor.
Barbara described her life and death has been given in the Rosicrucian Cosmo-conception. It is perhaps the most conclusive evidence as it hinges on the veracity of a child too young to have learned deception. This theory of life does not rest upon speculation, however. It is one of the first facts of life demonstrated to the pupil of a mystery school. He is taught to watch.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna know about reincarnation even in the Western mystery schools. It's not just Eastern shit because Plato believed in reincarnation. So I mean, you know, it's not just an Eastern thing. I mean, point blank, it's just, you know, it's Orphic Pythagorean, which means that it actually affects the tradition of Plato as well. As if you've been paying attention to some of my presentations on this show, you would have heard that many, many times. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, anamnesis is what they call it. You know, when you get all the knowledge downloaded. You know, nowadays they say, well, there's a record library somewhere that has all the information in it, or you know, whatever it is. You know,
one without exception.
But we know that's not
able
true
to know-
because of the incompleteness theorem, the Gödel incompleteness theorem. So we know it's false.
Gödel's. Yeah,
Yeah,
Gödel's.
Gödel's incompleteness theorem. So we know it's
Gödel's.
false.
Yeah, I was talking about Gödel's too on this show, but I was first getting into just the different versions of infinity, by man, I forget his name, man. Motherfucking he was way before Gödel's, you know what I mean? Cantor,
Cantor, yes.
guys. Cantor, folks. See, I'm still on my shit. I may have took some mushrooms today, but I could still talk about the different versions of infinity of Cantor, of the irregular, irrational numbers and the whole numbers. He said that the infinity of irrational numbers is larger than the infinity of whole numbers, and then he said each set contains within itself a wholeness and an infinity within itself.
Correct.
So he collapsed the version. So he used these two things, mikton and a piron, and we were talking about this on one of our shows when we were talking about the philosophy of math. So if you guys missed that, you guys missed the excellent presentation on Cantor, but we might open it up, extend that to Gödel's. We might have to. Because Gödel and David Hilbert, especially, David Hilbert talks about it, the notion of infinity, how infinity cannot be traversed, and he gives an example, of a hotel with infinite rooms, that's always occupied,
I wouldn't say you can't traverse it, you just have to be very creative.
Yeah, Gödel's. That goes back to appearance and reality. You guys get up in Gödel's, man. Shit. Truth is superior to provability. Incompleteness.
Well, the truth is just a feeling, so I wouldn't say so.
Because he said that the incompleteness theorems, they're true, but you can't prove them. That's the problem, as with Cantor's mathematical monsters,
No, there are what's it called? There are like systems of math that can't be proven within themselves.
Exactly.
That's just a limit of the description, really, rather than truth being superior to provability.
You said it's a limit within the system itself.
Yeah, it's a limit of just.
But it's not making a statement about truth in general.
Yeah, it's not stable. It's not a statement of truth in general.
So you're saying, in other words, you're saying that math, because see, these guys are taking a more approach of Plato, and I talked about the limitations of that approach as well, because I talked about, whether math is actually part of nature, in that talk. So, yeah, what do you think? Do you think math can explain reality or
no?
No.
No, I mean, I'd say no. You can use math with other things to explain reality, but pure math, it probably can't. So yeah, it's context dependent because math is a language. It's the language we use to model computation.
Yeah, that's one thing that we got up in is that when we move to language, because see, logic and math are linked, especially in analytic philosophy. That's the guy we talked about in the beginning, Bertrand Russell. He linked math and logic, him and Whitehead, and that's what created the symbol or the symbolic language that they use for the computer code, for the computing language, so because they have, you could function make logical operators function as switches.
Yeah.
So You know what I mean? So, actually, you could have a machine perform the functions.
Yeah, and or exclusive or and not. The bit shift operations.
Yeah, I take some of this shit. I took some of these mushrooms today.
People try to take massive doses though, like in one shot, and like, yo, it don't really matter how much you take in one shot. You can't process more than like 5 grams of good shrooms in one shot in your brain. You know what I mean? Like the way that it works pharmacologically, it's not like acid, where like acid will stay in your brain for mad long. Shrooms, it processes through your body, and a certain amount can pass through the cert, and whatever doesn't, you just piss it out or shit it out. Now, I mean, shamans used to ingest all kinds of shrooms and piss out like purified shroom liquid, and people would drink their urine and get high as fuck.
I've heard about that.
That was mainly with amanitas, though, because they would filter it out using their own body to remove the bad parts of the amanita. You know what I'm saying? They would also drink deer urine who had eaten the amanitas, because you don't want to deal with some of the toxic elements of the amanita, but the shaman was adept in it, and he had prepared his body where he could handle high toxic doses of the shit. And then his body would filter out the toxins, and he would piss out psychoactive ingredients, and people would drink it. And that's
You know what you just did? You found a job for Brian O'Shea. That's job Brian O'Shea can do.
That's the magical miracle of Christmas, ladies and gentlemen.
There you go.
Berserker.
That recounting of the shamanistic.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Sorry, the shamanistic practice of, I guess, a form of psychedelic auto urine therapy. It's quite reminiscent of the Water of Life in the novel Dune. For anyone who's read it, it's clear where he kind of got the inspiration for.
Yeah, bless you, brother.
But reindeer in Arctic areas, as Rant mentioned, would actually bowl people over to get at the urine deposits they would leave in the snow because of the salt or other trace minerals they could get from it. And they apparently like shaman pea the best. They eat the mushrooms too.
Shaman pea.
You better hope they don't have a bladder infection.
The golden ryle. Nice one, Gary Baxter. Yeah.
He said the golden rule.
I'm so glad I have video games, so I don't need to drink pee to have a get high.
No way, yeah.
The golden rule, man. The golden showers. The golden rule. Yo, that's a good one, man. I gotta say.
It's a tolerance thing, you know what I'm saying? Like their body's just tolerant.
The golden rule, guys.
Have you heard of these mushroom gummies? They're like real popular online. And I don't know what they're made of, if they're amanita.
Yeah, I took some of that today too. Mushroom gummies. All sorts of different types of this shit. There's like chocolates, fucking gummies, like all sorts of shit.
The gummies. They're just a little tiny bit bitter.
But I get but I like just to eat the mushrooms, That's what I
I need
But I just put them in but I eat them in a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
There you go.
You ever got them fresh, bro?
Like, how do you mean?
Like fresh, wet, like freshly picked.
No, I don't do that shit.
So, I mean, if I ever do take them, I'll grow them, right? And the freshly picked ones, they hit you different.
They're different, huh?
Yeah, because psilocybin and psilocin are the two main ingredients. Now, psilocybin metabolizes in your liver into psilocin. But when you eat the fresh mushrooms, they contain psilocin, so you get high like right away when you eat them. And then there's no like you ever get hit with like the wall of psychedelics, like it all starts hitting you real hard?
Yeah. I had that today where I just like Yeah.
it hits you and you get that like, oh shit. You know what I mean? It's like you're going down the roller coaster type of shit. What I'm saying is when you eat them fresh, you don't get that feeling because you're already high by the time it hits you. So like you coast kind of like up and then you hit the peak, but you came up to the peak. It's not like it just hits you immediately. Because there's psilocin in the fresh mushrooms that goes right into your blood.
I had some wild like come up and then the come down today on this shit, man. It was fucking crazy harsh. It was like, oh shit, and then that shit dropped me like, man, it dropped me like off of a fucking cliff, and I was just straight up, just like in a fetal position. I was like, oh, where the fuck am I? I was like, I have no power anymore. Yeah,
I like
it was, I was
I'm
just got skull fucked. You know.
I've totally ended up in the fetal position because of shrooms, dude. Like if I had hard.
Yeah, it's the catatonic shit, you know.
If you plan on eating like an eighth, right? It's always better to eat half of it, and then when it hits you, eat the other half.
That's kind of how I do it too.
Yeah, I took like maybe 5 grams of this shit in total. But yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, I like the 5-gram thing. I do that like every few months.
One shot, 5 grams.
Yeah. And like usually a cup of coffee, and sometimes maybe like once or twice a year, I'll get like a pack of like cigarettes with it. But I'm starting to not do that anymore, you know. But yeah, I used to just once a year or like twice a year just get a pack of cigarettes and just chain smoke a pack of cigarettes when I was on mushrooms. And that would usually give me a good feeling. I don't know why.
That would always trigger it, dude. I can't take mushrooms without smoking.
Yeah, sativa, some cannabis sativa, and some a little bit of nicotine, just a little bit of nicotine, and some coffee. I don't know why it helps me, and some orange juice.
Oh yeah.
You know? Yeah, I get like all that shit going at once. But yeah, it is what it is.
You ever drunk or eaten mangoes like 30 minutes before you smoke?
Yeah, it keeps you higher longer. They got some kind of chemical in them.
It enhances your high too. Like, and also eating.
Well, I don't know if you noticed, but I'm literally a motherfucking Pakistani, so I just eat mangoes all the time. But it is what it is, you know. But yeah, you know,
the vitamin C catalyzes.
We eat mad mangoes. We get like mango pulp and like put it in fucking yogurt milk and just drink that motherfucking shit. Yeah.
Sounds amazing.
Mangoes have the same terpene called myrcene.
Yep.
Yeah, and there's other you can get limonene.
That's for weed, right? That's not for shrooms.
Yeah, for like also like it's in everything. Like you know, not everything, but a whole lot of stuff.
For the shrooms, the vitamin C catalyzes the way that the brain utilizes serotonin, and psilocin is almost identical to the shape of serotonin, and it actually passes through your blood-brain barrier, and your brain receives serotonin.
Yeah.
So mushrooms is one of the only drugs that you're actually experiencing the drug and not your body being forced to release its own chemicals, which is why you don't really get a hangover.
Yeah, it's like psilocybin, dimethyltryptamine, serotonin, and melatonin. They're all chemically very similar.
Psilocybin metabolizes into psilocin in the liver, and that's what gets you high.
Yeah.
But like I said, the fresh ones have psilocin and psilocybin in them. So it's like, it's weird. You don't have to digest the psilocybin into the psilocin, so you get high mad quick. Like, you eat it, and like within 5 to 20 minutes, you're feeling high already on shrooms. You know what I'm saying?
I used to drink a lot of orange juice when I took acid.
I also personally prefer to make tea out of the shrooms.
Yeah, I've done that before. Yeah, that's always a good move. You know, that's always a good fucking move.
I filter out the bulk material if they're dry. Otherwise, I sometimes get like my stomach gets upset.
Yeah,
from,
dude.
from digesting dry shrooms.
Yeah, that I always got the fucking stomach rumbles from that. Dry shrooms.
But you won't get it if you do a tea with it from dry shrooms. Wet shrooms won't usually give it to you. They just they turn into mush in your mouth.
Yeah, I ate like a quarter of like really old dry shrooms, and they just the stems. There was really no caps in it, but yeah, it got me fucking tripped. I felt it, but like I don't feel it like I would if I wasn't on this benzodiazepine. The benzodiazepine keeps you from really getting the freaky feeling, you know?
Oh yeah, you won't even really get high on benzos.
No, I don't. Yeah, that's kind of like with pot. Like the only reason I can smoke so much pot is because I'm on the 1 milligram of Causality a day.
You know what's crazy? I probably could have been put on some kind of anti-anxiety medicine, but instead of that, I leaned into it and kept dealing with psychedelics that would basically make the anxiety worse to the point where I learned how to just basically not have it. You know what I mean? Like I leaned into it. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you mean.
Oh my God.
It was like I used to smoke weed and freak out, right, when I was younger. And I was like, well, I guess I just have to smoke more weed and freak out until I get bored of it. And like I got bored of freaking out. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, that's usually how I handle stuff.
I took mushrooms for my first time and I had like a near-death fucking experience. And basically, like, I got scared of psychedelics. So I went, deep into psychedelics. Just started eating mad acid and just went crazy. You know what I mean? To get rid of that, like that fear, you know what I mean?
You just dove in. That's pretty wild.
You could run
Yeah, I
from
don't
it,
know,
or you
like,
could face it.
yeah, I had like I had that shit like once or twice, but I think it was pretty from my experience very very rare, and in terms of mushrooms especially, like I remember like I took other drugs, like I'm talking about like a lot of pills or a lot of drinking, where I would be very, very incapacitated in terms of just like very hazy, like not being able to like walk and shit. So like I'd just be like, oh fuck, like I can't feel my legs, you know. So like that was pretty but then on some like mushrooms, I don't know why, but like mushrooms have always been so good to me. Like they've always just been friendly, like just like a type of chill vibe. Like once or twice the mushrooms did turn against me, and it felt like motherfuckers were like laughing at me from behind the curtains and shit. And I was like, oh shit, but like,
Yo,
but then
TML.
yeah.
It was
Yeah.
like the mushrooms was showing me something that you may have not had. You know what I'm saying? Like I had something wrong with like my mind, I guess, right? Where like I
feel like
wasn't
I'm
really
yeah,
aware.
like I feel like I'm an epileptic. So like I
Oh,
feel
no.
like like I feel like yeah, you might have had some
When I
some
took them,
good-
I was like 14, right?
Yeah.
And I was
Oh shit, 14? Oh shit.
well, I was 14 and like basically I didn't really realize like mortality at that point. You get what I'm saying? Like my brain
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah.
my brain had never really come to the realization of it. Like I knew people died, right? But I always in my mind just like discredited it because like I was like, well, I'm mad young. I don't got to worry about dying. Like just fuck it, and I put it in a box somewhere, right? And the mushrooms brought it out of the box. You know what I'm saying? And I had like this, like it showed me this like near death experience in order to force me to deal with this fucking thing that I'm putting off in the box. And I had to face mortality. You know what I mean? Like I had to actually sit there and realize that it was a real thing. Like I had been suppressing it in my own mind up until that point. You know what I mean? And so like the mushrooms probably never burnt you because maybe you just didn't have that fucking attachment to like some suppressed, you know what I mean? Something that had to come out. Like, you know what I mean? Also in dissolving the ego. You know what I'm saying? Like you might have already dissolved your ego.
Yeah.
Up to it. You know what I'm saying?
But there's something in terms of like alcohol. I think especially where like that brought some traumatic shit out of me where like I have a weird like fucking like love-hate relationship with alcohol where like I don't ever drink anymore. So like that's the thing is like
same.
Yeah. Yeah, where I could where like yeah, it's something about anger, but it's also like I think I'm like the shit when I drink a lot. Like I don't know what it is. It's like some type of stupid element where like
It turns me into the devil, bro.
yeah, it got me like on like some invincibility shit. Like I think I'm invincible, you know what I mean? So I'm like, oh shit, this is not good. But yeah.
It's because
alcohol just makes me more introverted. I don't like it.
Yeah.
It suppresses the central nervous system. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's another thing with me. Like I have to drink alone. Like and I gotta drink and then it's like just sitting there for like 6 hours, like the same fucking 6-pack and shit, and then I start drinking like a fifth after that, and it's like oh, this is gonna be a long night, and it's just like it's always alone, you know. It's never with people, you know.
You know what it is, TML? Yeah. So we're souls, right? We're jacked into this body through the central nervous system. This alcohol separates that connection, right? For like a while, not completely separates it, but it dulls the connection between the soul and the central nervous system, right? Which is what's controlling the body. So now the feeling you're feeling is because you're feeling what you really are. You're feeling immortal because you really are immortal, right? It's detaching you from the physical body and the central nervous system. And so now we're acting in our physical body, but we're feeling some of the feelings of our soul. You know what I'm saying? You feel immortal. You feel larger than life because you really are. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I
So
used
my
to have
soul
this.
generally doesn't want to talk to people.
You are
Yeah.
that, but not in the physical.
Yeah, and I used to have the same one move. Like I used to get in my car, get like a 40 ounce, and like in a couple of like those little alcohol like those little Hennessy bottles and shit, like 4 or 5 of them. And I used to just sit there at the park like and stare at the lake, and it just used to just be me, and I was just staring at the lake, and like fucking swan comes by, just listen to music. And just sit at this fucking lake and just write and think about shit. And I
But
used
yo,
to
you
do
have
this
no fear, right? When you
for like
drink, your fear
6
goes away.
hours. Yeah, 6 hours of this shit. Yeah. I used to talk to people. I used to fucking do all types of shit. Fucking
It
go
was
around.
easier when you're younger, you know. When you get older, it's not the same, dude. It's just definitely not.
It's also not the same for women. I mean, I'm sure it's not the same for all women, but when I drink, I mean, I love me some heinies, bro. You get me 3 heinies and I'm feeling real nice. Anything past 3 heinies, okay? I'm gonna start feeling a little bit too damn emotional about some shit. And no one fucking wants an emotional person who's drinking. And that's just like because of that. I don't like drinking. Also, the fact that I have 4 kids and I feel like I am not in full control, that sends me over the edge too, which is probably why I can't do mushrooms, because I feel like I can't be properly parenting 24/7 and I have issues letting go.
Yeah, Lindsay, man, shout out to Lindsay. She hit 2 and 2 on like she sniped me from the chat twice because she was like TML has strict parents, and then she was like, TML, one of your parents is a doctor, aren't they? And I was like, both of them motherfuckers are doctors. And so she just analyzed my personality from a chat. It was pretty fucking crazy. You know, she got 2 out of 2 right answers somehow, you know. So yeah, it's just crazy. I mean, like, you know, so she's got some psychoanalysis capabilities, you know, apparently, right?
Or she listened to other shows and just dumping the information.
Yeah, she's an attentive. Yeah, she's an attentive listener for sure. Yeah, intuitive. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Maybe a note taker.
Maybe she likes you.
Maybe she's working in an office somewhere.
Yeah, bless you.
You know those offices where like all the furniture's been ripped out? There's like cords hanging from the ceiling and the lights are flickering. Could be
Oh, the office on Paper Street. Yes.
Yeah, Paper Street. There you go.
Intuition. Yeah, we got another intuitive thinker here. Dominic. Blessings, Dominic. Welcome to the panel. Bless you, brother.
Howdy, howdy.
Howdy.
Yeah, this is an OG right here. You can already tell by the avatar here.
I think she's muted.
No, that's a brother, Dominic.
Oh,
yeah.
He's muted.
Yeah, he's an OG of the panel out here. You know, bless you, brother. Yeah, Dominic, what's up, brother? Peace. You know, he'll chime in when he gets ready to. Yeah, bless you, brother. Thank you for being here. Awareness of the unknown. Yeah, for sure.
Hello, Dominic? Hello?
Yeah, he's out here. He's out here with us. Blessings. Yeah, Green Diesel. Thank you for joining us, friend. Yeah, I haven't seen that name before. Blessings. 93. I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
That's an OTO thing.
OTO?
Yep.
What the fuck?
Oh, they're calling out call signs, bro.
Yep.
What?
Is that like the new like scale from 1 to 10 and you're calling TML a 93?
Conjuring shit.
Yeah, I looked it up. I don't remember offhand.
This is conjuring.
Yeah, so 93 is one series of symbolic numbers associated with Aleister Crowley's theosophical system, Telema. It's commonly seen in salutations and closures of letters written by members of the OTO or by other Crowleyan followers.
Yeah, bro, fuck Crowley.
Yeah, fuck Crowley. I can agree with that.
Yeah, Crowley's that's some nasty shit, man. Did you see this guy talking about how you gotta sacrifice the Aryan children? I mean, that's some sick shit, dude.
What about how he ate poop? How about that?
Yeah, the poop, or how he got you know what?
Or how he treated his children
in front of the pyramid by that Jewish guy, you know.
Hey.
Oh my God. That's
Yeah, he got a rim job on the pyramid.
that's disgusting. Yeah. He's on
Fucking crazy.
He's on some. Yeah,
Probably a
the poo-poo.
terrorist, dude.
Yeah.
Crowley's like, ain't nobody been more evil than me. See, I got a rim job on the pyramid again.
Yeah, he had he spread his ISIS wings, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, he's fucked up in the head, man. That guy's really
out of Sicily for being evil. They were like, nah, you can't be doing this in Sicily, bro. You better get the fuck out of here. As a fact, bro, they banned him from Sicily and kicked him out, bro. They found him in their, like, mansion. They would do a witchcraft. They were like, nah, get the fuck out of this whole country right now. You know what I mean?
Wasn't he hired by the CIA or some shit? Or was
MI6. MI6, bro.
MI6. The MI6 used him to harass the German military in both world wars.
Yeah, but you know who was an OSS agent was Carl Jung. Look it up, guys. It's fucked up. Yeah. So Jung, another satanic priest, you know. Yeah, Jung and Crowley. Yeah, man, they're on some shit. You know, Gnosticism, nastyism, Judaism, Buddhism, and Judaism. And the main question in Judaism is who they is.
Who they is.
The Lima not satanic?
Could have fooled me, bro. Everyone involved with it was satanic.
I know. Like, what part of it's not satanic to you?
Well, you think everyone who doesn't worship your Yahweh is satanic? Even
listen, that's that's not true. Okay, number one, because I never even claimed to worship any god with a name.
yes, because if we have his name, we have power over him. So
But
we can't
Crowley
accept
was
that.
but Crowley was overtly Frankist, and yeah, he was actually, like in a Frankist type of cult where you actually do all of those obscene things that, like
Like the
you
Jesuits. They
yeah,
believe
like
they could bring
yeah.
forth they believe they could bring forth the return of Christ by basically filling the cup of evil in the world.
Yeah, Kabbalistic inversion. Yeah. And it's closely linked to that concept we were describing earlier, coincidentia positorum. This is why Hegel was Kabbalistic and Hermetic, and actually those later thinkers like Adorno, really said that the negation was the engine of movement, that the negation of the negation, not the synthesis, was the engine of movement. So it was all negative all the way. So the pull of the Hegelian synthesis was all chaos. It was chaos driven, not order driven. So they Kabbalistically inverted Hegel's own fucking synthesis.
You have to remember that chaos is not the opposite of order. Disorder is. Chaos is a source for both.
Yeah, actually, Hank is into that shit. Hank is into Discordian, and I gave a presentation on Discordian, and so is Paul Enslaved. He's into Discordian. We have another person in the community or the sphere here, that's into the Discordian type of, because he's promoting Robert Anton Wilson and also Terrence McKenna. So he's MKKK ultra, you know what I mean? But yeah, it is what it is. Pan-technical.
Which is why he'll allow me around when I'm not. He will allow me and Wizard around when I'm not culted, because we're technically supposed to be cult leaders ourselves. So we're just talking shop, and I'm with either me or Wizards around. So
well, that's the cult, non-cult, or the anti-cult. That's actually invented by those guys because they invented the cult of Bob. So they had the.
Yes, Bob from Subgenius.
Yep, the Church of the Subgenius. Exactly. Pan-technical metaphysics. Y'all know.
Man, I see it for what it really is. It's just a false understanding of the reality that is a working system, with the keys being held by an external controller. Always has been. It's the secret of magic, bro. Secret of witchcraft and sorcery is that it's not actually real, but they convince you it is. And they provide you a system that appears to work, and so now you believe it, and now you are controlled.
Exactly, such as your computer system. That don't work, but it looks like it does.
I don't know what you're talking about, Hank.
Yeah, go into source code or look at the bug reports. Your computer barely works.
Oh, I mean, look, at the end of the day, I agree that like programs appear to be cleanly working things, but if you know anything about coding, it's all just duct tape, band-aids, and bubble gum. And somehow it works. And most programmers don't know why it works, but it does now, so it's good. Sometimes things break and we don't know why it broke. Sometimes things work and we don't know why they work.
Yeah.
That's his programming.
And sometimes you just have restart the thing and it's fine, seemingly.
I mean, yo, I'm not even speaking from like just bullshit. Like you could ask Mims. I've made fully working programs. I've made video games from scratch.
Yep.
I've made my own models in Blender. I was actually coming out with Pops versus the Illuminati before Alex Jones made his game, and then I gave up on it. You know what I mean?
Alex Jones.
I say continue with it because Alex Jones's game's really short. You could probably do better.
Bone broth. That's what I think of when I think of Alex Jones. I just think of bone broth.
Pops
I was like,
was,
bone broth. Try some of my
His
bone
game
broth.
was he had a big ass cigarette as a machine gun, and he shot cherries at
people, and they were all reptiles, like Hank's icon.
When I hear Alex Jones, I just I hear the song "Ingratiating Goblins in Bed with a Goblin."
That's one of the best memes ever.
That's what I hear.
He goes, I don't want to see him kissing goblins, ingratiating goblins, in bed with a goblin.
I used to have that as my ringtone for so
In
long.
bed with a goblin.
That was my ringtone for so long
And what
before
about-
I didn't even know who Alex Jones was. It was just so catchy.
What about turn the
Hey, Grant, you have this you got this card game, first or second edition, the Illuminati one?
I've got all the cards scanned in a PDF of all of the games.
Yeah, I have that too. The second edition one, there's no scans of it, so I may make scans of it myself.
I mean, that's super cool to have the actual game.
Yo, that's so funny, Mr. Hank.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, they have 9. Look how many Illuminati? 9 different ones from here.
I mean, they really do be using those cards to like sabotage the world. So
Yeah, dude. What year did that come out? Like 80 something or 90
Yeah,
something?
yeah. The first one's in I think I have the site open. I think it was 82.
Oh, yo, TML, have you seen all the money prophecies, bro? The conspiracy on the money prophecies?
And the second edition is 2018.
Bro,
No,
they
I haven't-
got
I've looked into it. What's the deal with this shit?
so yo, there's all these different like things they've found in the US currency with microscopes, right? And they've found it in other world currencies, but the US currency in specific, if you fold it into like a triangle pentagram, it reveals literal images of events that they have planned in the future. And so, like, before the 9/11 joint, they had it on the money.
Yeah.
There was another one with a dam. And so now the newest one they're showing is going to be a tidal wave tsunami. And they're claiming that it's going to wipe out New York with a radioactive tidal wave.
Jesus.
And it's showing it on the money. And they're saying that that's the new one that's going to be coming out. That's the new event.
Yeah.
They showed the Pentagon was also on the back of the one with the Twin Towers.
Yeah.
Like an identical image, bro. Like they line them up, overlays, and they match.
Yeah, I had a nightmare with that shit recently where like I have a dream where like I go to the fucking beach and shit in my dream, and for some reason fucking one of my homies was standing there on the beach, and he was like coming through like oh shit, there's a huge tidal wave, and the fucking tidal wave came, and like I just got out of the way and shit, and then fucking people started getting like sucked up into the sky, like they were like holding on to shit like on the ground, but there was like a big air blast, like they were getting sucked up like into the motherfucking sky, and I was like
the rapture, bro.
Some shit, yeah, it was like some weird shit. I was like,
UFO abduction, bro.
Yeah, I was like, okay. I was like, I need to wake the fuck up. This is some crazy shit, you know what I mean? But yeah, I've been having nightmares recently, man. I don't know.
Dude, I had a weird nightmare kind of like that, but it was like I was in a house and I didn't know where I was. It was like a different kind of dimension. And in this house, there were people from other eras of humanity. And my sister was there too. And we sat on the front porch in this house. It was completely foreign to me. And all of a sudden, the house started lifting off the ground and started going for the sky. And I saw these things that looked like UFOs going right across me. It was such a fucking real dream, dude.
Really?
Never
ever. Tommy, if you want to talk shit about me, at least come on the fucking panel. All right?
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
You have a fucking phone. I know you could connect to this panel. Quit talking shit out of the chat like a little bitch, bro. Come on the fucking panel.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw you
this
on
is-
the panel
this is a
today.
cyc-
So come
this
back
is a
up.
cycle with yeah, go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, and then with Tommy, come get your ass back up here. You were here today, so
But
get
y'all
your ass-
know, who've been here, and I know Hank's been here. You know, Illuminati literally baits people from the chat, and then hops on panel, and then fucking spurgs out, and then it's like a whole cycle. But yeah,
Yeah, he's not in control.
Yeah, he's like the Norman Bates of the panel, and I'm kind of like the Alfred Hitchcock of the panel. So it's interesting, you know. But yeah, that I think that explains our kind of relationship. Yeah.
Voyage, I don't know what you talking about, behave, but I am not an obeying slave like you, bro. So you behave.
Yeah, shut up, slave. I live with Tommy's like halfway between a normal coherent panelist and someone like Officer Snaps and Officer Nemesis.
Yeah, Tommy's been doing hit pieces on me recently with Enslaved by Tortellinis. You know what I mean? Yeah, it is what it is, man. God bless. But yeah, man, I see you out there, Tommy. But yeah, you know, you gotta get up pretty early in the morning to get that motherfucking worm and the whirly bird service. Yo, oh, here he come. Oh shit, we got Angry Birds.
Yeah,
so I'll give you this. Hey, slow guy, aka Rain Man, stand the fuck down for a minute. And welcome to the community, Hank. I'm proud of you that you've been here long enough that any kind of tiptoeing over your autism is a thing of the past. Now people openly rip you, and that's equality.
That's great.
Right. Well, you didn't see it right away, but I was already in this community when you got here, and I watched even Paul, despite his obliviousness to calling you a retard, even Paul tiptoed for a minute, and now everyone's just, yeah, like, we'll fuck Hank if we gotta fuck Hank, and that's equality.
Yeah,
but Rant, at least Rant took it as an insult when I said, hey, he's an OTW sympathizer. It shows he knows what kind of cesspool panels he shows up on.
He's got to drop the L for me to take him seriously. He's got to be Pau, like Pau Gasol.
Who are you talking to?
I'm just saying anybody named Paul. They got to drop the L. They got to be Pau.
Okay.
For me to take them seriously, you know what I'm saying?
I thought you meant like OTW had to drop an L and like
no,
an L.
OTW already showed the alien dick live on television. It is what it is. You know,
Wait,
with
the what?
OTW, I exposed OTW. He's just mad about it ever since then. I mean, it's okay. You know, it'll be okay. One day he'll wake up and realize what happened. But I think OTW is.
It's probably the same day you'll realize I was excommunicated first at all the places you're proud to be excommunicated.
He's in a cope. No, but
I don't even think he's in a cope. I think he's
where am
going
I
denial.
excommunicated?
Oh, I've been while you were still
No, but
visible.
Yeah, okay. First, where are you excommunicated, and then where am I analogically excommunicated? Because I'm interested in knowing.
Where were you recently saying I'm persona non grata, even in the chat?
Oh, the OTW, huh? So we all
his daddy.
Oh yeah.
And see, this is how some of these narcissists get to me. Narcissists like CBO and Flow State. I'm not impervious to humans. You see me sitting here biting my tongue off my freedom of speech to just say, Paul unslaved, Paul unslaved, Paul unslaved. Because in this community of truthers, I came into this thing saying I'm his joker, I'm his definite enemy. And when I say his name, they go, he's obsessed. I'm like, oh, the person that also has a problem with him and wouldn't mind if I fucked him up, I'm obsessed with him, but you're moving out of the way for me to handle him? Whatever. Oh, I'm going hard in the paint tomorrow. I ain't got a friend in this panelverse, and I like it that way.
Right? You get to see me on random panels, and sometimes you'll see me be civil once in a blue moon, right?
No, I don't know who you are.
I'm just saying.
All I know is some Papa guy's your actual daddy, I think. Like,
here's the
what's
thing,
his name?
Tommy, right? I gotta be out here on all different panels, right? In order to locate, identify enemies, and you know.
Oh, I can help you with that. I was doing that before I saw you around.
Like, I mean, essentially, I don't know if you follow what I do, but I essentially hunt down satanic networks and sketchy fucking squirrely agent type of people. And I'm basically here to
everybody's the agent.
You know
that's my headline for tomorrow. That's my headline for tomorrow. Stupid is the psyop, and you're all agents.
At the end of the day, I want to put out truth, right? But there's so much lies, I find myself having to just go and fight the lies. So it's time to tear down all the lies and expose all the fucking lying agent pieces of shit. And then we can put out some truth, maybe.
Oh, well, then if I don't like you, you're probably not doing it right.
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Tommy.
Well, I am assuring you I don't know what you're up to or who you are, except that the one time in a long time. I even looked at an OTW show just to see if I could make fun of them for the co-host never showing up.
That's what I'm telling you.
I saw you there, just buddied up with Cage and all the people I can't stand, and most of them are
Oh, the
tolerated.
officer snaps thing. Oh, you can't go on
You know what
panels
I mean?
without permission. Ah, this crap.
I don't know if you pay attention. Last time Cage was on my show, I banned him for talking fucking more Masonic, fucking self-initiated nonsensory, which I do enjoy sometimes to hear.
See,
Cage.
I know people think that would sound good to me, but you said I let him on my show.
Listen, bro, I like
And that-
Cage's point of view sometimes. When
And
it comes
so you might be an all right guy, but it raises a flag when OTW lets you on his show.
Yo,
You get what I'm
OTW
saying there?
don't
You
even
see
know
how I
me.
did that?
OTW doesn't even know me. He has open panels. I'm out here going on all kinds
Oh, he
of fucking
spreads
panels.
that panel. He spreads
So
that
here's the
panel for
thing.
anybody that'll come into it.
You got to realize if you go down and you look in open panel and click live, you'll see me on shows every day, random shows, sometimes with 2 people on it, sometimes with 200.
Right, and the fact that you don't know who the fuck I am thinks
I know
you're
who
not
you
worth it.
are, but at the end of the day, right? I have Asperger's and I don't have enough chromosomes.
Oh, come on. Hank, do you hear this, man? Do
I
you
got
hear this
Asperger's,
Beck
and I'm
boy?
not
He's
goofing
a
up on the
Bexy boy.
to be on your panel. It's just too fucking autistic, and I do apologize.
Oh,
but
you'll
there's
never be on
nothing
my
I can
panel.
do.
I don't know what panel you've watched of mine,
You know what
but
I mean?
you won't make it on there unless
I've seen
you actually
you
want
go
to make a
panels here
stance
and there,
on
you know
something.
what I'm saying? I ain't about.
No, I don't know what you're saying.
I've seen you cooking mozzarella sticks on your panel, bro. All right, that ain't my type of thing.
Okay, see, this is how not Lord you are. That was because these motherfuckers can't stand to see a rich dude with a hot plate and they can't grasp it because they're not true.
Well, I don't know what's wrong with a hot plate, but at the end of the day,
That's what you need to ask them, truther.
you know what I mean? I
What
use
does
hot plates
rant
all the time.
stand for? I see the periods. What does
It
rant stand
stands for Recreational Argument Network Television.
for? Not bad. Not bad. That's what I think. I mean, I don't want to buddy up to you too quick here. I've been hurt in the past, but if I had known that's what your channel's name was, I consider myself, now that you've said it, I came into this as a recreational arguer.
Exactly.
This is my claim to fame.
This is my point. You know what I mean? I don't see nothing wrong with Illuminati other than he comes to some assumptions. But at the end of the day, maybe he's just trying to flush out the, you know what I mean? Flush
Well,
out
we
the-
all come to assumptions, but I'd like to think, even
blow
though I
nerve
can
gas
say
into
it,
the pipe
even
system.
though I can say things a little triggery, I'm gonna come to a motherfucker and say, "Hey, I have this assumption. Can you verify or deny?" And that's what Lindsay needs to learn. She thinks she offended me by saying things. No, you offended me that you said I was away, and when I invited you to come straighten that out, you ran and hid. And so you're forgiven for your idea that you offended me. I still don't see you squaring up to get your information straight. So Lindsay's not much of a truther she's in the middle of a wall collision.
Why
I
do you
get it.
care about what women have to say about you?
Oh, I don't. I'm glad you mentioned that. I don't give a fuck what most of these women have to say.
I mean,
And
it
with good
sounds like
cause.
you care. It sounds like
I'm
you
not
care.
sure. Is that someone behind Rant talking into his mic, or
She's on
does
my
TML in typical fashion just
She's
main
on
stage
my lap,
people for no reason?
Are you offended?
She's a lap ornament currently.
See, this
See,
is what
it
Lindsay
sounds
does:
like-
is you try and get these ladies straight, and they come back with, "Are you offended?" Because then they're going to try and get power from that. They're going to be like, "Oh, apparently I've offended you." Yeah, you've offended me by your man hasn't given you 2 black eyes for talking this long.
This isn't even a woman, probably. These are just all sock puppet agents. You don't know what's going on
So
here.
she's
little Bobby.
that woman voice isn't someone behind you
This
in
is
real
my
time.
This is my wife. She's on my lap. Damn it. We're talking about the chat.
Oh,
She's
so
saying, "Don't let the
so
chat
she
offend
should
you."
at least have one black eye because you're handling your business, and she wants to argue with the chat
I don't
while
have
you're
to
trying to
handle
handle
my
your
women.
business.
Bro, my women are great. Okay.
But I'll give you props that you didn't buy her own laptop to be off using your credit card numbers on.
Bro, she has all kinds of shit. She's just here watching the show with me. What the fuck are you on, Tommy?
Well, if you were on it, maybe you need to go get some tips from Paul on how to get that lady paying your bills so you can do more recreational arguing.
I pay my own fucking bills.
Oh, I know. Men do. I do too. I'm just saying, if you want that old lady to put her to work for you so you can internet longer, you should go see
Come on,
Paul and
internet.
Slate.
as a fucking hobby. This is like for me.
Right. It is a hobby. You're kind of amateur because I'm using you to take stabs at my arch nemesis, and you're still thinking this is all about Rand. Now is Pops? Is this Here Comes Pops or Pops is here? Whatever. Is that your
Tommy,
actual
what
biological
kind of shit
dad?
are you on, Tommy?
Truth shit.
What truth are you putting out here? If you
Um,
got something to say to your enemy, go fucking say it. You sound like a bitch.
Oh no, I'm persona non grata. I'm persona non grata there.
Bullshit. I mean, Derek thought he was persona non grata, and he gone the very freaking next day because I had to freaking do the talking for him to try to get his ass on there.
You mean
So just
panel,
go on
Hank?
there.
Because this is how you're still autistic, Hank. Both Gen X Jeff and Paul have me TML'd in the chat. So that's how I heard. I don't know what persona non grata means, but because I heard TML say it when referencing the muted in the chat, now I'm copying him. I'm biting on his style.
It's from
And you're still dressed for work, Hank. You're still dressed for work or outdoor safety as an autistic.
Hank is a master builder, okay?
Well, he might be telling us that because now that I look at him, I realize autistic people could just wear reflective safety vests and helmets to go out, and he just tells us he's in construction.
If you paid attention, you'd know he clicked his flashlight on 4 modes in. So he's at the 4th degree right now of flashing red illumination. You should understand.
Well, as Illuma Tommy, I have one that does green or red or light, but that's how I see eye to eye with him.
Is it a rainbow?
I have appeared with my yellow safety vest and my hard hat now switched to tinfoil hard hat for panel verse use, of course.
Are you?
But if I took those foil plates off, you would see lots of project manager stickers from lots of project jobs.
Okay.
All right. Well, I came up about that trolley chat I made. TML, you're still dictating me as good as Lindsay. And to all channels listening, I'll destroy you all and all that jazz. Yada yada yada.
Okay. If you have a nemesis, you should be just fighting him with something. I mean, Officer Staffs is taking my nemesis. I go ahead and take a shot at him every day. I'm not too busy. And you lost all credibility.
What about MC Nemesis? You could have him as a nemesis.
I do have him as a nemesis now. I just gave him an officer title today.
You know what you should do, Hank?
Officer Snaps.
You should make a diss track on MC Nemesis.
I'll consider it.
I'll help you produce it, bro. Bro, I'll make the beat right now. All right.
No, I want to do the track right this second.
It's the Hank Illuminati. You know what I'm saying? Worshipful master wearing the fedora Saturn hat. You already know.
You gotta make the beat to Hank's flashing lights.
They call him Carmen Sandiego up in this bitch on this block. You know what I mean? Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? That is the question. Anyone ever wonder what the fuck Carmen Sandiego was up to, bro? She was always in some real secret ass shit, bro. Fuck is up with that Carmen Sandiego?
She was in logistics. She just moved some stuff around. Not a big deal.
She was into all kinds of crazy shit, bro. We don't even know half of it. You know what I mean? First of all, we got to understand what she even did to get all that training to be in all them situations in the first place. You don't just let any woman in a red overcoat and fedora just do all the things Carmen Sandiego did. See, Annie Dearest knows. She was an art thief, bro.
I like Auntie Dearest.
You know what I'm saying? In order to even be an art thief, you got to first know about art. And who the fuck knows about art? Except rich motherfuckers. Right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Illuminati confirmed.
Yeah, there's 8 different Illuminatis in that board game card game, so you can have Pop fight all 8 of them. It's like you'd easily make it twice as long as Alex Jones's game.
Alex Jones's game, I heard, was amazing.
I
heard
heard
it was pretty
you want
good.
to see them kissing goblins. Ingratiating goblins.
In bed.
In bed with a goblin.
Cecil, you ever been in bed with a goblin? You ever,
No.
you ever kissed a goblin?
You ever been ingratiating goblins?
What about ingratiating goblins?
I used to kill goblins all the time when I was playing Dungeons and Dragons.
Mm-hmm. How many?
Lots.
You was just like clomping around and knee deep in goblin blood?
Yeah.
Amazing. Is that what you keep in all them Tupperwares? They're all the parts of the goblins?
Yeah, bro, yeah.
I respect that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
What else you got going on, bro? Doing some organizing?
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
It's good to organize, bro. Disorganization is the leading cause of death in an emergency.
Right.
Usually I talk too much. Who would have known?
You want to respond to this comment, Hank?
That sounds very discordant.
Please elaborate.
Yeah, generally people don't make themselves a villain on purpose. So just when someone does, it's always pimping on a whole bunch of people at the same time.
Oh, I have a question. I have a question perspective, right? What if by us being truthers, right, etc., whatever labels you want to call it, what if we in fact are making ourselves the villains according to normal society standards? Would we then be Carmen Sandiego and the art be in fact be the truth?
Yes.
Whoa. So now I ask, where in the world are all of the Carmen Sandiegos?
If I had to guess, I would say Nebula.
You know what the problem with the truth and stolen art is? That you can get it, right? But then how do you give it to others?
Right.
It's really hard to get rid of stolen art. And it's
Right.
really hard to give people the truth, dog.
Rant is a man and his wife is a woman.
Yeah, this is a whole recreational argument network television.
Yeah.
Never claimed to be a person in one.
Do you have a fusion? Do you have guitar earrings?
Occasionally we do the fusion and then we create more children.
Oh, okay.
We do the fusion a lot.
It's good to do the fusion, to procreate and create more people. Otherwise, there's no more people. And that's bad.
It's also a lot of fun when you do it with your husband/wife. You can just do the fusion a whole bunch of times. It's like fantastic.
That is correct. This box is 2 people currently. Sometimes it's 1.
Would it make the people feel better if like I put my name in the chat? I mean, it's like I feel like that's unnecessary.
Maybe this would make them happier. If we just did
Are we gonna be people pleasers?
here,
Let's
we'll
be
make-
people please. There we go.
There you go.
There you go. Hashtag people pleasing.
All right, now I'm the shadow bunny, and she is the pink bunny.
I'm the pink one.
In the rabbit hole with me. She doesn't know how she got here, all right?
I like to splish splash.
She just follows me down the rabbit hole and everything's gonna be all right.
Orgies sometimes make babies, Gary.
Orgies is bad, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Don't do orgies, okay?
I heard that orgies, if you look up the dictionary definition, is a bunch of people on the bed without socks. Can somebody fact check that? How the
Yeah, I'll go ahead.
Yeah. Let's have some fun.
What are you checking?
That if the definition of orgies is a bunch of people on the bed without wearing socks.
Cecil? How you doing?
Cecil's waiting for his orgy to start.
Cecil's having an orgy with the zombies, the goblins.
Let's
We better not
also-
catch you. If I see a goblin appear in your bed, bro, we're gonna have a problem. I better not catch you in bed with a goblin. See a goblin crawl out from under the cover, bro. He's been hiding a goblin the whole time. He looks quite comfortable, though. I'm kind of jealous. Most people have nice, like, gaming chairs, bro. No, I got, one of them metal, really uncomfortable, like, fold-out chairs. I sit in that so that I don't want to sit in front of my computer.
Oh, you're going to like this definition from Mediterranean Webster. The #1 definition is secret ceremonial rites held in honor of an ancient Greek or Roman deity, and
Boom.
usually characterized by ecstatic singing and dancing.
Awesome.
Roman orgies in honor of Bacchus.
Or
so
Pan.
that's the first definition.
Pan.
And the second one's drunken revelry.
It wasn't fucking Bacchus, dude. It was Pan. All right.
Well, why can't it has Roman deity, and both Pan and Bacchus are Roman, so it could be for both. Could be
Well,
for Eris too.
They used to have Saturnalia, which was supposed to be like a fertility festival, and they'd all run around and whip each other and do all kinds of crazy orgies in the streets because, you know what I'm saying?
I
'Cause
thought
paganism.
Saturnalia was like child sacrifice or some shit.
Yeah, it was more just like big ass orgies in the street and just all kinds of like crazy fucked up shit. It involves whipping women with like little like 9-tail whips and shit.
Yeah, trick you. I didn't really trick you, but the way people say that I bait
Isn't that
people
Valentine's Day?
can you get your old lady to shut her mouth while the men talk for a second?
Yo, Lumen Tommy, bro. How about you suck my balls?
How about this?
Right,
How about
right.
this?
See,
If
this
all
is
the
why I
bitches
came
on-
back.
How about
Can
this?
you
If,
shut
if
that
all the
cunt
bitches
up
on
for
the
a
panel will
second?
be quiet, I can be quiet too. So
I'm
you first,
about to
Lumen
do the
Tommy.
opening segment to
Yeah,
Way of the
Tommy.
Gun. If you do not shut
Tommy,
that,
you never
I
said
will
anything
fuck start her
valuable. You
fucking
just
head
come and
like
fucking
the
yell
beginning
bullshit.
segment to
Fucking
Way of the
logo.
Gun. Another Benicio movie to the
Tommy's a friend of
fan.
women.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
apologize. Tommy's a little gay. I
Well, Lumen,
apologize.
respect it,
No,
Tommy.
no, you're the bi one because your condition allows you to play it where it lies. You only care about the sensation to
Hey,
the head
bro,
of your
welcome
penis.
to the
You don't care what
Illuminati.
kind of gender it's going into.
Cooking fucking mozzarella sticks in a frying pan. Welcome. I'm putting out
Right,
food,
right,
ladies and
right.
gentlemen.
You went back to that, didn't you? But this is why I came back to this. See,
fried a
I
meatball.
didn't know that Rant was Bunny Boy. So let me give you an
No, Master, you didn't
invitation.
know that?
Hey, is that Hank or is
Yes,
Rant just
it was
running?
Hank.
Hank,
No, Master,
you
didn't know
need
that?
to shut the fuck up.
Well, I need to, but you don't need to tell me what to do. I mean,
No, it's different.
up to
It's
you?
different when you're just chiming in as an aunt, buddy. I can work with ya. I spent 10 years working with retards, okay? And I know you're not a retard, but you're retard adjacent on these panels sometimes. Now, what I was trying to say, Hank, is I never knew that Rant was Bunny Boy because I didn't give a fuck about either of them to discern that much. But now that I know he is free to schedule the date and time that he brings that fake modified Bible bullshit to me, and we'll have it out. No Mod God. No Mod God. That's why I made my channel, because everybody was sick of Mod God.
Fake
What's his
modified
Bible
Bible.
debate? Let's bring this Bible debate. This is intriguing.
Oh, not on your channel, muzzy piece of shit.
Talking about a fake modified
Listen,
Bible.
listen, I've
Nope.
thrown you enough bones tonight, Muslim boy.
you
And now
smoke
the only thing, like, if you want to get debates, how about you?
Tommy, this is
smoke
literally
crack,
the religious
Tommy?
debate channel.
Right,
This is
right.
literally-
So from now on, how about you schedule one night a week? Huh?
Illuminati.
Oh, Bunny Boy. Hey, get with your lady and shut up for a second while I talk to the host.
Hey, do you smoke crack?
And Otis still rambling.
Do you smoke crack, bro? Or
Fuck
meth?
no,
by
I'll
any chance?
fucking break your old lady's jaw just for you saying that.
No, you won't do
Hey,
it.
hey, Tommy, we're not
No, you
doing
can let him on.
violence.
This man is a coward. He can
That's-
talk whenever he wants.
I
That's
agree.
crazy shit, dude. Come on, dude.
He's-
Let's
he
cut
smokes
that
crack.
off.
It's not a big
Let's
deal.
deal with that shit. Yeah.
No, you
relax.
move the bar on that all the time,
Yeah,
TML.
let's talk about the
No, I
fake
don't
Bible.
move
You
the.
say whatever you want.
Yeah, yeah, you do. You do.
Yeah,
You
well,
do.
the bar. Well, I can move the bar wherever I please to, whenever I please.
Right. That's why I don't come here much no more. But what I was trying to say is if you're down to do it,
Not about you
if
coming
you're
here.
down to do it, I'm not trying to take up your channel scheduling. I know you like to do your weird titles that are like
Here's all I'm
Days of Noah adjacent. All
saying
I'm
that-
trying to get out as
Hey,
one sentence is if you want to take one show a week where I show up and me and you watch the archive video.
Tommy, I gotta get one word in here real quick, dude. We were on the topic of religious debates or whatever. This is a venue for religious debates. I'm just telling you, this is a venue for religious debates. Where's the venue for religious? I host religious debates here. Feel free to have your religious debate here. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
You know,
just
go ahead.
To make up
now.
fake beef
Non
and start
sequitur
yelling
stuff.
at everybody on
And
the panel
that's
to
how
have
you
a
don't
debate.
get what I'm saying.
We are ready
What's
to
the
debate
religious-
you.
Bring the religious thing.
We're ready to debate you at all times.
Okay, number one, I don't know if Bunny Boy means we as him in that vagina life
you're
support
doing
system,
offside
or
shit.
we
What's
as in
the
a bunch
Bible
of people that want to
Tommy, what's the
take their
Bible shit?
turn.
Tommy, what's the
I
Bible?
just hear people start talking when I'm talking.
No, because
You never shut up.
move off
Now
of the
talk about the
topic.
fake Bible.
The Bible.
Oh,
yes.
no. See, TML wants to give Flow State his fucking
Fake
content.
Bible.
That's fine. I don't give away content anymore. I hate you all.
Talking about Flow State left the
I hate
panel.
you all too. It doesn't make a difference.
Not
See,
everybody gets
none of you are listening because y'all got a little narc in you. And I'm not saying I
I'm not
don't.
a little
You
narc,
can
a lot
do
of narc
narc
for me.
and not be
A lot
narc.
of narc.
See, can you backstage the hard hat? I like him. Please backstage him till I get this sentence out.
I like them too. That's why. Look, just say what you got to
But you
say.
only backstage me, don't you?
Why do you have to give a fucking speech?
All I'm saying is if you want content from me, I'll do one session at a time. We watch an archive video and you say why he's wrong. Because I don't study the Quran, because once I found that guy, he gives me all kinds of reasons not to bother looking into the Quran, because he rips it. And he was a Sunni Muslim, and he's ripping the Quran left and right as a now Christian. I tried to tell Neurojack about this guy. He never got back to me like he watched it. I don't think you can.
His name.
I'm telling you, the archive is the channel. It's no space. The
Oh, the
archive.
archive.
And I told you that channel before, and you never looked into it.
Well,
But
no.
yeah, what does the
it's just
Quran
because
have
it's
to do with
such
the
a gen-
Bible?
Yeah.
Oh no! Oh, Bunny Boy, are you still here? I'm just
late,
saying,
too
if
late.
you want to come,
Are you
if-
fucking high?
Lord, you ain't Lord Master.
I'm saying, why would I do that here when I watched Machine Lies let Southern Israelite just rip the KJV?
You're
You
Lord
were just
Poser.
literally
Talk to me.
talking shit. So I'm saying.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying, if you
What
want to
the
have
fuck are you
that
talking
Bible,
about?
I'm saying if you want to have that Bible's been manipulated and led us wrong, you come do that shit in my house.
The Bible has been corrupted.
Wrong.
Well,
You
you're
talking about the KJV? You talking about the
you know
KJV?
Yeah,
You
the
know about that hot
KJV.
new? You know
What
about that
day is
hot
good
new,
for you?
You know about that hot new religious debate show on the internet, Illuminati.
Oh, did you pigeonhole yourself into? I don't pigeonhole myself. I'm just telling that bunny motherfucker if he wants that beef, bring it to me. I ain't.
You're a
Do you
drama
know who
show.
compiled the KJV? Do you
Here,
even
hold
know
on.
who compiled it?
Here, hold on. Let me talk to Illuminati. Illuminati, you hopped off the panel now. What the fuck, dude? All right. I guess he doesn't want to talk. It is what it is.
He don't know what he's talking
Laura, Laura Poser. Everyone else knew Rant was Bunny. I call him Bunny Christ. I call him Bunny Christ this show.
This isn't hidden information.
Well, we see what Tommy came here to do. He came here to promote his show with
And try to
Bunny.
get me to
So-
come have a good argument with him on his
Yeah.
show. That's what he did.
I
There's no
know.
beef.
I hope it happens.
No, bro,
Illuminati, I hope-
I'm not gonna do it only
I hope
because
you're-
of the way he came. If he would have just fucking asked me, I would come on his show. But if you're gonna try to make fake fucking drama, this is bullshit.
It's a drama show. Tommy's a drama show.
That's why I never went on his show.
Yeah.
But the thing about Tommy is like, you know, he did do something LARP church where I was promoting his LARP church mainly because he was talking about religious denominations. So if he brings content like that, if he brings in good faith, man, that could be an actual very entertaining debate, you know. But Tommy's got to bring the heat. You got to bring the knowledge because he's on this shit with the KJV. He thinks the KJV is the legit version. You know, he could. I mean, let's see you argue for that because he says the KJV is the least corrupted version of the Bible. I've heard him say it on the show. So you know, I mean,
I don't know how that's possible.
TML.
yeah, me either. Yeah, that's
He's
that's the
comparing
shit.
So look, what Illuminati's doing is like if you compare the KJV, right, to the NIV, the ESV, all the other like English Bibles, yeah, it's the most least corrupt out of that basket. But the KJV in itself was corrupt when it was written. That's the problem.
Exactly.
He's saying it's the least corrupt. Like, yo, if you read the NIV or the ESV or the New World Translation or any of these other versions of the English Bible, they start to get really off of what the original words in the Greek and the Hebrew say. But the King James Bible was Masonically compiled.
I don't know how he's going to argue against that, you know. So that's the thing with Tommy. I know you lurking, Tommy. You know, come.
It
and have
has
some
blasphemy. Yo, it has blasphemy on the first fucking printed page. It says to the Most High King James.
It's also
in
targeted
the pure Cambridge version of the King James Bible.
It's also targeted
To
specifically
the Most High King James. That's blasphemy.
to the Trinitarian Bible Society.
There's only one that you could refer to as the Most High. That's it. Look at the first page of your King James Bible.
Yeah, if you look
Tell
at,
me that's not blasphemy.
if you look at your KJV, it also says for the Trinitarian Bible Society.
Trinitarian Bible Society.
Yeah, let's pour it up now. Let's pour it now. We could have maybe
right
Tom
there.
will calm down and actually have the debate right now.
That's just
But what annoys me is last time I went on Tommy's channel, he wouldn't let me finish the goddamn sentence, so I ran and ditched him.
He won't have the debate. He won't have the debate right now because there's a woman on
That's
this
all
microphone.
bullshit, bro. He already knows he won't have the debate because he can't fucking debate because he don't actually know his ass from his elbow when it comes from the Bible.
Yes. And and pretending to be gay and being afraid of what women isn't a valid excuse. I mean, Gen X Jeff is confirmed gay. He's not afraid of women.
And he wants to have the discussion on his channel because he wants to be able to mute or kick me off when I start tearing his fucking ass up.
Right.
Affirmative.
been outed.
He needs mod god ability just to
He
stand.
also wants.
He's like
he
Darth
also wants
Hawkins.
he wants the content. I didn't mean to continue to interrupt you, Mr. Hank, but he also wants
can
just the
interrupt.
general drama content. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like what I've noticed personally, right? As Rant's wife, I've been doing this for 10 years now. It's our anniversary. And what I've seen is that wherever he goes, he is a motherfucking spectacle. And people can't fucking help but just come around and be hating. They just sipping on that haterade and they're just gonna come around and just to be, you know, conflicting and combative, they're gonna come at him on some nonsense. It doesn't even have to be valid. And so that's what they want. And because he is a spectacle, people are going to want to come and listen to what he has to say because he's not dumb, you know? And then so that gives them content. He also can be very rude, which is also content.
Rude to everybody.
I said can be.
I'm rude to people who deserve being rude to.
He makes a great. He quotes a quote from the Bible that says, "I may be rude in speech, but not in knowledge," and I feel like that explains him very well. You know, it's like I said, don't shoot the messenger.
I mean, at the end of the day, I extend people the same like courtesy and kindness and respect that they extend to me.
Right. It's like the show was totally cool, and then like drama came, and then drama left, and then the show was totally cool.
Well, it's just like it's just the whole Tommy scenario. You know, Tommy does that on purpose. You know?
He's Tommy.
Which is why generally people put in the same class as Officer Snaps and Officer Nemesis.
Yes, Snapu and JG and Mitchell, all the criminally deranged and insane lunatics of the communities. But yeah, I love these guys, you know. But the thing is that Snapu, you know, I think he's got a lot of you know. I think the thing is that, you know, when brown people, you know, don't have families like Soylent Troll and Snapu, they get very vindictive. You know, I've seen a lot of, because I used to have an ex-girlfriend like that where she was adopted by white people and she was a brown girl, you know, from Afghanistan, and she was an extremely vindictive person, highly manipulative person. You know, I remember I tried to leave her one day and she slit her wrist and tried to commit suicide. And then the next day I went over her house and her mother cussed her she actually her mom was an Italian lady, the lady who adopted her, and she cussed me out. She said you know, she doesn't want me to talk to her anymore. But yeah, it was crazy. But yeah, man.
That's very manipulative.
Yep. And one day I seen her again, and I was on a camera. She told me to come online, and she gave me a kind of a visual, what do you call it, like a strip dance or whatever like that, right? And and then she had recorded me watching her do this, and is gonna send it to my wife and all this type of stuff. And I was engaged at the time, but the thing was, when I was on my first marriage and I was getting engaged, I had 2 or 3 instances like that, where like one time this girl gave me a striptease, and another time I had made out with this one girl who was Iranian, and then her boyfriend came and tried to like fucking murder me in this parking lot, like with this fucking golf club. Like he tried to jump me with this golf club. It was some crazy shit. But yeah,
And then you got high.
Oh, what was that, Mrs. Ramp?
I'm sorry, it's not you. There's a song. Never mind. Nope.
Yeah, and then I got high. Yeah, exactly.
So these
and then I got high.
So for these manipulative people, I'm like a brick wall for them, because manipulating me takes a group effort. It's not easy whatsoever. It's possible, but it's not easy. Your bullshit emotional games simply are completely ineffective on me. So they have no choice but to try to love bomb me, and they're not good at that either. So it gets nowhere.
Cecil.
You can't listen to the haters, Mr. Hank. There's always haters out there, bro. You can't listen to the haters.
Oh no, I do listen to them. I like, sometimes they say they have something insightful to say.
Yeah,
Most
Hank
of the time it's
actually
nonsense.
thrives on.
But
yeah, he thrives on the haters. Yeah, he's
so
kind of like
so the haters remind me.
Yeah.
The haters remind me to talk slower for them, because they're hard of hearing. They're not good listeners, and it's just easier on the ears because my voice tone is kind of low. So I talk slower for them, and it's easy to them to understand what I'm saying. So
That's facts, bro.
Look, yo, at the end of the day, right? Still sitting here talking about the fucking KJV, right? At the end of the day, right? You gotta sit here and realize that King James, right, was a Freemason and gay lovers with Sir Francis Bacon, aka William Shakespeare, who compiled the Masonic King James Bible, which is why you'll find in America that in the Masonic lodges they have the King James Bible with their logo on it on all of the pedestals.
Yes. And
So,
also the King James Version is the Bible of choice of the Latter-day Saints Church, aka the Mormons.
Well, no, actually, I've sat and spoke with Mormons many times. You know what I'm saying? And they actually believe that the Book of Mormon supersedes the Bible. So they believe it was from an older text that was preserved for a later date on golden tablets written by some angel, gave it to some guy and he wrote it and hid it. And then Joseph Smith found these tablets and then decoded them out of a hat.
Yes.
The tablets of Nephi, and he had a scrying stone. But anyway, I spoke to the Mormons, and yeah, they believe that the book supersedes the Bible, as far as they're concerned. They also believe that they're going to be gods of their own planets. So,
I mean, when you look at the wordings in the Bible, you know, whichever version you're looking at, the fact that they have the words Lord and God and it's interchangeable, you know, is shenanigans on its own. The fact that it's not just as clearly stated as it is in the quote unquote original text.
yeah, they manipulated. So
it's to fit the agenda.
When I really started to get into the manipulation in the KJV and all that bullshit, is that basically I realized that they were hiding what was supposed to be the name of God, allegedly, and also hiding the plural titles and different titles of God under one generic title and not a name.
Yeah, like that. They're mispronouncing Elohim, which means group of gods.
Yeah. And so they could say whatever they want, like, oh, we capitalized it or whatever the fuck. But they literally edited the meaning of the fucking words when they translated these words down in not only those places, but this is the most obvious. And this is crazy because it really changes like the understanding of what the fuck is going on. Like when you read the book. You know what I mean? And they did this to make it a to basically conform to the Trinitarian understanding. That's what it is that they don't want to have, you know what I'm saying? They don't want to have plural words. They're just saying this is the one, this is the Trinity, like to make it to where the Trinity is much easier to explain in this language understanding of the words.
Yeah, and hiding the fact that there's other gods in the Bible. Try to cover that up.
Yeah, there's other gods, they're false gods, right? But it says in the first commandment, it's like, I am the Lord thy God, you should have no other gods before me, right? So like, who are these other gods if there's no other, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it wouldn't be necessary if there wasn't any other gods.
And so these are these false gods, but at the end of the day, people were worshiping these mighty beings as, you know, God. And that was where they went wrong. The word God meant mighty ones. And there was mighty beings in the earth, but they weren't the Almighty God, and people were worshiping them as if they were, and that's where it was fucked up. You know what I mean? That's where shit got fucked up. They were giving mankind technology and shit, you know what I mean? And people worshiped them.
And I would go as far as say that the Old Testament God isn't the Almighty One either. So,
I mean, you might be right. But it depends also because there's different accounts, so we don't really know like which one is which one and what happened. You know what I'm saying? Like when it says like there's like a burning bush and there's words coming out of it, and then when it says that he saw the back of God, but then it says that no one has seen God, like shit gets really weird, you know what I mean? And then it's like most of the accounts of God is God, but then there's also angels appearing claiming to be on behalf of God. How do we verify their integrity? Because even Lucifer was an angel. You know what I mean? And like, so this is where shit gets weird when we start dealing with angels bringing messages, you know, and
yeah, we don't have an account of how many angels there are, and we also know that the goetic demons are a thing, so who knows?
This is how I kind of got to my understanding, though, is that, you know, because we don't know what God is, you know what I'm saying? I believe we were provided
like the name, like the character of God through Jesus, right? Like this is what he was trying to say, I believe. He was saying that he came in his Father's name, which is the character.
Hi guys, I'm back.
You're back from work. Congratulations.
Thank you. Hey,
I like your pretty hat.
I feel like it's a crown. I got it today. Hey, Rant, I came up here because of you. Because when you said, when that says the first commandment says there shall be no other gods before me.
Yeah.
Who are these other gods? And you really, so when I interpret that, I mean, as in anything I put before God, that could be sex, that could be drugs, that could be alcohol, that could be fitness. There shall be nothing before me. Don't make something your God before me is how I interpreted that.
But
It's
like
not God.
But we have a commandment for that. It says to not make yourself gods, not make yourself idols.
Whoa, where did that commandment? Which one was that?
It's the one about idolatry, yo. Pull
There's
them up.
let's see. There's 4 for God, and there's 6 out of the 10 commandments. There's 4 for the love of God and 6 for men. Correct?
Yes, it's in the first 4.
Yes,
the first 4 for God, which are there shall be no other lords before me. There shall be no images of me. You shall not bear false, may not use my name in vain, and you should
That's
honor
what I'm
the
saying.
Sabbath.
Yo. The second commandment is you shall not make idols.
You shall not have images of me.
No, it should not make idols. Which
So
means idols of gods.
Yeah,
So then what's the holy? What's
so
that?
what I'm trying to tell you,
Hail Mary. What's
Idols
that?
of
Hail
gods.
Mary?
Yeah.
I don't believe in a Hail Mary. Okay, but hold on.
I'm not saying that, but now we can take that there since you said it that way.
Yeah.
Mother Mary or whatever it is that all the
But
Catholics
what I'm
pray
saying
to.
is what you're referencing, right? What you're referencing is about idols. And so what you understand, what you were calling gods are actually idols, right? People idolize themselves. They become idolaters of themselves, self-worshipers. People worship idols, right? But now having
people
God
worship
before him,
other things. People
Well,
put
here's the
other
thing.
things first before God. Anything
Here's the
you
thing.
put before God.
Well, people are supposed to put Jesus before God, right? Is that what you believe?
According to my beliefs, they're the same.
Oh, because Jesus said that man is the head of woman.
Right.
And
So
Christ
why
is
was
the head of
but I was
man.
just we're
and
sticking
God
on
is
the
the head of
commandments.
Christ.
But we're
So
back on the commandments when we
what
were
I'm
talking
saying is
about
Christ didn't make them the same you did. So now back to the commandments.
Right. Let's go
What you're
back
talking
there.
about as far as gods, there were other gods. If you look in the Old Testament, you had Chemosh, you had Baal, you had Moloch. And
There's
these
always going to
people-
be other false gods.
I
there's
understand.
God.
I
And
understand.
you're never to put another one before
What I'm saying
God.
is these people were actually communicating with these deities and offering these deities literal sacrifices and worshiping them in the form of a god, believing that they were the Almighty. They were worshiping a false god as the Almighty. This is why when they were confronting the prophets of Baal, right? They were testing the gods. They were saying, "Yo, if your God is God, then
You should come
Yeah.
down.
They
Maybe you're not
believe
doing it loud
Baal
enough. You should
was
loud
God.
harder.
You understand? They thought Baal was God. They didn't
Right.
believe he was a false god. This is what that commandment means, to not worship a God that isn't God.
There shall be no other gods before me.
Right, because these beings
But
exist.
then we're talking there, but I'm telling you and how I see it now when you think, because I personally don't know other people
I'm
and what
just
they
saying.
worship as their gods. Hey, I'm not finished.
What you're
But
saying
what I
is
can
the
say
second
is
commandment.
with other things, let's put it in modern terms, when people who have to work out every single day, who have to have that drug every day, who have to have that, these are things too that you put before God. I'm telling you how I interpret it.
Those are idols.
Okay, anything that you put before God.
Idols, though, that's not a god. There are gods, and he's making a rule to not follow
Anything
those
that you depend on more than God, you can be made a God.
Anything that you love more than God is an idol.
Depend.
Anything that you depend on more than God is an idol.
All righty. So
As a
what's the
polytheist,
other
I
command?
agree
Let's go
with
to the
idols
other
and
one. So
gods.
there shall be no other God before me. There shall be no image or idol, as you say before me. You shall honor the Sabbath and not take my name in vain. Those were reversed. And then you should honor your mother and father, right?
That's what it says.
Okay. And what about the other ones?
Don't murder, don't commit adultery, don't steal, don't bear false witness, which is like don't lie and don't covet.
Mm-hmm.
Don't like desire things that aren't yours, because then that's going to lead to like other things. But the law hangs on two. You know what I mean? It all hangs on the golden rule. It's to love God and love your neighbor. And all the law hangs on these two. That's what Jesus said. Are you familiar with the Bible?
Yeah, I'm not really interested in having a conversation with you about the Bible because you tend to be.
I'm speaking in Bible quotes for the most part, to be honest.
Yeah.
Welcome to the
it's
club.
something about
You're
your
demoted
spirit
now.
that's off, though. It's
Congratulations,
just
man.
something about your spirit that's off that makes it
it's
an off-putting thing.
It's because I am in direct conflict with what you are. I represent the truth. And so if my spirit is off to you, that means that you don't.
I don't what?
You don't represent the truth.
Your definition of my definition of the truth aren't the same, and I'm not valuing.
If you read the Bible, it tells you should be ready to defend your position in your faith at all times. Are you ready and studied and ready to defend your faith and position?
Oh, yeah. And it also says don't throw your pearls to pigs.
Oh. Well, start oinking.
So,
see, this is why I don't trust the truth, because the truth is just a feeling.
So,
give it your best narrative.
I'm sorry, what was that, Hank?
Yeah, this is why I don't trust the truth, because the truth is just a feeling. So, give me your best story, give me your best narrative.
How other people can tell another person what their truth is when they know nothing about their walk, where they've come from, what they've experienced, who they are. What
yeah, I'm saying I don't care about it. Give me your best story. Give me your best story. Use the most facts. Be convinced.
Honestly, I don't care about your walk when you don't even know anything about the Bible that you're claiming that you know.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your.
You know what I mean? What are we going to talk about if you don't know?
So, hey, when you say to give you my best story, what are you talking about?
So when you have the truth, throw that away. Give me a presentation of what you want to explain to me. I don't care about the truth. I care about if you have a story, you got facts. You go ahead and educate me. I don't care about the so-called truth.
About life, about the Bible, about
anything you want to say. But if you just say, well, I know this and it's the truth, I'm just saying, no, you don't. I don't care.
Okay. So, Hank, let's say whatever faith you choose, you pray to that and you have a relationship with it, meaning you study it, you spend time with it. When you're fearful, you talk to it, you cry out to it. And one night you're crying out to that spirit and you got this decision to make and you cry out to it and you say, but you know what? I trust you and I'm going to do this anyways because I trust you. I trust you. And you do it. And then less than 24 hours, someone randomly hands you this letter. They get this letter to you and it says, the Lord put this on my heart to give this to you. And it was exactly what you were giving up less than 24 hours ago, down to the amount. You can't tell me that the God that I cried out to and that I talked to and said, no matter what, I trust you. You can't tell me that that wasn't the God that didn't answer me. That is my truth. That is the God that I learned about from the Bible.
That's not what I'm
the God that I studied from the Bible. And so I'm telling you, that is my truth. But then there's Hank, there's other people, when you share stories like that, they'll try to tell you it's not your truth. It's not true. It was this, it was that. You don't know the truth. I know the truth. And that's this.
I'm not denying that you had an encounter
I'm not
with
even
God,
having
though.
this conversation with you.
Well, you're
I don't
speaking
understand why you keep jumping in it because it's kind of rude.
I
But
think
so, Hank, that's the story I had to tell
I
you.
think that what you're doing is actually rude. Because we were having
Hank,
a
that's the
conversation
story I
and you
had
just
to tell
decide to run away from the conversation and continue to have the conversation. I don't understand what you're trying to do here. Does that sound logical? Like,
I can tell you like Paul. I can tell that you kind of want to be him a little bit.
Bro, I
too.
don't even know Paul like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got
Yeah,
this-
he doesn't know Paul.
The reality.
Yeah, they're the same. So, anyways, Hank, that's the story. That would be a story of truth.
No one tried to disprove your God, right?
Yeah, that's fine, but that's not a good reason for me to believe it because I didn't have the same
completely
experience.
understand.
So that's
And at
fine.
this
You can
point-
have that, but if that doesn't, the same thing doesn't happen to me if I did what you just did, then it's not a good reason for me to believe it.
Right. So I can't tell you anything to make you believe. That's what I've learned. All I can do is share with you testimonies. And what I've learned, Hank, from in places such as this is I don't have to convince anybody of my truth and my faith. I just have to stand in it. So all I can do is give you testimonies. I always hear people talk about, well, the Bible says this, and when you know the translation was wrong, and you know that didn't right, and you know this, and you know that's the Mandela effect. But I very seldom hear anybody give testimonies of how their God has done with them, how they develop.
Can I give a
that
testimony real
relationship.
quick? All I'm saying is we were sitting here talking about that the KJV is corrupted and why it's corrupted. You jumped on me about the 10 Commandments. We went into
All right, I'll see
understanding
you
and
later.
discussing
Thank you so much, TML. Hank, we'll carry
Now
this
she's
on
running.
another time.
Now you're running.
Bless you, Cynthia.
Thank
we
you.
got Virgo in the house. Yeah, bless you. Thank you
Yeah.
for being here. Yeah.
I get attacked for on the 10 Commandments. I try to defend my point. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to have any understanding in what the Bible actually says. We go to multiple points. You realize you can't even debate with me because you have no idea what you're talking about. And then you make it like I'm the bad guy and I did a fucking dishonor and now I'm rude. And now you run away.
Well,
I
might
got
just
fucked up energy. I'm here. I want to put out the truth. I want to learn the truth. If you know the truth, teach me. But if not, then shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
You
So-
came at me.
Yeah. So what I would do is just lean into being a bad guy.
And to everybody in the chat that wants to talk shit from the chat, if y'all want to talk shit and you think you know more, come on the fucking panel and tell us what you know, pussies.
Yeah. And this
Well, I'll say-
I say truth is just a feeling.
I will say this. I will say this. The thing about it is that and I don't know how to start a poll. I'm trying to figure out how to start a poll because I've seen other people try to start polls. I don't know how to do that. The fuck is this? Is it a start a poll? Okay, start a poll. Okay, yeah. I'll try to test this out. But yeah, bless you guys, man. Yeah, but with Cynthia, I mean, she kind of grows on you after a while because the thing is that when I first saw Cynthia, she had a harsh critique of me when I premiered on Jack's show. So she had a lot of questions to ask about what I was saying. But then when I tried to explain to Cynthia what I was talking about, she just kind of said, well, you got to like summarize your points more clearly. And I'm like, I thought that's what I just did. But then after a while, me and Cynthia had a lot of really good communications, so, and I think it's because she's got that, kind of similar energy to some of the aunts and shit that I have. She kind of acts like some of my aunts and shit, that I have and stuff. She got like an auntie vibe going, you know what I mean? So I like her auntie. I kind of see her as an aunt vibe, but yeah, it is what it is, I got like, she looks like one of my aunts for real, but yeah, it is what it is. You know how brown people are, but yeah.
I would like to make a point real quick, if I may.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, feel free.
Just because they were talking about like the truth and my truth and your truth, and it's just your opinion, and I disagree with that. I believe that the truth is objective and not subjective. It is not your truth or my truth. It simply is the truth, and your opinion on it does not actually fucking matter. It simply is what it is. If the sky is blue, the sky is blue, and if you feel like it's not, then that doesn't matter because it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, I just wanted to point that out real quick.
Yeah, but
Thank you.
even in that example, there's a difference between the noumena and the phenomena. So your interpretation of what the color sky is different than what frequency the light bouncing off the sky is.
Right.
You can't have critical thinking without truth, Reddington. Dummy.
You don't know what this shit is, man. Yeah, I don't know why yes and no are options, but yeah, it is what it is, man. I don't understand this poll.
Make it a.
Because you didn't remove them.
We got a bunch of salty chat cells. That's what we got going on. They need to start a committee with all the people that hide in chat and won't even talk because they're too scared to even talk in chat to let us know they're watching.
I know, man. I mean, TMLs actually has one of the better chats. Paul and Save, I like the guy, but his chat is like the worst one that I visit. So
the ones that do even have the balls to talk are on sock puppet accounts right now, talking under various names. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that is a constant problem, and a lot of the sock accounts are wizard, so that's also a thing.
It's all wizard.
At least Wizard shows up. There's sock puppet accounts, and they don't even show up.
Notice they never come on the panel. They just talk shit from chat for forever. Never come on the panel.
Yeah. And then T. Smith rarely comes on panel.
Tiny testicles, like micro testicles, like legumes, you know what I mean? Like kidney bean sized testicles in a dime bag. That's all I'm saying. Talk all that shit. Ain't no real men out there no more, TML. At least Hank and Cecil are on the panel, bro. Cecil's such a gangster, he fell asleep on the panel. That's how comfortable he is in these streets.
Yep.
He's got his boys here to hold him down, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Cecil be out here. Cecil's been out here since my live stream career began, you know, because we hopped on a show together, you know, on the panel verse, actually in a conflict with Jim Bob, and everybody thinks you're Jim Bob now. That's so funny. But yeah, that's why, because my live stream career really started with Jim Bob, you know, because this cat was on this see, that's the intro video to my channel. You guys ever seen it? It's like me talking on a show, and Cecil's on. I'm pretty sure Cecil's on the show, isn't he? He's in that clip, you know. But yeah, Cecil was definitely on the show.
That's right, Snowfire. He's so comfortable in these streets, bro. He fell asleep with no blankets. He didn't get no blanket.
Yeah, the blanket. Yeah, that's rough out there with no blanket. But yeah, you know, maybe Cecil is just like, he just crashed, you know. But yeah, man, I couldn't do it without a blanket. I need some kind of like.
You ever see The Hateful Eight, bro?
I've done a fall blanket.
You ever seen that movie, The Hateful Eight?
No, I never saw it.
Jackson? No. Oh, it's really fucked up. But there's a part where he goes, he ain't getting no blanket.
My clothes are so soft, I don't need a blanket. So
no, it's a really fucked up scene. I'm not even gonna tell you what happened in it, but some guy did some things, okay, for a blanket, and he didn't even get the blanket. And it was Samuel L. Jackson's granddaddy, and the guy who, you know what I'm saying, was responsible, his granddaddy, right? He was in the same building, and they were locked in the cabin together, and it was like a whole situation, you know what I'm saying? He killed them, but you know what I'm saying? Like, is The Hateful Eight, bro. It was a crazy movie. Tarantino joint, bro.
All right, what is the best way to view reality? The answer that came from the chat is banana monocle. So it is what it is, man. Let it be done. Let it be said. Let it be had. The chat has spoken. See, that's what it is. It's the peanut gallery, all right? But yeah, man, I respect them. No air mattresses or nothing. Snowfire. Bless Snowfire.
Cecil looks comfortable as hell right now, bro. Sometimes I sleep on the floor, bro. It's better for your back.
Yeah, I don't have a mattress. I just lay on some wood and a comforter.
Marcus Aurelius did that, bro. Hank is Marcus Aurelius. He has embraced the Stoicism.
Yeah, which is weird because I consider myself a hedonist.
Shaolin monks slept on ropes, bro. Suspended in the air by ropes to
Oh
strengthen their
man, we got a Shaolin monk right here.
self-initiated Shaolin monk of the 33rd degree.
Beyond the 33rd. What up, everybody?
Hey, Cage, do you archive your live streams on some other video network?
Sorry, Hank?
Do you archive your live streams somewhere other than YouTube?
No, but I do have them saved. I probably will do that eventually.
Yeah, probably upload them to BitChute because Jesse Howes has a lot of streams. BitChute's the only place he has a complete archive, so probably BitChute's probably a safe spot to leave them.
Yeah, most of them end up getting blocked after. Even though I private them, they all get blocked.
Hey, TML. I got a quickie question for the male rant.
What's up?
Are you there?
For the
Question?
male rant. That's
Yes,
great.
The male
not the
rant.
female rant. Somebody brought up in chat a really interesting question, and I agree. It is interesting, and I'm kind of wondering myself.
Tell me.
So I don't want to throw this person under the bus. I and we wonder if there was any, like you had a traumatic childhood or you had some kind of past history that was, dangerous, volatile, chaotic in some way. And so
Oh,
I
you might have to repeat that. You have to repeat that because he kind of fell out. But
shoot.
But yeah, repeat
I
that. You
heard
said traumatic child. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
So, I mean, what do you mean traumatic?
He is an autist, so probably.
Well, I guess that kind of means different. I mean, what's traumatic to one person is not traumatic to another. So good question. But did you have like a relatively easygoing, predictable childhood where you felt safe and had all the things that you needed? Or did you have kind of a volatile, unbalanced, chaotic
See, that's weird.
experience growing up?
See, it's weird because growing up, my dad, right, in the beginning of like my conscious life, had a lot of money. He owned like ice cream distribution companies.
Yeah,
Right.
let's not throw Pops too much under the bus because people are gonna use it against us. But yeah, man, bless
Sold a
Pops.
lot of
but
ice
yeah.
cream, right? And he had a
Yeah.
lot of he had a lot of money at one point. So I grew up, right?
Wait a
with
minute.
My dad
hold on.
having money and my mom not really having a lot of money. It was a divided household.
Oh, okay.
I always had what I needed, right? My dad just wasn't with my mom. My mom lived in like what I guess you could consider the hood, right? And I lived with my mom, but on the weekends I'd be with my dad in a good neighborhood, right? So I grew up in both. If that makes sense.
And I mean, when I first talked to Lindsay, I thought she was like the typical suburbanite, but then I found out that she has a very, dark past, if you don't mind me saying. So, she knows what she's talking about in terms of traumatic experiences, and I don't want to go too much into that, but
Well,
yeah.
But I wouldn't say it was traumatic,
That
right?
explains me.
I wouldn't
Well,
say it was
wait a minute. It's not ideal. Maybe it's not traumatic, but it was definitely not that stable, right? Wouldn't you agree?
Well, yeah, because look, I mean, the household situation was stable, but I was always in like new schools, like, you know what I'm saying? Because I would go from like being with my dad, sometimes I'd be in a different school. And so that was like it wasn't normal. It was an adjusting period. I fought a lot of people, right?
You fought a lot.
Yeah.
Why would you have to fight just because you moved schools?
Oh, I mean, that's just the way it is. People don't know who you are, bro. You come into the school, they test you. And, I didn't take no shit.
Okay, so you were constantly bullied, right?
No, I did have fights, though. Lots of fights.
Why would you have a fight if you weren't bullied? No one was picking on you.
Because you don't get bullied when they try. You get bullied if they succeed. Right?
Yeah,
Okay, well,
if you win, you don't get bullied.
Yeah, you don't get bullied when they try to play you and you fuck them up. It just happens a lot because I was a
when
new
you say
kid.
play, they try to play you. What are you talking about? Play you?
So
Is that the same
yo,
as bullying? Just a
I was
different.
always a new kid, right? In the schools
Yeah,
usually.
I understand. I was
They
too.
didn't know who I was, and I was never really big, right? I'm a fully grown man. I'm 5'9" now. So I was
Yeah.
a small kid. And people would try to like disrespect you or whatever it is. And in New York, you can't let people get away with no shit or they'll just run all over you. So
Isn't
you gotta check
disrespecting
people.
someone in school bullying just a nicer word for it?
It's
not necessarily.
It's different because people check you, right?
Yeah.
So there's people don't even realize before you get bullied, somebody's gonna check you, and that's not even bullying. And if you let them get away with that, you'll end up getting bullied. You see? There's people that'll just bump into you and see what you do. If you don't do anything, right? If you
Yeah,
don't
it's
do
kind of like
anything,
online then.
then maybe tomorrow they come and they punch you in the fucking stomach, right? So when they bump into you and they did it on purpose, you just punch them right in their fucking shit and you start washing them up, right? Then you don't have
Exactly.
problems with that motherfucker ever again. You
Yeah.
got one down, 400 kids left to go. Who else wants a problem?
Unless they're
Right
really
there.
stupid. And they'll just keep doing it even though they don't got anything.
So
You know
they
what I mean?
picked on pretty much everyone they didn't know, not just you.
Yo, it's just the way it is, you know what I mean? New York is wild. When you get older, you know what I'm saying? Shit gets wild. You get ganged up, you know what I mean? Do what you
I
gotta
lived in
do.
Connecticut for a while, and they ganged up on us, me and my brother, because we were from California and moved to Connecticut. So it was pretty brutal. So I can buy that. But I think, do you understand why I asked that question to you about your childhood?
Well, you're trying to like break me down psychologically.
No.
You know,
Understand, not break down. There's a big difference.
Oh,
I mean,
you're
look,
trying to
you're
find his
trying to-
MBTI type. I'm
you're
pretty
trying
sure
to-
Rant's an ENTP.
you're gonna try to put me under a microscope, but I have
Or
bad news
ENTJ.
for you. I have bad news. The best doctors in the fucking field of psychology can't quantify my mental state. So good luck.
Maybe I
Nope, neither could
I don't know.
I'm just saying.
I can only guess, but I don't even know enough about you to even guess. But some of us in chat were wondering, so I thought I would, kind of get up here bravely or unbravely because I'm just using an avatar and you can't see my face. So I
Turn
admit
your camera on.
it's a little. No.
TML, I probably
You saw
would.
me last night.
I know.
I don't know if you want to run all this on your thing. I just have this kind of
Just a second, please. I want to explain something to you.
Oh, I see what you mean because it's all
Crazy shit on here, bro. You might want to.
Okay, I see what you mean. Okay.
My channel does not.
Okay.
We don't give fucks. You know what I mean? I know you give a little bit of fucks.
Oh, okay, you mean I might get like I might get
Yeah.
like on that tip.
Yeah, I have
where,
that.
Like, I get struck off.
That's running. That was a premiere at 12. But
Yeah, guys, go check it out on the Recreational Argument Network television. Go check out the premiere on that channel. I put the link in the chat there. Yeah.
I'm going to
It's
tell
not-
you
not issue.
exactly what happened, and see if you agree with me. And then I'll get off of here and shut up because I know that the machine likes
No worries.
talk
No,
about
it's no worries.
much deeper.
No. I already gave my presentation at the beginning. You're welcome to stay. It's no worries. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but go ahead. What do you gotta say?
This is about self-awareness, and sometimes people don't have any idea or filter or any notion that they appear a certain way, and some of us do and are keenly aware of it. And even if we don't like things that we express about ourselves, we're in tune and aware. With you, I'm not sure if you are aware of why two people, at least in the chat section, would wonder if you had a traumatic childhood. So this is where I'm going to clue you in if you don't know, but I have a feeling you do know. Okay, I'm not talking down.
I would have no idea. No, I would have no idea.
I would rather you explain yourself because
I'm trying.
I'm not a
Okay, I'm
mind
trying
reader,
to.
you know.
Of course, I'm trying to, and I'm trying to be nice. Okay, if you came off a certain way when you're talking to Cynthia, Cynthia's a biblical scholar of sorts. Maybe she's not the pie in the sky biblical scholar. I don't know, but she knows a lot of stuff. But when you're talking to her, you were a little domineering. You wouldn't let her talk much. She was trying to have a friendly chat and an agreeable one, treat you as an equal, a regular person, but you got very defensive and a little bombastic in how you treat her.
Hey, Lindsay, how well do you know Cynthia?
Why are we gonna do ad homs on her? Because I'm afraid that's not afraid, but is that where you're going?
How well do you know her?
I know her definitely better than I know you, but I'm gonna say, do I know her favorite color?
Can I just
Nah.
throw something
Do
out
I
here
know?
real quick?
I know a little bit.
Do you know
But why
her?
are you talking over me? I was almost done.
I'm just saying.
I was just going to be succinct and really sum it up really quick.
Well, I was trying to help you out and not get, whatever you want to call ad homed or whatever. I was just going to address the point, right? Which is that, first of all, Cynthia came at me on something I was saying about 10 Commandments, trying to, have a higher understanding. And when it really came down to the argument, she couldn't actually argue, and then she ran away. It had nothing to do with talking over her. Because every time I was quiet, she had nothing to say.
She had a lot to say, actually. I don't know. It makes people think when they have an interaction with you.
If she wants to, she can come back up here and say everything
Cynthia,
she wants.
would you like to come back up here?
And I'll refute everything after, if that makes sense. I mean, if I have
Sure. If you can talk with respect, why not?
Do you know people's motive on these panels, or do you have to infer them?
Who are you asking, Rand or Lindsay?
And anybody.
Oh. I usually just ask them what their motive is.
Do you believe their answer, or do you have to make inferences regardless of their answer?
So half the time they refuse to answer direct question. And another half they're just telling me what their motive is. So
You can't know, you can only guess. And you're right, you don't really know anyone on here.
What we can know.
I think that's what I think. Well, come on. you can
yeah, Rand's right. We can know.
You don't live with them. I mean, we're given. We only know a limited amount about each other, which is why I came at you with the question.
Well, what's your question exactly?
The question was about your childhood and the trauma.
So now that I've answered it, what was your point?
Yeah, really.
Because no one would get up on panel and ask the question, and you couldn't see it probably because you're not reading the panel. So I thought
I'm an open book. I have nothing to hide from you. That was my life in a nutshell.
I wasn't thinking that you would.
What do you want to know?
Would you ask the same question of Cynthia right now if she were here?
I know more about Cynthia, but why am I going to sit here and talk about her personal life? What I'm talking about very, very distinctly here is the dynamic between you two, and why she loves a challenge in terms of her knowledge about the Bible and challenging it. And you seem to have a problem with the fact that she was challenging you. You got
he doesn't have actual knowledge.
I can't hear you guys are both
She
talking.
just doesn't know that much.
Okay, you don't think she knows that much. All right.
I don't.
Lindsay, usually I hear you talk and I hear like something that's that seems to be on the right track, but what I hear right now is Cynthia good, rant bad is what I hear.
I'm going to try and
okay, let me nail it down to be very succinct and clear. The dynamic between Cynthia and the male, what's his name? The male rage, not the female rage, was so that a few of us were curious if there was any trauma in his background because he was defensive and righteous.
Well, is it normal to enter a conversation and psychologize people you don't know with a single question?
Well,
here's a better understanding. I will abuse a man equally if he says the same bullshit. I have no problem with going at men either. So I don't know if you think this is a woman thing or a mom.
That's why I gotta ask.
But I have a great relationship with my wife, who's a woman, and I abuse men who are full of shit like Jack Talcott and all these other guys.
And Flow State and Jack Talcott on Flow State. He has clips of him on his channel.
Like, welcome to the internet.
Still eludes you. So my question to find information was answered.
Will you
But
ask?
now I'm gonna hand this over to.
Will you ask Cynthia the same question you asked Bunny? Right now?
Ask her.
Yeah, she's right here. Ask her the question.
No. Why don't you ask her, since you're the one who asked him the question? Why don't you ask her so we can all hear her answer?
In the dynamic between them and the conversation between them, I didn't see a problem. I I saw with Cynthia. I saw somebody being civil, somebody willing to challenge based
Sure.
on her knowledge.
But perhaps
She was
perhaps
calm,
somebody else,
was
perhaps
collected, and
somebody
then I
else,
saw
perhaps
you, the man, get
perhaps somebody
very.
else, somebody
How can I talk and answer a question when I'm talked over?
because you won't stop
Yeah.
talking if I don't interject.
All right, go ahead.
You're doing a filibuster to stop me from getting to my point, which is that, you know, why you come and ask him a question, why don't ask him the same question, since, you know, people may perceive the same thing that you're seeing from that direction, the other direction.
So is your objection, Jack, that it's not fair? She not being fair in her questioning? What do you ask?
What's the question?
Could it be
the question that you were talking about in chat? So,
I'll ask the question.
The childhood thing.
Hey,
I was doing a little. Oh my God!
Hey, Cynthia, do you have a bad
Here,
childhood?
hold on.
And
Here, hold on,
you
Hank.
can't tell another person what they know and don't know about the Bible. Like, that's the audacity that y'all have to tell me about my spiritual battles is. Lindsay said a big word, ostentatious. Is that the right word?
Well, having a spiritual battle and knowing something about the Bible is different. That's not
Cynthia, you know more about pierogies than you do the Bible.
If you demonstrate,
You know more about the
lack of
pierogies
understanding,
than you do
and
about
I
the
pointed out,
Here, hold on, everyone.
That was horrible to me.
Here, hold on, everyone. Let's hear Lindsay, and then let's hear Hank. Lindsay, what are you gonna say?
It's presumptive and sanctimonious, but that was what Hank commented on. He did. The guy that was chatting did. Yeah, hi Hank, did not say that about you. What he does do to people, because he's very intelligent, not as smart as machine lies, but he's very intelligent. He's got a lot of interesting things to say, and he's well read in many subjects. I'm not talking about Hank right now, even though he's on screen.
Oh, yes, you
Although I
are.
think
Yeah,
Hank
well, wait,
is
no,
very
when you say
bright
that.
too. Hank is bright, and not a lot of people give you credit for being as bright as you are. But really, I was talking about this other guy.
Rant, yes.
He cannot understand the relationship between why people would ask him that question and why they're trying to understand that aspect. And
Like, I
it's
just
just simply
broke it-
because of the way he presents himself to other people.
Just broke
So
it down.
someone said he had autism or Asperger's. I don't know.
Yeah, Rand himself said he was an artist. Yes.
Like, I broke it down for you, though. I don't know
That
what
Rand
you don't
is?
understand.
He said it today.
Okay, well, when you ask things, you get to learn the truth, right?
my
So I
name is
asked.
Grant.
If you want me to ask Cynthia the same question, I can, but it seems
I'll
sort of
just do it.
weird.
Okay.
We probably
I'll
should
do
put
it.
Jack
Put
what
Hank
should
up
be
here. Let
saying.
Hank and I have the stage together.
Yes. So
Yo, legit,
I'll
though.
ask
I mean-
Cynthia the same question Lindsay asked Rand.
Hold
Um,
on. I really want to know
go
why,
ahead.
though, Lindsay feels like this question is going to lead her some inner understanding of my psyche.
It helped a lot.
Did it? Explain how.
I would like to. I can explain how, but I would like to. Cynthia asked to speak to Frank, and I think I've had enough airtime right now. So, if you don't mind, I'll let them speak, and then I'll answer that afterwards.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Let's play this game.
Okay.
Thank you, Helen.
Let's
So
play.
Cynthia,
Yes.
did you have a bad childhood? People in chat's been talking about it. So
Did I have a bad childhood? No.
Yeah.
No.
oh, okay.
Not bad, but I had challenges in childhood, and I think I had things that happened in my childhood that changed the way I became, that changed the way I am, or that just made me who I am. Let me say it that way. But I think
Okay.
everybody has that type of stuff. But bad in the sense, no, I have parents that love me, had a roof over my head. I didn't have everything I wanted, but I had what I needed.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm going to ask the questions that Lindsay's not willing to ask.
Your hazard lights are on.
Yep.
Mm.
It's a warning.
Hank, isn't this between you and her?
I'm done with it.
Okay.
Is everyone done answering whatever it is that we need to answer before
Where
we
did
hear Lindsay
Neurojack
explain
go?
herself?
I had a
Where'd
quick
Neurojack
question for
go?
Cynthia.
I think-
Cynthia,
I
you ever
think
had
the phone just
pierogies
fell out
made for
right
you
now.
during
Oh my
childhood?
God. See,
No
this
pierogies?
is like a balance. Like they're both here. It's like going to be a stereo system now.
Oh, we left that one out, right?
Yeah, he comes and goes as he pleases.
Lindsay, what do you have to say for yourself?
What do I have to? Okay, you wanted to know why I asked that, what I got out of it, what I noticed,
Yeah,
or
I want my diagnosis.
First of all, let me just throw out a couple of disclaimers. I am no one other than somebody who's studied, just like you or someone else. And psychology has always been interested to me. So I'm not going to proclaim to be the expert, to be the almighty, whatever it is. You can take what I say and listen to it and throw it all away. It doesn't matter. I don't care. I'm just having a somewhat interesting conversation. How I am personally, and have always been, is trying to get to know someone to see, and ask questions to see if I can tell something about their lives that would really explain the way that they are. For example, oftentimes you see people that are extremely defensive grow up in an environment where they're picked on a lot, either by their parents or peers or whatever it might be. And, to make you feel a little more uncomfortable, I am extremely defensive. And that did happen with me. But this is not projection here. This is me trying to understand an almost perfect stranger in relation to the dynamics between you and Cynthia and your conversation, and why you sort of had the reaction you did. So if you, I don't have a diagnosis for you. I would say that the Asperger's is definitely a component and something that would be understandable on your side and says a lot.
So, Lindsay, can I give you a little better understanding?
Sure, if you want to stop me because I wasn't done, but I welcome it. I'm not trying to be.
Aside from my upbringing, don't you think the fact that I usually be engaging in open panel discussions where people disagree with me most of the time and directly attack me all day, do you think that could have anything to do with it?
Yes.
More than my childhood situation
Sure.
I've gotten over long years ago.
Sure.
I mean, that's a better evaluation of the psyche, but you're missing what's directly in front of you in lieu of some kind of fucking pseudo-intellect that you would like to display for us. I appreciate the gesture.
Okay.
Yeah, I have my diagnosis. I diagnose Rant, aka Bunny Christ, as an MBTI ENTJ. There you
What
go.
is that?
So you got look it up.
No,
What did you say, Hank?
I diagnosed Bunny Christ as an ENTJ, and Cynthia, you already looked that up.
Yes.
Okay, can you spell that out a little bit? It would be thinking and
He said
judging.
ENTJ, extroverted, intuitive, thinking, judger. I didn't. You think Rant is that?
Yes.
Why? Because he's obnoxious and pushy.
Yes,
Yeah.
obnoxious and pushy, and he does a lot of businesses. So.
I don't know. I guess I don't know enough about him to know if he does a lot of businesses besides soap. But he spends too much time on here. An ENTJ would never be on panels this much time.
That's a good point. Probably INTJ.
I'm going to be honest, Flow State. I've been here on the panel all night, but I did a lot of things behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I haven't seen him that much on panels, but I appreciate him stopping by this panel, especially. You know what I mean? Because yeah, I appreciate all of you guys being here with me. But yeah, especially the people on the panel. But
Yeah. Yeah, got a good point. He's probably INTJ if he's on the panel this much.
If you don't hear me talking, I'm not even there.
Either way, I think the things that you've said and what you've labeled yourself as
That has to be the most honest thing I've heard all night.
really help explain your interaction with Cynthia. That's all. But I can keep this to myself, or I can verbalize it. Right now, I'm going to shut up, but I just don't have the fear to verbalize stuff like that. People can tell me to shove off, whatever it is.
Look,
plus, we had some fun.
I'm not offended. At the end of the day, you got to realize I grew up in New York City where everyone's basically a fucking asshole, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So we have a very, very small tolerance for bullshit. And we could smell bullshit from a mile away. And all I'm saying is when people come in and they reek of it, I just have no fucking patience. And I'm sorry for your feelings, but it just is what it is, Lindsay.
My feelings are Just
I'm sorry
fine.
about Cynthia's feelings, whatever,
I
whoever
don't care
heard. I'm
what
sorry
you
to,
think. And the
sorry to the
fact that
chat.
that's just the issue that
I mean,
people in Texas and New York have. Like, for whatever reason, people from New York always think that everybody else is full of bullshit but them.
I
So you
noticed
think
that.
them, like everybody else, but they're the ones
Yeah.
that went on. We got it from the mud, guys.
when
Like,
you
And
demonstrate
New
that you're
Yorkers
full of
lie about square
bullshit,
footage.
and
then you can
so
call it
they
out.
just have that they just have that arrogance about them, and it's off-putting.
Which
Cultural
which
thing.
specifically was bullshit in her assessment or
Yeah,
whatever.
of me.
She tried to come up here
Anyone.
and tell me that idols were gods, and I broke it down
First of
for
all,
her.
anything you put before God and you want to get hung up on gods and idols and you're not paying attention to the message,
She
you're
was having a
judging the
discussion.
messenger, what your wife talked about earlier not
She's
doing, but
having a
you're doing
discussion,
it.
and I'm talking in
Shut
basically
up.
Bible verses,
Flo,
but
I
she's
have an
saying that
update. I have an update on my case.
she's saying
Please,
that
I'm
like I'm not
partially
quoting the
right.
Bible,
I'm
and I am the
partially
whole
right.
time. You know, at the end of the day, like we brought up the thing where she's combining the Christ and God, you know what I mean? Whatever. And I'm explaining that the woman, right? The man is the head of woman, Christ is the head of the man, and God is the head of Christ. So it's all right there. You know what I mean? I was just saying that the King James version of the Bible has been corrupted. It was designed by Masons.
Do you have a testimony or any story you can share about a time that you prayed to God and he answered, or a time that he spoke to you in a way that only you could understand?
I mean, I got plenty of them. But what
I would like to hear one. Do you mind sharing one?
What does that have to do with anything?
I would just like to hear your testimony.
What does my testimony have to do with anything?
Because if you know so much about the Bible, you can give me an example about it.
But I can tell you anything that I want, and it wouldn't matter. You have no way to refute it. And so what would be the point of me even telling you?
Yeah, really, I agree.
I can hear your testimony, and
I could just say whatever the fuck I want, literally. And you could do the same thing. So that's why, like, testimony
It's
is
just the
relevant.
New York thing. They just
Listen,
got the- yeah, they just
testimony
gotta
is
do it.
relevant. The things that
Oh.
happen to you are relevant to you in your understanding. They're not relevant to me.
Yeah, I agree with Rent.
Okay, I was just wanting to hear a testimony, because when
Now-
people always tell me about the Bible, I'm always thinking, oh, well, yeah, give me an
let's talk
example
about
of
the
how
Bible.
it worked for you, or how you noticed that and you tried to do something and it went against it, of how you used it and it was either pro or negative. When people talk about their spiritual journeys, I want to hear about their journeys.
Well, what about the Bible, though? Because that's what I was talking about that you
I
came
was
up here
saying,
to correct.
has there been something you've learned from the Bible? Like I learned about prayer and how to pray correctly, and what I deem to be correctly, in a way that I've built up this relationship with God. Can you give me an example of how you learned to pray? People have asked me,
What's
was
on
the
your
first-
head?
Oh my gosh, y'all. So I got this little set today. I feel like a princess. I don't know why. I got this set. I got the wristbands.
You kind of look like the Statue of Liberty right now.
Thank you. So I
Hold
was
up a
just
torch.
wondering that. And so I can see it. But gosh, guys, if y'all, it made me feel good. But if you are offended, I'll take it off. So I was just wondering,
Nobody's
you
offended.
just
Hold up a
know.
lighter.
Yeah, like I was just wondering, like you talk so much about it in a logical way, but I have yet to hear it in a humanistic way. You talk about it.
About what specifically?
Nothing now.
Testimony. She was asking for a testimony.
No, I mean, I feel you, but what I'm trying to, I guess, ask is, what does that have to do with the original thing that you came up here to do? Right? You were sitting in the chats, and you said, "I'm gonna hop on this panel and I'm gonna refute rant about the Bible."
Well, you said, and no, I wasn't.
Right.
You
You
said
weren't-
you didn't understand what the other gods were, so I came up here to give you an explanation.
not
and an
what I said.
interpretation, and then you got into
I
it with,
didn't say
well,
I didn't
those
know
are
what they
idols
were.
and not gods. And I kept saying, anything you put before God, well, those are gods, not
I never
idols.
said.
You
I
weren't
never said
even
I don't
trying
know
to
what
have
the
the
gods
dialogue.
were.
You were
But
just
that's
trying to have the
But that's not even
verbal
true.
sparring. You're
But
just
that's not
trying
even
to
true.
have the verbal sparring. You're not interested.
But that's not even true.
This is what people from New York do. Y'all just do this shit.
But
Y'all
you're
don't-
not even listening,
y'all walk the
Cynthia.
walk,
I
and then
never
you
said
y'all-
those words. What don't you
y'all just walk the
comprehend?
walk. I mean, y'all don't walk the walk.
You're not comprehending. I didn't say those
Well, I'm
words
not
that
interested
you're putting in my
anything
mouth.
you have to say.
Can you
That's
allow
what
me?
Words in my mouth, Cynthia. I was
want to say
talking
one
about
more thing.
something. You
and then I'll
corrected
shut up.
me
I'll
on
get off of
words
here.
that you put in my mouth.
I'm just trying to get past
You're about
it,
to get off.
Lindsay.
Uh-huh.
I'm just
No, I'll
trying
shut
to
up
get
after this. I just want to point something out because I want to make a point before it's lost with
Mhm.
Brand. My point is this. You and I had a perfectly civil conversation where you basically told me none of that resonates with me. You don't know me, butt out. You're not correct, which I respect because nobody knows themselves like they themselves. Nobody knows me. Nobody knows Flo like Flo knows Flo, et cetera, et cetera. So I can respect that. But I want to make a point that you and I had a decent civil conversation where we went back and forth. But when it comes to Cynthia, just and that was, even though our conversation was even keel and decent and civil, even though you have Asperger's, even though you had the perfect childhood, even
And what
though
does
this
that
or
tell
this or
you
that, what is
about
it?
Cynthia?
I'm not done. Please.
What does
And
that tell
what
you
is-
about Cynthia, though?
Please.
I wanted you to say 2 words. Are you incapable of hearing
Yes,
2 words?
I'll get off of
Jesus,
here in just a
y'all
minute.
are sensitive as fuck. This is a discussion, right?
I
I'm
know.
trying to.
That's what I've been saying.
I just wanted to state one thing, that the way you're framing me is retarded because it's not about me and you. It's about Cynthia.
Correct.
And
That's
if
kinda
you
what
keep
I was getting
lying
to.
about things that I said, right?
I
I'm
was
going to keep
kind of getting what I
interrupting
was
you.
getting to, Spaz. My
See, that-
God.
that's nonsense, though.
It's all about me.
You want to call me a spaz, but when you say bullshit, I'm just going to talk over you. Of course I am.
So, Lindsay.
Okay, I give up. It's all yours,
Lindsay.
girl.
No, Lindsay. So, in this situation, and when I encounter anything like this, I just kind of disengage from it because I'm learning that this is just trying to get some type of reaction out of me, and it's just going to feed off of it.
You
And that's
came
what
here.
to do it.
You came here.
Okay.
And you came
So
at
I
me.
just don't even take him serious.
I didn't come at you.
No, yeah, she came at you.
Oh,
You, Rand.
okay. So listen, Snowfire. So there. Hang on. Hang on. Okay, go ahead. Talk about me. Hang on.
Hurry up. The pierogies are going to burn. Run, grab them. Hurry up.
Talk to the back of the chair, man.
Yeah. So Cynthia came at Rand trying to quiz him on the Bible, and when he went ahead and did his counterattack, she just got triggered. So
They're talking about the Bible, and I'm giving we're coming at it at 2 different ways. We just
He doesn't like to be challenged.
You're claiming
loves
that
to
you
be
have a
challenged. He
deeper
just comes
fucking
back.
understanding of the Bible, but you don't even understand the
I
Bible.
wish I could talk to you, Hank.
So it's hard to believe what the fuck you're saying. That's all I'm saying.
yeah, he loves to be challenged. He just hits back. That's why I'm here. He's here to be challenged, just like I am. So he just hits back. He hits back hard because he's used to being on a cramped island.
I think that a big disconnect also was that there was a conversation happening about facts, and then there was an interruption that came in about perspective and interpretation. And that's not the same thing. Interpretation is not facts. And so I think that's where the disconnect and possible frustration came into play, because y'all's niggas was talking about 2 different fucking things.
Snowfire or whomever wanted. This is the wrist things. So when you wash your face, water doesn't go down your wrist. These are like the little terry cloth that take it. So that came.
What an unnecessary product.
It is because when I wash my face, I don't like all that water going down my elbow, and it creates a mess in the bathroom.
All right, I guess if you've got a wish account, you might as well buy something.
So when his wrist gets sweaty from shake weighting, he can catch it in his wristband.
My wrist never gets sweaty.
You ain't shake weighting enough.
I glisten like a god.
He's doing a disservice to the shake weight enterprise.
I'm reviving the shake weight enterprise.
He's only dipping his toes in.
Single-handedly and double-handedly.
He's working on that sponsorship, ain't he?
Have you ever tried biting it in the middle and just shaking your head like a pit bull?
I have not. It's gonna stay that way.
I bet he does it when he's not on camera.
Did Lindsay leave?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's up, Dominic? How you doing, bud?
Yeah, that's your homie Lindsay, huh? No, Cynthia.
Well, yeah. I mean, I met her on here.
That's your little homie there. Yeah, Cage, what are you gonna say?
I'm just saying hi to Dominic. He's in here.
Dominic.
Well, Cage, there's more people here than just Dominic. You only saying hi to Dominic, Cage?
Well, hi.
That's the only person important.
Oh,
No,
well,
guys,
he's
no.
the one who just showed up. He just showed up and didn't say anything. That's why.
Yo, Dominic don't even talk. He just switches his colors to let you know he's there, all right? And if you're paying attention, then you'll know, all right?
He's in the back.
Me and
he's on
Dominic been
stage.
having conversations about apples and shit in back.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm talking about apples, yes.
Is that what you use a shake weight for in the mouth to practice for better grip strength on the apples?
Apples aren't that slippery. You don't need a lot of grip strength. It's a pretty manageable fruit.
I'm just saying, like when Talcott puts you on a platter like a pig, bro, and puts the apple in your mouth, you got to hold it in place, right?
Talcott's a man of peace. You clearly haven't been getting the Talcottian message.
Flow State would make a
Peace
good
through
pig.
tyranny.
He's the right
No, that's
color.
Megatron, right?
Look,
Not
he's the
Talcott.
perfect color, bro. He is the color of pork.
Well, let's see what color you are.
I'm not the color of pork, brother.
What do you look like? Come on,
I'm
Cam.
actually melanated because I'm Sicilian.
All right.
I
So
don't
are
get
you gonna
red.
cam up?
I get brown.
Let's see rant.
You don't need to see me, bro.
I want to see you.
They're gonna do that.
Look, I know, but I ain't giving you any material to play with your shake weight till later, all right? I know how you do that.
Man, you must be ugly as shit.
Yeah. Ask your mama.
Oh my god.
Heidi. Rant once again ruins a panel.
Oh.
I don't ruin
he's
anything.
been on here for hours. It's fine. He's been how many hours? Let me check. I think he's been on for like 4 hours.
I was quiet for so long on this panel. I got laid, okay? Twice.
Maybe you're just
twice.
maybe you just bust fast.
No. You want a witness?
Wow.
Tell him, Mimsy Limbs.
It's so
True. I do not bust fast.
why.
I didn't hear her. Did you just talk to yourself? Did you just answer your own question?
No, ask her. Go ahead.
It's true.
It's true.
It's true. He's fast, huh?
That's
It's all right. Second round is normally
No,
better.
that's not what she said.
Smoke
She
a
said
cigarette.
it's
Come back
true-
again.
It's true that I don't bust fast, you silly goose. Why you always reframing the damn fucking question? Guys,
That's what he
ridiculous.
does. But yeah, Rant's been on here for 5 hours, so he's not ruining the panel whatsoever.
I'm
What
just
the
saying.
fuck is- And that also means that he's definitely not an ENTJ. That's too long.
Yeah, INTJ. Like
The fuck
me.
What are you even talking about?
Oh, MBTI. Myers-Briggs type indicator.
You're gonna have to break this down because the Myers-Briggs indicator is all bullshit.
Yeah, it is, but it's useful bullshit, so I keep using it.
You can't use it on me.
Yeah, you just use it for a couple minutes.
We are.
Well, I'll break the test, bro. Just keep adding dots until the whole page is filled. All right, calm down.
See, Hank told me to go look it up myself, but he's explaining it to you.
That's great.
Well, I explained it to you already and you forgot, so
Here's the thing.
Oh, I was gone.
You can
Yeah,
only
you forgot.
understand a mind that has been programmed and sit there in the programming.
Right.
You can't understand a
But
mind that
I'm
doesn't
gonna-
operate on programs that you have in your book.
So
Your mind operates on programs just like the rest
I'm
of us.
gonna
Not
throw
true.
away the message.
I'm here to
and-
break your programming. Little by little, I will
With
break your
baby
programming.
truths.
I will break
David,
it.
you're
Through the
back.
power of baby truths and soap.
One day you will realize that men do not use shake weights. One day you will know.
Well, that's just pure nonsense.
I will break the cognitive dissonance and you will see why it's homo as fuck. One day.
I only shake my own shake weight, sir.
Listen, you need to learn. Here to tell you the truth. I'm sorry you don't like it. But once you accept the truth, you can grow. If you want to grow, you got to accept the truth.
Mm.
Truth is, show of hands, how many men here have a shake weight? Flow state. That's it.
I saw another.
I have a kettlebell.
How many men here have weights at all?
I have a kettlebell.
I have weights.
You'd have to turn your camera on to, or you could just have your that lady there confirm for you.
I wonder how many of us on here have mommy issues versus daddy issues.
I don't.
I mean,
know
I
who
have
that.
I have issues with my dad publicly on streams. So,
Well, I mean like a different kind of daddy.
oh no, I don't have
I
that.
got 40s.
All right, Cage, the muscly Canadian.
How about you, Cynthia? You have mommy issues or daddy issues?
What do you mean by issues? Like, are they the perfect parents?
Do you have mommy issues or daddy issues?
No.
Why is that question a binary?
Yeah, really.
Flo, do you have mommy issues or daddy issues?
What is, like, I don't
Neuro's
understand
being
what
weird
he's
as fuck
asking.
tonight.
Hey, Neurojack, do you have mommy issues or daddy issues?
I don't understand what he's
Well, I mean, we're not about being fair anymore. So let's just answer my question rather than.
Yeah, answer your question, Neurojack. Do you have mommy issues?
We've already determined there are no rules anymore, right? There's no fairness. So
were there ever rules?
exactly, right? So do you have mommy issues or daddy issues?
Why
There's no
is
rules, so I'm not going to answer your question.
When I go to this screen, why is it only Cynthia? This is fucking weird. I don't know how to
Jack, are you willing to answer questions you would
Hey,
ask
Mel.
other people?
You gotta drag the picture you want to be onto Cynthia.
I mean,
Oh,
here's the
okay, I
thing.
see. Oh, okay, I see. Okay. Oh,
Here's the thing, Hank. You know, everybody wants to talk about psychology, but they don't want to answer psychological questions. So I just say, you know, if they don't want to answer it, then
Well,
why
these
should
aren't
anybody else?
psychological questions. These are just.
Oh,
sort of
absolutely it
obnoxious-
is. Do you have mommy issues or daddy issues?
Right.
What
It's
does
an
that
obnoxious
mean? Like, I
cue.
don't understand the question.
That's supposed to represent a psychological question.
Yeah.
'cause you
Oh
find
no,
yourself
it's not. It's
answering
absolutely
obnoxious-
you're not even answering the question, so you won't know
It's
if
a
it is
dumb
or not.
question. It's so dumb you wouldn't
Jack,
answer the question.
I'm curious in your
No,
question.
Jack, would you
It's
answer that question?
it's about perception. I'm not talking about daddy. I'm talking about daddy.
No, Jack,
See,
you wouldn't
it's-
answer that question when asked.
It's
So why should
definitely
I?
an obnoxious question because you
Well,
perceive.
I mean, so you have a problem with your parents? Is both then?
You wouldn't answer the question if been asked either. So who cares? It's a
Well,
simple
because it's not
Neurojack,
relevant to me.
Why do you
It's
feel
not
like
rel-
I need you to protect him from questions?
It's not relevant to me.
Why
it's
don't
relevant
you
to the
think that
people I'm
Rand can
asking.
answer his own questions, Jack?
I gotcha.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't have
Well, you
parents,
felt the
Jack.
need to intervene on Rant somebody asking Rant a question. So I'm wondering why it is you're protective of Rant and defensive for him, and why you don't think that he can answer his own questions.
Well, I'm
Or
not. It was
shut him down if he so chooses.
It was the first time I had a chance to jump on in the whole night, and it just
So it
happened
has
to
nothing
be.
to do with Rant. It's just you being abnormally obnoxious for no reason.
Well, that's your opinion.
You're right. It is.
It's
Here's
also
the
my
reality.
opinion.
Whenever I try to have discussions, people run away or they just start yelling because they can't fucking actually argue with the information.
Correct. And that happens to me too.
I just think it's interesting that when we're having a conversation about the Bible, it goes to, well, what was your childhood like? I mean, it's a non sequitur to say the least.
Well, I didn't see the
If you
conversation
refer
earlier
to
that was
this
being
question-
referenced, but I don't remember
Jack,
doing
are
that.
you
anyway.
Oh, I
Lindsay's
understand now.
question?
He also
What do you understand?
There's a period in Cynthia. I get it.
Yeah. So if that's what you're
I-
saying,
I-
I mean, I'm asking you, are you basing this off of the question that Lindsay had earlier? Hank, I can't. Narrow Jack. Oh, wow.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. What happened?
Are you asking that question based off the question that Lindsay had?
It's not really exactly related, but it's tangentially related.
Okay, so Lindsay asked that question because I asked that question in the chat, just because of the way the interaction was
Okay.
between Rant and I, and so she came up and she asked it. So she wasn't asking the question based off of the Bible. She was asking the question based off of his behavior, from the way I interpreted it.
Yeah, you were asking questions based off of the Bible, and then she came up with this nonsense, which was a question that you asked because of the interaction of the Bible. But the reality is, like, what are you doing, right? When you try to come up and correct me on things of the Bible, but then you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you run away and then have Lindsay ask questions about my personal life from the chat.
I didn't ask you about your personal life, and I didn't try to correct you on the Bible. You asked a question, and I
childhood is
gave
not
up
my
here and
personal
gave you
life?
an interpretation. If you can't, if you
My
don't
childhood
want
is
to
not my personal life?
how
Oh,
do you talk and listen? You know what? You want to talk, feel free to speak all you want to speak.
Said 4 words.
Go ahead. I'm gonna.
I don't understand how his childhood is not his personal life. This doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
But she was saying it because of his behavior, Hank. And when I did not know that he's autism, and that does explain a lot, but
Oh my God! Every time you disagree with someone, let's just say, "Oh, autism." Therefore, I can just.
he said he was not autism.
It has nothing to do with autism. This has everything to do with you not knowing what the fuck you're talking about.
Jack.
Yeah, I agree with
why you got the response you got because you're full of shit, Cynthia. That's why.
Yeah, I didn't hear one thing you said.
You're full of shit. Did you hear me?
I copy
That's
you.
That's why you got the response you got. You're full of shit. That's it.
I don't care what you think. I don't value you, or I don't value your opinion of me.
Yet you're here asking about his opinion, but okay.
But I wasn't asking about his opinion, Narrow Jack. I just explained. I just explained what I came up here and did. And then I was having conversations with other people, and then you asked that question, and so I was trying to clarify.
The next time you want to correct me, come with actual information and
I'm not
knowledge.
even talking to
or
him.
I will expose you again.
He's trying to provoke me. He's trying to get an emotion off of me so he can feed off of
Well,
me.
why not? I mean, you're trying to get everybody. You're trying to get a rise out of people. What's wrong with doing it in the reverse direction?
How have I tried to get a rise out of anybody?
Oh, okay. So you're not. Okay, got it.
I think that the biggest problem is coming to a logical conversation, a factual conversations with interpretations, feelings, and emotions is where, the disconnect actually originated.
And by the way, no one has ever explained why these motherfuckers want to know about my childhood. What is the, final revelation that you have achieved from this information now being provided to you?
That you're gay.
Oh, Rand's wife.
He has a woman on his lap right now.
I don't live in a world where everybody's only logical and not emotional. And if you isolate yourself with only logical people, that's concerning to anybody who would do that, because the world is made up of different people. And if you don't know how to act with emotional people and people that have different ideologies and views and don't think like you, and you automatically want to judge them, that's something you should take a look at. You don't have to listen to me, the message or the messenger, but that's just my interpretation of the situation.
Right.
That's you.
Right. But conversation that was happening was conversations regarding facts. We were talking about the Bible.
He didn't understand when he said that there should be no other gods before me. He said, well, what other gods are there? So I came up and was trying to engage in the conversation, but he quickly turned it into something differently. And once I recognized it, I stepped away and backed away from it. I'm not going to feed into it, whatever it is y'all got going on over there.
I didn't ask what gods there are. I named them.
If you can't have a conversation like an adult, then it's okay.
Ma'am, I think that you misheard or misunderstood what he was saying.
And or pretended to.
When you hit the playback, when you go back and you hit the playback, because I encourage you to do this just for the sake of fucking peace of mind, then that's ma'am, then that's your ignorance showing. But that's totally fine. If you were to actually play back the conversation that was happening before you came up and derailed it, it was regarding factual conversations, and he at no point stated that he did not know other gods because he was naming them. He was talking about them.
No, but prior to that, when he said, well, the second commandment says that there shall be no other gods before me. What other gods are there? Obviously, there's other gods, but what gods?
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said there should be no idols. Don't make idols.
No, I'm not even on the chat when you're saying what I'm
You're not
saying.
even paying
When I'm
attention.
repeating, I'm not on the
This is normal
panel
for
yet.
her.
I'm not on the panel. Then I come up to the panel and you switched it from idols to gods. And
Cynthia, this is pointless. We're in alternate realities, Cynthia. You're in your own reality. I'm in this reality. I can't help it.
Well, hey, flow state, can we live in different realities? Is this an example of it?
No, because we all actually share the same reality. Somebody just thinks they're in a different one.
So it's just
when you roll the tape back and you realize that Cynthia had a completely different experience as to what happened.
Constantly throw these attacks.
Yeah.
And you just live in your own reality and this and that. And I'm just not going to fall for it because at the end of the day, this is something that it's not right.
Okay, I want to explain to Rant what's going on. So, Rant, you've been a menace in we call it panelverse, metaverse, just like I have. So they're fishing for pain points to use against you because your argumentation is too strong.
That's not what's happening. I think that you're being a menace right now by offering that explanation.
Exactly my point.
What I'm saying is I don't even think that you believe you.
Yo, think what you want.
TML's lives are like 15 hours long or 12. I wouldn't even know where to begin to look for it. And believe it or not, I do a lot of things during the day. And
For Paul, all roads lead to Rome, and for the panel verse, all roads lead back to Paul.
What?
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I don't know.
What's he talking about? Is he okay? Did he talk? Is he talking?
I don't know. I didn't get it either, and I said what, and then I was like, you know
Paul?
what? Never mind. It's fine.
Hank can translate. Hank's a good translator. He knows what's going on.
You know what sucks? When you get into good, deep conversations, and then here comes fuckery, and it just derails everything for about an hour.
I agree.
And I got to sit here and call it out until it just gets bored or it goes away.
Right.
You don't have
what
much
else
longer.
like is when there's people who just can't function with other people. They just are incapable of it when they meet somebody who doesn't agree with them or who doesn't acknowledge what they say is true and they should take a look at it. They become defensive.
You're right, Cynthia. Show me where I'm wrong and where you're right.
I'm stating an opinion. It's not a matter of being right or wrong. It's an opinion.
So then what the fuck are you talking about?
I think that was the
In your
original.
earlier
That's a non sequitur.
The original problem was that you came with opinions instead of facts.
That's alternate reality, Cynthia.
Yeah, that's alternate realities. He came with facts.
See, Hank, let me ask Hank this. Hank, what's the proper narrative that works the best in the situation?
Oh, the narrative works the best based on track records is that Cynthia didn't pay attention, as usual.
Cynthia
might be blowing trees. Okay, y'all might need to take that into consideration too.
That's
But listen,
another
Cynthia
thing.
always has her testimonies, and I always speak from my heart. Unlike Rant, who thinks I'm full of BS all the time and has already judged me.
Well,
that.
he's kind of chronically insincere, so it makes sense that he interprets things that way.
You literally never said anything that I could actually say was fucking interesting or enlightening ever in my history of encountering you.
But guess what? People value my shake weight more than they value you.
No one
That
values
was
you. You
proven.
have views because you're
That
a
was
comedian.
proven
This is a comedy
a
act.
couple nights ago.
You know what I'm saying?
Whoa.
Huh?
It's a clown show. You operate female drama. That's what you do.
You're the one
gotta do is
engaging
be
in
a
the female
clown.
drama.
I'm just saying, all you got to do is be a clown and you get views, right?
Is
That's
that your
what you're
strategy?
about. You're about views and monetizing your channel. That's not what I'm about. I
Oh
don't
my
destroy
God.
my channel daily. But
All right, Cynthia, I can see it. He lives in a different reality.
Well, whatever reality he lives in,
I don't care
I
about
probably
the
live there.
subs.
Is
I
it
don't
the
care about
autistic reality? Is that where you
don't
guys
care
are?
I
about
guess so.
friends.
Just ask
But
Jeff
they
if
don't
he agrees with
process
both of us,
things
then
the
it
same.
is.
I try to tell y'all, they don't process things the same.
Well,
They told you that too, but when I say it doesn't count.
What I can say, my own personal opinion, is that I can respect Lindsay for having the balls to come up and ask a question that maybe she might not have felt comfortable asking, and had a very respectful and, honestly, probably uncomfortable conversation for some people. And I can honestly respect that, whether I agree with whatever was happening or not. That was dope. Good shit, Lindsay.
I don't respect it.
You don't have to. It was my own personal opinion.
No, I know. Well, it's because no, and I just say that because you don't see the pattern I see, which is that people come in with this like bullshit like emotional shit.
Right. Well, no, all I'm saying
That's what you're doing here.
Check me out. So, like, all I'm saying is a lot of women on YouTube are extremely fucking annoying, right? And so I personally, my bad if I am, but I try not to be. And Lindsay came up and she was very respectful. And I found her to not be as annoying as your typical YouTube woman. You know what I'm saying?
304.
That was all I was saying on my own personal opinion. I wasn't trying to stab my ears, when she was on.
No. Look, I usually what I've seen Lindsay on a panel. She actually asks very interesting questions. Tonight, I saw a different side, which is, something else. I don't know what it was, but
She's a
something
fan.
other than
Your
normal.
emotions speaking, Neurojack.
She's got to stick up for her homegirl, which I respect, by the way.
Well, what
But I
kind of
don't respect
what kind of homie are they? What kind of
Y'all understand y'all are being kind of passive aggressive. Can we
what?
agree that that's being passive aggressive or not?
I'm
not.
Right.
Towards
The,
who?
the people.
I'm asking, is it?
I'm
Are y'all
asking
being-
towards who?
No, I'm being genuine, honestly.
I find this entire situation ironic as fuck. You know what I mean?
I'm just trying to
This is just
understand
hilarious to me.
I'm just trying to understand who Cynthia is claiming we're being passive aggressive towards.
Well, I'm just wondering, like y'all see,
right?
All right, so hold on, let me get this straight.
Like when
Cynthia, so you wanted to,
like if that was something else, like what do you?
you had a
think
third.
it was
Hold on,
there?
hold on. You had a third party. You had a third party go and ask somebody about the childhood because of their behavior. What about your behavior, Cynthia? What does that say about your childhood? That if you're going to use that as a logical deduction, it's hilariously ironic. It's pierogi gate. Come on.
Flo, I mean, Paige, you're just a whole. I don't even know what you.
Is New Main part of the crew?
Oh my God, pierogi gate, bro, shake gate, bro. We got them all here.
Yeah, pierogi gate. Well, for those that don't know, one day Cynthia for some reason went on panels and started accusing me of exposing myself on a panel for no reason. And I was adamant that it happened.
I just want to remind everybody that I do have a video where you see Cage's face. For the longest time, I thought he was an AI generated non-person, but he is actually a real person.
Hey, are
he has
you
a face.
from New York too, Cage?
He's from Canada.
Oh, okay.
From Canada.
Makes sense.
Hey, that kind of.
Does it make sense?
I mean, no. Well, I don't know.
You know what?
Actually, most
Now that I
Americans don't even
about
think
it,
I'm Canadian.
It does make sense, Flo. Now that I think about it.
Most people don't even think I'm Canadian. I don't really have a Canadian. Like, yeah,
You have pierogies, sir.
That's Polish.
Yeah, we have pierogies here.
I know we have pierogies here, but nobody eats them except for people who have been to Canada or live in Canada.
No, I live in Pittsburgh. We have
My
pierogies.
girlfriend, I had
We
never
eat
heard of
pierogies.
them until my girlfriend made some, and she lived in Canada for a while when she was a kid.
Drink maple
They're
syrup.
just not that good.
Yes, they are. We eat
It's
our
a
pierogies in Pittsburgh.
potato ravioli.
Yes, it is. With onions.
Why wouldn't you want meat in your ravioli or cheese? Potatoes?
Because I have meat on the side. It's chicken. I get meat
You're-
on the side.
you're
You have to
chicken.
pick it up more.
Anti-pierogies. It's pierogi
You
gate.
like
man.
meat in
That's
your
an
ravioli,
epic
bro?
one.
Say again.
Flo State said he likes meat in his ravioli, bro. No homo.
That is. There was nothing homo about that except for what your brain did with it.
No homo, bro.
Hank, why are you dressed up like a fucking construction worker?
Oh, Rent had a special request, so I gave it to him.
Yo, I like Hank.
Bro, Hank is
Everybody likes Hank.
No, I don't.
I like Hank. He's cool.
Yeah, everybody likes Hank, although sometimes, like late at night, he gets squirrely as fuck.
Yeah, he's weird, but I like him.
Hank has stated that he's up to evil.
Well, I don't like that.
I have to take him at his word.
And Cecil.
I think Cecil is up to evil.
No, he's not. Cecil's having the best time.
He's plotting on all of us. Look at
He's
him.
dreaming about pierogies. He's like, man, these are fucking not that good. They're not that bad, and they're not that good.
Cecil's dreaming about the goblins.
Let's thought project pierogies into his mind in the astral plane. There you go.
I'll meet you there on the astral plane.
Gentleman Cage rising from the ashes.
Yeah, that fire is a pretty good fire. It just turned into a fucking phoenix type thing.
Yo, that's dope for real.
That was like 10, 11 feet tall.
Look at that. Yo, that's dope as fuck.
It's dope as fuck.
Fuck is dope.
I know. I took out the camera and it just fucking posed for me like that.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So what if the Sandy machine says I'm evil? He's freaking crazy.
So, Mr. TML, what do you think about the night?
Yeah, what do you guys think about Meriological nihilism?
Ooh.
Oh shit.
I don't know. I've never
Did you
seen.
guys catch that?
Oh, sorry.
I just read it on the top of the screen.
I've never seen a TML fucking stream go like this before. At least when I've been on it.
Yeah, it's gone like this before.
Well, we've gotten through the appearance of reality. We saw that there are separate realities sometimes operating parallel.
Yep. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, last time we went into that magnetite, that magneto, which can alter consciousness through a single injection. So maybe people are living in different realities. If the individual was jabbed up, which she is, so it makes sense.
Well, I was jabbed up with a different set, but I could see what Rant's seeing, so it's probably not related.
See, Hank's in a different reality too.
It's closer yours and Rant's. In fact, mine's closer to Rant's than is yours.
Could alter cognition.
What was the stream title? What was the stream title? What is going on?
You know what they say about curiosity.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that.
Oh, I know what's going on with it.
What's it? Yeah, spill the beans, Neuro. What's popping?
Retard and narcissistic tool and something. Yeah, there you go. That's what he put as his RANT. Yeah.
Stream snipers. Stream snipers.
But don't worry, guys. It's all just a joke, obviously.
Well, he just got himself a new nickname, Trigger Taylor. There you go.
Trigger Taylor. He said Trigger Taylor, yo.
Why is he sleeping on the stream? What the fuck?
Not to be confused with Jared Taylor or Taylor Swifty McCuffs.
Swisty McCuffs. Yo, but remember that Hegelian what was it? Hegelian dialiteracy or some shit. Yeah.
Hegelian dialectic.
Yeah.
You know what's weird? It's kind of like what Rant was talking about, like when people try to check you and then you bust them in the face and then they don't want to play with you anymore at the playground. It's kind of weird. I don't understand.
Trigger Taylor. Yo.
and Ross, I'm just gonna go ahead and rename him right now because that's his rules. So I'm gonna rename him.
No, it's just weird. It's like It's like Lindsay comes and tries to start a fight, and then she gets a fight, and she doesn't like it. Cynthia tries to start a fight, and she gets a fight, she doesn't like it. And then Flo tries to start a fight, and he gets a fight, and he doesn't like it. I just don't like. Everybody wants to play, but they don't want to play. I don't understand.
Because, bro, this is how they operate. They operate in women's circles where all they try to do is make the other person look bad so they can steal their fucking women followers. These old fucking decrepit ladies that just want to sit there and deal with and listen to drama all night.
No,
They just
and you know
want-
what's funny?
like,
No, and you know what's funny is like I've been in New York, and I know New Yorkers, especially Sicilians and Italians, and even the women don't play that shit. You know what I mean? It's just kind of funny. It's like.
I'm mad civil with everybody, bro. And then, you know what I mean? You want to come up and start talking bullshit and then get mad when I call you out on it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's the reality. And then you want to ask me about my childhood? I'll fucking tell you. Now, what's your point? You don't have one.
That's the problem with women.
Like, what the fuck was your point?
The problem with women is they get into their feelings too quick and then they just can't get out of it.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah, I guess instead of pierogi, we'll start calling it menopause gate.
Well, the other here's the other side of it, though. I mean, let's just be real. People try to play as if it's an emotional game, but they're doing it. I mean, most women do this too. Like they play this emotional shit, so they get sympathy when they're actually not that really emotional about the fucking issue. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. It's called manipulation, and women are great at it, unfortunately.
It's called pussy sorcery, bro, and I don't fall for this bullshit. All right.
I ran Henry sent in the super chat to rename him. I don't know if he's gonna apply it. I should turn on the audio a little bit.
Listen, bro, I'm on to all these motherfuckers, all right? I'm on to fucking pierogi gate, bro, shake gate.
No, but it's weird. It's like no, but check this out, dude. Here's the weird part. It's like you talk about the Bible, and people try to like dig into your personal life and shit. It's like, okay, so why is this so fucking personal for you? That's the question I always wonder. Like,
Because these people are not about the truth. They don't actually know the Bible. All they know is some interpretation that gives them a good feeling, and they're just trying to hold on to that. And I'm the guy that's like, no, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And they're like, oh, but I'm going to lose my good feeling. And they're like, I got to get out of here, bro, or I'm going to lose a good feeling. And I'm like, yeah, you know, fuck your feeling.
Don't argue people with their slave book, okay? Leave their slave book out of it.
I'm just saying. Look at these fucking.
Just out this door.
House after we moved out, we had a he shed and a she shed.
Oh, that's tight. No, I actually built this. It like started out as you know those Harbor Freight 10x20 car canopies. Yeah, it started out as one of those, and then
we should just make our streams like Paul's stream or Flo's stream, and just like watch other people stream on our stream, and then watch the comments and figure out who we want to attack
just
next.
built up around the
that's what we're doing.
canopy.
My son, he had his AC out
Dopamine feedback loop.
They're
There we
not.
go.
They're not talking about Bunny at all. It's just funny. Yeah.
In code.
But I threw him off already.
This stuff.
And slow state. So
This entire app is a massive psyop. It's just social engineering at its finest. Yeah.
Agreed.
I love it.
I know. That's the point.
Big, heavy
It's designed-
weapons, bro.
It's designed for you to keep coming back and become addicted to it. It's social. It's a dopamine feedback loop. You know?
Yeah, but at
Let's
least it's
that.
one I like instead of one that's garbage.
Is that Lestat from Mexico, bro?
Yep.
What's going on, brother? Hey, it's good to see you again. Hey, how you doing?
Good to see you too, man. Got caught by the topic, but you guys are way over my head right now. I need a lot of catching up.
Yeah, they're talking about a lot of stuff. I'm gonna send them over to Flow Stage panel and have a conversation with you if you don't mind.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. So you guys all give me a closing statement here. Everybody, let's go around the panel. Cecil, I think he said what he had to say.
Get the fuck out, Cecil.
Okay. Okay, Hank, you go ahead.
I'm pretty much if you're looking for a fight and you get one, you shouldn't be upset about it.
Okay. What about you, Neuro? What you got for us?
Wise words from Hank. Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to have fun, and I don't know what everybody else is trying to do, but fun with the truth, right? We should put a smile on that face. That's all. And yeah, there's actually other stuff that I wanted to talk about, but I guess the party's over because they wanted to waste the last 2 hours of having a conversation about a
Yeah.
conversation. So I guess it's too bad. But next time, everybody have a
Yeah,
good.
yeah, next time, or we'll open up an impromptu stream sometime. Yeah, thank you, and I gotta talk to you soon, anyways, Neuro. But yeah, man, you have a blessed night. I'll talk to you tomorrow around noon or some shit.
Yeah, sounds good. If yeah, everybody have a good night. Bless you too, Machine. Have a good night, man.
Yeah, bless you, brother. Yeah. All right, you guys, what you guys got? And I'll be recording the second part of that song tomorrow, so I'll be sending it to you guys tomorrow. So we'll
Hey,
we'll
yo,
see how it gets popping with that. Yeah.
you already know, but like, I mean, I could put it out there, but I was telling you, you could premiere it if you want to put it out there first, you know?
Yeah, yeah. We'll premiere it on this show, and I'll have original music for the Machine Lives from now on. Starting in a few months or so. I just gotta build up like a track list or some shit. But yeah, we're gonna have original music for this show. But yeah,
I got you on like instrumental music and shit, and I could show you how to get the packs for the sounds and also the software to do it if you could run it.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, yeah. We'll get some equipment in here. We'll get some support in here. We'll see what it do. We'll get it popping. We'll grow the channel. We'll monetize this shit. We'll ship out some fucking content to you guys, DVDs and shit. We'll sell DVDs out of the trunk of the Machine Lives when the system ends. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Bless you guys. Yeah,
Thank you
thank
for
you for
having
being.
us up, TML. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I love you guys, man. Bless you guys. You guys have a good night, and I'm praying for you guys. And I'll talk to you guys soon. Thank you. Have a blessed night. Yeah. And yeah, Dr. Lestat, what's going on, brother, man? How have you been? Did you catch any of the beginning of the show, or
Yeah, a little bit, but again, I was more like into wanting to get into the talk, the discussion, because this kind of topics are hard to find on YouTube or
Yeah.
anybody interested in this kind of you know dark philosophical
Yeah, the
kind
dark edge of philosophy. Yeah, we touched on a little bit of Nietzsche, a little bit of Theodore Herzl and Hegel. We went into Hegel and Hermeticism. I don't know if you're familiar by a work by Glenn McGee, called Hegel and the Hermetic Doctrine, I believe it's called.
Yeah, I sounds familiar. I mean, I'm very familiar with the whole, not only hermeticism, but the whole idea of a Gnostic
Yep.
alchemy. Yeah, I've been in all that. I think it's reflected in the kind of work that I do and the kind of videos that I make.
Yeah, I
It
saw. Yeah, I had the pleasure of checking out some of your videos there. It fits right in line with the type of stuff that we're working on here. I saw you had Steve Bannon and all of that type of stuff. And yeah, it was interesting. Definitely, yeah, man.
Yeah, that was one like an investigation, like a little documentary. But most of the videos on the channel are artistic or are artsy. Uh, and yeah, you can see a lot reflected there. And not like they say, uh, those who know don't tell. So it, it's really interesting topics. And but what part uh, of hermeticism or what angle are you tackling it?
Well, I was kind of tackling in terms of I was looking at I did a presentation on alchemy itself from Zosimos. I don't know if you're familiar with Zosimos of Panopolis. You know,
Um,
Yeah, he was the alchemist who attributed a lot of his philosophy to not only Gnostic Christianity, but also to the Orphic Pythagoreanism. And he had combined a lot of these doctrines, and it was funny how he talked about how he gained some of this doctrine from the Jews. So he was actually very forthright about that. And you look at the golem of Kabbalistic lore, of the transhumanists, of man creating, um, you know, life in his own image and fashioning it out of dead matter. So that is a sort of, notion you see reflected in a lot of works. One of them I see here, this work here. I don't know if you're familiar with this. I actually have it open here, this PDF of this work by Norbert Weiner, one of the inventors of cybernetics, or one of the founders of cybernetics. He wrote this work called God and Golem, a comment on certain points where cybernetics impinges on religion. And he talks about Simon Magus, the fountain point of all heresy. And yeah, it's fascinating stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to comment. Yes, the golem. Yes, it's basically like a homunculi.
Right. Yeah.
It's kind of like the same thing, and especially the Kabbalah. It has, I think, one of the, it's just by its, mathematical quotation mark magic that it has, or affluence. A lot of people get lost in that, and that's why especially with Israel, I'm really critic about they trying to impose, certain type of religions or cult deity.
Oh
Cult.
yes. Then you'll be fascinated by the presentations I gave recently, because I gave a presentation on the historical setting of the Middle East, in which I included all sorts of cults, you know, uh, the Canaanites and the Ophites, the Frankists, the Sabbateans, the Christian cults, of of British Israelism and all those kind of Christian identity cults, and of the dispensationalists and the millenarianists.
Oh
So
yeah.
we had a lot of those. We covered a lot of that stuff here. But
Yeah, checking out the chat, somebody said technology made technology. That's hyperstition, bro.
Yep.
That's how, basically the idea of going into space basically made itself into reality.
Yeah, it's hyper real, as the postmodernists would say.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, there's this goes into the freaking Nick Land kind of philosophy, but it's amazing to see how the right basically took it. And I don't care about any political party. I just see who does what, and it's amazing to see how they took the Nick Land philosophy and put it into action, and how it actually worked. Right, you can actually mean shit to existence, and
Yeah.
it's crazy, and they explain it in a way of uh they there's a video, well in one of the many lectures they use an example of the fungus, the Ophiocordyceps, which is a fungus that grows in South America, and what it does is when it releases its spore, it lands on an ant. once it lands on the end, it finds its way into the brain. Then it basically, you know, grows and takes control of its nerval of its of its movement, and it's basically turns the ant into a zombie. The ant starts acting weirdly, then looks for a tall place and basically just clamps into a leaf, and then the fungus grows back again. Really disgusting to watch, but they use it as an example as how words work through us. You know, the power that a narrative, a story, uh, doesn't matter if it's real or not, but it's kind of like a, yeah, they even call it language is a virus from it's an alien virus. Uh, and you know, it's, I don't know if you've noticed it before, the blatant use of those techniques on, even on Q, man. There's Q is basically trying to make shit, wish it until you make it, kind of. They build up that something was gonna come up, and eventually they nothing came, but they made it. They made it real. And it's amazing when you look a little bit into them, when you see that Bannon has all this theosophical background, and believes in uh
Yeah.
Eastern.
Yeah, I mean, I find it, even in the video I saw that you made, his constant harping on this term Judeo-Christian, this kind of very chimerical term, as I discuss on this show. And in my book, really, my whole book is kind of an exploration of this one singular term, Judeo-Christian, and how it
Oh,
relates to the Western, this kind of pseudo eschatology of Western progress. And
mhm.
they kind of have this central theme there. Even with Bannon, you see this.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, the I think the name is what's the name of this group? The Council of Foreign Relations.
The Council for National Policy and the Council of
Yeah,
Foreign Relations.
they
Yeah.
they have in their slogan, that's basically to protect the Judeo-Christian values of the West.
In the Council for Foreign Relations, it says that.
Yeah, I mean, one of the Judeo-Christian values, it's one up there in the logo, I'm sure, and it's one of the things that they uh
See, that's a wild thing, because Jews follow the Talmud, and it says, it insults Jesus pretty bad in the Talmud, and then Christians, they pray to Jesus. So I don't understand what Judeo-Christian could mean.
you
The
know
Bible. Yeah.
but you got to see that most Christians have this idea, especially the ones that go for Zionism or
Oh
that
yeah.
go.
Yeah, the Christian Zionists. Yes.
Mhm. uh and just jumping on topics, but because I don't want to forget, you got to trip on how the right uses the imagery or the meme of the Crusaders.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have some people who do that around us. It's very interesting
Mm,
dynamics. We've been at kind of a pseudo crusade with some Christian groups online. It's fascinating stuff. Yeah.
yeah, man, and yeah, and it's hard again to find people talk about this because it's stuff that I've been noticing. Like going back again to the Israel thing, I found this channel that is called I-24 News, which is basically the equivalent of RT Media, but for Israel. And they were promoting this principle that goes to the I am cult. And they were saying how Mount Shasta was going to be this.
I actually have a copy of Unveiled Mysteries. That's funny. But yeah, it's funny. They have the picture of Saint Germain in there. You know, because I went to Chicago and I saw the I Am Temple, so I walked in there because I was like, this is funny. You know, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, whoa, Saint Germain, man.
Yeah,
Like, history with that guy.
yeah, it's funny. Yeah, it's Master Rakosi, isn't that the Bohemian? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but you know, he's just one of many ascended masters. You know, heard that shit. Like, it's kind of funny, but it makes a really good story, and at the end, it's what matters. Right? You know, it's what better way to convince people, to move people, to change people's consciousness than an actual good story. Is I don't know if you got a chance to watch the cicada videos that I made for the 2018 puzzle that I have on the channel. Uh, it's crazy. They don't say much, and this is intentional, but because it lets people to come up with their own interpretation of it. But it has all different elements, you know, that we even measure with an EEG machine, the one that scans your brain waves to make you feel in a kind of like a semi hypnotic state. And oh yeah, that's Guy Warren Baller. And you know that's yeah. I'm just saying if you want to have a trip, you should check out the deprogramming video. It's a trip, and you know the I am cult goes to the to the Koch brothers, and this is not a like it's not hard to find. The and what was it? The fact that it's the word I am and and all and the ascended masters and how it has been taken by the new age and how it really saw its resurgence on the end of the Cold War. You know, it's not by coincidence. It's it was intended. I don't know if you have you ever heard of an organization called the Institute of Noetics?
Oh yeah. Yeah, the Ions Institute. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit on this show. Yeah, and about how they were involved with the a lot of different like Marilyn Ferguson, especially the work of Marilyn Ferguson, you know, and how there's an early proponent of things like brain implants and things like that.
They're
You
into
know,
some crazy ass
yeah,
stuff.
they're into some weird type of stuff at the Ions Institute, and what it is it's a type of merger of spiritualism and scientism, you know, at the
Mm-hmm.
extreme degrees, you know, and yeah, that is a real trip for people to get into. The
Yeah.
Ions. Yeah.
Well, the Ions Institute that was created by this, I think the third guy that went to the moon or stepped on the moon, something. You had this trip coming back from the moon and saw the Earth and started tripping balls.
Yeah,
And
they have a
so,
lot of link to transhumanism and
yeah.
also the whole agenda with the you know the remote viewing experiments or whatever
But we went to
the CIA.
scientifically prove the paranormal. That's the
Yeah, exactly. That's where paranormal comes from. Yeah.
and the other thing that their main let's say focus is to train something that called ACEs or agents of conscious evolution. Uh, those guys are basically trained to be social engineers to create their own little groups and to those are the ones that are you see videos of the great reset, the shift is coming, you are the chosen one to guide the people that are not so woke like you or awesome. You've been those people, the agents of conscious evolution. If you see what they train on is basically to create false black swan events. For people who does you you know about what's a black swan event? It's
Please
basically
explain.
it's basically a totally unexpected revolutionary event that just simply came out of nowhere and it changed everything.
Yeah, William Gibson and Philip K. Dick talk about this type of stuff all the time. Yeah, for sure.
That those guys, what they're trying to do is to predict or to try make the future. This goes where to predict the future.
Have
And
you ever
and
seen
yeah, man.
the Scanner Darkly movie where at the end of the movie they play the song Black Swan by Tom York? Yeah, it's
But
funny.
yeah, it's real. It's real. It's what futurists do, right? That
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
they try to see how we're gonna be in 20 years and 50 years, and those are those most of those people are really also into sci-fi, and into they're writers, and it's interesting how they classify how events may fold. And one of their uh you know lectures they called the manifestation of the upside down.
Sounds kind of like the immanentizing of the eschaton, right?
It's great. It's interesting stuff. Not to sound alarming or alarmist or anything, but it's people with money that are completely out of their fucking mind in so many ways. You know who's associated with them? Like, have you ever heard of Thrive?
Oh yeah, the Thrive Global thing with the
Yeah, with Mr.
what is
Gamble guy, because
yeah, the Procter and Gamble guy. Yeah.
yeah, those guys are that side, the Thrive, Gaia, this lady that run for vice president in 1982, Barbara Marx Hubbard, was
Oh my God! I went over Barbara Marx Hubbard and her Did you happen to catch her speech for the Progressive Party, where she ran
yeah,
under the Henry A. Wallace? And man, I covered Henry A. Wallace is responsible for putting the fucking pyramid on the back of the dollar bill. Crazy
I
stuff,
mean,
you know.
So,
Him and
machine
FDR.
wise, how long's
Yeah.
the show been going?
It's like
Like a marathon.
yeah, I usually do like a 9 hour, at least 9 hour stream.
I
At
mean,
least twice a
I
week.
was on before and then I left because it was like
Yep.
you were talking about stuff that just wasn't in my wheelhouse.
Yeah, they were all talking about.
They were talking about some like weird shit, and
Yeah,
I was
they
like,
got into some.
I'll come
Yeah, they
back
got into
later.
some drama stuff, and then I finally
I went
had.
and watched like 2 movies, came back, you're still on. I was like, this is amazing. When you got nothing to do, come to Machine Lies. He's on. you got like the vampire channel, we should call
Yeah,
Like,
here, hold on.
people
Let
don't
me
sleep
see.
tonight. They're all up.
Let me see if this is my buddy Firestarter.
Go ahead.
Nice.
Yo, Firestarter, is this you?
Me? You hear
Yeah.
me?
Okay, for sure. Yep. Yep. I can hear you. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, you got a lot of people watching right now. 3 o'clock in the morning where I am. I
had
don't
to
know what
use my
time it is
fake
where you
email.
are.
Yeah, I even let go of my panel. I gotta end this soon, but yeah, I wanted to talk to Dr. Lestat because we get on some of the same topics, you know. But yeah, Barbara Marx Hubbard, oof, that's one of the big ones for me. You know, this lady, yeah, I mean, because we went over Teilhard de Chardin and his whole kind of you know, how they're really into Teilhard de Chardin. You know, and his whole kind of philosophy and how he represents this. His whole omega point is linked in with this idea of the singularity and eminentizing the eschaton, and also how it's linked into the notion of teleology from Aristotle. So I was talking about all of these ideas, Hegel, Aristotle, you know, all of these ideas where like you're drawing the future into the past. You know what I mean? Essentially. But yeah.
Yeah, no, she was the you know the queen larper, for lack of the better words. You know, it's like the best example I could come up with is like, I think everybody remembers the scare of 2012 and the the Mayan calendar and coming to an end and all that shit. You know, and all that fear and conspiracy and thousands of videos made and news report, that lie came from her. There's a video where she admits that all that shit was thanks to
By
her.
the way,
And
look at her eyes, totally black. You know,
soulless.
soulless
No,
eyes.
but
Look at
a lot of people have missed. Like, there's a lot to talk about this bitch, but you know
can't
who her sister is? Have you ever heard of her sister?
Who is her sister?
Shit, forgot her name. But her sister,
I'm sure it'll be on this article here.
married to Daniel Ellsberg.
Early life. Daniel. Okay.
Daniel
But yeah, I
Ellsberg.
know that she was in the Progressive Party with Henry A. Wallace. You know, and he was the vice president of FDR, and he's the guy who put that you know, the pyramid on the back of the dollar bill, and he got ousted from the race because he said that he was writing a letter to Nicholas Roerich, a theosophical guru, you know, from the tradition of Gurdjieff, you know, and he was calling him dear guru in letters, and this got ousted in the press, and he had to resign because he was calling this guy, this Russian guy, guru. That was a theosophical, priest essentially. But yeah, she also inspired this guy who wrote Conversations with God
Mm-hmm.
and Deepak Chopra. You guys know these clowns. I mean, these are
Eckhart Tolle, Jim
yeah, Eckhart
Carrey.
Tolle, yeah, is another new age. A lot of new age stuff comes from her, and she was inspired by Teilhard de Chardin and this cat Henry A. Wallace. This guy is they literally called their party the Progressive Party. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
they're the futurist party in the United States. It was weird.
Yeah, and here's where I'm gonna go straight at it. Again, there's a lot to talk about that bitch. But I was mentioning her sister because she's married to this guy named Daniel Ellsberg. If people don't remember, Daniel Ellsberg was the first whistleblower to ever came out and was the guy who put out the Pentagon Papers. Yeah. That guy, along with the sister, later became one of the main advocates, or I think that they were part of one of these separate organization of WikiLeaks. The connection between WikiLeaks and that group is real, and it's super easy, and it's easy to find, and it's freaky when you realize that one of the main QAnon pushers, I would even say creators, in my opinion, I mean, I was there when that shit went down, and few people remember that before QAnon, there was other Anons, FBI Anon, Mega Anon, one of the bigger names. My opinion, this lady was Mega Anon. The lady I'm talking about is a bitch named Lisa Clapier.
Okay,
Lisa.
I don't. Okay, Lisa
Lisa
Clapier.
Clapier
Look at this.
was
Look at this. This is a picture of Nicholas Roerich. Would you trust a guy that looked like this?
thinking Rasputin.
This is some
It looks like Confucius.
Yeah, this is Nick. This is the guru of Henry A. Wallace, the Vice President of the United States. This is crazy shit, huh?
Well, this guy.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah.
Yeah, and Reagan's wife was into astrology and stuff like that too. So.
Yeah. Regan was even like into numerology and yeah,
There's so much
But
stuff
yeah.
about a lot of different people that we're gonna learn eventually. It's all coming out that you're not gonna believe. Like you're gonna go, nah, that can't be. That person was a pedophile, or oh, that person was this and that. There's so much shit that they've been hiding from us. That's all starting to come out because the truth will come out eventually.
well, the problem that the
Like
people
Reagan,
that
there's a
are
lot of
advocating
shit
them,
on Ronald Reagan, and I liked Reagan. I thought he was one of the great presidents, but there's a lot of shit coming out on him now.
well,
So,
you
can't believe everything, but there's a lot of truth coming out on a lot of these people that have been doing a lot of evil shit underground. Now they're starting to, they're getting caught.
I would say that the main problem is that is that we've managed to made conspiracies such a mockery or such a ridicule that if to tell people like a fact of like oh, in the UN there's this group called the Lucius Trust.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it used to be called something like Luciferian, but they had to change it because people were catching on to it.
Yeah, I mean, and they propagate, theosophical material. Actually, the only way if you want to get an internship in the United Nations, you can only do it through the Lucius Trust.
Demonic shit, huh?
But the problem is to mention that to people. You know, people say like, "Hey, freaking,
They
you know,
think you're crazy.
you're tripping balls."
All my friends, 10
Yeah,
years
see,
ago, I've been telling my friends for maybe 20 years all the shit that's going to go on and what's happening. And they all thought I was crazy. I mean, all my friends. Now, all my friends, they're calling me, Mike, what's going on? You know, because my first name is Mike, even though everybody calls me Pops. I got all my friends now calling me, asking me all kinds of questions. I said, oh, now all of a sudden I'm a prophet? You know, I told you this shit 20 years ago was going to happen. They thought I was nuts. 20 years ago, I was telling people about the New World Order. They were like, what's that? I go, well, you better go start reading, because when you see what they got in plans for us, and they don't work, you know, in 1 year, they change the world. These people, they change it from generation to generation. You know, they're teaching their children what their job is going to be for the next round.
It's totally changed culture. You know, it takes
Yeah.
around 25 years.
Yeah, it takes a generation or two to really change everything. It really, they say 2 generations.
Well, and also
look at this. Everybody's talking about this now. Age of Aquarius. This lady literally made it up. It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, like
This is wild. It's wild.
stuff is just, you know, cool stories that, you know, made from science fiction people, from futurists like Barbara Mark Sutter that came up with the. But here's the thing about that. That made the difference here with Barbara Max Sutter and her whole thing about
The company,
free
look,
will.
Lucifer Publishing Company.
He said that a shift was gonna come, that you know, that the old Earth was gonna die and the new was gonna come. But she said that, you know, because there was this big hype in this movie that came out, the 2012, that was about disasters and all that, and everybody was prone to that, was primed to something's gonna happen, something's gonna happen. So she believed if she injected the conspiracy enough that something was gonna happen, we could all like kind of like imagine that something happened, that you know, we ascended to being 4-dimensional beings. And because that is a matter of perception, and that's something that can be manipulated through your senses, well, who's to tell you otherwise, that you're not in 4D dimensional, in the 5D dimension? Then that was repeated over and over. Then you got Benjamin Fulford, David Wilcock.
and you had the right wingers talking about the Great Awakening.
The Great Awakening is actually something that it has been used several times throughout history to move Christians, and yeah, but it's a formula that they use over and over. Like the same thing goes with wish it until you make it. You see it in, like, if you ever read the book The Secret, is you know, the law of attraction. You I guess everybody remembers when Trump lost and the Christians were, you know, making these prayers like, we're sending angels from Africa, we're sending angels from. They wanted to, through prayer, if you trip on it, you know, they wanted to change physical reality through praying to God. You know, and they swear if they did it hard enough, it would happen. The same thing the I am cultists did. You know, they would.
Well, and you see that on all these social media groups and cults and whatever too.
Yeah, exactly. It's through even the sigils, right? That you charge a sigil with energy, so you manifest your will, and it's really old techniques from the 30s or something. Real old or Gnostic knowledge, let's say the alchemist knowledge, it's really prone to, it's easy to misinterpret what, and it's easy to sell the idea that, it means this, oh, it was prophesizing this.
Is it a prophecy or self-fulfilling prophecy, essentially, right?
Yeah, exactly. But, it's not being tied into any of them when you can see that most of the alchemic drawings and all that are basically just diagrams of the anatomy of the body in most cases. Because in the time of the freaking alchemists, the Inquisition was at full fucking force. The only way that the alchemists made it alive was because they were kept promising that we were gonna make fucking gold.
Well, but is it possible that the leaders of the Crusaders were involved in it themselves to some degree?
There were crusaders that I pretty sure that they were into alchemy. But yeah, that I've got a little confused between the Templars and the Crusaders. Not really sure if they're the same.
So what do you think happened during the Inquisition? Because you have to understand one thing. They're probably lying to us about what really happened because they're making it like they were monsters. But maybe they really were hunting demons. We got plenty of demons right now that should be hunted. And they're not. They're getting away with, the demons are getting away with everything right now because the law is protecting them because people are scared shit to go to jail.
Well, the story that's untold is the story of the Sephardic Jews and how they had a large influence on the Protestant Reformation in America and elsewhere because they simply feigned conversion into Catholicism most times. So you had a
What Jews were they?
They were Sephardic Jews that were then in Spain called conversos in the
Like
1400s.
Khazarians or like a different type?
No, they're kind of a different kind of race. They're like Jews from Spain.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and actually,
I just learned something. Go ahead.
no, and a lot of Jews talk about how there's 100 million conversos in South America, and they want to bring them back into Judaism.
Well,
So they want a recapitulation with the conversos from Spain, essentially.
You said there's 100 million of them?
That's what Jews say. Some Jews say that, yes.
Wow.
But didn't they take pride in being like special, like the chosen by God? They're
Yeah,
not
that's
so
all
special.
bullshit.
Yeah, I agree. I mean that's what a convenience, right? That they happen to be the chosen by God.
Well, basically what they're
Which
saying
God?
is,
See, because they don't
basically
even
what,
tell you what God they're talking.
well, basically what they're saying is they're saying that the Catholics are actually Jews and they want to bring the Catholics back into Judaism. That's really what they're saying, tongue in cheek, essentially.
No, I'm not Catholic, but they believe in Jesus and the Jews don't. So
No, they're talking about the Spanish Catholics, essentially.
the
The
Spanish
ones who,
Catholics believe in Jesus too. No,
well, they're saying their blood is Jewish, so therefore they ought to
I
come back to
got you.
Judaism. Yeah.
I got you now. Like a lot of people now from Africa are saying they're Israeli, they're Israelites. That's their new claim to fame. They're saying, well, we're, all the people from Africa are saying we're from Israel. We're Israelites because they're dark skinned. And they said, oh, they were dark skinned in Israel. And I'm like, listen, nobody knows their bloodline.
Mm.
You know, everybody has some bloodline of something in them anyway. I mean, we're all mixed.
Yeah.
Didn't they
That's
say, what was
because
it, Genghis Khan or something? He, like 10% of the population is part of his DNA. He like went with so many women and shit. I forgot what it was. Was it Genghis Khan? It was one of these famous
Genghis Khan. He fucked a lot of people.
He had thousands of wives or some shit, like concubines and shit, all over the world.
I don't want to keep interrupting. I just wanted to ask Mr. Lestat one thing because I don't know exactly your background, but I take it that you understand some stuff that most of us don't. And this is a question I would always ask if I ever had a chance with someone who may have more to go on than me. Where do you think whoever's in control of this is generally trying to take the human race? Like, what is the goal? Like, I'll give you an example of what I mean. Like, why are the people running the United States demoralizing and degenerating their own population? Why is the Anglo-American establishment taking down its own people? You know.
Yeah. Well, this is my opinion, and this is because I've seen evidence and I've hung out with people that think like this and are working towards that goal. And it's one word: accelerationism.
What is it?
Accelerationism.
What are you talking about? Go ahead, explain.
An accelerationist basically believes that it's better to haste the apocalypse or the end of the world because the sooner we can rebuild
So you're
things.
saying they're forcing God's hand, like the Jesuits? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, they want war. They want the end to come because
That's the
some of
Jesuits,
them.
though. They want the end to come because they want God to come and get it over with. So they're going to force God's hand. They're going to create all this chaos and wars and stuff. Yeah, I heard that before.
Yeah, but the term is accelerationism.
All
And
right,
so if you want to look more into it in YouTube and all that, there's a lot of stuff. There, I also have like this site where I have a selection, very good selection of interesting videos that I'm sure that is gonna tickle your amygdala. It's called conspiracysyria.com.
So
And I
you're
have
saying all these politicians are part of this acceleration
acceleration.
cult, whatever it's called. What was the word you said?
Accelerationism. Accelerationism.
Yeah, accelerationism cult, and all these senators and congressmen are part of it.
Not saying that all of them, and maybe most of them are not even aware, but
How are they being controlled then? How are they making evil decisions?
Well,
this is some evil shit going on right now. Let me explain to you what I think is going on. I'll give you my opinion. What I think is going on is this. I think there's a dark force, okay, in control of certain things, but I think a lot of these politicians, you see, oh, they're corrupted, they're bribed, or they got tapes of them having sex with kids and all. No, this is what's going on. They are all threatened to, they're basically all got a knock on the door. And they all were told, not every single one of them, the majority of them, the ones they know they could scare. And they got all these senators and congressmen up there right now doing their bidding, and the dark force, which I think is Satan anyway, controlling it from the background. And that's what I think is going on, because there's no way you can get 350 congressmen and 100 senators. Basically, they're all on the same page. They're just playing good cop, bad cop. They're one uniparty. They have been threatened. Their families and them have been threatened that if they don't cooperate, they told them, you're going to live a good life, you're going to make money, but you got to do what we say. And if you don't, you're going to be erased. And this is it, because there's no other way to control people but with fear. So what's the mafia does this? I mean, this is mafia tactics right now. And this is what, I guess the CIA, if you want to say, or just, assassinate them, kill them and their family, because all of them are playing ball. They're all scared shit. You can almost see it in their eyes. They're all scared shit. And they're doing shit they don't want to do, but they have to do it. There's no other. And then there's some people up there that love it. And then the other people, now that's the ones they threaten. Then the rest of them are Satanist cult. They're all part of the Satan cult. Okay? They're all satanic cultists in disguise, playing as Christians. There are a lot of people in power right now that worship Lucifer. It's just that they're not letting you know. They play it off like they're actually Christians, and they're not. They're all basically liars. And that's what's going on, because there's no other way you can look. If you took how many countries? 200 countries. And you put every leader of every country in a room and said, okay, you guys decide what you want to eat for lunch today. They couldn't come up with it. They couldn't get along. They couldn't even figure out what they want to eat. You're telling me 200 countries were all on board shutting their countries down during the COVID? How could that possibly be? How could 200 countries all be on the same page? There's a force behind that. That's almost an impossibility. They couldn't even decide what they want to eat. Forget about shutting their countries down.
Have you ever looked into this Nick Land and this neo-reactionary movement, Dr. Lestat? Because we covered a lot of that stuff on our show earlier. When we first started doing our live streams, I kind of went into accelerationism, and also the work of Mencius Moldbug. Are you aware of this person, Curtis Yarvin?
Yep.
So I was getting into some of that stuff. Yeah.
Well, when you're saying accelerationism, are you saying that the people running this country are part of this accelerationism? Because
no, it's
gotta
more
be
of a
aware
general,
of what they're doing.
No, it's more of a general ideological trend.
Well, the Jesuits are the ones that want to do that, by the way.
We're not talking about Jesuits.
I know, but the Jesuits want to push.
Well, Pops, let him explain, because there's different kinds of accelerationism, and I'm curious too. Is it the technological kind, or is it the religious kind, or is it kind of like a pseudo combination of both that's hiding a larger agenda, in your opinion?
It's a combination of the two, because at the end, technology and humans are, foreseen as, that they're gonna merge at some point. But yeah, this, if you
Like the
see the
ball.
people behind this kind of ideologies, accelerationism, they're behind the dark enlightenment movement, which if you go to the channels that are promoting this, and this is not a promotion, well, if you're curious, I think that people can manage it. I trust.
But I just wanna draw the thread real quick. It is very much linked into this Q phenomenon, as Dr. Lestat was pointing out. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you guys want to talk about
you believe in QAnon, Doc?
No, just that it's a meme-aplex that has to do with this dark enlightenment and accelerationism. But yeah, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, and Pops, just to let you know, Lestat has some from what I understanding, has some insights that the average person couldn't possibly understand. So that's kind of why he's.
Well, I like the thread. I like the thread in terms of accelerationism and QAnon and the Dark Enlightenment, and also Peter Thiel and his support for sort of Dark Enlightenment and accelerationist concepts. As I talked about, I analyzed his work, the Straussian moment, and we're talking about how it's influencing the alt-right kind of conspiracy angle. and this notion of quote unquote trust the plan, which on the right it goes along with the other side on the left of trust the science. But yeah, go ahead, Dr. Lestat. What you got to say?
Go ahead.
I just remember a really cool article. It's a Medium article. If you want to check it out, it's gonna help us like a lot to refresh things and to realize it goes into everything. Just you could Google, please. Just it's called the cult of the dead horse. Let me. Yeah, I got it. I got it here. It's you know they have they're the people weaponizing the new age. They're actually trying to combine Catholicism with the new age. It's called uh, integral religion. It's
Yeah,
actually something.
Yep. With the yeah, actually this James Lindsay guy did an interesting sort of expose of that integralism and foundationalism, you know,
Mhm.
these two sides of this coin, and of course the integralism was used by the Jesuits in South America, you know, and then the other side, the foundationalism, kind of relying on the Orthodox Church, you know. So it's interesting, but yeah,
Well, the people that were trying to push that integration into with Catholicism and the New Age, because they're seeing obviously that the numbers of people believing in religion or going to church is steadily declining, you know, throughout the years. So they don't like that. So they obviously have tried to. That's why we suddenly started seeing influencers and podcasters that are priests and all that. That's why suddenly you see an exorcist movie or some movie that validates like the Da Vinci Code.
Mhm.
That's and you know that the third book of the Da Vinci book called The Lost Symbol makes there's a character that works at the Institute of Noetics. Just
What is this? The Institute of what? Noetics?
yeah,
What
I
is
own.
that?
yeah, the
What's noetics?
acting. Yeah, by the third movie, the acting got so bad, and
What is
I
Institute of Noetics, by the way?
it's an institute that basically tries to prove scientifically the paranormal.
Okay.
Yeah.
And but has other activities like uh, social engineering, training people to you know move people. The best example, and this is going back. Sorry that I'm jumping around.
No, it's interesting.
Remember we were talking about Lisa Clapier, who was one of the students of Barbara Marx Hubbard, who was also one of the big people behind QAnon. She had a handle on Twitter not called
spell that out for me, and her last name.
Lisa Clapier, CLAPI.
I gotta have you on my show. You're very interesting, by the way. You sound like you're a book of knowledge.
Thanks, man.
Now,
Like,
are you a doctor and like what? I mean, they're calling you doctor, so I'm curious.
I just happened to got recruited by this freaking puzzle making group that was all into that, and
So you
then
have a doctoral in something?
I'm more of an artist, and
Oh.
I really wanted to study all those movements that I.
So you know anything about Antarctica at all? What do you think's over
Let's
there?
check out this thing here. I think maybe you could tell us about this little, because this looks like an interesting graphic.
Oh
Hey,
no, that's from Jim Stewartson. He actually stole my research.
oh yeah, this guy stole your research, yeah.
Yeah. He but you can see the name Lisa Cloud. Yeah, I created him basically. I and yeah, and not to, but my research, that what I've made, has been featured in the HBO documentary of QAnon and the Vice documentary of QAnon, on the Financial Times, on Michigan State
What is that
University.
chart, by the way?
Huh?
What is that chart showing about QAnon?
That shot, you said?
The chart. This chart.
Oh, it's some of the players that he says he put involved. You see Lisa Clapier, Sean Stone. He's also very involved.
But who
That's
put them in play? Trump?
Yeah, they all were Trumpers, because he was the guy
Yeah,
who
these
was.
guys are all linked to the kind of the Trump, the QAnon conspiracy, and even before that, the birther conspiracy, and the kind of Steve Bannon and Jerome Corsi, Frank Gaffney, and these kind of guys that and Steve Pachenik, obviously, these guys that were out there in the beginning of this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Roger Stone too, with the Nexium cult that he ran with the Bronfman daughters.
Oh yeah,
and,
Stone
yeah.
is real dirty. He's in the
Well,
CIA. He
Trump
does all kinds
has
of
his
shit.
own cult, his own sex cult of his own.
Yeah.
It's called the Sacred Breath Academy, and it's basically they make you feel that you ascend by basically playing the pass out game, and it's, if you check out their Instagram, it really looks kind of like a sex cult in all its matter. And I'm gonna make public a video that I have private, because it's just take care of that, of what
Do you have a show at all, or
I have a channel. I used to have a show.
you have a
I used to have
YouTube
a really
channel?
good channel, and I've been banned like 5 times. I once lost a channel with over 30,000 subscribers.
Well, if you have been banned, that means you were on point. You were on the bullseye. That's why they banned you. I got banned twice myself. When you're hitting the right buttons that they don't want people to hear what you're saying, you're on the target. So you must have been right over them, hovering on that target constantly, driving them crazy. They're probably trying to figure out how you knew all this shit. What's the name of your YouTube channel?
It was because I was inside when all this shit happened.
What's up, Lestat?
Hey, what's up, rat?
Oh, you know Lestat, Rant?
Yeah, I know Lestat.
Did you know Rant is my son?
Really? Biological?
Yeah.
Yeah. What happened, Lestat?
With
what? A minute. I'm asking Lestat a question. Lestat, I wanted to ask him this, because this guy seems like he's got a lot of knowledge in his brain. I have an idea what I think is in the Antarctic. I mean, they won't let nobody go there, right? Well, what do you think is there in Antarctica, or you have no clue at all?
Well, for that, I would say, up until I see it with my own eyes, it could be anything.
But what do you think, if you had to guess?
I had to guess, probably a bunch of government buildings and.
This is what I think is there. Now, I used to always say, the demons, the fallen are living there, but that's not what I really think now. I really did some thinking about it. What I think is they uncovered, like Atlantis, like an underground city. That's, there's nobody living there, but they're taking the technology little by little, and they're reverse they're basically, reverse engineering it. And that's how we're starting to get all this technology. It's from there. Because there's a city under the ground there that they don't want nobody to go to. It's vacant. There's nobody living there. It probably got wiped out in the flood or something, but the technology still stood there, And I think that's what's going on. I think there's a lot of technology there in this underground city that they found. And that's how we're getting a lot of our technology. They've been reverse engineering. I really do not believe, you go from I don't know, when did the computer chip get invented? Like the Pentium chip? 1970?
You're talking about how quickly technology has advanced.
Just out of nowhere, boom, we have Pentium chips. We had this, we had that. That's because they reverse engineered it and they figured out how to do it. I don't believe man invented that stuff. I don't believe our generation invented it. And I think that's what's over there. I think there's just an underground city with a lot of technology, and they don't want nobody going there. And they're still reverse engineering stuff. Like now we're getting into this quantum computing.
I don't think it's reverse engineering, Pops. I think they're being given the technology by advanced beings.
Well, I don't believe. See, I tried to think. All right, there's aliens living there or something, but then I go,
not aliens, not aliens.
Fallen angels,
so that's what I was. Yes, that's what I was gonna get to. So you guys think that it's kind of like a well, I want to say like magic. You know what I mean?
So
I don't think that there's fallen angels there.
I think that the fallen angels exist in another dimension, and I think they contact them and get the information.
Right, right. So it's like channeling. It's like magic, right?
And part of that
travel there.
So what do you think of this concept, Dr. Lestat, about this technology being magic or being controlled by dark forces?
I think that the real magic is when they get you to believe in things that that they don't even believe themselves.
Yeah, that didn't even happen, and they get people to believe it. That's magic.
Yeah,
that's the magic when you start when they make you question your reality or really influence you, like the fungus does to the ant, and it's all with words. Language is the vehicle, and it's the sword in which culture and change is being enacted into us.
Do you believe the earth is round and we're floating in the air like it's 65,000 miles an hour, spinning around?
Well,
I'm not sold on flat earth, but I'm just trying to say is something's wrong with the whole thing that the earth is spinning 65,000 miles an hour going towards the sun. And, we're 257 million miles away from Mars. And we have rovers up there that we're controlling with, I can't even get good cell phone reception, but yet we're able to send radio waves to Mars. It's just crazy.
Yeah, it's hard for us to even, when they tell us such fucking big numbers, we don't have no idea. Like we don't have a scale to compare or how we would say, well, that sounds a lot. But they could say 700 million miles or 900, and it's for us it's it's hard to even grasp those kind of distances.
Well, I think they're lying about the distances of everything, like the sun. They're saying the sun's 93 million miles away from us. I kind of find that hard to believe.
There's a Gnostic saying that I think it's wise, as in, it applies in many things, and I would apply it on this because we see it in the sky, and it's like, as above, so below. Right? So if, you see the moon, we see through normal telescopes how...
That's not a Gnostic saying.
Well,
I mean, if you could see the sun 93 million miles away, I mean, our eyes could actually see 93
That's a
million
hermetic
miles. I
principle.
mean, it's crazy. I
yeah,
think
Yeah,
everything's a lot
it's
closer.
yeah, it's hermetic, but Zosimos of Panopolis and some of the at least some of the Gnostic thinkers, you know, who followed hermeticism, or they created alchemy, in other words, you know, some of them did you know, look to some Gnostic texts, like some of the secret book of Saint John, I think Zosimos was reading. But yeah, you're absolutely correct, Rant. Yeah, that's a hermetic principle. But yeah, in the Gnostic, in the Nag Hammadi Gnostic library, it's just kind of a perennial book. You know, it even contains book 10 of the Republic of Plato, as I like to say, which contains a mention of the tripartite soul. But yeah, go ahead,
And I
guys.
mean, I only really called it out because Lestat should probably know that.
yeah. I mean,
Lestat's
hey,
a well-studied dude, right?
I,
I mean, but
you may not remember me, but I remember you, Lestat.
oh, that's cool, man. Like,
what
I
subject
think
are we on? Because we're all over the place.
It might be cool.
We're on the hermetic
I
principles.
was talking about moons and suns, and you guys are talking about other shit.
Yeah, they changed the
No,
subject.
listen, the
reality
moon
is-
is. This is what doesn't make sense. The moon's 226,000 miles from the Earth, and you can see it as clear as day. Now the sun is 93 million miles. We're talking about like incredibly way more distance than the moon. And if the sun doesn't look like it's that much further than the moon, it may look like it's a little further, but we're talking about 400 times the distance of the moon to the sun. It doesn't. I think they made a lot of these numbers
Yeah,
up. I think
science.
they
Yeah,
just threw
science
shit
is.
out
Yeah,
there at
science
us.
is. Science is. You know, it's all made up. You
It's all
know,
made
but
up.
but
I mean,
but the thing is that the science is made up and the religion is made up. So you got to really, really read between the lines. It's like the mimetic, you know, theory or whatever that.
well, when you say religion's made up, what do you mean?
Well, like they use symbols to control the religion, just like in science they use
Right.
symbols to control the dogmas of science.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying, Mr. Lestat?
every religion was made by man. Yeah.
So you're saying there is no God? Like, where are you coming
No,
at?
it's just
I'm
no, it's
just trying
the
to
no, it's
figure
the
out where you
religious
guys are.
it's the religious practices. It's not the
But God did.
and especially how they control the religious practices through the symbols, the
I agree with that,
traditions.
though.
Yeah, yeah, the traditions have true origin. You know, they came from a true source, but the thing is that people lost it in between how they use the symbols to manipulate the practices. As you know, Lewis Mumford said, he said, man is a symbol making animal. You know, they could use language to manipulate the symbols, you know. I don't know who just tried to come in. I'm sorry about
Well,
that.
religion was manipulated to control the masses. I mean, there's no in between.
That was Illuminati.
You know.
Oh, okay. He was writing in the back or some shit.
Yeah, but you're right. Well, if you have a chance, man. Now we were talking about symbolism, and if people want to know what I did in that Cicada 3301 puzzle, you can play the deprogramming video from my channel. It has no, you know, it's.
What's your channel?
It's called the Conspiracy Distillery.
Conspiracy
whatever-
Distillery. Oh, there
Whatever
it is.
happened after Cicada?
It's it broke down into little pieces.
No, I'm
Yeah,
saying,
check.
like whatever
But
happened with Thomas, Cappy, whatever happened with all that? Ohmcoin?
they're still going on. Oh, Ohmcoin, I was also involved in all that.
I know you were. I was involved with you. You just don't know who I am.
You don't tell me, dude. I'm curious here.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What happened?
Lots of shit, man. Like lots. I wouldn't even give you justice just to tell you like
All right, I just subscribed to you.
the intro. And so anyway, I did that for the 2018 puzzle. It It's been watching and been uploaded a bunch of times.
No, he's got
I'm
some.
sorry. I'm
some
sorry,
wild
Mr.
videos.
Lestat. You're gonna have to say that again. Whatever you just said there.
Oh, you're saying that video was has been used for an HBO documentary, and yeah, it kind of went viral, and it's yeah, it's the most famous video that I've ever made.
Which
The,
video?
Nice. That's a good. Yeah, that's
it's
dope, man.
trippy. Yeah, check it out. Just the symbols are.
Yeah, this says from what I've seen so far. Woof. You know, just so you know, I took 5 grams of mushrooms earlier today. So yeah,
No.
this video is incredible so far. You know, but yeah.
Check it.
Whoops. Sorry about that, guys. That's just because
You
of
got videos on your channel?
the StreamYards. Yeah, this is called Cicada Deprogramming. It's on the Conspiracy Distillery channel.
Yeah, I'm
But
looking
yeah,
at his channel. What's the name of the video?
Cicada Deprogramming.
Oh yeah, Cicada 3301.
Yeah,
Yeah.
deprogramming. Yeah. Here we go.
So what is this video supposed to do? Deprogramming?
That's just the name of the video. You
Oh,
gotta
okay.
make your own.
Let me
I
get
can
rid
tell
of
you
this little.
the name, but maybe I can.
It's pretty cool.
You're gonna get a symbols and variables at the end, for sure. And thanks.
Whoa.
W triple. Yeah. These are the symbols linked to it.
I'm sorry. What was that, Dr. Lestat?
Oh, you're just saying that whoever catches all the symbols or says, can tell me what the video is about. Wins yeah. If whoever mentions like yeah, I'll make another one available that I have. I have like 700 videos, but they're hidden on the channel. Just yeah, it and yeah, just the fun part was just about to start. Sorry for interrupting. Kind of hard.
Hey, Lestat.
No worries. Yeah.
If you want to know who I actually am, I don't know if you remember the certain French guy. I'm who's responsible for him and what happened to him. If you know.
Really? Wait.
What are we talking? Ode here? The French guy.
Look, I know Lestat from way back in the day. He
From
just
the
forgot who I
SVV?
was.
From the SVV? Yeah, let me think about it.
Are you like a computer coder? What's that?
I'm
Let's
a
go all the way back to Cicada, bro.
What's Cicada? What is that?
Cicada 33.
Hey, Machine Lies, I want to let you know my son loves your show. He actually goes on your show. He don't even come on mine. Like if we're both at the same time, he goes on your show. He's like, fuck my father. Yeah, like tonight I
Well,
had a show, and
well, we're
did
gonna
my whole show. I got off, and I look, and my son's on your show.
well, we're gonna go on Pop soon. You know, that's why Neurojack was there the other day because
Yeah,
we'll be watching.
I need to do. I actually would rather just. I think I want to do an interview just on you because you're unique,
Yeah, I got your back. Yeah, I got your back anytime. Yeah, for
and
sure.
then we could do one on Mr. Lestat too because he's unique.
Sure.
Both of yous are like unique.
Thank you, Pops.
Lestat is very interesting. You know.
Yeah, you're unique too, Pops. Game recognized game. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you know what it is with me. I'm more like that guy that'll just tell you to your face, kind of.
Well, yeah, I'll keep it real, bro.
I'm
I
the
can't
guy.
trust Lestat until I know what kind of shit he's on.
I don't care what he's on. He's interesting.
If you don't know him.
I mean,
You don't know
Lestat,
his history.
here's what I got to
You know what
ask
I mean?
you. Let me
You
ask
know
you this.
Lestat
though.
for
Do
2 minutes.
do you
I know
worship-
Lestat going back like 8 years, bro.
Lestat, do you worship the devil?
Huh?
Do you worship Satan?
No, no.
Okay, then you're all right. As long as you ain't a Satan worshiper, I'm cool with you because I can't really deal with people that worship Satan.
No, I want to know more about this French liaison. You know what I mean?
What do
Yeah,
you
me
worship,
too.
Lestat?
Mike, where do you go back to? What?
I'm just saying, what do you worship?
I
He's an
don't
atheist, bro.
worship anything. Like I don't have that need.
You
know,
don't
it's
believe
like
there's a creator that made this? Somebody had to make this thing.
I think that that God is everything. Everything should be treated with respect. Everything is sacred. We're instances of one of the universe experimenting itself. You want to look at it?
Kabbalah?
No, I think that really God, if you believe in him or not, really doesn't affect your life. Or even if God exists, like he doesn't really bother if you believe in him or not. I think that it's
So you're
beyond
trying to
our
say
comprehension.
he made us and he just said, that's it. I'm done.
It's whatever stories we have about him or not came from human beings.
I
from-
got you.
from
But you have
stories.
to understand something created this. This just didn't happen by coincidence, like the Big Bang bullshit. Like, it blew up and all of a sudden there was this perfect planet that had everything: sun, water, land, perfect air, perfect everything. That's not a coincidence. That was a design. That may be another thing they may be hiding in Antarctica too. I mean, maybe
It's possible. Yeah,
we're in
sure.
a dome and the wall is over there, and that's the end of the planet, like the end of the wherever we are, and that maybe they don't want us to see because they don't want us to know there's a creator.
Hey, yo, Lestat, you believe in magic, bro?
But he just told you what magic is. What they make you believe?
Not in the hocus pocus kind of magic.
No, with a K.
No, I believe that magic is like it's in math, it's in freaking physics. That's in enchanting somebody with words.
You believe in
Like
alchemy?
Alchemy, not in the sentence, not in the traditional way. Like the philosopher's stone is your essence purified, not a physical thing, or the alchemist gold is your process between being led and then going through the several steps until you
So the
you have to-
esoteric understanding of alchemy? Spiritual alchemy? Like
more
Manly Hall talks about?
practical alchemy, but yeah, there's
Manly Hall
much,
shit?
but that's why
So
that's why I tell people.
Luciferianism.
What?
So Luciferianism?
Let the guy talk, for crying out loud.
No. I was
Taking words and you're interrupting.
Any ideology, like I don't think that it's. I don't need to push anything. Like, watch the video and tell me what do I believe in.
All right, here's this. Do you practice alchemy?
Digital alchemy.
Spiritually.
No, digital only.
What does that mean?
Well, I try to make, you know, to change lead into gold, as in have that my creations have that effect on people. All the things that I do, all those videos.
I'm saying, are you trying to achieve the great work of alchemy?
Well, I would like to see, you know, the improvement of mankind, of everybody being more aware, more happy, you know, finding their own goal, their inner goal. You know, I that would be great.
So at what point are you in the alchemical process of what you're putting out? Is it the putrefaction? Is it reconstitution? Is it what?
I think that I'm still in the narrative, man. Like I'm still uh it's
Because
a
it's
path.
important. If you're going through putrefaction and that's what you're putting out, I don't want to participate in the putrefaction.
What putrefaction?
Well, the great work of alchemy, 3 stages. Are you unaware of it?
But it's, yes, I'm talking about it as an analogy. You know, I don't practice it, or I don't.
Like
The
black,
only,
red, yellow.
no, I don't practice anything like any kind of yeah. I'm against all type of methods of control, you know, created by humans. I believe
I'm
that.
just trying to figure out exactly, like, you know, what do you believe? You know, like what is your thing? Like, I believe in God. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I believe in the teachings of Jesus Christ.
You know, yeah, well, that's you know, that's
Like,
maybe
what do you
how you call it.
You know, as a
But
man, I try to ask people these things because it's important to me to
But
know if a man
he, but
cares
he
about
did,
certain
he
things.
did answer your question before. You just weren't listening.
I was listening. He was explaining alchemy, but a
No,
different
way
alchemy.
before that. Way
He said he
before
doesn't
that.
believe in a God, really. So that's when
Yeah, he
you know,
believes everything is like kind of part
Well,
of
let's hear because it's interesting to hear because everybody nowadays, especially in the QAnon kind of circles and in the atheist community and also now you see the Roman providence theory, you know, espoused by a lot of the conspiratorial angle on the internet. They have a lot of Jewish thinkers espousing that Romans created Christianity to stop a Jewish uprising against Rome. So everybody has their own opinion nowadays on who Jesus is. What do you think about Jesus, Mr. Lestat?
well, I think that Jesus is a character that there's no real evidence that he existed as a man. I I tend more to believe that the teaching, or that the old scriptures that were found were more telling of astral bodies moving through the sky rather than actual people.
Yep, that's classic Manly P. Hall Christ consciousness astrology nonsense.
Well,
Well,
they have found like so many documents referring to Jesus that it would be kind of hard for him to not existed, even though I understand what you're saying. But they have so many different scrolls that they found, and people were talking about Jesus. So kind of hard to just erase him and say he's fictional.
but there's a lot of interest that Jesus is to make Jesus real. You know, there's not only religion being, you know, church, Christianity, the whole
But
base
this is
of
before the Roman Empire we're talking about, like that wanted to change it into.
or or beliefs on that they have holy right over that land.
I got you, but there is a lot of scrolls about Jesus before Rome wanted to change the religion into Christianity. So I don't think Rome invented Christianity. I think they jumped on the bandwagon.
Look, we
As
got the
far
spirit
as
of destiny,
that
okay?
Jesus did exist, but then Rome said, hey, let's take this Christianity thing and make it our religion, and we can control the masses through
that?
this now.
You don't know about the spirit of destiny, bro?
The-
It got found in the desert, bro, by the Fangos, bro. He found the spirit of destiny, dog.
No, I
It-
think he's an
it's just
atheist, more or
symbolic.
less.
It's symbolic, not the real spirit of destiny.
Someone else found it, right? Gave it to him.
Yeah, somebody gave it to him.
Yeah. Yo, Mojave telephone, bro. These were good times, bro. Did you solve any of the puzzles ever?
I was in the SVV. From the SVV, I got called directly into the Cicada group.
Yeah, I remember you were doing video editing and shit. And then after that, you did some of the own video editing shit.
Yeah, that's where I started with the Solavitas Volturis Volantes.
But like we're on one subject, Mike, and you just come in and like change the whole subject.
This is important.
Well, why don't you wait till we're finished talking about what we're talking about and then go into your subject? Like, you're just like chaos in a panel. You're chaos. We should change your name from rant to chaos.
You're lucky I have to honor you, bro, in the Bible, okay?
No, but change your name to chaos, because every time you come on the channel, like you can't even stick to one subject for more than 2 minutes. Your mind
Listen,
gets
Pop,
bored.
I am sorry, okay? God
No,
called
you're
me to
just
do
your
things sometimes,
brain.
okay? What do you want me to do? I
Your
want to leave
brain
it on
is
the
too.
fucking paddle. All
Your
right?
brain is too big.
Listen, I can't help myself.
You can't. You
I
get
know
bored
too
in
much.
a minute. He gets like, what do you call that? They call the kids in school. They got OCD or something. You got YouTube OCD. Like you can't talk about a subject for more than 30 seconds. You jump into another one.
Got the Asperger's. All right, now go ahead.
We're on the Jesus subject, and all of a sudden we got into some other shit. Like in 10 seconds, it went away. I was like,
because you just don't know.
We're talking about that Jesus exists, and we're trying to have a conversation about it, but you already interrupted it. So we'll go to the next subject. Go ahead. What's the next thing?
Deep it in the surface, Pops. I'm sorry to tell you.
My son wants to talk about 4 subjects at the same time. That's how his brain goes. It's like multitasking as we're going. It's crazy to have a son too smart. Believe me, he gives me a headache sometimes.
What do you think about these father-son battles? Mr. Lestat in this modern age, right?
I mean, it's awesome that you have somebody like that to bounce off this ideas, and yeah, it's cool. And envy.
Oh,
yeah, that's what it is.
Bounce ideas all the time, but that's beside.
That's true though. That's true though. It is a good sign in this age, to see a father-son dynamic.
Yeah, but you want to get a headache, man? Have a son like mine. They give you a headache. Yo, you sit in a room with him for an hour. My son, he's too smart. His brain it's like a computer. It just keeps going. It don't rest. It's like, I'm like, Mike, slow down. Like, shit, man.
Well, sometimes being too smart is kind of like a curse,
It's definitely my son's curse. His brain drives him crazy. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. My son's always thinking. He don't stop. Like, I don't even think he sleeps good.
Yeah. I went to the machine lies to get to the part to just, if you want to jump just to the third quarter of the video where it gets just right up a little bit after that is where all the barrage of info goes. I'm sure
Okay.
What are you talking about now? Now you're losing me.
No, we're
talking about the barrage of what?
No, we were in the middle of watching this video here. Can you see this video, Pops?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
Cool. But like
Okay.
you just said like the barrage. The barrage.
Can everybody see this video fine? Because I'm having it on the screen.
It's real funny.
Yeah, I'm gonna start playing this video.
Yeah,
again.
play it.
Go for it.
By the way, this is on the Conspiracy Distillery channel
I
of Mr.
subscribed to
Lestat,
him
who's on the
already, Mr. Lestat.
yep, he's on the panel here. Yep. Cicada 3301 deprogramming. Yep.
I guess if you're tripping on acid, that thing would drive you really up a wall. Imagine popping some acid and doing and watching his videos. Woo!
Yeah.
But what was up with that? When you had near the end, it looked like it was Lucifer. It was like a devil with wings, and he had the light bringer in his hand. Was that Lucifer?
No, it was a fox, and then
No, not the fox. There was after the fox. You had like an angel with wings, and he had a light. And he had a light stick. That's Lucifer.
To the next video that was part of the puzzle.
Yeah, but what is that? Is that Lucifer?
No.
It looked like Lucifer.
Never gone into that.
That looked like the fallen angel Lucifer because you had a light bringer in his hand.
No, the thing is about it doesn't say anything because art really it's supposed to be subjective and you're reflecting what you have in your mind. Other people see, maybe death.
Well, it was an angel. It had wings like an angel. I mean, you could play it back again. It definitely was an angel with wings, and it had a light bringer stick in its hand. So,
just consider that for.
Was it a dark angel? What was it?
It was supposed to represent that. Yeah. It was supposed to represent.
What was the fox representing?
My fellow Americans.
The what?
The fox with all the signs going, the symbols going across the head.
Of the puzzle.
Oh, there's a puzzle?
Mm-hmm.
I got you. Some wild shit, man. I enjoyed it, but I'm just saying it's some wild. It looks like you really put a lot of work into it, though. It came out really good.
Thanks, man. That was one of my first ones. I think that I've gotten better.
I believe it.
Yeah.
So this is another one, Conspiracy Distillery.
The one that I made about the whole Israel presence here in America. That amazingly nobody in the media nobody talked about it, even if it was so obvious.
I hear you.
The
media don't talk about a lot of things.
Yeah.
Demonstrate that President Trump is not undermining these institutions, nor is he abandoning American leadership. Quite the opposite. In the finest traditions of our great democracy, we are rallying the noble nations of the world to build a new liberal order that prevents war and achieves greater prosperity for all.
There's a church in the city of Bethlehem. It was built on the spot where Christians believe Jesus was born. It's called Church of the Nativity. If you consult UNESCO's list of World Heritage Sites or ask travel expert Rick Steves, both will tell you that the church is in Palestine. But when a question about the church's location came up during a round of Jeopardy in January 2020,
built in the 300s AD, the Church of the Nativity.
What is Palestine?
No. What is Israel? That's it.
that answer set off something of an internet firestorm.
Oof. See that?
Yep.
That's the language thing that he was talking about. The language games that presented by people like Wittgenstein. You know, that's why I was presenting this stuff with Wittgenstein.
What's Wittgenstein? Wikipedia, you mean?
No, he's a thinker that was a protege of Bertrand Russell, one of the most evil men who ever lived. Bertrand Russell. You know about Bertrand Russell, Dr. Lestat?
I don't think he's here.
Oh, he's not here? Oh,
No.
whoops.
Who?
So tell us about who's this guy, Mike Bertrand Russell.
Oh, you see what
thank
happened,
you.
bro?
Yeah, thank you for joining, Dr. Lestat. If you're hearing this, since you joined for the first time, bless you for being here. And yeah, this is such an interesting video I was checking out on his website. You know, if he doesn't
See
join
what
back.
happened, Pop?
What happened?
You went into some shenanigans. You let Lestat get away.
He didn't get away. Maybe the guy had to go. It's
Let him
fucking
get
Oh
away.
no, he's right here. But yeah. What was the
Is
what
that
was
what
the
he looks
question?
like, or that's just
What
a
was the
meme?
question on the table?
Yeah, Mike, he's here.
Hey, sorry.
There he is. He's back, bro.
Is that a picture of you?
But
I don't
yeah, I
believe
was
it.
asking. I was asking.
I don't believe that, Tim. It could be.
Yeah, I was asking if you know about the political ambitions of Bertrand Russell.
No, wait. Is this the guy? Is that you with the
No,
green
that's
hair?
no, I don't think that's him. But
No, that's not
no.
him.
Oh, all right. I'm like, whoa.
Unless he dyed his hair, bro. I don't remember him with green
This
hair.
the guy that found that it kind of looks like me. But no.
All
Looks
right, so
you
you
looks
kind
a
of look
little
like
like you
that.
now that it's up on the screen, but I don't
Well,
remember you with
you've
green
seen what
hair,
he
bro.
looked, Mike. You've seen what he looked like.
Yeah, I've seen him.
Oh, okay.
I know his name too, bro.
I got you.
But yo, Lestat, what happened?
Let me change the avatar.
Go ahead. Change it to something.
No.
What happened, man?
Just a little bit.
But yeah, you got a question?
Yeah, I'm
I'll
trying
put
to
a
figure out
recent
what
one.
happened with Lestat. He just like went AWOL after.
No, but I don't have.
You know,
Mike,
we had a lot of
ask
things
the
going on.
question. He went
I
AWOL.
don't know.
Why?
You guys know
Yo,
about
there was
something.
the cicada shit, there was the Ohmcoin shit, and then you had beef with fucking Isaac Cappy, bro, and then he turned up, hung off a doorknob.
What? What is all this shit?
What are you talking
What happened?
Yeah, I don't.
What
I
happened?
don't know nothing about that. But
They
yeah,
must have been friends or something.
Well, yo, do y'all know who Isaac Cappy is?
I thought he was in a Hollywood movie or something. I don't know.
Yeah, and then he got hung off a doorknob for putting out some shit, and Mr. Lestat over here apparently had beef with him right before. I'm just saying he got hung off a doorknob, but everybody knows what I'm talking about.
I don't know what it is, but yeah.
Yeah, who was Isaac Cappy again? I remember
That's
that.
some
guy.
internet. That's some like internet news stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Can anybody explain what that's about, Mr. Lestat or anyone?
Mr.
I
Lestat
think
is
I think he's having problems with his audio.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're trying to talk, Mr. Lestat, we can't hear you. But yeah,
Yeah, we don't hear him.
Isaac Cappy was pushed off a bridge. Creek Mary says,
No, that was the guy that was on like the internet whistleblowing about.
Damn, that's one way to go. You just get pushed straight off a bridge.
Like, what was Isaac Cappy doing again? What was he? I remember him. He was whistleblowing on some shit.
Good morning, TML and Rant and Pops. What's up, guys?
How's it going?
Yeah,
It's
Mr.
definitely
Lestat,
good
I
morning.
think he's having problems connecting to the call, but yeah, hopefully he'll try to call back in and
Yep.
figure out what's going on. But yeah, bless. If he doesn't get a chance, I know it might be early in the morning for some people. I know it's 4:43, 4:44 where I'm at AM.
Me too. Same thing. 4:44
Yep.
Central
So
Time.
yeah. So yeah, it is pretty early in the morning. So
What state you live in, Machine?
in Michigan. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I live in Missouri, so.
Yeah.
You're near Detroit?
Yep.
Really?
Detroit.
Them Lions, I think the Lions, I don't know. I think they won that game. I think they got cheated. They've been getting cheated.
I don't really pay attention to the sports much, but
Me either, but
yeah, thank you for joining Heretical Mystic, man. Bless, man.
I don't pay too much attention to it. Maybe playoff time I'll watch a little bit. Sometimes I'll watch a little bit of the Super Bowl, but I used to love sports, but then I realized that it's all bullshit anyway. I really like, what am I rooting for? The only thing I like watching is, if the Yankees or something and they're in the World Series, because I love baseball. I love to play the game more than watch the game. But I think sports are great to play. I just don't think that watching it on TV is a big deal.
Yeah, you guys.
Can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
So
but
you were having problems.
Yeah, but I was gonna see.
We lost Lestat,
Rand's,
didn't we?
yeah, what Rand's history was with the Lestat character, because this is the first time I talked to him, but you seem to have talked to him a few times or something like that.
Yo, I go real back with Lestat, all right? And I'm just saying, bro, I want to see what kind of shit he's on currently.
Yeah, we might get back in contact with him. But yeah, he seems like he has some interesting opinions on a lot of issues. So I'm glad that he joined us. Oh yeah, here he is right here. But yeah,
Definitely interesting.
bless, man.
He's here, but we don't hear him.
Yeah, Mr. Lestat, can we hear you now, or are you coming in clear? Or
Nope. He's got some kind of technical issues.
some type of technical issue?
Yep, we can't hear
With
you,
the
buddy.
voice. Yeah, we can't hear you, brother Lestat. Yeah, I try to edit the mic settings. It doesn't really say anything. But yeah, we're having all we're hearing is static. You guys hear the static though, right? But yeah, I can't hear what he's
I don't hear no static from you. Oh, you mean from him? Yeah, a little bit.
But yeah, brother Lestat, we can't hear you at
We'll
all.
wait till he gets back anyway. So, Mike, what subject you on now? Because, I know your brain's going 3 million miles an hour. Go ahead, pop out with something.
Yeah, hopefully brother Lestat figures out his mic function. But I don't think the static is even coming from him. It's coming from one of us. But yeah, it is what it is at this point. It's too late to figure this shit out. But yeah, man.
Mo, I don't even know how you do it. 9 hours holding that microphone in your hand.
But yeah, what were you saying, Pops?
I said, how do you do it? Like a 9-hour show, and I just see you holding that mic.
No, before that. What were you saying before that?
I don't remember. Like my son, I think I was telling my son, "Go ahead, Mike. What do you want to talk about now?"
Yeah, the Lestat thing. Yeah, your history with Lestat.
Yeah, what's your history with him? He's AOL, whatever, away from keyboard.
Nah, I'm back. I got the fire and shit. I'm trying to get the fire going, but
yeah, he's got a wood stove.
Hey, bro, it goes all the way back to my fucking cicada puzzles, bro.
What is a cicada puzzle?
That's what I'm saying. It's a long story.
No, but what is a cicada puzzle?
So,
is it a puzzle? Like, just make it short and sweet.
Cicada was a puzzle of cryptography.
Where is this guy? Like in his garage or something?
That's Cecil. He's on the floor.
Obviously. Yeah, but like, did you see like there's like a Tupperware thing near him or whatever? Like, it don't look like it's. Looks like he's living in a closet or some shit.
He was doing some organizing.
That guy is funny. He's so funny, like, because when he puts his camera on, he puts his like whole face into the camera. He looks like a cartoon almost.
I love Cecil, bro.
Yeah, but he looks like a cartoon in the camera, like his nose and shit. Like, you ever see like his whole face is in the camera? You know what I'm talking about.
So yeah, I ran into a bunch of these characters, with the cicada puzzle type of history with this. One of them on the flow state panel and the Jack Talcott panel was this Montegraph fellow who claimed
What is a cicada puzzle? What is it?
It's some type of online puzzle that they did to recruit people into some type of gang of some psyop shit. So
okay.
Yeah. So they put this puzzle out there to bait people, like see who could figure it out, so they could recruit people into like the secret team to spy on these motherfuckers.
Oh my god.
Yeah. It's like a complex ARG, like with like kind of blended with like kind of reality type of shit. It's
like
all
code
complex.
breakers or some shit.
Code breakers and code makers. Yeah, it's some crazy cyber shit. But yeah,
and my son was involved in it probably.
I'm gonna take him off the screen, but yeah, I don't want him to get implicated out here. But yeah,
they were trying to recruit my son probably.
Yeah, conspiracy distillery computer crash. Bless, brother. We're gonna shut it down here soon anyways. But yeah, you should definitely join us soon, and we'll get up in some more of the conspiracy stuff soon. And if you go to my page there, the Machine Lies, I have my email there. Please reach out to me And we also have the Discord. Let me drop this Discord shit again because I didn't put the chat on the full function over there. But yeah, you guys reach out to me and come and have some conversations with me. I'm gonna shut this down soon because I've been here for a while.
Whenever you
But yeah.
want, just shut it off. I'm ready to go anyway. I'm just hanging out. That's all. Whenever you want to go, good night. I'm good with you.
Yeah, bless you guys for being out here with me, and yeah, and bless
You're
Dr.
working on
Lestat.
9 hours already.
Yeah, we're gonna be bringing it back with more of the capitalist realism and the postmodern philosophy, and we're kind of getting into accelerationism. We're going to be talking about libertarian philosophy and the philosophy of history, and we're also going to do a presentation on the history of Buddhism, the different sects that evolved through time in the Buddhist. So it's all
one
going to
day
be
we'll
coming.
do a show on demonic presence.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we could do a lot of shows on that. We got to do actually that requires its own series.
Demonism.
Yeah, we got to do a whole series on that. You know, at this
Yep.
point,
All right. Well, anyway, I'll let you go, man. This way you could go and get some sleep.
yeah, bless you, Pops, for
All
being
right.
out here.
Thanks for having me on, and have a great night.
Yeah, thank you. You too. Yeah, you too. Prayers for you and the fam. Yeah, what about you, man?
Yo, you already know, bro. You know, my bad for causing so much fucking commotion all the time, but yo, I swear I couldn't make this shit up.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. We're trying to get it out here. Getting where we fit in.
TML, I feel like your channel and like these panel spheres have stumbled into some deep fucking waters, bro. I'm gonna try to figure it out, but some shit's going on. All right, that's all I'm gonna say right now.
Yeah. Yep.
Like it's getting deep.
Yeah, I've definitely seen some. Yeah, I mean, I've definitely seen some shit. I mean, talking about people jacking shit that they see on these panels and people on these panels with videos I'm seeing that with newsworthy items, that are only 81 views. You kidding me? And then shit that's barely news got 1 million views on this motherfucker. So just that is proof right there. And then motherfuckers that are on here on my panel, they get their shit stolen for HBO. Like, like something weird is definitely going on. I mean, this shit is crazy, man. But yeah, we got crazy people out here trying to say all types of shit. I mean, we had Adam Green on the panel and he was out here he had millions of views on YouTube at one time and they shut his whole channel down. Yeah, Dr. Lestat, you coming in? Hey, what's up, brother?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, finally we can hear you. Yo, what's up, man?
What's up, bro? You back? Hello? Yo, what's up with this dude?
Yeah, Dr. Lestat, he's having mic problems, but yeah, man, he is a honored guest out here. We could hear you for a second there. Whatever you did when you switched your mic, you need to switch it back. However you did it when you first came in, because we could hear you when you first came in, but now we can't hear.
I just heard him.
Yeah, I just heard you. Yeah. Okay, here he goes. Here he goes. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, it's working now.
Yep. Bless.
Is it working now?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. Sorry, freaking computer crash and stuff. Again, what was the question?
What happened with Isaac Cappy? Didn't you have beef with Isaac Cappy right before he?
What happened with Isaac Cappy?
Yeah.
Some type of.
Did you ever have beef with him before the situation?
I never had any
Some
contact
True
with him.
Hollywood. Eat True Hollywood Stories or some shit.
That's interesting.
Yeah, he suddenly showed up in one of the one of our cicada chats. I didn't know who he was, and we kind of like bullied him, like, and then suddenly he appeared in Nathan's show, and we were like, "What the fuck?"
Lift the veil.
So it was a surprise for
veil or whatever it is.
all of us. Yeah, with lift the veil.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, there was some beef,
You know,
right? That's what I'm
and-
saying. And then he was fucking, you know what I mean? You still fucking with DeFango?
I don't talk to him, but I don't have any troubles with him. You know, he's on doing his own thing. You know, I don't want to be involved with him or anything.
What happened?
Well, a lot of things happened. That was.
That's what I'm saying. It's been a long time, bro.
Freaking
Trying to catch up on the
hours, man.
situation.
Yeah. Dude, it's been like 7, like there's so much shit has happened that documentaries have come out. Like, I'm not kidding.
I know, I seen
Like
them.
that's you know, the Fango King suddenly broke up with Thomas. And he tried to expose Cicada, but at the same time called himself the creator of QAnon, which gave him a lot of bad rep, and at the same time divided.
Thomas made a lot of
the
claims about you specifically. Is there any truth behind those claims, Lestat?
No, he already took them back.
All of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, most of the things were, you know, just basically social media war, and after almost 7 years, we kind of came into a realization that we didn't have to be at each other's throat all the time.
I'm just saying, I gotta ask, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I don't
Yeah,
actually
sure.
know who any of these characters are. Thomas or DeFango or Lift the Veil. I've partially heard of Lift the Veil from a friend of mine, Truther Cop, but you know, we were talking a little bit about it. Yeah, Truther Cop
that's
knows
why
more about this.
I didn't want to. Yeah, but that's why I said, like, it's really a topic that you really you and I can maybe follow up, but other people are just gonna get lost, you know, and they need the proper context. We just be disrespectful.
I
in my
agree.
opinion.
I had to ask.
I'm glad to
see
talk
where
about it
you're at.
other time.
You know what I mean? I figured I'd ask you. I wasn't trying to put you on blast
Yeah,
necessarily,
sure.
but I do need to know, like, where you're at. That's all.
I'm on my own side. You know, I'm not in anyone's side. I'm on my own side. Yeah.
I'm just saying, bro. You already know what it is. You was involved with Cicada. You know what I mean? I know it wasn't to a full capacity. I know you came in towards the end. I know which point in time you came in, right? But I mean, at the end of the day, you know you was participating in a psyop. So I hope you could understand why I have these lines of questioning. You've also been accused of some heinous shit. And so I hope you could understand these lines of questioning when you're trying to, you know, come into a community that I do have a lot of respect and love for in my heart. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah, man. You know, again, the claims have been taken down, and the moment that I thought that it was just a puzzle, man. I did it all thinking that it was just a puzzle, that everything else
that what people said about being a psyop or was just conspiracy that at the end benefit us because it just made the puzzle more famous.
I feel you, but
the
you was
moment that
never
I
really
realized that there were
like you was never really about the puzzle like that though. I was about the puzzle. I was part of the community. We had boots on the ground going to these locations. You know what I'm saying? So like I don't remember you ever being really part of the puzzle. You just came in and all of a sudden you was, you know what I mean, making videos.
Part of the puzzle. I like how it said part of the puzzle. It's like the puzzle like supersedes reality at this point.
Yo. I'm just saying.
Well, it has its own legend of its own on the internet. But
Yeah, talk about
I mean, from doing the thing that
I'm talking about memeing things into reality, right?
What I'm saying is if you
you know
what I mean, like he wasn't solving the puzzle, right? So he all of a sudden started making videos for the puzzle. You get what I'm saying, Machine? You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah. It's because I got recruited like directly from recommendation from somebody that was in the other ARG called the SBV.
That's what I'm saying.
Somebody recommended me directly to the other group, and they just picked me up. Yeah, I never denied it. You know, never called myself a solver, but I did videos that really, became kind of famous.
So, like, did you know it was a psyop? Is what I'm saying.
No. The moment that I realized that it was, it wasn't what it's portrayed to be, I called it out.
Cool. That's all I really wanted to know.
Cool.
I
man.
mean, the Isaac Cappy shit. You know what I'm saying?
I could answer. Again about the Isaac Cappy, it's another topic on its own, but I had really
that shit was crazy. I remember
nothing
it.
to do with him.
I just had to ask.
Yeah, it was, and other things have happened. It's
look.
It's like the belly of the beast.
That's why I always rather ask you than sit here and just think maybe this is true, maybe it's not. This is what they said. I'd rather just ask what's that, and you get to put it out there that look, there is this shit out there, but it's not true. So it's a good way to start off.
Yeah, absolutely, man, absolutely. Even if I've been, trying to clear those things for over 6 years, I don't mind. Really just.
I ain't seen you in like 6-7 years.
I don't mind answering,
bro. So you know what I mean. I hope you don't feel like I came
and
to you
I'm
the wrong
still
way. I
here in
just
the fight.
I ain't heard from you. I've just been hearing all the
That's
crazy
okay.
shit through the grapevine. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it. That's cool.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. You can ask. Wherever I really don't have. The truth is more interesting than fiction sometimes, and this totally has been the case. At least in my part.
I appreciate you being open and honest about it. Hopefully, I appreciate it. I really do. I respect it.
Yeah, sure, man. I'm glad to tickle your amygdalas, to at least get. It's just an interesting story, right?
Yeah, I mean, talk about appearance.
It has a good lore.
Reality. Talk about appearance and reality, and the mimesis, and how these kind of this thing that you just said, that truth is stranger than fiction. If you look around, or if you analyze any situation, you come up with so many complexities that it turns out that whatever is going on around you is much more complex and strange than anything that anybody could make up in a book. Actually, it turns out that possibilities come from reality. It's not that reality comes from possibilities, if you really, really pay attention.
That was part of the thing that
I kind of liked of that cicada thought, but then I realized that it was being used. But one of the phrases is, you know, uh, change your perception, change reality. If you are able to change, how you perceive things, you're going to be able to, hack reality. But it's a little linguistic trick because you're going to be in your own reality.
Cicada has taught me
But
so much shit. You have no fucking idea. Like, I'm not even fucking with you, bro. I've learned so much shit trying to solve puzzles.
Yeah,
It
I
was
have a book
insane.
on I have a book by Alfred Korzybski. You guys aware of this? On um general semantics, and one of the things he coined was this notion that he said the map is not the territory, and they're talking about if you had a map the size of reality, you couldn't fit it into the world because it would be the size of reality. So a map is an abbreviation, um but and so yeah, so in a sense, the symbols, you know once you use them, they overtake reality itself, as in a lot of different ways. I mean, you could see this in different mathematical tools and different logical tools that we use. But yeah, general semantics or non-Aristotelian logic, you know, is how they invented these kind of cybernetic systems, and especially it had an influence on Gregory Bateson, who was in the OSS, and I think he was married to Margaret Mead, or what was that? You know,
To who?
let me see here.
To who was married?
Gregory Bateson. You know what I'm talking about? You know?
Sounds familiar, man. But I think I'm.
Yeah, I wanted to
Yeah,
ask you if you
explain,
knew about
please.
some. Yeah, if I wanted to ask you if you knew about some of these connections before I shut this down here, because I think some of these are important on the lines of what we were talking about with Barbara Marx Hubbard and other people. But this lady, Margaret Mead,
Okay.
cultural anthropologist, and she was married to this dude here. Um, if I can get to it, Gregory Bateson, and he's one of the founders of cybernetics. You know, see, cyberneticists and semioticians. See, this semiotics. This is the study of sign processes and communication. This has a lot to do with linguists and neuro linguistics and all that type of stuff. And yeah, and one of the things he talked about is how nature is a cybernetic system, and he was also involved in the Macy's conference, the MK Ultra shit.
That's
But
interesting.
yeah. He kind of was one of the founders of like the CIA, basically. But yeah, he wrote this book, Steps to an Ecology of Mind. It influenced all these guys like Terence McKenna and the Esalen Institute, which I wanted to ask you if you ever heard of this Lindensfarne Association. You know what I mean?
No, I've heard about the Echelon Institute, but not
Yeah,
the
it came
you're
out of this thing, the
mentioning.
Lindensfarne Association. Yeah. Because Michael Murphy was a part of this Lindensfarne Association. This is a very
Okay.
yeah, and
I
also
mean, well, yeah.
no, go ahead.
Go ahead, man. Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say like a okay. to think like a cruxes and all this is that there was a moment during the Cold War when Russia started sending people over here throughout like New Age schools and houses and started to infiltrate America. That was the first part of bringing down uh the cultural foundations of America.
Yeah.
That's within the realm of narrative warfare. But the
Yeah.
whole
Yeah.
thing about the New Age and the term is like if you want to hit the bullseye, it's narrative warfare. It's a
Yeah.
fucking
Yeah. The psyop
uh
shit is narrative warfare. And so is the New Age movement. Really, if you look at how they're
yeah.
rebranding the Aquarian thing now, and this is one of the things, and they're rebranding Zen Buddhism and the Vajrayana as just Orthodox Buddhism. And one of the main places where this
Yeah,
happens
kind
is
of
this
like
excellent,
yoga.
yeah, yeah, this excellent institute is really where the yoga culture is really coming from. But yeah, this excellent institute and Michael Murphy, and also Gregory Bateson.
Mhm.
See, look at this list here. Can you guys see this list? You got a lot of people here. You got Gregory Bateson, okay? You got Ralph Abraham, who was a friend of Terence McKenna. You got Michael Murphy, who founded the Esalen Institute. Okay. You got Elaine Pagels, who wrote the Gnostic Gospels. Okay.
It's the whole start of the human potential movement, right?
Exactly. The whole start of the human potential movement. You got James Lovelock, who created Gaia theory, the fucking Gaia theory right here. And you got
Yeah,
tons
man.
of
It's
Buddhists.
like
Yeah, you
I hate
also
when this
got
happened, man. That fucking conspiracy turns out to be true, and it's so
it turns out to be true.
interconnected that it sounds fucking nuts, but it's like it's what happened.
Yeah, and look at this goals. It says according to the Lindisfarne Association website, Lindisfarne's fourfold goals are: 1, the planetization of the esoteric; 2, the realization of inner harmony of all the great universal religions and spiritual traditions and tribal peoples of the world; 3, fostering of a new and healthier balance between nature and culture through research and development. Those are also keywords. And appropriate technologies. That's a keyword. Yeah, economies for okay, this is a crazy meta industrial villages. Can you believe that terminology? Meta industrial villages, guys. Good
What
lord.
the fuck? That's
Yeah.
you're messing
For
with meta. You're in the big leagues, bro.
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
For the illumination of spiritual foundations of political governance through scholarship and artistic communications. Well, you guys get the picture. But yeah, this is a crazy type of thing. And
Yeah, man.
Paul
That's
Vallely and
the human potential shit. God damn it.
yeah, all summed up, rolled up into one basket, huh?
Yo, the internet was
Yeah,
basically to mind control the world, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, watch your Google searches, bro, and Google will take you through rabbit holes, bro. They don't know what you believe, and it'll
It's
try to
kind
put
of
you in
like
another
if
direction.
you look for it, you're gonna find it for
Facts.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
yeah, they
look,
got
I
man,
found the
yeah.
freaking article. Send you some the first manifestations of fucking barbarism to mingle with the church and New Age. I'm gonna paste that on the chat. There we go. It's pasted on the private chat inside StreamYard.
Okay, let's see this here. A cardinal has criticized the United States' largest organization of consecrated women for moving away from the quote, the center of faith in Christ Jesus the Lord, unquote, toward New Age cosmology by Emma Green. I wonder what race that person is. The past 2 years have been rough on the relationship between American nuns and the church. In 2012, United States Conference of Catholic Bishops released its quote doctrinal assessment of the leadership conference of women religious. What a fucking weird assessment. An 8-page report that criticized aspects of assemblies, addresses, and newsletters of the country's largest organization of nuns. Hmm.
Yep. Keep on reading. You're gonna see Barbara Marx Hubbard, not too far away.
Well, I think I have to,
And it was just, yeah.
I think I have to yeah, I think that's all we get from this article. We have to pay money for it or some shit.
Oh, well, oh shit. Well, there's when I got those shit, I just used the Wayback Machine, and that's it. It's a good trick.
Yeah. Oh,
If
okay.
you want to,
Yeah, we
just
gotta
it
do it.
for future reference. That's the way to jump those shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold on to this and get to the bottom of this. But yeah, give us the rundown of how Barbara Marx Hubbard is connected to this. But yeah, I know she is connected to a lot of it said New Age cosmology. They're trying to move women and nuns. And one of the things I played in on the show was in the Century of the Self documentary. Have you ever seen the Century of the Self documentary?
Yeah.
Yeah, they got the Esalen Institute in there, and they turn these nuns. They take a convent of nuns and turn them into lesbians. Have you ever seen that in that documentary?
No, I didn't remember that part.
Yeah, it's fucking wild. Yeah, go back and watch it. And Michael Murphy from the Esalen Institute is all over that part of the video. But yeah, it's crazy stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah, I played it on this show, and the stream got taken down for copyright or whatever, because it's BBC or whatever. But yeah, yeah, it's wild shit. The nuns.
Yeah, man. It's like about Barbara Marx Hubbard. He has been involved from the 2012 Maya prophecy scare up to Occupy Wall Street. Okay. Her movement has affected not only real politics, but famous people like Jim Carrey, Sean Stone, Oliver Stone, freaking Oprah was talking about the Great Awakening in 2010, some shit like that, when she was pushing Eckhart Tolle.
Look at this. Look at this video. I want to show you this video. This video is pretty short, but it's it's a oldie, but it's a goodie. It's interesting.
You know the name Michael Murphy?
I don't.
Well, Michael Murphy is kind of an old hippie, you might say, out here, but he was the founder of the Esalen Institute down below Big Sur, which is a kind of a place where you go to open up your mind and your brain and schmooze with other people. And he also founded a think tank up in the Bay Area called the Transformation Project with a gentleman named Steve Donovan. So in the 80s, when I was working very intensely in these areas of what you might call the brain architecture and thought architecture and how it works, sooner or later, I ran into Steve Donovan. Actually, the way I did that was that Michael Murphy wrote a book called An End to Ordinary History, which was a very thinly veiled fiction story about psychic experimentation in the Soviet Union. I picked it up in a Berkeley bookstore at some point. I read this book and I said, you know what? This sounds a hell of a lot, you know, that he knows a lot more that he's talking about here than just writing a story. So I got a hold of Michael Murphy and I said, you know,
And you'll see at the cover of the book is the hammer and the sickle right on the cover of the book, but it's like in space. It's weird. Yeah.
I think your book is not a story. I think it's thinly veiled nonfiction. He said, well, you're right. And he said, if you want to talk about it, he says, you want to talk to Steve Donovan. So Steve Donovan had a nice little apartment down here in the marina in San Francisco. And his apartment was jammed with file cabinets in which psychic research and mental research from all over the world was in there. I mean, the CIA and the Defense Intelligence Agency had nothing like this. Nothing. So I was like a kid in a candy store. You know, I went in there and I said, Steve, can I just rummage? And he said, be my guest. He was very affable about the whole thing. So a lot of the information, you know, that I used to develop in Mind War began with documentation and things that I first came into when I was looking through the files of the Transformation Project. And
that's an incredible story.
Yeah, well, this happened because both Steve Donovan and Michael Murphy spent a lot of time in the 60s and 70s in the Soviet Union talking with the people back there who were at the very forefront of this kind of experimentation. And the United States, of course, this is a Cold War, so we didn't have our people, you know, our agents or our attachés or anything doing this. They wouldn't have gotten a welcome. But the people like Steve Donovan and Michael Murphy would go over there on their vacation time and talk with these people and get together and have vodka with them and so on and learn all kinds of stuff and then bring it back.
Trin, trin, trin. And look at this shit.
Man.
We got an OG. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, guys.
I was just gonna say that, you know, that if you would know how close Michael Aquino was to all of us. I mean, at least to us, it was freaky, man.
I would want to touch that guy with a 100-foot pole. Yeah, yeah, but
I mean, he's dead now, but yeah,
supposedly, right?
it's crazy.
Yeah, but
yeah.
But yeah, do you know about Matthew North and what about you, brother Rand? You guys know about it? I guess we'll leave it with that, and then you know, I promise we'll have Dr. Lestat on again at some point. You know, if he'll agree to it. But yeah, bless you guys.
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
What was you saying,
man? Yeah, man. It's awesome
about
this.
Matthew. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for being here, brother. Yeah, you know.
You were saying about Machiavelli?
No, Matthew North.
Oh, I was over there doing a fire. I don't know about Matthew North, bro.
No. Oh yeah, we gotta put you on game on Matthew North. Have you heard about this Matthew North character, Dr. Lestat?
Isn't that guy from the Iran Contra? No.
No. He was a guy who did a kind of like his most famous piece was called Joe Rogan Exposed, and he talked about Joe Rogan, how he was linked to the Esalen Institute and all this kind of stuff. it was kind of intriguing, And then he ended up
Yeah,
yeah.
I kind of like he came from the same cruiser community that we were. Joe Rogan. He took
Yeah, because I saw him
the
through
interview first time with the guy from Logo Media.
Yeah, yep, exactly. That's where they did the Joe Rogan expose. It was on Logos Media. And I know he went on Joe Rogan and he didn't have a good time. The guy Jan Irvin, and he was also colluding with these guys, Adam Green, and I had Adam Green on my show, and I got severe pushback just for having Adam Green on my show, as you can imagine. But yeah, because Adam Green used to host people like Matthew North and also Davy Crocco, and both of them just ended up missing. But yeah, I used to talk to Davy Crocco, before he ended up missing there. But yeah, Davy Crocco was another person who was pretty forward in covering the QAnon conspiracy. He was
yeah,
yeah.
that name.
The fucking QAnon conspiracy, bro.
Yeah, the QAnon conspiracy.
People don't even know, bro.
Yeah, people don't even know. You already know.
Well, the stat probably knows, yo.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
man. I've talked about it for years and fought against it up front.
I tried to tell everybody.
Got lots of
No one believed it. Like, nope, it's real.
Yeah, well, we got into some crazy shit out here, please look back into the beginning of the video and in the description for a preview of the next topics that we'll be covering on here on the show, and we'll have everybody here back on the panel soon, I'm sure. But yeah, Cecil Drake, what do you got for us, man? You got some words of wisdom for us? Cecil Drake,
the storage unit is more comfortable than the park bench.
Yeah, for sure, Cecil. Yeah, thanks for being here with us, and I'm sure he'll join us next time, man. You have a blessed day, man. We'll be coming back on Friday morning for you guys. Yeah, brother Rant. Yeah, we already said bye once, but yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for coming back and joining the panel, because we did open it back up. I already said bye to everybody like 3 times, but,
I said bye already.
yeah, I said bye to my audience like 3 times already. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, but yeah, I'm like, all right, guys, but yeah, yeah, I had like 10 people like drop off like every time I did that too, like stupidly. But yeah, some shit.
Yo, later, doggy dog. You already know, bro.
All right, dude, for
You know what I'm
sure.
saying?
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna keep in contact with you, and I'll hit you up tomorrow with that with the rest of that track. Thank you so much for joining the panel, brother, man.
All right. Good
You
night,
already
everybody.
know. Yeah, bless, man.
All right.
Yeah.
Bless, man.
All right, and
Awesome.
yeah, Dr. Lestat, you got some words of wisdom for us. Tell them how to see through these lies, man. You know what I mean? What's the deal?
Well, just you don't have to take anything, as in this is real or this is truth or this is a lie. You can just take things as they are and then just put them in like a quantum sort of state, and you don't have to marry any idea. Just be as water, they say. Have a liquid mind that is adaptable. That's the way that you're really going to be able to adapt to all the shit that's constantly changing. And I was just gonna ask you if there's a really just small video, if you can just play it, would be awesome. Just as a good outro video. I have it hidden. I'm gonna share it for you, to you.
Yeah, I got your
If
back
that's
for sure.
okay.
Yep.
And just understand that, yeah, there's a necessity. Chaos and order are not against each other. On the contrary, they they need each other to exist, right? There's order and chaos, and chaos and order, and there's no reason to be scared if chaos happens or shit. Yeah, tons of shit can happen, but at the end, we all need chaos and order. And concepts like good and bad are just abstractions. They don't even exist. They disappear. Yeah, I think that's it. I'll send you the link on the chat right now.
Thank you, my brother. Yeah. And yeah, we're gonna have an outro video,
It's
special outro video.
a positive video, just to end with a happy.
Wait, I'm sorry, you're breaking up a little bit there, but yeah, say that
And it
again.
has a cool message.
Okay.
Yeah, and that video was so emo that, hey man, freaking computers crashing. Oh, here we go. Never mind. There it
For
is.
sure, for
And
sure.
thank you
Yeah,
for
no
the
worries.
opportunity. It was great.
Yeah, thank you, my brother, man.
It was.
Yeah, we're definitely. Yeah, Stream of Life remastered edition. Yeah, it looks beautiful, my brother. Yeah, thank you so much. And yeah,
Talk
man.
to you later, bro.
Yeah, talk to you
Enjoy.
soon, my brother. Yeah, thank you for joining, my friend. Yeah, as always. Yeah, and yeah, to my audience, thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies. A special outro video from our new friend, Dr. Lestat here. Bless you guys for joining us. And have a peaceful night.
Yeah, good night, man. Later, bro.
Right.
Since the dawn of recorded history, it has been a common misconception that a group or individual can change the world by altering the hearts and minds of others. For there are as many opinions as there are people on this planet, and as evidenced by our history, attempting to align them all to one view is not only an act of futility, it is also one of willful dominance. And it is this self-serving will to change and overpower others that is responsible for all of the conflict on our planet today. Gratefully, ours is an infinitely easier task, born from the immutable truth that in order to change the world, one has only to change oneself. And though it is true that the impact of one person changing oneself might go unnoticed in the relative chaos of our days, it must be realized that if everyone on the planet who wanted peace and harmony were to start living for those ideals rather than for themselves, the world would change.
Look at your life and ask yourself, where have I lowered my standards? Where am I saying, yeah, making excuses? Where am I not happy right now? Because the whole purpose of life is truly to discover what we might be able to become. And hey, let me yield because we have an invited guest here and a man I truly admire. Welcome, brother. The machine lies. Oops. Are you there?
Greetings. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I don't know if anybody can see me here. Okay, yeah, I'm on the screen. Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to set it up on my channel as well.
Oh, I could have given you a couple minutes. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
All right.
Yeah, I actually just need to press one button. So here it is. Okay. Yeah. Thank you to everyone joining us. Yeah. Bless you guys for being here with us.
Yeah. Hey, I don't know what you've heard or not. I think you were probably helping to clean things up for us in the chat. And thank you for doing so, my brother.
Well, it's just one guy. so I don't know what his problem is. I understand that nobody's listening to him, so I think people are unaware of either what they are or they have ulterior motives. You know, either way, it doesn't matter. You know, but yeah, I saw some of the show yesterday. You know how you were talking about the I think it was the reticulate articulation or
The
yeah.
RAS, it's the reticulating activation system. I think I
Yeah.
misspoke it
That
before.
seemed that seemed a very potent thought. I know that I was reading in a book, a Zen book, called Unfettered Mind by Taekwondo Soho. He's a Zen preacher who was talking about swordsmanship. I've read many books with either teachers who practice swordsmanship that teach about Zen or Zen teachers who talk about swordsmanship. I think it's just a very interesting because the samurai, they were kind of ensconced within the Zen Buddhist tradition. And if you guys know about Zen Buddhism, it's fascinating stuff because Zen Buddhism is 1100 AD addition to almost the Buddhist principles where they incorporate the Taoist philosophy into Buddhism. So Zen is, properly speaking, it's two parts. It's one half Buddhism from India and the other half is Taoism from China. So it's a fascinating philosophy, starting with the philosopher Bodhidharma, who traveled from India to China. But in this book he talks about awareness, and he's talking about this quality of how when we focus in on something, say we want to look at a tree, we focus in on the tree, then if we want to look at a leaf, we have to pay attention to the leaf and zone out the entire tree. And then if we want to pay attention to the entire tree, we can't look at any particular leaf. So he's talking about this two levels to awareness. One, I think is, and they become corrupted very easily. And I think the way they become corrupted is when our imagination becomes infiltrated, as I say. Our quality to daydream becomes usurped. Especially through screens. We put our, we lose the ability to daydream because we have screens. So we fall into a sort of, I guess, escapism. Well, the screen puts us in a voyeuristic mentality. The voyeuristic mentality says seeing is believing. And that's false, because what appears on the surface is not reality. And then the escapist mentality tells us that there's always something going on somewhere else. You know what I mean, right? But what is actually going on is where we're at. Where we are is the seat of power, is the seat of the will, is the seat of understanding. Yeah, reticular activating system. Yeah, thank you for that, Sir Ray. Bless you.
I could have easily looked it up. Thank you. I appreciate that because I was pronouncing it wrong. There's these concepts of awareness. There's something amazing about that. I love that analogy, and it is a truth. If you want to see the leaf, you've got to ignore the tree. You want to see the tree, you've got to blend the leaf. And that's part of our individual emotional and it's our maturity. It's the development that we go through. Learning to focus our minds includes the ability of training ourselves. What do I ignore? What receives our attention is how we choose what to ignore. But sometimes it's important to know What do I ignore for now? That's what I've been training myself. What do I ignore for now? What receives my priority?
That's true because in the moment today, we are caught in a cycle of information overload, and we always think that adding on more facts and information is always going to be the solution to the problem. But the thing is that there are problems that no matter how many facts and information you throw at them, they're not going to be solved. But what is important is how the information is being organized. So what is what we usually miss is forgetting, as you said. We have to practice forgetting as much as remembering, as you said, letting go, and memory counts for so much, but leaving space and letting whatever comes in fill in those spaces between things, as the relation between things, that is where forgetting really counts, because it helps us, soften the glare, to see the relations. In order to see the whole tree, you got to sort of zoom out. In other words, it's more of it's kind of like forgetting about the individual leaves, but not really. It's more as in taking everything in, but sort of
Yes.
taking in less as well.
Yes. Sorry to interrupt, but that's exactly it. It's taking it all in without really a focus on. You said something I wrote down here about information overload. That is where we're kind of at. But even back to the analogy of the tree versus the leaf, this is one of the things I've wondered at. It's amazing to me, the diversity of learners that God has created. We are all learners, and we all learn from and through each other. And it's through the diversity of learners that we have been able to gather this vast amount of information regarding the past, the way the energies work, all the different sciences and all the different philosophies. It's come through an aggregation, right? A confluence. It's everything coming together. So it comes back to, as well, with this information overload, the simple can become very complicated. But at the same time, the complicated can become very simple if we allow it.
Yeah, and there's such a link between simplicity and sincerity, and also a link between complexity and confusion. If you look at people who have duplicity and all sorts of facts and information, they cause you to have paralysis by analysis. So really what it is that we have to learn how to articulate ourselves in terms of we have to act on what we know. So there is a concerted understanding in which y- you know collecting information is never enough. But yeah, yeah, bless you guys, Talcott Express, and all of your friends for being here with us. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I don't mean to interrupt with those comments, but
No, it's okay.
hey, you said something there that yes, duplicity brings confusion, and this is what is so amazing about how we are designed. Is we are duplicitous. We are the polarity. We are the universe and nothing at the same time. right? So I don't know, man.
Yeah, and that's why there's a problem in terms of human society, because there is a like I was reading Jacques Ellul, or looking at a documentary by Jacques Ellul earlier today, and he was talking about how what's missing in society is responsibility. Because if a dam collapses, they're going to say, well, it was the people who designed it, or the people who built it, or the politicians who decided where to put it. And at each level, the blame is assigned. It's because of the complexity of the arrangement that nobody actually takes responsibility. It's because of the compartmentalization of responsibilities. But it's only when somebody actually says, no, actually, I take responsibility myself right now for all of the problems that exist in the world. That's the only way to begin to actually affect things. Otherwise, we're always arguing about who's responsible. Everything is everyone's job, but nothing is no one's job, as they say. But yeah, it's, yeah.
You keyed on it, brother. I love talking to you. I really do. Because
bless you, brother.
What you just described is the absolute truth. It's the complexity of the governance, of the economics. Everyone is just blaming everyone else because nobody really understands it. Well, let me not say that truly, because I don't know what anyone else understands. I know what I know. And I know the systems are corrupted. The systems use this layers and layers and layers of bureaucracy and division. And then it creates here within, I recognize this. I saw this written a long time ago. In the current systems of the structures of government and corporation, it creates in the individuals, in the employees and the shareholders and anyone involved, it creates somewhat of a moral dualism. Do they serve the profit or the good? And corporations don't always serve the good. They make excuses, and the people involved become duplicitous. Then the people around the duplicitous become confused, and then the next thing you know, we're paying for wars, and we've had Joe Biden and Donald Trump as president. God only knows what the future might do if we don't change. But we're here to bring the change. This I know. That's what I feel within me. You've been letting me go, but this is a total different thought. I was considering this earlier, brother. In a world of constant change, in an environment of constant change where we are, action and inaction bring results, bring consequences. Oh yeah, I was going to talk about that in a different stream. But this world of change, each day, each moment, we get to choose. What are we going to do? When we do, we get consequences. When we don't do, there are consequences. So how do you know what to do? What I've been practicing is stay humble, stay present, stay grateful, stay kind, stay loving, and allow the heart to lead to the next moments.
That's the remarkable thing about the world, is if you had to measure what is causing more problems, doing or not doing, it's clear that the doing is the one that's causing the problems. It's clear that people attempting to apply half pressure, and flaccidly jump on situations that they haven't evaluated, that while the man who is still engages all things while doing nothing usually gets the better of them. Why? Because he's willing to look at the organization, soften the glare, not judge things, not judge everyone, not assign praise and blame, and respond to things the way they are. So really, it takes somebody who is a characteristic non-doer from a point of stillness, to actually engage with the full scope of things, usually because people who are involved are focused, on the particular aspects,
Brother, you've been describing me. I love you so much, man. I really do. Because in my prayers a while ago, in my desperation, I chose and I accepted within me. I'm willing to take on all the problems of the world. It's my fault. I've been failing, so that humility, and I mean, really spending time considering, and I can prove it. I can prove the world problems are my fault. I can make that case. So when I recognized that, it brought me to a real place of humility. And then I realized in that stillness, I feel strong. And I'm ready, man. I said this, I've been saying it, and I'll keep saying it. I feel like this is what God has created me for. And here's the thing, I know we're all the same. We are all here to bring peace to this world in our own unique ways. And the best way to peace is to let go sincerely, let go of the past, let go of the far, let go of the distant, let go of the future, let go and surrender to now. And for me, what has sincerely worked has been intentional focus in my mind, paying attention. What am I noticing? What am I saying? What am I thinking? What am I doing? Paying attention to me. And if you're just focused on you, what you're thinking, saying, doing, feeling, you're going to be paying attention to those around you. So let me yield, brother. What are your thoughts?
Well, there's a sense in which people think that bravery or doing things is about aggression or will, but really what it's about is about bravery and using your skills, and attaining to skills, so really bravery is about understanding faith instead of because aggression can be aimed at anything. Aggression is just force, whereas bravery is an understanding, a courage of why one has to fight or what one is fighting for, and that goes to true courage, and one could also compare it to religion. I was hearing yesterday, and I forget really where I heard this, but somebody was talking about William James, and they were saying that there's a religion of the healthy mind, and then there's a religion of the sick soul, yeah, I feel like that resonates with what we're trying to accomplish here, that we're trying to establish um type of mental hygiene, a sort of mental hygiene, instead of the type of aiding that one could try to reach something, an amorphous goal as an enlightenment or something that somebody tops off at some sort of spiritual plateau and then doesn't engage in life anymore. Well, that is sort of more escapism, is it not? after one makes the movement of, the resignation towards infinity, one has to return to the world and face reality, as Kierkegaard says, one has to then make the movement towards faith, so this is essential for us to understand. And I hope you guys are feeling what I'm saying. But yeah, bless you guys for being here, and shout out to Joe Cool. I know he picked me as his space buddy. But yeah, bless you guys.
That's right. That's right, man. What an interesting, fascinating experience we're living. My faith, what you were saying, man. And yes, for those who are tuning in, sincerely, I want to share ideas, thoughts of faith in a greater world, a greater version of yourself, a greater life than you can remember, because it'll be a life you've never lived yet. And all of that is true. It's just a matter of settling in the mind to allow it to be true, to allow ourselves to be in the present, and to really trust what can happen. Here's something I wanted to get back to, though, too. A strategic focus. Okay, think about that concept. Strategy means like a game plan. You're looking at the details and what you're going to work out, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And then the focus, we're bringing clarity to the strategy. And there's a strategy to life. You can look at it as a war. You can look at it as a game, a drama, a conflict, a tragedy, whatever, a romance. I kind of think life might have a lot of comedy in it available to be found. So it's a good practice for all of us to develop a strategic focus. The strategic focus is going to be found once you get clarity on your future vision. What experience do you want your life to bring you? What experience do you want your form to take? Do you want to be more fit, more buff, more slender? You want to be more healthy, more vibrant, more intelligent, more caring? Find qualities that you want to develop for your future vision. Develop your strategic focus. Just means getting a game plan together, man. And once you got a game plan, things kind of work out. As long as you're not focused on the plan. Because plans, man, I don't know. And here, actually, I'm going to borrow from the pastor I heard from today. He identified himself. He asked the group, he says, what do you think my role is? And he quoted some scripture, the gist of the scripture I remembered was, as a pastor, as a leader, it's to help the body of Christ discover their purpose. And the body of Christ is all of us. We are the Christic awaiting to be revealed. And I think it can be through God's grace. I never thought my life would bring me to this point, but I am so grateful that it did. I am so grateful that God took me through the darkness so that I can say without a doubt, no doubt in my mind, God is with me. No doubt in my mind, God is with you right now, here and now. And that God that's with us, man, I've spent time imagining the love, and there is so much evidence of God's love in my life, in the life of around us, in every single day. And so, what is love? Love is obviously good, right? God is the good. What if our simple role here on earth, right? What if mankind and all of the laws, all of the rules, all of the words, what if that just overcomplicated it? And all we were here to do each day is to grow good. Grow in the good. God is the good. Find the good, discover the good, nurture the good, share the good qualities. I'm pretty sure that's as simple as it can get. Execution and the application, the practice. Praise God, our God will teach us the lessons we need in order to know. This is the game, heretical mystic. This is the game I discovered. It's my view. Try it out for yourself. We get to define what's good and bad. We get to choose. We get to choose all aspects of what we think and feel of our experience. So I consider it a good thing. And actually, I do spend time considering these things. What do I know and what do I not know? I'm actually grateful for many of the things I do not know, things I've learned about, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I pray every day. I say, God, save me from the knowledge that does not benefit. I want to unlearn those things that, are clouding up space, for sure.
That is beautiful, man. I want to, yes, you do choose what is good. So consider this though. Think these
that is
thoughts.
another thing. Is that don't ask why if you know what's wrong. But if something is good to you, we all know what the good is. It's time to stop asking that question. But to do what is good, that is the $1 million kind of quagmire that we all face. Is how much good do we want to do? And we have to go with what we know here. Nothing's going to be 100%. And that's why I like how you said strategy. A warrior's decency is a lack of strategy, as Chogyam Trungpa said. You know what I mean? That when the battlefield is on, when the war is on, one has to act in spontaneity, because one has to go with what's going on in the battle. Now, engaging in the least amount of way assures the best kind of victory, meaning that, the more you fight, it's not that the more you fight, the more you win in war. Okay, that's not how war works. The war works the best when it's the least effort you have to put in for the greatest victories. So the less fighting it takes to win, the better. Even Sun Tzu talks about this. And if you read Che Guevara's book Guerrilla Warfare, he talks about strategy, and he says the first rule of guerrilla warfare is to use the enemy's weapons against them. It is all the weapons you get from the enemy. So you start out with no weapons. You kill one guy, you get one gun. You kill another guy with that gun. Yeah, you have two guns. And you take the war on from that level. So strategy is about spontaneity. It's when you don't know what's going to happen next, but you know what to do. That's what the good is.
Yes.
That's exactly how the good is. You don't know what's going to happen based on, you're in charge of your actions, not the fruit of them. Life is activity, not production. You get to choose what you're going to do, not what comes of what you do. That's in God's hands. Leave to God what is God, and to Caesar's what is Caesar's, friends. You know what I mean? And let the chips fall where they may.
Dude, those are profound and beautiful words. Absolutely. Yeah, oh crap! I lost the things that came up in my mind.
Feel free to cut me off if that happens, because I keep track of my little quips. so feel free to cut me off. Yeah,
dude, your mind is incredible, and maybe that's part of it. I get so caught up in your thoughts. I'm considering your thoughts because it's things that I haven't really contemplated deeply. And I don't know, man. The strategy, though, Yeah. Oh, the battles. Yes. Engaging in battles and using the weapons, their weapons against. That's where I wanted to go. Thank you. That's what I see as the strategy for us as people. The weapon, the greatest weapon that has been used against the masses is the corporate and banking and government systems. So let's get control of those weapons, right? And let's turn the weapons on the systems, use the people within the systems to change it. I think it can happen. I actually think it's going to happen. I just don't know how or when. And that goes back to what you were saying too, brother, right? This whole key to life, the whole purpose of faith is to give you strength and peace and confidence and a knowing that you're okay, that you're going to be okay, that things are going to be good. That's the whole idea of faith. And it doesn't mean you're going to know what the future brings. As a matter of fact, it's exact opposite of that. Your faith grows when you don't have a friggin' clue. Because if you think you know what's going to happen, that's not really faith. It's more a knowing, I guess. I don't know.
Rude mud crab is going off. Well, let me address his comments. I think they're fascinating, because they are intellectually sound. I understand what you're saying, my brother. So the thing is that we're simply applying metaphors, and it's ironic because if we sit here and talk about peace, people call us pussies, and now if we talk about now if we use war as a metaphor, they're going to grill us and say, well, you're no man of peace. Well, we're simply sitting here talking. There's nothing violent about words. So the thing is that there are wars going on outside, yet we choose to talk. So essentially we are lowering ourselves. We are choosing a point of stillness to engage with the sort of anger and the vision of war that surrounds us. But fighting fire with fire is not really essential. It's more of the vantage point of having no organization, of being in the jungle, of being alone, and of being able to fight the war on your own terms. That's what the guerrilla warfare is useful for, because what they say in the book, for example, they would just go and go into a place where they have a military encampment and just fire off one shot, and then let the people come and fire off hundreds of shots in response, and then come back and fire off another shot. And they would continue the war like this by drawing out the enemy and making him use up all of his supplies, because they would use the full force to attack. So see, when you come and respond with minimal force and the system uses its whole force to attack you, it's then losing in a sense, because it's using too many of its supplies to do a small thing. And if you do that hundreds of times, then you can make a real dent. But it requires lots of organization. Of course, what I'm saying is just a metaphor. One could apply the same thing to your own body. You have hundreds of regiments, parts that you're in charge of. Now a army of donkeys, with a lion as its head, is always gonna win against an army of lions with a donkey as its head. You know what I'm saying? And this is just the reality of the world, folks. You got to put what is real in charge, and then let everything else figure out where everything stands. And sometimes that's the best method of organization.
Hey, not to change the topic or segue here, but Melanie, bless you. Thank you. I mentioned you earlier. You were the inspiration for me last night. And I'm still exploring. I mean, there's still results that keep appearing. So thank you. Thank you all, man. This adventure, this life, it really is. It can mess you up. It can break you down. It can make you really wonder what is true. I was considering these memories earlier today. My praise of God, the beauty of nature I saw. I live in the Pacific Northwest. It's just absolutely gorgeous where I live, man. There's a river just right across the road. And I was driving down the road, admiring, receiving the beauty of the day that God was revealing for me, through me, with me. And I was thinking back to not that long ago, 7 years, 8 years ago, maybe. I was praying to die. My prayers went unanswered. Couldn't fucking take it. Just, I couldn't find reasons. And then I chose to change, man. And eventually, I don't know, hey, the Hermetic laws, right? The Hermetic principles, the polarization, the rhythm, that which goes to the dark can swing to the light. And I dropped into the darkness in my life through my desperation, my surrender. God allowed me to find mercy on myself. That's what it really was. When I was drinking every day, miserable, depressed, ungrateful, unappreciative, I was bitter. I was angry. And that's no way to live. Brothers and sisters, we are here to discover everything that we can. And life reveals to us everything it does, moment by moment by moment. You just got to pay attention. Pay attention to what you're paying attention to, because that is important. Hey, Machine Lies, I know you're doing something. I don't mean to interrupt you.
No. No, I'm listening intently to your story, brother.
No worries. What I was thinking, I have intentions in my mind. I don't have of change. I don't have a clear vision of what it's going to look like. But part of it is reducing the amount of time for my stream. And we're hitting about an hour. This has been a beautiful conversation. I think if we wrap it up, we'll keep it condensed and filled with value. What do you think? I'm feeling like wrapping it up.
That's perfectly fine with me too, brother. As you know, yeah, wherever the winds take us. Yeah, bless you. Yeah.
That's what I love about you. You're just like me, man. You're like, all right, whatever. This is life. I'm here. What you got for me? I love it. And I honor you, brother. I truly do enjoy our conversations. I learn from you pretty much every time we speak. And those who tune in, I encourage you, check out the Machine Lies if you've not come across him before. Give him some love and some support as well. But I think I am gonna wrap it up. You gonna keep streaming? Or
well, if anybody would like to have a conversation with me, I guess I'll be around tomorrow night, my regular streaming time, 7:30.
Right. Wednesday.
Yeah, 7:30 at night tomorrow on Wednesday. But I usually come here on Tuesday, Talcott Tuesday. I'm here all the time. So as you guys know, if you guys watched last week, I told you guys that. So yeah, I'll be out here. But yeah, bless you guys for being here with me and Brother Talcott again. And yeah.
Anything else you want to jump in with? Inspirations from the specialness of life or regarding quality and quantity, strategy, visions, any of those, please.
Oh, good Lord. I think that Well, I guess I'll just leave it at this, because I think that this will be a most potent point that I could make, is that we are living in a world, as Rene Guénon, kind of, saw, that is in the reign of quantity. That we are in a sort of a materialist world. Quality is really something that's lacking in a world of mass-produced, homogenized, monoculture that's emerging. To be spontaneous, to put your own name on things, to be somebody who possesses skills, beyond what a machine can do, in our age is beginning to be a remarkable quality. So don't doubt yourselves, and pay attention to real human skill, real human effort, and real human quality, instead of what can be reproduced through machines. But yeah, bless you guys for joining us, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
Brother, I love you. Thank you very much. Those were beautiful words. And I'm going to try and add on a little bit, because what you just offered, yes, I encourage you as well. I pay attention to the qualities of the human, the humanity, the true caring, loving nature. Pay attention to the qualities of each other.
It will remain. These are if not to say ruthlessly. Let no one make a mistake that this system is value free. Let no one make a mistake that this system is value free. It is impregnated with values. It is impregnated with values, and it has inculcated on our minds its distinctive morality. And that's what we're here to talk about today, my friends.
The stages of technology are readily compared to the stages of industrial growth. These stages are dictated by energy production. Observers thus speak of the first industrial revolution, characterized by the use of coal as a power source, and by the machines built to use coal. Then came a second industrial revolution, characterized by electricity. The third one causes some wavering, the use of atomic energy. But for several years now, people have been speaking of a fourth industrial revolution, the one launched by the computer. It is obvious that we are now switching gears, for this is no longer a change or advance in power sources. The dominant factor is no longer a growth of potential or exploited energy, but rather an apparatus of organization, information, memorization, and preparation for decision-making, to replace man in a huge number of intellectual operations. 35. We can see that all the above stages are linked to the use of machines and specific technologies. But technology is then viewed as a reality that is independent of more or less improved practices and of machines. Technology as a whole has a general character in relation to individual technologies, but it does not leave the area of machine application. Nevertheless, a new meaning soon appeared. It became more and more obvious that these technologies and machines had vast consequences for human behavior and societal organization. People now began speaking of the technological society, Georges Friedman, Société Technocene. Using technology in a wider sense, they began studying the machine not only in itself, but also in its relations to man and society. We will not examine here this social science of technology studied as the industrial society. 36. Nevertheless, at that time 20 years ago, the term technology was limited to the strict meaning of a scientific study of technological processes with no reference to sociological dimensions. For the latter, people spoke of a sociology of the machine or of technology. However, a new concept was already emerging. On the one hand, technology could apparently be defined very broadly in terms of what had implicitly been its overriding feature since its origins: efficiency. People could now say that technology was the ensemble of the absolutely most efficient means at a given moment. This allowed unhooking technology from the machine. For there were so many other technologies than those coupled to machines, for instance, sport technologies. Moreover, this definition had a great advantage. It reminded us that technology was made up of means, all means, but that we could focus only on those regarded as the most efficient at any moment, because that was the very criterion of choice and progress in the technologies. In other words, wherever there is research and application of new means as a criterion of efficiency, one can say that there is a technology. The latter is not defined by the instruments used or by some area of action, clothing, transportation, etc. There are perfectly abstract technologies, for example, speed reading. Yet the same word was employed to designate the parcellary, mechanical technologies and technology in that latter sense. 37. Lionel Robbins, for example, The Sociological Imagination, p. 80, rightly says, "It is not an exaggeration to say that, at the present day, one of the main dangers of civilization arises from the inability of minds trained in the natural sciences to perceive the difference between the economic and the technical." 38. So long as we fail to study the technological phenomenon beyond its economic implications and the problems of the economic system and class struggle, we are doomed to ignorance of contemporary society, and hence, impotence for any revolutionary action. 39. Economic progress and technization are not synonymous. Technization does not have an economic aspect from the very outset. Today, if there really is a potential and debated kinship between technological and economic growth, there is no kinship whatsoever between technological growth and economic development, as we shall see. 40. There is a world of difference between the laboratory discovery of a technology and its universal application. 41. It is not the dangers in the growth of those technologies that frighten me, but rather the childishness of the authors who believe that these technologies are already here and that tomorrow's world is today's laboratory. To speak of machine that lives and thinks, or even reproduces itself, is infantile anthropocentrism. Von Neumann. 42. New Age thinking and technology. Carl Reich. Technology itself produces consciousness, which is that of man as a free and spiritual adult. Hippies everywhere. It suffices if the system of values changes, if psychological behavior is transformed, if the way of life is transformed, and poof, technology has no more power. The triumph of long hair and bell-bottoms, proclaims Reich, guarantees our mastership of technology, for the choice of a lifestyle is an act of transcendence of the machine, an act of independence, a declaration of independence. We are entering a new age of man. 43. Technology as an environment. 44. People generally conceive of technology as a means of action allowing man to do what he was unable to achieve by his own means. That is true, of course. But it is much more important to consider that these means are a mediation between man and his natural environment. This mediation can be either passive or active. Clothing, dwellings, technological products are screens placed between the body and the surrounding environment. 45. As Simondon emphasizes, concretization gives the technological object an intermediary place between the natural object and the scientific representation of the abstract, that is primitive technological object, which is a far cry from constituting a natural system. It is the translation into matter of a set of scientific notions and principles that are separate from one another. On the other hand, the concrete, that is evolved technological object approaches the existential mode of natural objects. It tends towards inner coherence, towards closure of the system of causes and effects. Furthermore, it incorporates a part of the natural world, which is involved as a condition of functioning. 46. It has often been said that work is what makes the human being the mediator between nature and mankind as a species. If this is true, then technological work creates for itself the most immense set of mediations imaginable because the work is incorporated and lasting. 47. Through technological activity, man creates mediations, and these mediations can be detached from the individual who produces them and conceives them. The individual expresses himself in them but does not adhere to them. The machine has a kind of impersonalness, which allows it to become another man's instrument. The human reality that it crystallizes within itself is alienable precisely for being detachable. The technological object, conceived and constructed by man, is not limited to just creating a mediation between man and nature. It is a stable mixture of the human and the natural. It contains the human and the natural. It gives its human content a structure resembling that of natural objects. It can be inserted into the world of natural causes and effects in that human reality. The relation between man and nature is not merely experienced and practiced in an obscure fashion. It takes on a status of stability, of consistency, which makes it a reality having its own laws and its orderly permanence. Technological activity, by putting up the world of technological objects and universalizing the objective mediation between man and nature, reattaches man to nature with a far richer and more definite bond than that of the specific reaction of collective labor. 48. All those things are perfectly true. But we have to add that this mediation becomes exclusive of any other. There are no other relationships between man and nature. The whole set of complex and fragile bonds that man has patiently fashioned, poetic, magic, mythical, symbolic bonds, vanishes. 49. There is only the technological mediation, which imposes itself and becomes total. Technology then forms both a continuous screen and a generalized mode of involvement. Technology is in itself not only a means, but a universe of means in the original sense of unism, both exclusive and total.
Greetings, everyone. Welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about how the machine lies on the machine that lies. We're here discussing another segment of some very important preliminary topics that have been opened up for discussion. One of the main topics we're discussing today is the values imparted by the technological system. I know in episode 2, at the second part, I talked about the various factors which make technology not optional for daily use in life. And these would pertain to the factors that decide whether technology itself is neutral. That means whether the outcomes of technology and the technological system actually depend upon how technology is used. We argued in episode 2 of Machine Lies that this was just not possible, given the various aspects of how the machine operates in society. One of the main factors is that the technological system is not under human control. And now I think many people take an anthropocentric view of technique, and they seem to suggest that technology is something that operates on top of the natural world. But in episode 4 of The Machine Lies, we discussed with Professor Dr. David Skrbina how nature and technology are not actually distinct phenomenon, or at least they cannot be categorized as such in terms of human creativity and the philosophy of mind. However, today we're going to shift gears to, as I stated before, the topic for today, which is actually concerning whether the technological system embodies values that are actually distinct from human-oriented value systems. And we actually see that technology does impart certain values. One of the things that got brought up in terms of technology is that technology acts on its own accord. And this is an underlying factor that technology has a strange sort of sovereignty in terms of its domain of activity. And this kind of is related to several different factors, which we'll come to discuss. I want to read here a quote by Friedrich Nietzsche, one of the greatest philosophers of Western civilization, and really the latest of the great continental philosophers, seen as one of really an anti-philosopher in a lot of ways, somebody who was quite cynical in his approach to Western learning, but nonetheless sought to improve Western learning through his various critiques. But here we see in a very excellent book by Friedrich Nietzsche discussing human values called Human All Too Human. He states in section 220 that that there's a reaction against machine culture and what machine culture represents. He goes on to say, the machine, itself a product of the highest intellectual energies, sets in motion in those who serve it almost nothing but the lower non-intellectual energies. It thereby releases a vast quantity of energy in general that would otherwise be dormant. It is true, but it provides no instigation to enhancement, to improvement, to becoming an artist. It makes men active and uniform. Now, this is the kind of paradoxical nature that we want to discuss today, that technology makes men active yet uniform. This means that although you're in constant movement, you're also more withdrawn, because technology seeks a personalized interaction, and the person who's using the machine has a one-to-one relationship with the technological system that is not thereby expressed in human engagement. One of the main factors would be that technology it acts too fast for humans to take into account the various changes in the technological system. Now, we know about Moore's law and the various evolutionary scope of the way technology seems to build on itself and make exponential improvements to itself. And what this really seems to imply is that the speed of innovation is much too fast or too sudden for humans to actually make impact on the scale of innovation. Now, we have to ask ourselves, just what is innovation? Innovation is something that nobody has thought of yet, but that also means that it's not to be expected. So whatever is next in terms of the scale of innovation is very hard to predict. There's actually no method of predicting innovation or what direction innovation will go. And this is one of the most shocking aspects of, I guess, progress itself, that there's no real difference between creativity and madness.
And we'll come back to this point. But first, we want to elaborate on this other aspect that seems to suggest that the technological system seems to anticipate changes before humans can alter their own behavior to match the speed of innovation and change. Now, we see this phenomenon in a city, where the more people in a city per population density, the faster people are, the more words people say per minute, and the more steps they take per minute, as has been shown. And it seems like that when you're near a city, the rate of change, the speed of movement, the forced socialization, the rule of experts is all magnified. And, the city is actually the center of technological innovation.
We live in a cesspool, a septic tank, a gigantic sewage complex in which runs the dregs, the filth, the misery-laden slop, the race of man, his hatreds, his prejudices, his passions, and his violence. And the keeper of the sewer? Man. He is a scientifically advanced monkey who walks upright and with eyes wide open into an abyss of his own making. Bombs, his fallout, his poisons, his radioactivity, everything he designs as an art for dying is his excuse for living. And has it occurred to you that the things you've been eating over the last couple of years might be turning your bones into sawdust? No, I mean, we live in an exquisite bedlam, an insanity. Maybe all the more grotesque by the fact that we don't recognize it as insanity.
What is the one thing about this country that bugs you the most? Well, whatever it is, they should clean up this city here, because this city here is like an open sewer, it's full of filth and scum. And sometimes I can hardly take it. Whatever becomes the president should just really clean it up. You know what I mean? Sometimes I go out and I smell it, I get headaches, it's so bad, And they just never go away, It's like, I think that the president should just clean up this whole mess here. He should just flush it right down the fucking toilet.
The universe grows smaller every day, and the threats of aggression by any group, anywhere, can no longer be tolerated. There must be security for all, or no one is secure. Now, this does not mean giving up any freedom.
The machines are everywhere. Oh, you fight all your zealous people. You'll make a great sound smashing a few of them, but for everyone you destroy, hundreds of others will be built, and they'll demoralize you, break your spirits, create such rifts and tensions in your society that no one will be able to repair. And when we come here to live, you, friends, demoralized, flotsam will fall without even a single shot being fired. The machines are everywhere. You're all of the same dark persuasion. You demand, insist on knowing every private thought and hunger of everyone, your families, your neighbors, but yourselves.
For our policemen, we created a race of robots. Their function is to patrol the planets in spaceships like this one, and preserve the peace. In matters of aggression, we have given them absolute power over us. This power cannot be revoked. At the first sign of violence, they act automatically against the aggressor. The penalty for provoking their action is too terrible to risk. The result is we live in peace, without arms or armies, secure in the knowledge that we are free from aggression and war, free to pursue more profitable enterprises. We do not pretend to have achieved perfection, but we do have a system, and it works. I came here to give you these facts. It is no concern of ours how you run your own planet, but if you threaten to extend your violence, this earth of yours will be reduced to a burned-out cinder.
In our world, there will be no emotions except fear, rage, triumph, and self-abasement. The sex instinct will be eradicated. We shall abolish the orgasm. There will be no loyalty except loyalty to the party. But always there will be the intoxication of power. Always, at every moment, there will be the thrill of victory, the sensation of trampling on an enemy that is helpless. If you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. The moral to be drawn from this dangerous nightmare situation is a simple one. Don't let it happen. It depends on you.
Did it ever occur to you that some of these scientifically advanced monkeys make bombs as a simple expedient for survival? That across this planet there are other scientifically advanced monkeys who would pulverize us into dust if they thought they could do so with impunity?
I don't need a lesson in current events. I'm pretty well up on the time. So the freedom-loving monkeys make bombs. Well, the aggressors make bombs. Ultimately, somebody pushes a button. And just as ultimately, this Earth disappears. A few germs will rise up out of the rubble and wave microscopic flags of victory and shed a few microscopic tears for the race of men. Harvey, are you content with this kind of status quo? Are you satisfied with this kind of 20th century?
Whispering a sound to the one who hears, sweet and gentle moments, feelings to be shared. Time won't make a difference when true love begins. We will hear the chanting when our hearts begin to sing all the songs we have within. A word or two can bring the joy we used to want to know. For patience teaches that we are where we know we ought to be. Now to be forever where we want to be, making life a love song just for you and me. Then we'll make things happen sweeter than a dream. And our hearts will teach us some new songs for us to sing to each other of new things. So come and be the one I know you ought to be again. So full of love